In Larissa and Taro's group, the walls trembled with each new impact. The shadow stalkers on the other side had intensified their attacks, as if sensing that the structure was about to give way. Lin pressed her hands against the minerals, feeling the vibrations transmit through her palms. "It won't hold much longer," she warned, turning toward the group. Her face was drawn with concern, eyes darting between the weakening wall and the students she was responsible for protecting. Taro, Umi, and Larissa constantly reinforced the structure, channeling what little remained of their energies to maintain the solidity of the wall. Their faces were pale with effort, sweat beading on their foreheads as they fought to keep the barrier intact. Meanwhile, Mira and Matilda's rope descended slowly into the dark hole where Ren and Han had disappeared. They had already extended about 100 meters of line, but the absolute darkness made it impossible to know how much more they would need. How much farther could it be? Min asked, peering over the edge of the hole. The light from the wall's crystals barely penetrated a few meters into the darkness before being devoured by the gloom. Beyond that lay only impenetrable shadow. "Impossible to know until we reach the bottom or feel a tug from the boys," Lin responded, dividing her attention between the threatened wall and the rescue operation. "For all we know, it could be twice what we've extended so far. Or more," Larissa added, her voice strained from the effort. "We can't continue like this," Taro panted, sweat running down his face. His living tunnel, though evolved, was reaching the limit of its capabilities against so many enemies. "We need to reach Ren soon or we won't get out of this." Lin nodded gravely. She wasn't sure she could keep the students safe. They had placed too much confidence in Ren, who made it seem impossible not to be able to face any mishap in this easy zone. Now she faced a terrible decision. It was the kind of decision no instructor wanted to make: protect the present group or try to rescue those who had fallen. Each option carried its own weight of responsibility and potential regret. It was then that they saw it. A flash of light, brief but intensely bright, ascended from the depths of the hole like an inverted lightning bolt. It illuminated the chamber for a split second before fading away, leaving ghostly afterimages dancing in their vision. What was that? Mira blinked, rubbing her eyes. Ren, Min had no doubts. Those are his mushrooms when he forces them. But events weren't happening alone or in order. A new sound drew their attention. It didn't come from the internal wall they were having more trouble defending, but from the opposite one, where they had sealed the cave entrance and there were fewer shadow stalkers. It sounded as if hundreds of creatures were moving frenetically on the other side while the air whistled through small cracks in the barrier. "Maybe they want to increase pressure there too," Umi observed with alarm. "If they attack this intensely from both sides simultaneously." Lin quickly evaluated the new situation. Perhaps it was time to send the children into the escape hole. An attack that broke the walls and came from both broken fronts simultaneously would be impossible to contain. They would be overwhelmed in seconds. But then, as suddenly as it had begun, the noise outside the wall leading to the main exit began to diminish. Finally, it ceased completely. "What's happening?" Matilda whispered, her eyes wide with uncertainty. Lin cautiously approached that wall, pressing her ear against the stone. The sudden silence was almost as unnerving as the previous commotion. Something or someone has changed the situation. It's not night yet, so. Meanwhile, the other wall, containing the shadow stalkers from the deeper section, continued receiving increasingly powerful impacts. An alarming crack indicated that a section was beginning to give way. "I can't hold it," Taro shouted, attempting to repair the crack. His hands pressed desperately against the fracturing stone. Lin made an instant decision. "We need to open the other wall," she declared, pointing toward the now silent barrier. It could be help. After a moment of tense deliberation, the group nodded. With extreme caution, Lin directed Larissa to create a small opening in the silent wall, just large enough for them to see what lay beyond. Then, a familiar face appeared. Professor Xiao. Mira exhaled with palpable relief, her shoulders sagging as tension fled her body. Indeed, Xiao peered through the opening, his owl markings glowing intensely as he rapidly assessed the situation. Behind him, the passage was clear, the floor littered with the remains of shadow stalkers. "Widen the opening," he ordered. While Taro and the others expanded the opening, a cracking sound indicated that the other wall had finally yielded. The shrieks of shadow stalkers filled the air as they began to flood the space, their translucent bodies gleaming in the dim light as they poured through the fissures. "Behind me!" Xiao shouted, beginning to launch feathers with deadly accuracy. The group hurried through the widened opening, Lin ensuring that everyone passed safely before her, but also covering for Mira and Matilda to keep the line going as the shadow stalkers surged forward. In Leora and Luna's group, the last shadow stalker was crushed under the power of Julius's Earth Wolverine. With a fluid movement, Julius sealed the final opening through which more creatures could enter. The Earth responded to his will as if it were an extension of his own body, flowing and hardening at his command with perfect obedience. "It's safe now," he announced, turning toward the group of exhausted students. The scene was desolate. First-year students, who should have been enjoying a gathering excursion in which they had already achieved an astonishing goal, now found themselves in various states of exhaustion and shock. Some leaned on each other to remain standing, while others had simply collapsed against the tunnel walls, their faces pale from the vitality drain they had suffered. But this was very strange to Julius. They had shown they had a perfect lineup for this area, and yet they had reached such a bad state. "I'll have to get you out of here," Julius decided. With precise movements, he began manipulating the earth to create an ascending platform. With it, he reconfigured the ground and raised all the students simultaneously, more difficult but perfect for those most weakened. The earth rose beneath them in a smooth, controlled motion, carrying them upward toward safety. As the earth reconfigured under his command, Julius evaluated the situation. Several students would need immediate attention. The signs of mana poisoning were clear in at least 3 of them, and vitality loss had severely affected several more. Luna and Leora, exhausted but determined, approached him as he supervised the ascent. Despite their fatigue, they moved with the ingrained grace of nobility, refusing to succumb entirely to their exhaustion. "Prince Julius," Luna began, her normally controlled voice now tense with effort and concern. "Ren and Han are still down there." "They fell through a hole," Leora added, her will-o-wisp barely a weak flicker. "We have to rescue them." Julius observed them, recognizing the brave effort they were making to remain conscious. Both had exceeded their limits, and their beasts could no longer fully manifest. "I see. I think I understand the situation," he responded gravely. "But look around you." With a gesture, he encompassed all the injured students. "Several of your companions need anti-mana medicine urgently," he continued. "And nightfall is approaching. When darkness comes, this entire area will be infested." Leora tried to protest, but exhaustion almost made her fall. Only Julius's quick reflexes prevented her from collapsing. His arms steadied her, firm but gentle. "In your current condition, none of you would survive the journey back to camp without protection," he explained while helping her stabilize. "And I cannot divide myself." The frustration in both girls' eyes was palpable, but even they couldn't deny the logic of his decision. "But, we can't abandon them," Leora insisted, her voice barely a whisper. "We aren't abandoning them," Julius assured, his tone firm but compassionate. "I'll return as soon as I get everyone to safety." "Now, we must move," he ordered. "Every minute counts." With painful but necessary resignation, Luna and Leora nodded. Julius cast one last look toward the sealed depths, where he didn't know that right now 2 students were fighting for their lives against unknown dangers. "Hold on," he murmured, before turning to guide the survivors to safety. Ren's vision narrowed to a single point, the true core. Although he couldn't know it, he would receive no help in time, he would have to resolve his situation on his own. The weight of survival rested solely on his shoulders, with Han's life hanging in the balance alongside his own. The creature, temporarily blinded, thrashed its tentacles erratically, trying to ignore the pain in its damaged eyes. Ren slipped between two tentacles that flailed blindly, dodging by millimeters a third that almost struck him by pure chance. His outstretched hand could almost feel the grip of the spear already, fingers extended toward the weapon that might be their only salvation. Ren ran, every muscle in his body propelled by the fusion with the Hydra, each movement maximized by Lin's relentless training. But the abyssal beast didn't remain paralyzed after momentarily losing its vision. In a movement that defied all natural understanding, the creature did something that froze Ren's blood. It voluntarily detached its eyes. The visual organs dropped from its head like ripe seeds falling from a plant, landing on the ground with sickening wet sounds. The creature had decided that sight was a weakness in this battle. Without the distraction of visual stimuli, the beast fully reconnected with its other senses. Ren finally reached the spear. The weapon felt like a natural extension of his arm, its weight reassuring as he landed on one knee, pivoting to face the abomination once more. Now, with the spear in his hand and exact knowledge of where the true core was located, Ren had a real chance. A single opportunity to end this nightmare once and for all. The beast had rid itself of its eyes, but that had taken a second. Taking advantage of that second of distraction, Ren leaped forward, suspending himself in the air so the now blind creature would have trouble perceiving the direction of the attack. His body traced a perfect arc through the vitiated air, the spear extended before him like the point of a compass seeking true north. The segment containing the true core was now within his reach. It was the last one, the massive tail that appeared to be a grotesque hybrid between a worm and a shadow stalker queen, swollen and pulsing with purple energy. With every fiber of his muscles, Ren launched the spear. The weapon cut through the air like lightning, its path true and unwavering. The tip penetrated cleanly into the abdominal section of the segment, piercing through protective plates and alien tissue until burying itself deeply into the pulsating core. This time, the reaction was immediate and catastrophic. A shriek, different from any sound Ren had ever heard before, reverberated throughout the chamber. The tail segment grotesquely swelled, pulsing with unstable purple energy that leaked through cracks appearing on its surface. The fissures spread like spiderwebs, purple light spilling from each new opening. Ren barely had time to land and take cover behind a sizable corpse before the core imploded. The energy, released from its containment, collapsed inward before exploding outward in a small shockwave of abyssal power. When he could finally focus his vision again, Ren observed with horror what he had unleashed. From the shattered segment emerged small creatures, dozens of them. They were like abyssal miniatures, reduced versions of the greater abomination, with combined features of beasts but better structured. They writhed blindly, their translucent bodies weakly pulsing with residual purple light before fading out and stopping completely. It was gestating offspring, Ren realized with a shiver that ran down his spine. It was going to reproduce using the Shadow Stalker Queen's capacity. The implications were terrifying. If this abomination had managed to establish itself and propagate its brood, it could have permanently altered the subterranean ecosystem and even the surface. It could have created a new species of abyssal predators adapted to any environment, combining the worst aspects of multiple beasts into something nature never intended. Relief washed over Ren. He had prevented the worst. He had identified and destroyed the true core. He had won. Or so he thought. The beast's agonizing roar suddenly changed, transforming into a howl of pure primordial fury. The segment immediately adjacent to the destroyed one began to pulse with increasing intensity, the purple energy concentrating and crystallizing within it. Before Ren's horrified eyes, a new core was forming. That's not possible, he thought, desperation threatening to overwhelm him. If each segment can become the primary one. The realization hit him with devastating force. He wasn't facing a creature with multiple organs, he was fighting against a modular entity where each part could assume the central function. He had destroyed one core, but the beast was simply creating another. To completely eliminate it, he would have to destroy each segment individually. And in his current state, exhausted and at the limit of his capabilities, that task seemed impossible. For a moment, despair threatened to consume him. His muscles shook from sustained effort, his energy reserves almost exhausted, the fusion with his hydra manifesting with increasing difficulty. The light that had sustained him was dimming, his extraordinary abilities fading as his strength waned. But then, like a beacon in the darkness, images of his parents working tirelessly to give him the best filled his mind. He saw Lu, Min, and Taro, his first true friends. He remembered Lin, who had seen potential in him when everyone else saw only a child with the weakest beast. He saw everyone who now shared fun adventures with him. And a few meters away, Han began to move weakly, his eyes slowly opening, disoriented and confused. His friend was still alive. I can't give up, Ren decided, determination hardening within him like tempered steel. Not while I can still move. Ignoring the pain radiating from every cell in his body, Ren launched himself toward where the spear had fallen after the explosion. The creature, now reorganized around its forming new core, pulled back, as if evaluating this opponent who refused to be easily defeated like all those before. Ren reached the spear, his fingers closing around the shaft with renewed determination. If this abomination could create new cores, he would destroy them one by one. No matter how many he needed to eliminate, he wouldn't stop until the threat had been neutralized. The creature and Ren faced each other again, each evaluating the other with new respect. The abomination had lost a complete segment and its reproductive capacity. Ren had proven to be much more than simple prey, he was a predator in his own right. A weak groan broke the tense calm. Han, finally regaining consciousness, tried to sit up, his body still weak from the vitality drain. His movements were sluggish, uncoordinated, his skin pale where the tentacles had touched him. "Ren," he murmured, his voice barely audible. "What?" The reaction was instantaneous. The abyssal beast, detecting more vulnerable prey, sharply turned its attention toward Han. Its multiple sensors registered the weakness, the fragility, the opportunity. A hungry tremor ran through its remaining segments. With terrifying speed, the creature launched itself toward Han, tentacles extended like deadly spears directed at the defenseless boy. Han, still too disoriented to fully comprehend the danger, watched with bulging eyes as death approached. Ren reacted without thinking, his body moving on pure instinct. In a fluid movement, calculated to take advantage of the beast's new angle of attack, he threw the spear. The weapon flew. The tip headed inexorably toward the new core that was forming, the point where the purple energy concentrated with greatest intensity. But Ren didn't stop there. In the same instant that the spear left his fingers, he launched himself with superhuman impulse toward Han, his body transformed into a projectile of pure determination. He moved faster than he ever had before, pushing beyond limits he didn't know he had, his only thought to reach his friend before the creature did. His sister's face faded into the crowd. Her terrified eyes desperately searching for him as the guards dragged her in the opposite direction. Han stretched out his small hands, trying to reach her, but other arms held him firmly in place. "Hedda! Hedda!" he screamed, his childish voice breaking with the effort. Tears streamed down his face, hot against his cold skin. "Han!" His sister's voice echoed one last time before disappearing behind a carriage door. "I'll find you. I promise." The promise was never fulfilled. The following years merged into an endless sequence of exhaustive training to transform him into a perfect tool. Physical pain became so constant that Han learned to mentally separate himself from it, observing it as if it were happening to someone else. "Remember the rules," the instructor repeated, his face always in shadows as Han lay exhausted on the training floor. The cold stone pressed against his cheek, the only comfort in a world of calculated cruelty. "You know perfectly well that you are forbidden from seeing her directly, but if I contribute to my nation, Yaino will ensure my sister has a good life," Han completed mechanically, the words engraved in his mind after countless repetitions. "The queen you got is your last resort," the instructor continued, his voice monotonous but laden with threat. "The only situation in which you will use it is one where a high-priority target is within your reach. Otherwise, it's better that you die without ever using it rather than showing it to the enemy." The instructor then leaned in, his hot breath against Han's bruised face. Remember that if we find out you've committed that offense, she will pay the consequences. The image of Hedda, now blurred after years of separation, was the only thing that kept Han functioning. The only thing that gave him purpose amid so much suffering. Her memory was both his strength and his weakness, the reason he endured, and the chain that bound him to his master's will. Do you understand? Yes, master. I understand. The memory vanished like mist under the sun when a new wave of pain shot up from his knee and through Han's body. He focused on ignoring it as always. But reality returned brutally, the underground chamber, the abyssal monster, debris everywhere. And Ren, that strange mushroom boy, trying to protect him with his own body. The spear struck first. It penetrated cleanly into the segment where the new core pulsed, the tip piercing layers of alien tissue until reaching its target. Ren reached Han an instant later, just in time thanks to the beast twisting in pain just as the tentacles were about to make contact. Hide in the tunnel. Ren shouted, positioning his body between Han and the beast, using his own flesh as a shield. His mushrooms pulsed frantically, casting erratic shadows across his determined face. The beast writhed a few meters away, its energy distribution reconfiguring after losing another core. Han tried to stand to escape as requested, but a sharp pain in his leg stopped him. He looked down and saw the tear in his pants, blood soaking the fabric, his leg clearly fractured from the previous impact. Even if he ignored the pain, he couldn't move fast like this. He couldn't escape before the monster attacked again. If he used the Carrion Queen, he could save himself. But that would mean eliminating Ren with his own hands. Sacrificing an innocent to save himself, a final betrayal of whatever humanity remained within him. It wasn't something he wanted to do. So all that remained was to die as bait. And he accepted this fact with a calmness that would surprise anyone who hadn't gone through his training. Death was simply another possibility for which they had prepared him as a spy. Another variable in the equation. The final page in a story written by others. Ren, he called, his voice strangely serene. Leave me. Save yourself. Ren turned to him, his face marked by small cuts and dirt, his light pulsing weakly. Exhaustion had carved deep lines around his eyes, yet determination blazed within them. I can't, Ren responded, and Han could see in his eyes something he immediately recognized, genuine determination. It wasn't the manufactured determination that had been instilled in him during years of training. It was something natural, something real. I already told you I couldn't sleep, and if I don't sleep, training with Lin is much worse. Han felt a strange mixture of emotions. Admiration for this boy who, with that beast and against all odds, had earned the respect of so many. Envy for the freedom that radiated from him, for having real friends, for being able to simply be himself. For having something to protect by his own choice, not out of obligation or fear. For possessing the very thing Han had been denied, the simple right to make his own decisions. Don't be foolish. Han shouted, frustration breaking his facade of calm. We'll both die if you stay. Ren simply smiled, that carefree smile he wore even in the tensest moments, and turned toward the beast that was beginning to recover. The segment following the destroyed one pulsed with increasing intensity, the purple energy condensing to form a new central core. I don't plan to die, he stated with a simplicity that seemed almost absurd given the situation. The abyssal beast, now reorganized around its third core, prepared a frontal attack. Its tentacles, combined with insect legs and chitinous extensions, formed a living spear aimed directly at the children. Han closed his eyes, waiting for the inevitable impact. His last thought was for Hedda, silently apologizing for not being able to send her one final farewell letter. But instead of the pain he expected, he felt a wave of heat and heard a hissing sound, like compressed air being released under pressure. He opened his eyes to witness something impossible. Lines of pure light traversed Ren's body, no longer emitting their usual soft glow, now they shone with blinding intensity, converging in geometric patterns over the diamond plates covering his body. All the luminous energy seemed to concentrate in front of Ren, condensing into a brilliant point. The light intensified with each second, transitioning from a soft glow to a concentrated ray of pure energy. With a cry that channeled all his determination, Ren released the accumulated energy. A ray of light, so bright that Han had to narrow his eyes to avoid being blinded. The beam cut through the air, impacting directly against the beast's frontal attack. There was a moment of resistance, a frozen instant where opposing forces met and fought for supremacy. Then, Ren's light prevailed. The tentacles and extremities forming the creature's attack disintegrated upon contact with the ray, pulverized by the pure energy. The beam continued its relentless trajectory, vaporizing the beast's body segment by segment. Where it touched, corruption was cleansed, abyssal energy dissipated, and alien flesh simply ceased to exist. Han observed with absolute incredulity. The child whom some idiots called rotten, whom they despised for having the weakest beast, was facing an abyssal abomination with a power they couldn't dream of acquiring. Fragments of abyssal tissue scattered throughout the chamber. 3 complete segments were entirely destroyed. The other 15 remaining, now headless, collapsed with a dull thud. But the monstrosity was far from defeated. Before Han's horrified eyes, the beast began to reorganize itself once again. What remained of its original 20 segments, after losing 5 in battle, began to restructure. The last segment at the front started to swell and transform, translucent membranes stretching as a new structure formed, a grotesque mouth with rows of triangular teeth arranged in concentric rings. All remaining segments began functioning in coordination again, like independent control centers forming a collective organism, each capable of directing the whole. The abomination wasn't a creature with multiple vital organs, it was multiple creatures fused into a single modular consciousness. Ren fell to one knee, completely exhausted. The light had diminished to a faint glow, barely enough to illuminate his exhausted face. Despite his condition, Ren extended his arms in front of Han, determined to continue protecting him until the end. Han observed this boy, so different from anyone he had met before. Someone with genuine concern for others. A memory, so vivid it almost hurt, emerged from the depths of his mind. Why do you try so hard? Han remembered asking, his childish voice filled with genuine curiosity as he watched his sister mending their worn clothes by the light of an almost consumed candle. Hedda had looked up, her fingers momentarily stopping their meticulous work. Her eyes were reddened from fatigue, but her smile never faltered when she spoke to him. Because I love you, silly, she had answered with that particular mixture of toughness and tenderness that only she knew how to combine. But the adults say we're pests, Han had insisted, repeating the cruel words he had heard whispered in the alleys. That there are too many like us, that we consume resources. Hedda had put down the needle and taken his face between hands calloused from work, forcing him to look at her directly. Listen to me, Han, her voice had become intense, almost fierce. No matter what they say, no matter our situation. I want you to be a good person, I promised our mother. You must be someone who knows what's right, even when it's difficult. Especially when it's difficult. But. No buts, she had interrupted. Promise me. Promise that you'll always try to do what's right, no matter what happens. And he, too young to fully understand what he was promising, had solemnly nodded. I promise, sister. The memory faded, but left something vital in its place. A certainty. A decision. Ren deserved to live. This boy, who had been willing to sacrifice himself defending him, who represented exactly what Hedda had wanted for him, deserved to have a chance. If I use my second beast, he'll discover me, Han thought, anxiety tightening his stomach. And if I'm discovered, Hedda will pay the consequences. But as he watched Ren, still trying to protect him, something changed inside him. A crystalline resolution formed, displacing years of fear and conditioning. No, Han decided. Hedda wouldn't want me to be different. She would want me to do what's right, especially when it's difficult. With a certainty he had never felt before, Han activated his beast. It wasn't a normal manifestation. It was Yino's extreme style, where human and beast not only fused but intermingled. His fractured leg dissolved into a mass of pulsating tissue that quickly reconstructed itself, but no longer as a human extremity. Instead, a chitinous leg with additional joints formed, characteristic of the abyssal carrion queen. The transformation didn't stop there. His torso expanded, chitinous plates emerging through the skin, his bone structure reconfiguring with wet cracking sounds. Translucent wings sprouted from his back, membranous and veined with patterns that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. In seconds, where a child had been before, now stood a monstrous abyssal wasp. The creature that had been Han moved with unnatural fluidity, positioning itself protectively in front of Ren. Multiple compound eyes glowed with intelligence as they evaluated the abomination, which surprisingly had halted its advance. The abyssal beast seemed to detect something familiar in the energy emanating from Han. Its movements became slower, almost cautious, its multiple sensors vibrating as it analyzed this new presence. Han felt the connection immediately. Concentrating intensely, Han began releasing specific pheromones. The air around his transformed form distorted slightly. The pheromones reached the abomination, which reacted with a visible shudder. Its segments tensed, its tentacles retracted, and the multiple cores pulsed in a different rhythm, more harmonized. It was time. With a movement that combined physical gestures and chemical signals, Han issued an unequivocal command: go down. To the natural level of us abyssals. Slowly, the beast began to retreat. With a final roar that seemed to contain as much frustration as resignation, the abomination launched itself toward one of the openings in the chamber floor, disappearing into the depths with a sound similar to a train entering a tunnel. When the abomination finally withdrew, plunging into the depths where it belonged, Han turned toward Ren. He mentally prepared himself for what would come, the look of betrayal, the horror, perhaps even contempt. The reaction any inhabitant of Yano would have upon discovering a Yino infiltrator, a monster with an abyssal beast. But what he found was something completely unexpected. Ren was standing, yes, but barely. His body swayed dangerously, his unfocused eyes staring at an indefinite point in the void. A few threads of residual light still traversed his skin, but they were rapidly fading. Ren. Han took a cautious step toward him. Ren seemed to hear him through a great distance. His eyes tried to focus, his lips moved but emitted no sound. And then, like a puppet whose strings are cut, he began to collapse. Han barely had time to catch him. He examined him, noting with growing alarm the evident signs of mana poisoning. Ren's skin was pale, with an alarming grayish tint. Purplish veins marked his neck and temples, pulsing with an irregular rhythm. His pupils were dilated, and cold sweat covered his forehead. His breathing was rapid and shallow. He absorbed too much mana from the environment to generate that last ray, Han understood, recognizing the symptoms from his training. His body couldn't process it correctly. Ren needed immediate medical attention. Just when he had saved himself from being discovered, he would have to stand firm. Han made an instant decision. He would use his transformed form to fly and take Ren to the surface. Once he delivered him to the professors, especially to Lin who seemed to have such appreciation for him, Han would simply disappear. Perhaps he would fly directly to Yino, trying to reach his sister Heta before it was too late, before the consequences of his betrayal fell upon her. His mission had ended, his cover would be sacrificed to save someone who inexplicably mattered that much to him. He prepared to ascend. But then he felt it. A powerful presence was descending through the tunnel at great speed. Someone or something was approaching, and the force emanating was considerable, clearly beyond a student's level. Han retracted his transformation immediately, the instinct ingrained by years of training taking control. If it was a professor, perhaps he still had a chance to maintain his cover. There was no time for speculation. With supreme effort, Han forced the Carrion Queen to retreat completely, ignoring the searing pain of his returning broken leg. In seconds, his body returned to its normal student appearance, though exhaustion hit him like an avalanche. He let himself fall beside Ren, feigning unconsciousness just as a figure landed gracefully in the center of the chamber. Through his half-open eyelids, Han saw Xiao. Moments before, Xiao contemplated the devastation of the colony with mixed feelings. Dozens of shadow stalker bodies lay scattered across the ground, their translucent forms gradually losing luminescence as death claimed even the last particle of their essence. His feathers were very effective in this territory, perhaps too much so. A necessary massacre, he told himself while evaluating the situation. But still, as an expert in this gathering ecosystem, Xiao understood the delicate balance. Shadow stalker colonies had their function in the natural order, keeping other more aggressive species at bay. At least the queen and her closest guards must still be alive, he thought, finding some comfort in that fact. The guardians of the royal chamber would have remained in position, protecting their monarch instead of joining the attack frenzy. It was typical behavior. The colony would eventually recover. The widow queen's pheromones would travel for miles, eventually attracting some wandering male that would allow the cycle to be re-established. In a few months, the colony would thrive again. His reflections were interrupted by Lin. Her normally serene face showed clear signs of concern. "Professor Xiao," she said without preamble, the urgency evident in her voice. "There is much to explain, but right now the most important thing is to find Ren and Han." "What has happened?" he asked, his owl markings intensifying instinctively at the tension. "They fell through that hole," Lin explained quickly. "It was some kind of illusory trap. The girls had probably already found Julius through the vibrations in the earth, although they didn't know he was here, but most likely he would first take the students back to camp. Which means he's far from where Ren might be now," Lin concluded. Lin continued. "You're the fastest option to rescue them." Xiao understood the situation and without losing another second, headed toward the opening Lin had pointed out. The illusion had been deactivated, revealing a dark well that descended vertiginously into the depths. "I'm going to find them," he declared. "Keep the students safe until I return." Xiao launched himself into the void. Air currents enveloped him as he descended, his wings controlling the speed of descent. The darkness was almost complete, but his owl provided vision even in these conditions. As he fell, his amplified senses detected something disturbing, a trail of abyssal energy, faint but unmistakable. It wasn't a stable presence but rather an echo, as if something had been there just moments ago and was now rapidly fading. Abyssal creatures shouldn't exist at this depth, much less in this area. The sensation briefly intensified as he continued his descent, only to dissipate completely, as if the source had disappeared or had been deliberately hidden upon sensing his power nearby. The discovery put him on maximum alert. First the worm abnormally close to the surface, then the illusory trap, and now abyssal energy. Through his half-open eyelids, Han saw Xiao. The gathering professor observed the scene with an indecipherable expression, his owl markings glowing intensely as he evaluated the situation. His gaze traveled across the destroyed chamber, the remains of the abomination's segments, the pulverized crystals, the spear, the bow, and the abandoned backpacks. Finally, his eyes settled on the two boys collapsed on the ground. Han kept his breathing controlled, his body motionless, perfectly playing the role of an unconscious victim. But inside, a whirlwind of emotions and thoughts consumed him. What had Xiao sensed? Did he realize it was him that expelled the abyssal energy just moments ago, or would he think it was the abomination? Would they discover him? Would Ren remember what he had seen? How much time did he have before Yino discovered his betrayal and Heda paid the price? As Xiao approached them, Han made the most difficult decision of his life. No matter what happened, he would try to maintain his cover at the probable cost of losing everything. He would pretend to be just another injured student here, hoping that Xiao would deduce that the beast was responsible for the abyssal energy. For now, he would risk his secret. But no longer out of loyalty to Yino. Not out of fear. He would do it for Ren. As he felt Xiao's hands checking his vital signs, Han allowed himself one last thought before falling asleep to fully commit to his role, perhaps, just perhaps, there was still a way to save everyone from the terrible misfortune of a war. Back to Xiao POV. When Xiao landed in the lower chamber, the vast cavern showed signs of an intense battle. Fragments of what appeared to be parts of some massive creature lay scattered, some still weakly pulsing with purple energy. Entire sections were charred, as if they had been struck by an intense energy ray. And at the center of all this destruction, two motionless figures, Ren and Han, apparently unconscious and with clear signs of having fought a desperate battle. Xiao approached. Upon reaching the boys, his concern intensified. Ren showed clear symptoms of mana poisoning. Han, for his part, didn't seem to be much better. Although he showed no signs of mana poisoning, his body was covered with cuts and bruises, and his leg was at an angle that suggested a possible fracture. Luckily they managed to survive. But what happened here? Xiao wondered while checking their vital signs. Surely that energy I sensed was the beast. Ren's spear lay a few meters away, its tip stained with a strange fluid. The bow and several broken arrows were scattered across the floor, silent witnesses to the desperate struggle. "Hold on," he murmured as he prepared to transport them. "You're safe now." As he secured the boys for the ascent, Xiao couldn't help but cast a final evaluating glance at the chamber. Something terrible had happened here, something that shouldn't be possible at this level. Although Ren and Han had survived in some miraculous way, Xiao couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't the end, but barely the beginning of something much bigger. With that somber thought, he fully summoned the huge owl that extended his wings and began the ascent, helping him carry the two unconscious students. But Xiao also carried a growing doubt about what really lurked in the depths. Light filtered gradually through Ren's eyelids, a soft whitish invasion that slowly pulled him from the deep abyss of dreamless sleep. Ren opened his eyes, blinking several times to adjust his vision to the prevailing brightness. A white canvas stretched above him, the inner fabric of a tent ceiling, illuminated by the morning light that managed to penetrate the partially open fabric door. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly, as if greeting the new day. He felt curiously renewed, as if he had slept for weeks instead of hours. His body, which he remembered on the verge of collapse after the battle with the abomination, now seemed brimming with energy, each muscle relaxed, every nerve at peace. The residual pain he had expected was conspicuously absent. Slowly, he turned his head to inspect his surroundings. He found himself in a separate compartment, smaller than the main camp tent. The air held the faint scent of medicinal herbs and clean linen. The only person present was Lin, seated on a small stool next to his cot. Her expression, normally playful, now showed an unusual seriousness, though her eyes visibly brightened when she noticed he had awakened. She leaned forward slightly, relief evident in the softening of her shoulders. On another cot nearby, just a few meters away, lay Han. His companion remained motionless, eyes closed, breathing regular. A bandage wrapped around his broken leg, and smaller dressings covered various minor wounds on his arms and face. "How long?" Ren began, his voice slightly hoarse from disuse. "Just one full night. Your recovery is monstrous, much faster than I remember," Lin responded, handing him a glass of water. "It's the morning of the third expedition day." Ren drank gratefully, the fresh water dispelling the last vestiges of dryness in his throat. While he drank, Lin took a small silver bell that rested on a small table and rang it briefly. Outside the tent, hurried footsteps moved away, probably some assistant sending a message. "How do you feel?" Lin asked, studying him attentively, her eyes scanning for any signs of lingering illness or pain. Surprisingly well, Ren noticed two empty vials on a nearby tray, recognizing them as containers of good quality anti-mana medicine. "I suppose that explains why I don't feel like I've been trampled by a herd of bull elephants." Lin nodded, a small smile briefly appearing on her lips. "Mana poisoning. Quite severe, I might add. If Xiao hadn't found you when he did." Her voice took on a somber quality, the unspoken implications hanging heavy in the air. She left the sentence incomplete, but the message was clear. "Ren," she continued, her tone changing to something more cautious, more measured. She leaned closer, lowering her voice slightly. I need you to tell me exactly what happened down there. Ren contemplated the question for a moment, organizing his thoughts. The memories came in flashes, the fall, the chamber, the monstrous creature that defied all natural laws. Each image was vivid despite his exhaustion at the time. From his position on the other cot, Han listened attentively. Although he appeared asleep, something in the tension of his shoulders, in the too regular pattern of his breathing, started to suggest he was awake. It was an abyssal, Ren began. But not a common one. Somehow it had absorbed characteristics from all the surrounding deep beasts. Lin leaned forward, her interest clearly intensified. What do you mean by absorbed? Exactly that, Ren gestured with his hands, trying to give shape to what he had witnessed. His fingers traced patterns in the air, mimicking the creature's impossible anatomy. It had characteristics from different creatures. Living tunnel plates, mimic insect legs, stone lurker features. It had even assimilated part of the Shadow Stalker Queen from the colony. Lin visibly paled. The Queen. That would explain the unusually aggressive behavior of the colony. Her fingers tightened around the edge of her stool, knuckles widening. Fortunately, it hadn't encountered a Weaver Queen, Ren continued, a shiver running down his spine at the mere thought. The image of such a creature wielding thread manipulation abilities made his blood run cold. If it had acquired their abilities to manipulate thread, we wouldn't have survived to tell the tale. Lin was clearly trying to process this information, her brow furrowed in concentration as she mentally connected dots. Wait, she interrupted, raising a hand. How is it possible for a creature to absorb special abilities from such disparate species? I've never seen any abyssal with more than one ability in the hordes. I'm not sure, but I think it was the corrupted core of a shadow stalker, explained Ren, his mushrooms pulsing more rapidly as he remembered. The abyssal energy that permeated it, it was as if it had corrupted its natural absorption capacity, taking it to impossible extremes. It could create illusions like an advanced mimic, absorb vitality like a shadow stalker. For the next few minutes, Ren detailed the battle, the creature's multiple cores, abilities, the illusion trap, how he had needed to destroy several segments before the creature finally retreated. The words flowed easily as he recounted the desperate struggle, each detail preserved with perfect clarity despite his exhaustion at the time. He described how he had used the spear, the bow, and even a last desperate attack with the concentrated energy of his light, amplified by the Hydra's armor. His hands moved animatedly as he explained the sequence of events, tracing the trajectory of each attack in the air. However, his account ended with the ray of light, just before losing consciousness. There was no mention of Han's transformation. Han maintained his pretense of unconsciousness, but the tension in his jaw over what Ren might say relaxed. His breathing returned to its carefully measured rhythm. And that's all I did, Ren finally concluded. After launching that last attack, the mana poisoning overcame me. The next thing I knew was waking up here. Lin remained silent for several seconds, absorbing everything she had heard. The implications were staggering. A creature capable of cross-species absorption represented a threat far beyond normal ecosystem disruptions. Finally, she settled back in her seat and nodded, as if accepting the story. Incredible, she murmured. Absolutely incredible that you survived something like that. Ren took advantage of the pause to slightly change the subject. How is everyone else? Min, Taro, the girls, everyone. Everyone is fine, Lin responded, her expression softening. Some cases of beast exhaustion, mana drainage, what's expected after a prolonged confrontation with shadow stalkers. Nothing that proper medicine and rest can't solve. She gave him an appraising look. Though they're not monsters like you, the auxiliary healers will have to work overtime there. Lin paused, as if considering whether to add something more. Julius returned to the chamber after ensuring all students were safe. He recovered your backpacks and belongings. And probably thoroughly investigated the scene, Ren mentally added, noticing the subtle change in Lin's tone. The current theory, she continued, confirming Ren's suspicions, is that this abomination, as you've described it, could be a product of the last intrusion of Yino agents. Perhaps even something deliberately planned. Han's body relaxed slightly more at these words. A nearly imperceptible sigh of relief escaped his lips. What will happen with our evaluation? Ren asked, genuinely concerned about the lost time and points potentially deducted for the rescue. Lin smiled, a flash of her usual playful personality briefly appearing. Considering the extraordinary circumstances, no points will be deducted. The presence of an abyssal beast is not a common part of the environment in which you're being evaluated. It would be unfair to penalize you for something like that. Ren felt a wave of relief wash over him. The last thing he wanted was for his companions, who had risked so much following him, to suffer academic penalties. Their trust in him had already cost them enough in his mind. So, we have a third day to obtain more materials, Ren calculated, his mind already planning how to make the most of the remaining time. New routes, potential gathering locations, and strategies began forming in his thoughts. Lin's expression turned cautious again. Not so fast, young genius. First, you'll have to answer some more questions, to Xiao and Julius. As if they had been waiting for precisely that signal, the tent flap opened at that moment, revealing the two men. Xiao entered first, his owl markings glowing softly as they always did when he was evaluating something with special attention. His eyes swept the tent with practiced efficiency. Julius followed, his expression carefully neutral, though his eyes quickly scanned the tent, briefly pausing on Han before focusing on Ren. Professor Xiao, Your Highness, Ren slightly inclined his head in respect. Ren, Xiao nodded in response. It's good to see you awake and recovered. A remarkably rapid recovery, Julius added. Especially considering the severity of the mana poisoning you presented. There was something in his tone, not quite suspicion, but a hint of curiosity that suggested he found Ren's resilience worthy of further investigation. Ren immediately perceived the subtle interrogation hidden behind the seemingly innocuous comment. The careful emphasis Julius had placed on remarkably hadn't escaped his notice. High-quality anti-mana medicine works wonders, he responded, maintaining a casual tone. Besides, now that I'm a double tamer, my Hydra seems to be a very resilient creature. Julius nodded, as if the answer confirmed something he already suspected. Ren repeated the same account he had told Lin moments ago. The words flowed naturally, each detail consistent with his previous telling. Your perspective of the events. I must admit it is extraordinary. Julius's voice carried the weight of careful analysis, his eyes studying Ren's face for any sign of inconsistency. I would say impossible, Xiao intervened, though without accusation in his voice, rather with genuine scientific curiosity. A creature with the ability to absorb such disparate abilities from multiple species defies everything we know about abyssals. And yet, added Julius, rubbing his thumb against his forefinger thoughtfully, the remains I found in the chamber match your description perfectly. This caught Ren's attention. His mushrooms pulsed with heightened interest. You found remains. Of the segments you destroyed, Julius confirmed with a single nod. Some were still showing clear influence of abyssal energy. Sufficient to confirm your account, although many questions remain unanswered. The prince's gaze was penetrating, as if trying to see beyond Ren's words to the truth that might lie beneath. Xiao leaned slightly forward, his posture shifting from casual to focused in an instant. Which brings us to the purpose of this conversation. We need to understand exactly how you survived an encounter with such a creature, how you made it flee, Ren. The implicit message was clear, something didn't add up in the story. If Ren had lost consciousness, how had he defeated or driven away the creature? The suspicions of the ring's whereabouts and the last abyssal energy Xiao felt still not fully resolved or explained. Han tensed again, his pretense of unconsciousness becoming increasingly difficult to maintain amid the growing tension. Ren began, his mind racing through possibilities. I'm not sure, he finally admitted, his voice softening with what appeared to be genuine confusion. My last clear memory is launching that attack with all the energy I could channel. After that, nothing certain, until waking up here. Julius and Xiao exchanged a brief look, some silent communication passing between them. The canvas of the small medical tent rustled when Julius and Xiao emerged outside. The morning sunlight cast long shadows across the camp. The morning light illuminated the camp, where the remaining students prepared with renewed enthusiasm for their third day of gathering. Backpacks were being checked, tools sharpened, and plans discussed in small groups scattered throughout the area. Xiao observed the scene with a slightly envious expression. His explorer's instinct, never completely tamed by years of teaching, yearned to follow Ren's group, to document their methods, to learn their secrets. The opportunity to witness such a remarkable first-year student in action was a rare privilege that called to his scholarly heart. "You can go with them," Julius commented, correctly interpreting his gaze. "There's no longer any need for both of us to remain here." The prince's voice was low, almost casual, but his eyes remained alert, scanning the bustling activity around them. Xiao looked at him with surprise. "Are you sure? After what happened?" Julius led Xiao away from curious ears, to a small clearing near the camp boundary. His earth wolverine partially manifested, creating a subtle vibration in the ground that would interfere with any attempt to eavesdrop. "The spider boy didn't do much more than send that letter with irrelevant details," Julius commented, his voice barely audible even to Xiao. "As always." Xiao nodded slowly, remembering the reports he had periodically received during the past few days. Since the seed incident, new intelligence groups had been following Han with particular interest. He wasn't the only student under surveillance, of course. Security teams kept a watchful eye on Ren during his incursions into the depths, and Julius received secondary information through Larissa, although the young noble was unaware she was indirectly providing data about Han. "You were certain from that day, weren't you?" Xiao asked, keeping his voice low. "That Han was a spy." "There were too many indicators," Julius confirmed. "Mainly his excessively perfect behavior. Young infiltrators often fall into that pattern. They fear standing out for doing something wrong, so they end up standing out for doing everything right. Why allow him to continue at the academy?" Julius smiled slightly, though the expression didn't reach his eyes. There was a coldness to it, the calculated measure of a man long accustomed to the chess game of politics and security. "A known spy has certain uses. We decided to let him believe he was going unnoticed to monitor his communications with Yino, and eventually confront him with evidence to try to extract extra information." According to Julius's explanation, the plan had been reasonable. Han's letters, carefully intercepted and copied before allowing their delivery, always followed the same pattern, seemingly innocent messages to a sister in Yino, with small coded details interwoven in the text. Class schedules, excursion dates, basic mappings of certain areas of the campus. "Hardly relevant information," Xiao murmured, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Barely the minimum to justify his role as a spy." "Exactly," Julius nodded, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. "Data that Yino probably already possesses through more established sources, such as the Goldcrests and other known traders. Information that would hardly change the balance of power. But Han's apparent harmlessness had led them to maintain discreet surveillance, using him as a window to understand what kind of basic information Yino handled. But recent events had cast momentary doubts on that strategy. "You feared he had shown his true capabilities during the incident," Xiao understood. Julius nodded gravely. "A vulnerable moment, an extreme situation, the perfect circumstances for a dormant agent to activate. He's just a child, but like Harold he could. An abyssal beast?" Xiao could barely believe the possibility, despite the residual energy he had sensed during his descent. Is it really possible? Weren't they thoroughly checked? Harold was a very recent addition by the Goldcrests, wasn't he? Although Han has much older records, we can't be certain they aren't false or that he doesn't have one. Our mechanisms for internal mana perception wouldn't detect it, Julius explained, his brow furrowing slightly. Not like they detect the core of a common second beast. It could have been hidden all this time. Even now. Xiao considered the implications. A Yino agent with an abyssal beast, infiltrated into the heart of the academy, with access to the kingdom's future elite, it was an alarming scenario. The constant supervision and even the company of a professor in each group on this excursion made more sense in terms of resource expenditure. Lin's presence in the group should be sufficient safeguard, Julius continued, his tone measured. And his last communication, sent during one of his bathroom trips, followed the same harmless pattern as always. But everything changed too quickly, Xiao completed, understanding dawning in his eyes. And for a moment you worried you had underestimated the boy. Ren's account seems to dispel those doubts. Julius placed a hand on his chin, his expression thoughtful. But we need to be certain. Interrogate him directly when this is over. Xiao nodded, understanding the gravity of the matter. Meanwhile, I can follow the group closely during their last excursion. Even if he turns out to be as dangerous as you think he might be, he wouldn't stand a chance against a beast like mine. Xiao would finally be able to gather with Ren. Julius seemed about to confirm his approval when a flash cut through the morning sky. A swift hawk descended directly to perch on the prince's extended forearm. The bird carried a small cylinder attached to its leg. Julius unscrewed it with precise movements and extracted a tiny scroll. His expression remained inscrutable as he read the message, but Xiao, who had known him for years, could detect the tension accumulating in his shoulders. Bad news? Xiao asked, though he already knew the answer. There was an attack, Julius responded, his voice controlled but laden with gravity. We must return immediately. The caravan carts advanced heavily along the dirt road, their wheels creaking over occasional stones as they left the gathering territory behind. The sky stretched in an intense blue above their heads, with just a few scattered clouds offering moments of welcome shade in the midday heat. The gathering had been abruptly interrupted, to the disappointment of many students. As a concession, the professors had reduced the approval requirement to 6,000 crystals in total value, an adjustment considered fair given the lost time. But for Ren's group, this change was irrelevant. They had exceeded even the original requirements several times over. In one of the carts, sitting tightly packed between piles of gathered materials, Klein Goldcrest maintained a tense conversation with his followers. His expression oscillated between frustration and cold determination as he mentally calculated his next moves. A minimum of 150,000 points for the lowest member of that enormous group, Astor murmured, remembering the official announcements. He shook his head in disbelief. The Mushroom Boys group has shattered any first-year record. Possibly of any year. Klein clenched his fists on his knees. The semester honor, that recognition he had planned to obtain as a first step toward platinum student status, seemed to be slipping through his fingers like fine sand. The legacy he had promised to uphold for his family name was being overshadowed by a brain-rotted commoner with fungi growing from his head. It's only the first unit, he replied, his voice controlled but charged with tension. There are still 4 more. I just need to surpass him in 3. Feng, seated across from him, nodded with a somber expression. Especially in battle. When your lion reaches bronze 1, you'll tear him to pieces. Exactly, Klein smiled, though the gesture didn't reach his eyes. A cold calculation resided there instead. This is just a setback. A stroke of luck that won't be repeated. Another cart, in contrast, overflowed with energy and animated conversations. The atmosphere was light despite the recent dangers they had faced, a celebration of survival and success. Too many students had crowded into it, clearly exceeding its recommended capacity, but no one seemed willing to separate from the main group. Their shared experiences had forged bonds that none wanted to break, even temporarily. Ren sat between Taro and Min, with Han facing them, his leg extended on an improvised bench of backpacks. Luna, Leora, and Larissa occupied the nearby space, while the maids and the rest of the students accommodated themselves wherever they could, creating an organized chaos of bodies and materials. Min, whose water serpent healer still had enough energy to continue working, had attended to the minor injuries that persisted in several of his companions. His fingers, surrounded by a faint bluish glow, traced small bruises, accelerating their healing. "Hold still," he ordered Han while examining his fractured leg, now almost completely recovered thanks to previous treatments. Ren nodded, "Listen to Min. There are still small cracks in your bone that need to seal." "I can't believe you missed almost all the action," Min continued, unable to contain a mocking smile. "Knocked out while Ren fought an abyssal abomination. What bad luck." Han merely laughed, though something in his gaze revealed an underlying tension that only Ren seemed to notice. "Bad luck, indeed," Han responded with forced lightness. "But I'm grateful that Ren saved me. Though I'm sure you would have been trembling in a corner, probably wetting your pants. The only one who doesn't control his bladder here is you." Min exclaimed indignantly, remembering the frequent pauses for relief that Han always requested during their expeditions. A wave of laughter swept through the cart, momentarily alleviating the tension accumulated from recent events. Leora, who had remained unusually quiet, looked up at the clear sky. Her normally serene face held a shadow of regret. "I can't help but regret it," she said softly. "We couldn't be of help. We didn't manage to get out of the underground by ourselves." Her comment brought a brief contemplative silence to the group. The memory of being trapped, of walls crumbling and shadow stalkers advancing, hung heavy in the air. "If it hadn't been for Julius." Maria began, leaving the sentence incomplete, but the message was clear to everyone. "Actually," Ren intervened, his mushrooms pulsing calmly as he spoke, "Lin knew that Julius was keeping watch at the camp. If you had continued digging downward as originally planned, you probably would have found Julius before the shadow stalker tunnels. Your quest was getting to him from the beginning, so don't worry about that." "I suppose you're right," Leora nodded, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. "He would have sensed the excavation sooner or later," Ren explained. He directed a grateful look at the group. "Though I appreciate that you took the risk of going up to try to help us more quickly. It was brave, even if dangerous." His eyes briefly scanned the faces of his companions, pausing a moment on Luna. "I wouldn't want anything to happen to any of you." Luna, surprised by the sincerity of Ren's words in his eyes, blushed slightly and turned her attention to the outside landscape, feigning sudden interest in the passing trees. Mayo, closely observing the interaction, exchanged a knowing look with Matilda. "I agree with Ren," added Larissa, apparently oblivious to the moment. "Though I'll definitely have a conversation with my dear brother about not mentioning to me that he would be present during our expedition." Her light tone contrasted with the calculating gleam in her eyes, suggesting that this conversation would carry much more weight than her words indicated. The chat naturally drifted toward the abrupt cancellation of the gathering. Rumors had begun to circulate as soon as the return order was given, fueled by fragments of conversations overheard among the professors and the evident urgency with which Julius had departed ahead of them. "An attack," Hikari murmured. "That's what I heard one of the auxiliaries say." Her voice dropped further, glancing around to ensure no outsiders were listening. "But where?" Taro asked, leaning forward. "And by whom?" No one had concrete answers, only increasingly elaborate speculations ranging from border incursions to palace conspiracies. Theories passed from student to student, growing more outlandish with each retelling. "What concerns me," Leora intervened in a low voice, making sure that only those closest could hear her, "is how timely the attack was." Larissa nodded, immediately understanding. "Just when half of the Academy's security forces were deployed here, with us. And with Julius," Leora added. A worried silence settled among the nobles. The implications were disturbing. Someone might have warned of the relative weakness. "Maybe it's just a coincidence," Taro suggested, though without much conviction. "Perhaps," Larissa conceded, but her expression made it clear that she didn't believe in coincidences, at least not this one. Years of royal education had taught her to search for patterns and motives in seemingly random events. The cart traversed an especially pronounced bump, shaking all the occupants and momentarily breaking the atmosphere of seriousness. Min lost his balance and fell onto Mira, who in turn pushed Trent, creating a domino effect of bodies and surprised exclamations. "Watch your hands!" Mayo shouted, lightly hitting June's head, who had tried to stabilize himself by grabbing the first thing he found. "It was an accident," the boy protested, rubbing the point of impact. The laughter returned, temporarily dissipating the tension. Ren observed the scene with a grateful smile, valuing these moments of normalcy after the underground nightmare they had faced. Han, noticing his expression, gave him an inquisitive look. His eyes searched Ren's face with careful scrutiny. "Are you okay?" he asked quietly, taking advantage of the momentary chaos for a more private conversation. Ren nodded, his mushrooms pulsing softly. "Just thinking about how fortunate we are. Despite everything." Han studied his face for a moment, as if looking for some indication that Ren remembered more than he had admitted in front of the professors. But the mushroom boy's expression remained open, without a hint of suspicion or recrimination. "Yes," Han finally responded. "Very fortunate indeed." The road continued its gradual ascent toward the city center where the academy stood. In the distance, the main towers of the three principal schools and the castle began to take shape against the horizon, their spires catching the late afternoon sun. 200,000 points for Ren, Taro commented, looking with amazement at the pile of materials they had accumulated in two adjacent carts. "Even I obtained the equivalent of 155,000 crystals. I never imagined we would get so much." "And all thanks to Ren's instructions," Mira added, her voice filled with genuine admiration. "It wasn't just because of me," Ren protested, genuinely uncomfortable with the exclusive credit. "Everyone did their part helping me get fresh tentacles and the three big guys, also carrying their own weight." "A great weight in skins," Min added with a grin, gesturing toward the overflowing carts trailing behind them. The conversation continued flowing animatedly in the cart as they ascended the serpentine path leading toward the city center. The familiar silhouette of the academy grew larger with each passing minute, its features becoming clearer as they approached. But something about its profile seemed wrong, a subtle disruption in its familiar symmetry. Trent was the first to notice. "Something's not right," he murmured, narrowing his eyes to better focus on the familiar silhouette of the academy towers. The conversations gradually died down as more students directed their gaze toward the horizon. "A spire is missing," Luna pointed out, her voice barely a whisper. Her finger traced the skyline, indicating the gap in the academy's crown. Indeed, one of the spires that crowned the east tower had disappeared, leaving an irregular stump where it once rose elegantly. But that wasn't all. The section near the western cave, Leora leaned forward, her face pale, will-o-wisp flickering briefly around her fingertips. "It's burned." A large black stain, like a scar on the academy's skin, covered part of the western wing. Even from a distance, the movement of workers could be distinguished as small figures repairing the damage. "The school has been attacked," Larissa finally articulated, verbalizing what everyone had already understood. A dense silence settled in the carriage. Students exchanged worried glances, some thinking of friends or family who had been in classes these days, others contemplating the unexpected vulnerability of what they considered an impregnable sanctuary. The rattling of the wheels seemed to intensify in the silence, marking a somber cadence as they continued their inexorable, gentle ascent toward a wounded academy. Lin must have perceived the growing unease in the carriage. She approached, her mount trotting slowly to keep pace with the vehicle. Her expression was serious but controlled, like someone bearing bad news but who has found a balance to convey them. "We recently received a message from Julius," she announced, her clear voice cutting through the tension. "The academy is secure now. Wei and Xiao are informing the other carriages what I'll tell you." Her presence seemed to bring some normalcy to the situation, an anchor amid the uncertainty. "What exactly happened?" Taro asked, his eyes fixed on the evidence of the attack that became increasingly clear with proximity. Lin took a deep breath, carefully weighing her words. "There was an attack from Yino agents," she began. The Ashenway family sent reinforcements by direct order of my Aunt Selphra as soon as they received news. The castle could allocate few personnel due to other situations requiring attention. The Goldcrests also sent support. The subtle emphasis Lynn placed on the word didn't go unnoticed by Larissa, who narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. Political nuances rarely escaped her attention. And the Star Weavers? Luna asked, thinking of her own family. They couldn't send anyone, Lynn responded with neutrality. Lack of available personnel, as I understand it. But the combination of forces was sufficient, she continued. The attackers were repelled and the academy is now under control. Repairs began immediately. Min, who had been unusually silent, finally spoke. They must have been many to cause so much damage. A complete battalion from Yino? Lynn shook her head, and her response left everyone momentarily speechless. 2, she said simply. Only 2 attackers. Exclamations of disbelief followed immediately. How was it possible that only 2 individuals had inflicted such destruction on an institution protected by dozens of teachers and guards? Taking advantage of the moment of general confusion, Lynn discreetly approached Ren. Leaning slightly, she murmured in a voice low enough that only he could hear. It seems the target was the seed. They retreated when they couldn't locate the bearer of the relic and when reinforcements finally overcame their combined power. Ren nodded imperceptibly, the implication crystalline in his mind. Secrets are bad manners, Lynn, Larissa's melodious but firm voice cut through the moment. Nothing escaped her notice, especially not whispered conversations that excluded her. Lynn straightened, a resigned smile appearing on her lips. You're right. In any case, you'll all find out soon. There's no point in hiding things. Turning her attention back to the group in general, Lynn adopted a more formal tone. Her expression became graver, and Ren noticed how her shoulders tensed slightly, preparing to share even more difficult news. During the battle, there were casualties. The carriage seemed to sink into absolute silence, as if even the sound of the wheels and the wind had been absorbed by the gravity of those words. Most were auxiliaries who fought underground where the investigation of the last incident continued, Lynn said, her voice professionally controlled but with an underlying tone of pain. Probably few or none that you knew personally for the majority of you. She paused, and Ren instinctively knew that the worst was yet to come. The momentary hesitation in Lynn's usually confident demeanor told him more than words could. We also lost 2 teachers. Min's hands unconsciously clutched the edge of his seat, while Taro closed his eyes, as if preparing himself for the impact. The others held themselves rigidly, bracing for news they didn't want to hear. One of them taught classes to you, Lynn's voice descended to little more than a whisper. Professor Song, crystal instructor, fell valiantly defending a group of students. The news fell like a stone slab. Professor Song, with his contagious enthusiasm for crystals and his characteristic good nature, had been a pleasant presence during the short time they had known him. His optional class, though not mandatory, had been a breath of peace amid the rigorous curriculum of the academy. For many, he was barely an acquaintance, a friendly face they crossed in the hallways. For others, a mentor who had dedicated extra time to explain the mysteries of crystals after class. But for all, his loss represented a fissure in the shield of security that the academy symbolized. Death had reached into their sanctuary, shattering the illusion of perfect safety. It can't be, Mira murmured, tears forming in her eyes. Just 3 days ago he was so excited showing me how to identify mana crystals from the incursions with Ren. Several students lowered their heads, some regretting not having attended or paid more attention in his classes, others remembering gestures of kindness that now took on special weight. Memories of the professor's gentle correction, his patient explanations, his genuine passion for teaching crystallized into a collective grief. Ren observed the reactions around him, particularly Hans. The boy had become completely still, his face a pale, expressionless mask that contrasted with the emotionality of the rest. There were no tears, not even visible shock, but something deeper and more complex, an absolute stillness that spoke of a more intense shock than any external manifestation. Are you okay? Ren asked quietly. The director's office had lost its characteristic aura of formal dignity. In the center, Director Ignatius remained seated. His face, normally serene and authoritative, showed the weariness of someone who had looked death directly in the eyes. His phoenix was partially manifested, both from defensive instinct and the need to accelerate his own healing. But it was the absence of healing that proved most shocking. Where his left leg should have been, only an empty space remained beneath the carefully folded fabric of his trousers. The legendary regeneration of his specific beast would allow him to recover the limb eventually, but the attackers had ensured its destruction to an excessive degree, beyond what even a phoenix could quickly repair. Victor Dravenholm, Julius's older brother, occupied a nearby armchair, his usual royal attire replaced by bandages covering much of his torso and right arm. Blood had seeped through in places, creating dark patterns against the white gauze. His face, so similar to Julius's but marked by more years of combat, showed an intensity of tension more severe than usual. The triples proved more powerful than we anticipated, the director was explaining to Julius, his voice maintaining admirable composure considering his circumstances. It wasn't just their individual strength, but their synergies, as if the enhancements were retroactive. Julius absorbed the scene with the analytical meticulousness that characterized him. The devastation evident in these two powerful men sent a chill through him, but he kept his expression neutral. Real triples. Victor turned toward his younger brother, a weary smile briefly appearing on his face. Tamers with 3 beasts at the same time indeed. A facet of Xiao we would have preferred never to know. Impossible, Julius responded automatically. In their experiments, they could never withstand the strain of managing 3 cores. Evidently, the director interrupted, gesturing toward his absent leg, they have found a way. Victor sat up slightly, wincing in pain when the movement tensed the bandages on his chest. I believe the secret is the power of the main beast. Each carried a gold beast as a base. 1 gold, 1, the other gold, 2. Despite both secondary beasts being only silver, 3. The synergies with the abyssals gave them many unexpected combinations. The enhancement percentages multiplied with each other, the director continued. Combinations of abilities that no traditional tamer could achieve. The director paused, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward his missing leg, a momentary lapse in his otherwise perfect composure. Julius remained silent, processing the information. The implications were staggering. If Xiao had successfully developed stable triple tamers, the balance of power had shifted dramatically. What was their objective, he finally asked, though he suspected the answer already. The seed, Victor and the director responded in unison, exchanging a significant look. The word hung in the air between them, laden with implications. A heavy silence fell over the room, broken only by the soft hum of the healer's energy. They knew exactly what they were looking for and that the academy was lightly guarded these days. Which leads us to wonder, the director tilted his head slightly, how did they obtain that information so fast? The gold crests, Victor growled, his voice loading with bitterness. They're infiltrated even into the walls of this institution. The director neither confirmed nor denied the accusation, but his silence was eloquent. I barely arrived in time to help Ignatius, Victor continued, unconsciously rubbing his injured shoulder. Professor Song and Professor Jasiba had already fallen. Julius knew both professors. Song, with his contagious enthusiasm for crystallography, Jasiba, stern but fair, an expert in beasts of the second ring. Deaths that left a void impossible to fill. He could picture Song's animated explanations, Jasiba's precise corrections, now silenced forever. And the abyssal beasts certainly didn't help, added Victor, his frustration clear. The auxiliaries and the rest of the teaching staff were busy evacuating students and containing abyssal leaks. A muscle tensed in Victor's jaw as he continued. If those bastards from the castle were more efficient in their damned functions, if our dear siblings were less concerned with politics and more with actual security. He interrupted himself, as if suddenly remembering Julius's presence. But mainly, his voice descended to a dangerously low tone, if we could root out the real problem, the Goldcrests and their treachery. Victor, the director's tone contained a veiled warning. Be careful what you say aloud, even here. Why? Do you fear the walls have ears, Ignatius? Victor let out a bitter laugh. They probably do. But it wouldn't matter. Julius remained still, observing the exchange. If the old man were here instead of wasting valuable resources and time, Victor finally continued. Chasing fantasies on the diamond line while Yino moves its pieces here. But he isn't, said Ignatius. Victor. Did you reach the sixth ring with him? Julius asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Victor sighed heavily. Don't ask, brother. Julius's curiosity, however, could not be so easily deflected. Since you arrived, you've been hiding it. I want to try contacting him again. Were you at least able to follow him? Do you know where he is now? A dry laugh escaped Victor. Follow him. The gold, free ring was already dangerous even for me, little brother. Platinum 1 is a constant dance with death for anyone who isn't him. I found him resting there just by luck. Victor leaned forward, his expression suddenly serious. But Platinum 2 is hell itself, Julius. Trying to follow him to the edge of the diamond level would have been suicide, even for me. But if you want to try, go ahead. He should still be in the Central Territories artery, the fourth one. The mention of the diamond ring made Julius visibly tense. It was legendary territory, home to the youngest dragons whose power already surpassed human comprehension. The mere idea that their father was tempting that limit. And you tried to convince him? Victor shook his head. A waste of time. You know how he is. Oh yes, Julius knew. Dragaryen Dravenholm, king of Yano, was known for his legendary stubbornness as much as for his impossible feats. Once he set a goal, not even the gods themselves could dissuade him. But has he achieved something, at least? Julius asked, trying to find some hope in the situation. Victor seemed to hesitate, as if considering whether he should share certain information. Finally, he nodded slowly. He already has 2 minor rings, he admitted, his voice barely audible. A torrent of emerald energy tore through the clearing, vaporizing rocks and turning the air itself into greenish fire. The dragon's breath, concentrated like a living laser, transformed everything in its path into an extreme explosion of life. Particles of pure essence scattered in its wake, refracting the surrounding light into cascading prisms. Where it touched the earth, vegetation emerged with uncontrolled violence, not simple plants, but botanical monstrosities that joined the battle. Dragaryen rolled under the beam, feeling the heat that threatened to steal his vitality brush against his back as carnivorous trees instantly sprouted from the charred soil. He rose with the fluidity of a predator, adjusting the feathered gauntlet protecting his right hand, a defense torn from the claws of a flame griffin in the depths of the second platinum ring. The gauntlet glowed with residual fire, embers dancing between the golden feathers. Damn it, you're too persistent for a lazy-ass skipper, exclaimed Drag, a savage smile illuminating his weathered face as he dodged another burst of the arboreal breath. His eyes gleamed with the thrill of combat, a hunter facing worthy prey. The king of Yano bore no resemblance to the traditional image of a monarch. No crown adorned his unkempt hair, cut irregularly as if he himself had taken a knife to keep it out of his eyes. His clothes, though of exquisite quality, showed evident signs of countless battles, patches made during campaigns, acid burns, and the characteristic discoloration produced by toxins from beasts of the fourth ring in this latitude. Mud caked his boots, and various implements hung from his belt, tools of survival rather than symbols of office. His weathered skin told the story of a life spent under harsh conditions, far from the comforts of court and castle. The wind howled among the enormous trees over 300 meters tall that marked the boundary between the possible and the impossible. Here, at the edge of the Diamond Ring forest, the air itself seemed charged with a different energy, denser, more ancient. Sunlight refracted into millions of fragments as it passed through the enormous crystalline mountain that rose like a silent guardian between two worlds, the platinum ring that the strongest humans could traverse, and the diamond ring, where only dragons reigned without dispute. Inside the mountain lay the ring, one of the 10 he needed. 3 rings gleamed on his left hand, each emitting a distinct radiance. The first was the original ring from the center of Xiao, extracted from the first seed. The other 2, one of aquamarine crystal and another of twisted metal that seemed to trap currents of air, were trophies from past victories against young dragons, guardians of mana arteries similar to this one. The dragon tree, an impossible creature that guarded the entrance to the crystal mountain, rose like a vegetal nightmare 100 meters tall. It was the guardian of Xiao's central point, protector of one of the 7 mana arteries where the internal distribution icosahedron touched the surface. It wasn't a simple tree shaped like a dragon, but a living nexus, a central point from which the mountain guardian exercised its dominion. Twisted branches extended like gigantic arteries, each delineating a draconian feature composed entirely of living wood and leaves sharp as razors. From the exposed roots constantly emerged the guardian servants. Bark knights, humanoid warriors formed of wood harder than iron, wielding swords of vegetal obsidian. Dark hollows in their faces emitted a greenish glow, the dragons will animating these constructions without minds of their own. At the center of this vegetal maelstrom, Drag moved with the confidence and agility of someone who has danced with death too many times to fear it. His movements were precise, calculated after decades of facing beasts much more powerful than himself. 21 attempts, he murmured to himself as his eyes evaluated the dragon tree's attack pattern. And each time your forest grows more impressive. I almost feel flattered by the effort. With a fluid movement, Drag activated his earth qilin. His legs fused, elongating and filling with scales, while crystalline horns sprouted from his temples, shimmering with pure elemental power. The stone beneath his hooves reverberated, responding to his will. Simultaneously, the 3 rings on his left hand began to glow with increasing intensity. The first, forged with the primordial metal of the original seed, emitted a pulse of white light. The second, wrenched from the water dragon after a 3-day battle in the depths of a great lake, shone with a deep blue that evoked the abyssal trenches. The third, trophy of his victory against the wind dragon, seemed to contain a miniature hurricane, constantly spinning within its crystalline structure. Drag channeled the power of the second ring, and the air around him lost its moisture. With a gesture, he manipulated this energy toward the bark knights advancing toward him, drying their bodies until each of their movements crackled with desiccation. Let's see how well your toys move when they're thirsty, he smiled, as his azure dragon responded to his call. The transformation of his arms was instantaneous, bluish scales covering his skin while his fingers elongated into claws that gleamed with a blue radiance. With a roar that rivaled the dragon's own, Drag launched himself against the knights. He didn't fight like a duelist, nor like a soldier, he moved like a force of nature. The dragon tree perceived the threat and responded. It inhaled deeply, its wooden chest expanding before releasing concentrated jets of sap that melted stone on contact. Drag activated the third ring, and the wind around him violently swirled, forming a cyclonic shield that deflected the projectiles. In response, the dragon tree deployed its most lethal card. From its central trunk emerged a figure that made even Drag momentarily pause, an amber knight, 3 times larger than the bark ones, its body formed not of simple wood but of fossilized resin that shone with the dragon's concentrated power. In its hands, it wielded a halberd whose blade was a petrified dragon fang, powerful enough to cleave even the scales of a platinum tamer. "Oh, this is new," murmured Drag, all mockery leaving his voice as he evaluated this new opponent. Finally something interesting. The Amber Knight advanced with surprising speed for its size, its halberd tracing a deadly arc that would have decapitated the king if not for centuries of refined instincts. Drag ducked under the attack, rolling forward and inside the Colossus's reach, where its size played against it. His blue claws struck with precision against the giant's joints, seeking weak points in the fossilized resin. To his surprise, the amber resisted, barely scratching. Interesting, Drag smiled, genuinely impressed while dodging a descending punch that fractured the ground. This will take a long time. With a fluid movement, Drag simultaneously activated all 3 rings. The combined power made the light around him distort, adding 200% to all his capabilities. His Earth Qilin manifested completely, covering his lower half with living armor, while his Azure Dragon enveloped his arms and torso in blue scales. The fusion of elements created a hybrid appearance, neither fully dragon nor Qilin, but something uniquely powerful. The dragon tree roared, this time emitting a sound that shook the mountain itself. From the depths of the surrounding forest emerged more wooden creatures. Drag extended his dragonized arm, channeling his own vegetal energy. Where the dragon's breath created aggressive and lethal trees, Drag's Azure Dragon commanded wood with precision. The roots at the feet of the soldiers began to burrow, responding to a different will, fighting against the dragon's control. It was a battle of domains, 2 similar powers confronted in a duel of wills. The dragon, irritated by the interference, released its breath over an enormous area. A cloud of green energy erupted from its jaws, floating like living mist toward Drag. Drag covered himself. Immediately, small sprouts began to form on his coat, trying to root themselves in his flesh. Each seedling pulsed with the dragon's essence, seeking to transform him into another servant. With a gesture of annoyance, Drag tore off the incipient plants and activated the wind ring. The air around him purified instantly, neutralizing the residual effects of the draconic breath. Always the same trick, he commented, standing up straight. I expected something more creative after almost a year. The Guardian's entire army, summoned to stop a single man. Drag inhaled deeply, focusing on the sensation of the rings against his skin. With each visit, with each attempt, he had learned more about the dragon's defenses, cataloging weaknesses, observing patterns. This time, he murmured, more to himself than to the Guardian who couldn't hear him, this time will be different. From his position, he could see the entrance to the crystalline cavern, where the 3rd minor ring, the 4th ring that would fall into his power awaited. Inside, somewhere in the depths, would be the next artifact he needed, not for glory, not for power, but out of desperate necessity. Time was running out. And without the 7 rings, everything, his kingdom, his people, perhaps the world itself, would be lost. With a cry that contained decades of unbreakable determination, Drag launched himself against the arboreal army, his fused beasts shining like a beacon of impossible defiance against the power of a dragon. The battle for the 4th ring had begun. Father already has 2 minor rings, Victor admitted, his voice barely audible. Julius couldn't hide his surprise. 2. I thought diamond-rank dragons were invincible. And why hadn't you told me? Because Father didn't want to give false hope to you all, Victor replied, reclining again in his armchair. Pain flickered across his face as the movement disturbed his wounds. You know how he is with these things. He doesn't want to promise anything until he's certain. But it seems his Qilin's elemental advantage was just enough to defeat the water dragon, and the wood element advantage of his Azure Dragon was also enough to defeat the wind one. So he has made progress those last years, Julius reflected, a spark of hope igniting within him. Perhaps the situation wasn't as dire as it seemed. Yes, Victor conceded, but time runs against us if Yino gets more of those soldiers. By the time he obtains all 7 minor rings, it could be too late. And with one of the 3 major rings lost. The phrase hung in the air, laden with somber implications. The director, who had remained silent during this exchange, finally intervened. What we need now is to focus on finding it. It must not fall into Yino's hands. Julius nodded, but his mind was working in another direction. As the king's youngest son, he had always occupied a peculiar position. He wasn't the principal heir like his older brother. This position certainly had its disadvantages, but also unique advantages. Their father had always maintained a special connection with him, one that sometimes transcended protocol. An idea began forming in his mind. Perhaps I can send father a message, he suggested carefully. Something that might make him reconsider his priorities. Victor looked at him skeptically. And you think he'll listen to you when he ignored my direct petitions and those of the entire council? A small smile appeared on Julius's face. Maybe. He left me an option. Victor shook his head, but there was a hint of amusement in his exhausted expression. Go ahead, try. Things can't get worse. Director Ignatius, observing the exchange between the brothers, seemed to find a moment of relief amid the chaos surrounding them. His phoenix briefly brightened, responding to the small spark of hope. Meanwhile, Victor continued, his voice regaining some of its usual authority, we must reorganize our defenses. The triples might return, and next time we'll be prepared. Are you okay? Ren asked quietly. Han seemed to slowly return from some distant place. He blinked, as if struggling to focus on immediate reality. His eyes had a haunted quality to them, seeing something beyond the present moment. Yes, he responded mechanically. Just, surprised. But Ren noticed how Han's fingers trembled slightly, the only crack in his facade of controlled indifference. The carriage finally entered the inner boundaries of the academy. The damaged towers loomed closer now, the destruction more evident at this proximity. Workers could be seen on scaffolding, some using earth and wind magic to repair the structural damage, others clearing debris. Lin excused herself to return to the front of the caravan, leaving the students to process the news. The festive atmosphere from just hours ago had transformed into solemn contemplation about the fragility of what they considered permanent. The weight of loss settled over them like a heavy blanket. Upon arrival, they would normally have distributed materials and celebrated the passing scores. But it wasn't so this time, they sent the students to their rooms. The auxiliaries would handle distributing things later. Priorities had shifted in the wake of the attack. Han seemed to want to say something as they walked toward the dormitories, his gaze oscillating between Ren and the ground. His fingers closed and opened rhythmically, as if rehearsing grasping words from the air. However, before he could decide, a figure in the uniform of administrative auxiliaries approached the group. The woman moved with crisp efficiency, her expression professionally neutral. Students Han and Lady Larissa, your presence is required immediately in the director's office. The rest of the group exchanged looks of surprise and concern. Whispers immediately began circulating among them. Did they do something wrong? Min asked, earning an elbow from Taro. The auxiliary maintained her neutral expression. It's just protocol. The rest should go to their dormitories until further notice. Han cast a final glance at Ren before following the auxiliary along with Larissa, who bid farewell with a reassuring gesture. What was that about? Taro murmured as the group resumed their path toward the dormitories. Extra interrogation, probably, Leora responded. Larissa is a representative of the royal family, and Han, well, they didn't have much time to question him during the trip because of the abrupt cancellation, and they might think he possibly saw something relevant during his fall in the expedition. Ren remained silent, watching Han's figure recede into the distance. Upon reaching the first-year dormitories, Ren, Min, and Taro found Lu organizing his notes on the table. His face momentarily brightened upon seeing them enter, but his expression quickly changed upon noticing their countenances. I guess you've already heard, he said by way of greeting. We saw it when we arrived, Taro responded, dropping his backpack with an exhausted sigh. The East Tower. Lu nodded gravely. They say it was an underground attack first. They were looking for something on the seed. His gaze briefly rested on Ren, who was already heading toward his eggs, apparently indifferent to the conversation. His mushrooms, however, pulsed with a pattern that suggested intense mental activity. The eggs showed signs of normal development, although Ren immediately noticed that progress had halted during his absence. Unfortunately, Lu hadn't managed to replicate the rune. The delicate and complex energy pattern required Ren's specific understanding. In any case, it wasn't serious, the crystalline structure remained stable, and the cores maintained their integrity. 2 days without his direct attention only meant 2 days less of energy accumulation. Did Lin or Xiao tell you anything else? Lu asked while Ren meticulously examined each egg. He leaned forward, eager for information beyond the official announcements. Only sad news, Min replied, collapsing onto his bed. The exhaustion of the journey and emotional toll of recent revelations weighed heavily on him. Lu lowered his head. The professors and auxiliaries protected us valiantly. While the others shared what little they knew about the attack, Ren carefully extracted the shadow stalker tentacles he had collected. Their condition was optimal, thanks to the bark stalker blood he had used as a preservative after obtaining them. With precise movements, he began finishing their processing, before they lost potency in mana absorption. And what did you see? Taro asked Lu, while observing Ren work. Lu shrugged. Not much, really. They evacuated us to the underground shelter almost immediately. We felt tremors. His voice grew lower. Afterward, we learned what it was when some abyssals emerged on the lower level. The professors contained them. A heavy silence fell over the room. The reality of the losses, the fragility of the security they had taken for granted, settled in their minds like a stone slab. Ren, though apparently absorbed in his work, processed all the information. His mind was far from the mechanical task at hand. The academy needs more strength, he thought, evaluating options. Lin and Xiao may obtain their beasts soon, but that wouldn't be enough against triples with gold level. The solution was evident, though it would require considerable resources, more eggs, more beasts for promising students. And he needed to begin immediately. After finishing processing the tentacles, Ren dedicated some time to his daily cultivation. The light of his mushrooms acquired that characteristic bluish tone while he channeled energy. Min and Taro imitated him shortly afterward, each focused on their own techniques. Lu, having completed his routine in the morning, continued with his studies without paying much attention. Lin didn't seem likely to appear to supervise today's exercise, which wasn't surprising considering the circumstances. Ren took advantage of this absence to extract 3 more cores from his now abundant personal reserve. When his companions finished their cultivation, Ren silently headed toward the door. "Where are you going?" Min asked, looking up from his meditation position. "Exchange warehouse," Ren responded succinctly. "I'll be back soon." "But they told us to." Taro began, concern evident in his voice. Ren merely smiled, his mushrooms pulsing with quiet determination. "I won't be long." Upon arrival, he found the special materials section still active, with Jessie nervously organizing several scrolls behind the counter. She was sorting through the chaotic aftermath of the academy's disruption. "Ren," the young woman exclaimed upon seeing him, her cat ears moving with surprise. "You shouldn't be here." "I need some specific materials," he responded directly. "It's important." Jessie seemed to hesitate, but something in Ren's expression must have convinced her. The intensity in his eyes perhaps, or the unusual urgency in his typically measured demeanor. "Well, I suppose I can make an exception. What are you looking for?" She pulled a ledger toward her, ready to check inventory. "Cheap wind links parts, 5, Ren began, mentally consulting his list. Jessie quickly reviewed the inventory. "We have some cheap iron rank ones." Her fingers traced down the columns of her ledger. Professor Xiao's auxiliary had a specimen. "They're not very common, but not excessively rare either." After verifying the price, Ren nodded. 500 crystals was reasonable for a component of that quality. "I also need 5 demonic bash parts," he continued. Jessie's eyes widened slightly. "That's quite unusual. We only have as the lowest, the bronze, 1 rank, and they're considerably more expensive." "How much?" Ren asked, mentally preparing himself. 5,000 crystals for the complete set. Ren made an internal grimace. It was undoubtedly a higher sum since they weren't iron rank, but the expedition had been extraordinarily productive. He could afford it. The bash components would provide the perfect balance of stealth and power for what he had planned. "And finally," he continued, "I need components of the celestial white tiger." Its initial form, the striped light cat. This time, Jessie seemed genuinely surprised. That's extremely rare, Ren. Even more than the bash. Do you have anything? Yes, but... Jessie consulted the registry again. 20,000 crystals, and that's with your luck being generous because they're only bronze, 1 rank. Normally there's nothing that isn't silver since the Star Weavers control that market. Ren calculated quickly. Between the price of the materials and what he would need for other components of the process, he was spending an amount that would have sounded substantial to him before. But he remembered Luna, her support since that first day. Despite her occasionally overwhelming insistence, she had proven to be an ally and a good person. I'll take it, he finally decided. All of it. Is that everything? Yes, please, Ren affirmed. With the carefully wrapped packages under his arm, Ren returned to the dormitories. His mind was already designing the additional nests. The next day. The Great Hall had been transformed for the occasion. Black banners hung from the walls, replacing the academy's usual vibrant colors. The students, organized by year, remained in perfect formations, all dressed in simple black robes over their uniforms. The silence was absolute, broken only by the occasional quickly suppressed sob. On the main stage, portraits of the fallen had been placed. 23 frames in total, 2 professors and 21 auxiliaries and support staff who were underground at the time of the first attack. A devastating figure compared to the single casualty of the previous attack. Director Ignatius slowly advanced toward the center of the stage, leaning on a richly carved staff. His physical absence was painfully evident. Where he once stood with majestic presence, he now moved with the careful deliberation of someone whose equilibrium has been fundamentally altered. The empty space where his left leg should have been seemed to draw eyes despite the flowing robes designed to disguise it. His phoenix was partially manifested, the golden reddish glow pulsing softly under his skin, accelerating a healing process that would take months even with the best treatments. We gather today, he began, his voice projecting clearly despite his evident fatigue, to honor those who gave their lives protecting this institution's fundamental principles, knowledge, honor, and, above all, the future that each of you represent. Ren observed from his position among the first-year students. His mushrooms barely pulsed, maintaining a silent respect for the moment. Beside him, Min kept his head bowed, while Taro stared straight ahead, his jaw tense with contained emotions. A little further away, Han remained absolutely motionless, his face a stone mask that contrasted with the open sadness of those around him. Since his return from the interrogation, he had maintained a subtle but perceptible distance, as if fearing to contaminate them with something invisible he carried. Occasionally, his eyes would dart to Ren, then quickly away, as if unable to maintain contact. The director continued with the ceremony, individually naming each of the fallen while a small flame was lit above their corresponding portrait. It was an ancient Yano tradition, the flame symbolized the spirit's passage to the great mana cycle, released from earthly bonds. The additional presences at the ceremony didn't go unnoticed by Ren. Guards from noble families, recognizable by their heraldic insignia, lined the walls. Castle personnel, with their characteristic dark blue uniforms, occupied strategic positions near the exits. And Julius, standing at one end of the stage. His face betrayed no emotion, but the tension in his shoulders spoke volumes about his awareness of the continuing threat. The academy had fortified itself, preparing for another attack that everyone feared might be repeated. When the ceremony concluded with a minute of absolute silence, the students were released to attend their regular classes, an attempt to reinstate normalcy amid the recent chaos. The crowd dispersed slowly, many lingering near the portraits to pay personal respects. Ren stood for a moment next to the portrait of a guard, the one who normally stood at the entrance of the cave at midday and affectionately called him Lucky Shroom. Looks like we'll have Xiao for crystallography, Min commented as they headed toward their first class. His voice was kept low, as if speaking normally would somehow dishonor the somber mood. Temporarily, Taro added. Until they find a permanent replacement. The news didn't surprise Ren. Xiao was one of the few professors with knowledge broad enough and now also free time, thanks to Julius, to cover multiple subjects, although his specialty was exterior gathering. Upon entering the crystallography classroom, normally half empty as it was an optional subject, they found the space completely full. Students who previously showed barely any interest now occupied every available seat, their faces solemn and notebooks open. It seemed Professor Song's sacrifice had accomplished what his passion for teaching could not, filling his classroom. Xiao entered punctually, his expression slightly uncomfortable at finding the overcrowded classroom. His owl markings and feathers seemed more pronounced today, perhaps reflecting his heightened alertness. "Good morning," he began, quickly adapting to the situation. "As you know, I will be covering this class until an appropriate successor is designated for Professor Song." He paused, letting the name float in the air for a respectful moment. "For those joining this subject belatedly, I must clarify that the requirements for passing haven't changed. A minimum quantity of crystals collected from the mine is needed, which most of you have already fulfilled during your regular incursions." Several students visibly relaxed at this confirmation. "However," Xiao continued, with a slight smile, "this doesn't exempt you from the theoretical exam, which constitutes 50% of your final grade." A murmur of discontent spread through the classroom, primarily from the newly incorporated students who had hoped for an easy pass. For Ren, however, the news presented no problem whatsoever. His enhanced processing capacity, a product of his fusion with the ring, allowed him to assimilate information at a rate that bordered on superhuman. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with quiet confidence as he reviewed his mental catalogue of crystallographic knowledge. He had already memorized practically the entire syllabus, extracting knowledge from textbooks and notes borrowed from Min and Taro. He wouldn't need to present a thesis specialized in his beast either since Wei had already approved him. Despite his mushroom having reached bronze rank, fulfilling another of the possible requirements, it was very difficult to demonstrate that this was the case and not incorrect maturation. The only obstacle to officially verify this rank was that his core remained abnormally small, even tinier than that of his Hydra, despite technically being his main beast. A specialized crystal could see his interior cores, but the mushrooms would still not reach the minimum size of a bronze one. The 20% increases his mushroom had managed to obtain also fell far below traditional standards. A bronze 1 rank beast should provide a minimum 60% increase in its main attribute and a maximum of 100%. "The true advantage of my beast is being able to obtain multiple beasts," Ren reflected as Xiao began the lesson. "I could explain to them in detail. But having them believe I've simply taken a potion is convenient for now." The idea of having to explain to Julius, the director, or any of the intimidating adults at the academy how his beast really worked seemed an unnecessary risk. The obtained potion provided the perfect shield, a reasonable explanation that required no further questioning. At the end of class, Ren caught Klein's gaze, laden with barely contained frustration. The Goldcrest heir must have already understood that it was too late to surpass him in this subject. In his eyes, Ren had practically lived underground the entire semester, giving him an unfair advantage in crystal collection. His only hope would be to obtain a perfect grade in May's class, tie with Ren in Wei's, and then defeat him decisively in the battle class, both in individual and team modalities. Since the combat subject carried more weight than the theoretical ones, he could still snatch the semester honor. A logical plan considering he would soon be bronze 1. The lion's increased power would give him a significant edge in combat scenarios. But it didn't contemplate that Ren already had more total increases than the 80% Klein would obtain. The Mushroom Boy's hidden advantages remained precisely that for him, hidden. In the following days, classes gradually resumed their normal rhythm. Han and Larissa fully reincorporated after their interrogations, and although Han initially seemed uncomfortable, especially around Ren, he slowly began to relax again in the group's presence. Whatever had been discussed in the director's office remained private, but the tension in Han's shoulders had visibly decreased with each passing day. Ren's group's incursions into the depths were temporarily suspended, diverting the boys' attention toward theoretical preparation. Ren took advantage of this time to work on his eggs and his cultivation. Upon returning to the dormitories after the day's classes, they found a surprise. The auxiliaries had finally delivered all the materials collected during the expedition. Carefully labeled packages occupied every available space, piles of shadow stalker skins, bark stalker parts, and other materials. The room now resembled a warehouse more than a living space, with barely visible paths between the beds. "Where are we supposed to sleep?" Min asked, contemplating the now crowded room with amazement. "We can process and sell them for a bigger cash out, but first we'll need to reorganize," Ren suggested, already evaluating how to use the vertical space. "All this is really just ours?" Taro asked, incredulous. "Most of it is mine," Ren admitted. "But don't worry, I'll find somewhere to store it." The next day, Xiao made the official announcement of the expedition grades in front of the entire class. As expected, Ren's group topped the list with astronomical values that made the efforts of the rest of the students seem ridiculous. And with these results, Xiao concluded, his owl markings brightening with what seemed like pride, it is established that Ren Patender obtains first place in the practical gathering unit. A murmur ran through the classroom. Although everyone had anticipated this result, hearing it officially transformed it into an inescapable reality. Jean and Klein exchanged somber looks. What they had feared was confirmed. Ren, the boy with the supposedly weakest beast, had secured the first official academic victory, consolidating his position as the most outstanding student of the semester so far. The Mushroom Boy's trajectory continued to defy all expectations. Klein clenched his fists under his table. His plan to obtain the semester honor was becoming increasingly complicated. The path to proving the Goldcrest superiority was narrowing with each achievement from the common-born student. Classes continued their normal course. Julius had remained at the academy for a few more days after the attack, dedicating himself to a meticulous underground investigation. According to circulating rumors, he had found no traces of the attackers, who had apparently retreated wounded, disappearing as mysteriously as they had arrived. The school returned to complete normalcy. But today, things in the boys' room had spiraled out of control. Min jumped in the dormitory with eyes bulging with excitement. "It's moving. Ren, it's moving," he exclaimed, gesturing toward his nest. "They don't move, relax." Ren approached Min's nest and examined the new fully formed egg. A faint bluish glow pulsed from within. "It's ready," he confirmed, a slight smile forming on his lips. "Call it." Min nodded nervously and extended his hand. When he made contact, a brief light connected the creature with Min, and the bond was established. He concentrated, briefly closing his eyes, and when he opened them, the egg emitted a more intense flash. His excitement was palpable, the culmination of weeks of anticipation. The four observed in silence as the creature inside struggled to free itself. Finally, with a decisive crack, the shell split and a gelatinous substance spilled over the nest. The scent of fresh water filled the air. In the midst of the fluid, barely visible, floated what appeared to be a transparent tadpole the size of a rabbit. Its internal organs, faintly visible through its translucent skin, pulsed with a constant rhythm. Two small black eyes rotated independently, examining its new environment. Min extended his hand tremblingly. The amphibian swam through the air as if it were in water, approaching his fingers with undulating movements. It circled his hand once, twice, then settled in his arm, its small body cool and slightly damp. "It's..." Min began, clearly searching for word. "A glorified tadpole," Lu suggested, unable to contain a mocking smile. "It's perfect," Min corrected, marveling at the creature. "My invisible amphibian." "Well, almost invisible." The translucent being rippled through the air with fluid grace. Its tiny body caught the light occasionally, revealing glimpses of intricate internal structures. "It's still in the initial phase," Ren explained. "As it evolves, its invisibility capability will improve. For now, it's rather translucent." Taro leaned in to observe more closely. "It's quite small." He squinted, following the creature's movements with fascinated skepticism. That will change too, Ren assured. His mushrooms pulsed confidently, as if sharing a secret only they knew about the creature's potential. For now, added Lu with a malicious smile, it seems you've established a bond with a small animated blob of mucus. Min shot him a withering look. Laugh all you want. When I can infiltrate where no one else can reach, I won't share any information with you. Sure, Taro joined the teasing, because we're all dying to know the school gossip like you and Han. Despite the jokes, the pride on Min's face was undeniable. His amphibian, small as it was the undeniable symbol that he had transformed into a double Tamer. The achievement radiated from him, practically visible in the way he held himself taller. Ren observed the scene with satisfaction. The first egg had hatched correctly, validating his techniques and calculations. The others would follow soon, and with each new beast, their collective forces would strengthen. While Min continued marveling at his new beast, and Taro and Lu competed to create the best mocking nicknames for the creature, Ren directed his attention toward the other nests. Here, said Ren, extending a thin but meticulously bound book toward Min, here's everything you need to know about your amphibian for now, development cycles, specific cultivation techniques, elemental compatibilities. Min took the book with reverence, running his fingers over the cover where Ren had drawn the silhouette of his amphibian in its more developed form. The illustration showed a sleeker, more defined creature with extended limbs and complex gill structures. You wrote it so quickly? He asked, leafing through the pages densely covered with precise diagrams and carefully annotated text. Yes, Ren responded while adjusting the conditions of Xiao's nest, which showed signs of being close to fully forming. The crystalline structure pulsed with slightly increased frequency, and the internal energies had begun to align in preparation. Those sections about advanced interactions with other beasts are still missing. Lu, who was observing from his desk, closed the elementary theory book he was studying. And will I get one when my egg is ready, boss? Ren nodded, his mushrooms pulsing softly. I've already started writing it, but with everything that's happened, I haven't had as much time as I'd like to progress. Don't rush, Lu shrugged, a casual smile on his face. Anyway, I have you here to ask directly. It's better than any book. Speak for yourself, Min interjected, without looking up from the manual. Some of us prefer to have clear instructions that don't disappear when Ren decides to get lost alone or kidnapped by the girls. Ren continued working in silence, but his mushrooms briefly pulsed with what his companions now recognized as his version of a laugh. The following days passed in an almost normal routine. Ren divided his time between classes, creating new eggs, and attending to existing ones. It was during a particularly quiet afternoon when Taro burst into the room. Ren, he announced, Professor Wei wants to see you. He says it's important. Ren looked up from the nest he was adjusting, a slight frown appearing on his face. His relationship with Wei had been tense since the classroom incident, though the one bet had established a certain forced respect. Did he tell you what for? Something about research, Taro replied, sitting on his bed. Seems he's been reviewing all the literature on iron beasts with short cultivation cycles, the ones we used for the first exam. I think he wants your help to correct it. Ren considered the information. He wasn't particularly interested in helping Wei, but the prospect of correcting erroneous information that affected so many fellow students was tempting. I told him I'd let you know, and if you decided to go, you'd see him in the library after the last class, Taro continued. Hope you don't mind. Ren shook his head. It's fine. When the day's last class ended, Ren headed to the library. The vast space, with its shelves reaching the ceiling and tables strategically scattered to maximize concentration, was unusually empty. Most students preferred to study in their rooms or in groups since the attack. At a secluded table, surrounded by piles of books and scrolls, he found Wei. The professor looked exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes and his normally impeccable tunic slightly wrinkled. He was so absorbed in an old tome that he didn't notice Ren's presence until he was standing directly across the table. Ah, Patenter, Wei started slightly. Thank you for coming. Please, take a seat. Ren sat across from the professor, observing with interest the texts scattered about. He recognized several treatises on iron rank cultivation, along with some standard academy manuals and what appeared to be original field notes. An uncomfortable silence settled between them. Wei seemed to be struggling to find the right words, nervously reorganizing some papers in front of him. I've been researching, he finally began, avoiding direct eye contact. About initial beasts. Ren nodded, patiently waiting for Wei to get to the point. The thing is. Wei cleared his throat, clearly uncomfortable. Your intervention in class raised, significant, doubts about the accuracy of our teaching materials. Another silence. Wei drummed his fingers on the table. I've been comparing our texts with recent field observations and... Wei finally looked up, facing Ren directly. The professor breathed deeply, as if gathering courage for what was to follow. I was wrong, he finally admitted. Ren maintained his neutral expression, though his mushrooms pulsed slightly faster, registering his mild surprise at this admission. The literature varies somewhat in its number of cultivation days, and that would be explained with an explanation of mana quantities from you for some reason. I need help to verify it, Wei continued, gaining confidence as he spoke. I've secured authorization to include an optional section in the final exam that follows your alternative cultivation methods. This truly captured Ren's complete attention. His mushrooms brightened noticeably, their pulses quickening with interest. It won't be mandatory, Wei quickly clarified. There's little time for students to adapt to such a fundamental change. But it's a beginning. Wei shifted uncomfortably in his seat, as if what would come next was particularly difficult. His fingers nervously adjusted a stack of papers, aligning their edges with precision. What I need is, your help, the words seemed physically painful for him. To identify the most crucial errors, especially those affecting your classmates' beasts. The main credit would be entirely yours. And also. Wei paused, unnecessarily readjusting his position. I also wanted to apologize, he finally said, so quickly that the words almost stumbled over each other. For my previous behavior. It was unprofessional. Ren studied the professor for a moment. His mother had always taught him about the value of forgiveness, warning him against becoming a small person who clung to grudges. Don't let pride make you petty, she would tell him. Forgive when you can, but don't forget to learn from what happened. Added to that, Ren had mourned the loss of people he had met only recently, which gave him a fresh perspective. It wasn't worth holding grudges in times like these. Helping everyone could improve the city's situation in the long run. The city where he wanted to give his parents a better life. I accept your apology, Professor, Ren responded after brief consideration. And I'll help with your research, especially if it benefits my classmates. Well, most of them. Maybe Klein and Jean Group's beasts would have to wait longer to get their fixed methods. Maybe he was a bit petty. The relief on Wei's face was evident. His shoulders relaxed visibly, and color returned to his previously pale complexion. Excellent. Thank you, Patenter. I've prepared an initial list of 5 beasts to review, weak plants, frogs, and 3 types of insects that are traditionally cheaper and have shorter cultivation periods than others, between 150 and 130 days also. As Wei explained his plan, Ren understood the true scope of the project. It wasn't just about correcting academic literature for wealthy students. Wei planned to seek volunteers outside the academy, young people from the peripheral areas of the city who normally wouldn't have access to proper cultivation instruction, to test the revised methods. Thanks to Professor Xiao's intervention, Wei continued, shuffling through his notes with renewed energy, Lin has authorized you to temporarily skip the nightly exercises to dedicate that time to this research. Perfect, Ren nodded. We'll start with the duration, mana quantity, and absorption method. It's 100 days and not one more. The crystal must have stable brightness, and absorption must be done by circulating in a specific pattern then. Professor May's class, traditionally a quiet bastion where students learned information useful for daily life, had undergone a notable transformation in recent days. The classroom, previously characterized by a relaxed atmosphere where no student actively participated, now vibrated with an almost palpable energy. The very air seemed charged with competitive spirit, crackling with tension whenever a question was posed. Hands rose constantly at each question, voices overlapped offering answers and additional examples, and debates about theoretical applications frequently extended beyond the assigned time. Mana poisoning manifestation occurs because the body processes too much mana from the environment, exceeding the contracted creature's absorption and expulsion capacity, May explained, her normally monotone voice now carrying a hint of enthusiasm. Could anyone provide the symptoms of this phenomenon? At least 5 hands shot up immediately. Klein, Jean, Luna, and several others from the noble group who rarely participated now competed for the professor's attention. Klein answered correctly when selected. Excellent answer, Goldcrest, May nodded, genuinely pleased with the level of detail. Can anyone give me an example of passive mana processing from their beasts? My shadow wolf, Luna interjected instance before being formally recognized, causes a decrease in perceived luminosity of up to 20%, even when not actively manipulating shadows. The effects are more pronounced in enclosed spaces. My tiger, Jean quickly added, not wanting to be left behind, increases air purity by approximately 10%, which can be detected using appropriate perception instruments. May observed this display with barely disguised satisfaction. After years of teaching students who considered her subject merely complimentary, this sudden enthusiasm was refreshing. Her eyes sparkled with renewed purpose as she navigated the forest of raised hands. What most didn't notice was that Ren, the culprit behind this situation, barely participated in this competition. Seated in his usual place, he meticulously took notes and responded when directly asked, but rarely raised his hand voluntarily. His mushrooms pulsed with their characteristic rhythm while absorbing the information, but his mind was clearly divided between the class and other matters. For Ren, the research with Wei occupied a significant portion of his concentration. Correcting errors in cultivation literature seemed more valuable to him than conquering participatory points in a competition he didn't even know was happening. Because that was the crucial detail, Ren was almost completely unaware of what was at stake. The semester student honor, an objective that had awakened such competitive fervor in his classmates, was for him an abstract concept with no apparent practical value. He had never asked about its real meaning, and nobody had bothered to explain it to him. The Academy's system worked this way by design. Certain knowledge wasn't openly offered, it had to be sought, researched, conquered. Honor was one of those open secrets that separated the merely intelligent from the truly ambitious. For most students, advancing at the Academy simply meant passing all units satisfactorily. An Iron rank student who completed their first year without failing anything would automatically become a Bronze 1 rank student, with all corresponding benefits, a daily stipend 10 times greater, 10 crystals instead of 1, better food, and access to new specialized classes. Failure in theoretical subjects of low value like May's meant remaining at the same rank, though advancing to the next year. Failure in high-value subjects like combat or gathering implied repeating the entire year and receiving a strike. 3 of these meant the complete loss of academic support. But there existed a system within the system, invisible to those who didn't know to look for it. The top 10 students of each year had the option to pursue a more ambitious path, one that could eventually lead them to the coveted gold and platinum ranks. Gold was the minimum rank Ren needed to achieve to realize the objective for which Selphra had planted a seed in his head. This system of silent selection wasn't determinative in the first year, but it established crucial foundations. Every student who had reached gold rank had been among the top 10 of their generation. And all platinum students, without exception, had obtained the honor of best student during their first year. Ren, without knowing it, was about to secure that honor simply by doing what he considered right and necessary. His path, guided by instinct and intellect rather than ambition, was aligning perfectly with the Academy's highest trajectory. The throne room of Yino had never been a place for warmth. The walls of polished obsidian reflected the purple light of the abyssal crystals, creating an atmosphere as oppressive as it was majestic. The air seemed denser here, charged with the barely contained power of the beasts pulsing beneath the skin of those who occupied positions of power. The king reviewed the scroll with an impenetrable expression, his eyes absorbing every detail of the report while Lord Ravenspire remained silent, awaiting his reaction. Only the occasional purple flash that traveled through the monarch's veins betrayed the agitation the message caused him. These luminescent veins briefly illuminated his face from within, casting his features in an otherworldly glow. "Is this everything?" he finally asked, his voice deliberately controlled. "All they could report after reaching our borders and before receiving attention from the healers, my lord," Ravenspire responded, his posture rigid with tension. "The complete details will be provided when they arrive at the capital." The king placed the scroll on the carved armrest of his throne. His fingers, partially transformed into claws, drummed on the surface with a rhythm that would have made anyone nervous who wasn't accustomed to the manifestations of his impatience amplified by his abyssal beast. "The seed was opened," he pronounced, not as a question but as confirmation of a regrettable fact. "But the ring wasn't there. Our agents were quite clear on this, my lord. After eliminating several Yano assets during the assault, they confirmed that the ring was not in the Academy leader's possession, nor did it arrive with any of the reinforcements to the battle." A heavy silence filled the hall as the king processed this information. The loss of the only power ring they could steal, especially the last one Yano needed, represented another significant setback in plans that had been developing for decades. "And our first triples remain in one piece?" he inquired, slightly changing the subject. Lord Ravenspire adjusted his posture, obviously uncomfortable. His hands clasped behind his back to hide their slight tremor. "They were effective in combat, my lord. But they demonstrated a certain lack of discipline." "Elaborate." "The combined power of 3 beasts seems to have affected their judgment capacity. They remained fighting long after determining the target wasn't present, apparently for mere personal satisfaction. This considerably complicated their retreat when additional Yano reinforcements arrived." The king didn't seem surprised, only slightly disappointed. "Intoxicated by their own power. A foreseeable side effect, although I had hoped our conditioning would have been more effective." He rose abruptly, his beasts partially manifesting as he descended the throne steps. Cashin reported correctly about the Academy's temporary vulnerability, he continued as he walked through the hall, each step resonating with an unnatural echo. "They sent too much security to protect the nobles during their excursion, neglecting their seed's main base. The opportunity was there. And our agents took advantage of it as best they could, my lord." Ravenspire attempted to appease him, though his voice carried a hint of uncertainty. "Did they?" The king stopped, turning to face his counselor. His eyes glowed with an inner light that made Ravenspire take an involuntary step backward. "First that Harold fails to obtain the ring during the seed's opening. Then we send our first triples, our most valuable assets, and they return empty-handed too." His frustration was palpable, making the abyssal crystals pulse with greater intensity, bathing the hall in purple shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. "What concerns me," he continued, his voice dropping to an almost meditative tone, "is what this means. If the ring wasn't in the seed, and isn't in the possession of Yano authorities, where is it?" A messenger entered hurriedly, stopping at the entrance with a deep bow. "My lord, Lord Bloodwind sends word, Hagen is fully prepared for the operation." The king considered this information for a moment, strategies and possibilities reconfiguring in his mind like pieces on an invisible board. "No," he finally decided. "Inform Bloodwind there is a change of plans. Hagen will not be deployed yet." "My lord." Ravenspire couldn't hide his surprise. "This situation smells like a trap," the king explained, resuming his pacing. "If Yano doesn't have the ring, or is very skillfully hiding its possession, attacking now could be catastrophic. We need more information, to know who has it." He stopped before a map carved in black stone, where the cities of Yano and Yano glowed with contrasting light, separated by the abyss rift. His finger traced the border between the kingdoms, lingering on the jagged line that marked their division. Redirect our efforts to intelligence gathering. And accelerate the triple program. Every soldier with a gold, 1-level beast or higher must be prepared for conversion. All our nobles. Ravenspire couldn't help asking. The process isn't 100% safe yet, my lord. We could lose valuable warriors. It's an acceptable price for what we will gain, the king responded coldly. Even if Yano has all 3 rings in the hands of the Wandering King, they won't be able to resist all our triples once they are well trained. Ravenspire bowed his head in acceptance, but dared to raise an additional concern. And if they manage to open the upper door before we are prepared? The king slowly returned to his throne, his beast's manifestations gradually retracting beneath his skin. A humorless smile briefly crossed his face. Then the war we have been preparing for decades will come to us on its own. And we'd better make sure we're in the best possible position when it does. But in our territory at least. The entity protects us. He sat down, his posture regaining the royal formality he had momentarily abandoned. The Sky Stone gave us a unique opportunity. But this series of failures has forced us to adopt a defensive stance. However, patience, Lord Ravenspire, has always been Yano's most valuable virtue. In the purple darkness, no one could see the shadow of concern that briefly crossed the monarch's face. What none of them knew, what not even their most efficient spies or traitors had discovered, was that Yano wasn't hiding the ring as a trump card. They too didn't know its exact location with certainty. And so, the precarious balance between the two cities remained unaltered. The opening of the first door, the objective that both kingdoms had pursued for generations, would have to wait. Meanwhile, in the space between them, in the depths where beasts reigned supreme, the forces that would determine the fate of both kingdoms continued evolving, oblivious to the human ambitions trying to control them. With the end of the semester approaching, Ren felt a particular satisfaction seeing how the projects in which he had invested so much time were beginning to bear fruit. The nest he had prepared for Xiao finally showed the egg ready for contracting. The crystalline shell pulsed with a steady rhythm, the energy within reaching optimal levels for emergence. It was late when Xiao arrived at the room. The professor seemed slightly agitated, as if he had been resolving some urgent matter before coming to their appointment. "I hope I haven't kept you waiting," he commented while closing the door behind him. Ren shook his head. "It just reached the critical point a few minutes ago." "Your timing is perfect, Professor." The egg, amber-toned with greenish veins, emitted an intermittent glow. Unlike Min's amphibian, whose hatching had been more delicate, this egg showed signs of more intense energy. Small arcs of electricity occasionally danced across its surface, and the air around it felt charged with potential. "What should I do?" asked Xiao, approaching the nest with barely contained anticipation. His fingers twitched slightly, betraying his eagerness despite his professional demeanor. "It's as simple as when you contracted your mist owl egg as a child," instructed Ren. "Let some of your mana naturally enter the egg. The raptor needs to recognize you as its tamer before emerging." Xiao followed the instructions. The moment he touched the crystalline surface of the egg, it responded with a more intense pulse of energy. The process was surprisingly rapid. A series of crackles traveled across the egg's surface, followed by the appearance of fractures that extended like lightning. Unlike the gelatinous hatching of Min's amphibian, the raptor's egg opened with an explosive movement, crystalline fragments flying in all directions before disintegrating into particles of light. Where the small egg had been, particles of light grew and disappeared. Now stood a reptile approximately the size of a large dog. Its skin constantly changed color, adapting to its surroundings, but its basic form was unmistakable: an agile, muscular body, powerful hind legs, a long tail for balance, and a triangular head dominated by yellow eyes with vertical pupils that intensely studied Xiao. "Impressive," Lu murmured as the camouflage raptor tilted its head, recognizing Xiao as its tamer. "Definitely not a small creature like our Min's." Taro nodded with a knowing air. "Reptiles generally emerge in more advanced stages of development like my Hydra," Ren explained while observing the bond forming between beast and tamer. Their growth cycles are different from amphibians or insects. The raptor made an agile leap, landing in front of Xiao. Its size was considerable. The professor observed with fascination how the creature's skin adopted the exact tone of his tunic's fabric. The enhancements will be notable, Ren commented. 40% in attack, with an additional 30% in defense and speed. All other attributes receive a 20% increase. It's not at the same initial level as Luna's wolf, Larissa's fairy, or Leora's will-o-wisp, Ren reflected, but it's certainly very close. Like my Hydra. The professor will have enhancements equivalent to a gold one of Tier 2, Taro understood, his eyes widening slightly at the implications. Ren nodded. Your Mist Owl already provides 40% increases in attack and speed, which at Silver 3 level means an impressive 240% in those attributes and 120% in the others. And with the raptor. Xiao mentally performed the calculations, his expression shifting as the numbers revealed themselves. Your attack will reach 280%, and your speed 270%, with considerable increases in defense and all other attributes as well, Ren completed. Then, he extended 2 thin books carefully bound by Isaac's hands. These are for you. Xiao took the books, examining the meticulously calligraphed titles, Cultivation of the Camouflage Raptor, and Maturation of the Mist Owl, Path to True Form. The second is for when you're ready for the investment, Ren explained. It contains all the tips and optimized methods to bring your owl to the first step of its maximum potential in 1,000 days. About that. Xiao smiled slightly. Julius has agreed to cover the costs. Really? Ren couldn't hide his surprise. The maturation of a Silver 3 beast toward its true form required resources that even some nobles would consider prohibitive. The process demanded rare materials from the deepest rings, specialized energy crystals, and constant expert supervision. Xiao nodded, while the raptor rubbed against his leg, apparently comfortable with its new tamer. I was wondering if you've ever considered joining the military forces when you grow up, he commented, shifting the topic slightly. As a soldier, they could pay for all your cultivations too. Ren remained thoughtful for a moment. The proposal was tempting from a purely practical standpoint. He mentally calculated what it would cost to bring his mushrooms to complete maturation, special materials, energy 10 times more expensive, rare components from superior beasts. The resulting sum was truly astronomical. I appreciate the suggestion, Professor, Ren finally responded, but I don't think military life is for me. May I ask why? Ren considered his answer for only a moment. I don't like killing people, he said simply. Xiao nodded, not seeming surprised by the response, though he mentally registered the structure of the comment, as if it were relevant data for some invisible assessment. In any case, Xiao continued, while the raptor cautiously began to explore its new environment, Julius will not only cover my cultivation. It seems he intends to fund certain research that, according to my calculations, might give you a surprise when the first results start to show. What kind of research? Asked Ren, genuinely curious. Yours with Wei. I can't reveal all the details now, Xiao responded with a slight smile. But based on what I've learned about your 100-day methods, I'd say you could see monetary results in approximately 4 months. Ren didn't fully understand what Xiao was referring to, but the mention of his accelerated cultivation method suggested that someone was taking his theories seriously enough to plan significant resource investment in them. The possibility that his work might extend beyond the academy walls was both exciting and somewhat intimidating. I'm glad you've decided to begin the maturation process for your owl, Ren commented, deciding not to press for more details for the moment. When it reaches its true form, it will be at the level of a gold 2 in its main enhancement, 320%. No negligible power, Xiao nodded. Though it will take almost 3 years, it will be a long time. All valuable things do, Ren responded with the practical wisdom that often surprised those who expected the typical naivety of his age. While Xiao began to familiarize himself with his new beast, Ren mentally reviewed his upcoming projects. Lin's egg was close to completion, then would come Lu's, and shortly before the end of the semester, those for the noble cousins. The annotation work with Wei was progressing exceptionally well, recording the first phase of the project at a good pace. The professor seemed renewed, as if he truly cared more about knowledge than ego since Ren had defeated him. The pride that had once clouded his judgment had given way to genuine scientific curiosity. But not all projects were advancing. One of them encountered a pause for the first time. One that seemed like a distant dream. Rest, Lin declared firmly, crossing her arms while observing Ren with an inflexible expression. The silence that followed this simple word was so profound that one could have heard a pin drop. In the room, 4 faces looked at her with varying degrees of disbelief. Pardon? Taro was the first to recover his voice. Did you just say, rest? Exactly, Lin nodded. Ren will take a break from morning training sessions too, not just the nightly ones, for the remainder of the semester. Min let out a laugh that he quickly suppressed when he saw that Lin's expression didn't change. Wait, are you serious? Ren. Rest? I think you've confused your student, Lu interjected from his desk, without looking up from the book he was reading. Ren no longer knows that word. It's not in his vocabulary anymore. Lin ignored the comments, keeping her attention on Ren, whose mushrooms pulsed with what appeared to be confusion. The soft light fluctuated in an irregular pattern, betraying his internal surprise. The medicine has reached its limit of effectiveness, she explained. Forcing more growth at this point could cause damage. But I feel fine, Ren protested, touching his arms as if to demonstrate his point. Better than ever, in fact. Yes, I've noticed, Lin responded, and something in her tone suggested she had noticed much more than she was saying. Your body seems to regenerate in unusual ways since the underground incident with the seed. A tense silence followed this observation. Lin's suspicions were evident, though she didn't fully verbalize them. Listen, she continued, her voice softening slightly. I'm not interested in theories about how you acquired that accelerated regeneration. I don't believe you stole the relic out of selfishness, and frankly, it's not my job to investigate that matter. Ren maintained his neutral expression, but his mushrooms briefly pulsed with what could be interpreted as relief. The light dimmed momentarily before returning to its normal intensity. But, Lin raised a finger to emphasize, as your instructor, it's my responsibility to ensure your development is healthy and sustainable. Since I don't know what that regeneration increase is about or how it works, I'm not going to take it into account. And rest is also part of growth. We will allow the medicine and your body to stabilize as if normal. Min pretended to faint onto his bed. It's the end of the world. Lin is recommending rest. Next news, the Goldcrests open a flower shop with Jean at the counter. Taro threw a pillow toward Min, though he couldn't contain his own smile. Shut up or she'll make us train twice as much while Ren enjoys his vacation. Lin ignored the antics again, keeping her gaze fixed on Ren. We'll begin next semester with a completely new level of training and more advanced medicine. For now, you need to allow your body to assimilate everything it has learned. She approached Ren to place a hand on his shoulder. The gesture was unexpectedly gentle, almost parental. And don't you want to be rested and at your best for the final battle exam? Lin smiled slightly. It's no longer a matter of defending your honor. This time, I want you to obtain the crushing victory you deserve. Let the weak boy I adopted show what hard work can achieve. Ren seemed to consider Lin's words, his mushrooms pulsing in a thoughtful pattern. Finally, he nodded reluctantly. It's not just effort, I've been very lucky. But I suppose I could use that time for other projects. Of course that's what you understood by rest, Lu murmured, shaking his head. Speaking of projects, Ren continued, ignoring the comment, in 2 days your egg will be ready, Master Lin. Lin's eyes briefly lit up with something resembling enthusiasm, though she quickly returned to her usual composure. Thank you. I'll be looking forward to it. As Lin headed toward the door, Min rose from his feigned faint. So there will be no night exercises for the rest of the semester. Oh, the exercises will continue for you, Min, Lin responded over her shoulder, a dangerous smile forming on her lips. In fact, I just thought of some special exercises to compensate for Ren's absence. Min's horrified groan followed Lin as she closed the door, leaving the boys alone with this new and improbable reality. Ren Patender, officially obligated to rest. Well, Taro said after a moment, that was unexpected. Completely, Lu nodded. Though I suspect Lin is right. Ren remained silent, his mushrooms pulsing slowly as he considered this new directive. Rest wasn't something he was particularly familiar with, but if Lin insisted it was necessary for his development. A small smile appeared on Ren's lips. Lin said that I'll rest, but you lot won't have any yet. It's time for the daily routine I supervise for you. So get up, you scrawny insects. May's class continued to be very active. But it wasn't the only one that had experienced this increase in competitiveness. A similar phenomenon occurred in Wei's and Xiao's classes, where preparation for final exams was almost palpable in the air. More incisive questions, more heated debates, and unprecedented attention to detail now characterized these sessions. Klein, Luna, and Jean had become particularly vocal, each attempting to outdo the other while simultaneously trying to surpass Ren's performance. Their newfound academic enthusiasm had transformed even the driest topics into occasions for fierce intellectual competition. However, for Yang and Lin, the dynamics were different. The battle subject didn't lend itself to this type of verbal competition, its final exam followed a completely different methodology. While their colleagues enjoyed the renewed academic fervor in their classrooms, Lin and Yang prepared something more physical, more immediate, more revealing, a tournament. An event that would not only test the students' combat skills but would reveal aspects of their character that no written exam could capture. It would be the perfect culmination of a semester filled with unexpected developments and shifting perceptions. During the following weeks, Ren worked alongside Wei meticulously reviewing every aspect of cultivation for the 5 selected beasts. With the forced rest period, Ren divided his time between preparation for final theoretical exams and the meticulous care of the remaining eggs. The egg destined for Lin was the first to show signs of being ready after just 2 days. Ren immediately sent a message to the instructor through Lu, who was also anxious about his own egg. Lin took no more than 10 minutes to arrive at the room. Is it truly ready? Lin asked as she entered, her usual composure slightly altered by a gleam of anticipation in her eyes. Ren nodded, his mushrooms pulsing softly as he stepped back to give the instructor space. The egg sat in its specialized nest, emitting a steady reddish glow that bathed the room in warm light. Lin followed the simple instructions. Her hands, calloused from years of martial arts training, rested delicately on the crystalline surface of the egg. The connection formed immediately, a resonance of energy flowing between tamer and beast. The process was dramatic and elegant, reflecting the nature of the beast it contained. The egg didn't explode or melt. Instead, it divided perfectly into 4 parts that separated like opening petals. In the center, wrapped in a reddish glow, appeared a creature that combined feline and reptilian elements. The lizard fire panther was approximately the size of a large dog, with brilliant scales covering a muscular and agile body. Its eyes immediately fixed on Lin, recognizing its tamer with instinctive certainty. What an extraordinary and nostalgic sensation, Lin murmured, her expression softening slightly. I suppose you haven't felt it more than twice, when you acquired your beast and when you rose to bronze 1. The 40% increases are also considerable, Ren understood, observing her reaction with satisfaction. 40% in speed and strength, perfectly complementing your crane's enhancement. Lin nodded, already mentally calculating how these new attributes would affect her capabilities. Her crane, already at bronze 1 rank, provided an 80% increase in those same attributes. With this addition, she would reach a not insignificant 120%. This will change my combat approach, she reflected, her fingers lightly running along the panther's scaled back. I believe I'll be able to break through the defenses of some silver rank beasts without resorting to internal displacement techniques that damage their organs. Surely, Ren confirmed. Your technique and base strength far above average, especially in your legs, combined with this enhancement, will allow external damage to be sufficient to overcome many defenses you couldn't break before. Especially of non-defensive beasts. Lin allowed a satisfied smile to briefly appear on her lips. Of course, I would still need to find the weak point of a Gold 1 rank even with the worst defense, like the chin, if I wanted to cause damage with a brain concussion. And I still won't be able to damage a defense that exceeds my attack capacity but not just any armor or resistant skin will withstand your kicks anymore, Ren completed with a smile. Lin gently stroked her new beast, feeling the comforting warmth it emanated. The panther leaned into her touch, its body heat intensifying pleasantly where her fingers made contact. Thank you, Ren. This is an invaluable gift. It's not a gift, Ren responded with seriousness, handing over the already expected book. It's an investment in our collective security. The instructor looked at him intensely for a moment, as if reassessing the extraordinary young man before her. Finally, she nodded, accepting both the beast and the responsibility it represented. A week later, it was Lu's egg's turn. Ren nodded, seeing the mixture of excitement and nervousness in his roommate. When you're ready, place your hands on the egg. Lu breathed deeply before following the instructions. His fingers trembled slightly as they made contact with the crystalline surface. The response was immediate. The egg began to emit a low-frequency sound, almost inaudible but that could be felt as a vibration in the bones. Is this normal? Lu asked, suddenly unsure. His eyes widened as the vibrations intensified. For this particular beast, yes, Ren responded calmly. Each species has its own method. This reflects the nature of the hyena banshee. As if confirming his words, the egg began to fracture, not explosively or elegantly, but as if the shell were disintegrating. Very small fragments fell away while a toothed muzzle emerged, followed by a body that combined canine elements with spectral characteristics. The banshee hyena was slightly smaller than Lu's bat, with grayish fur that seemed to fade at the edges like smoke. Its eyes, completely black with no visible pupil, shone with penetrating intelligence. When it opened its mouth in what appeared to be a yawn, it revealed rows of sharp teeth and a throat that emitted a faint bluish glow. It's smaller than the teacher's creatures, Lu murmured as the creature leaped toward him, landing with surprising lightness in his arms. Its weight seemed inconsistent with its size, as if it were partially incorporeal. Its initial development is slower, but it will surprise you later. Still, it's not among the slowest, it's rather a generalist so it will provide you with 30% increases in multiple attributes, Ren explained while observing Lu familiarize himself with his new beast. Speed, strength, attack, defense, and something more. Something more? Lu asked, noticing Ren's hesitation. It's what I would call non-elemental magic, Ren elaborated. Specifically, it will amplify the sonic capabilities of your beasts. It's an effect that can't be directly measured with crystals like physical enhancements, but you'll feel it when you use both beasts. Lu nodded, already perceiving the synergy between his two beasts. His bat, which normally only provided him with a 30% increase in speed and attack, would now have its capabilities significantly complemented and amplified. It's an incredible change, he commented. I've practically more than doubled my enhancements in some attributes. And multiplied your tactical options, Ren added. The combination of the bat's improved echolocation with the banshee hyena's sonic capabilities will create effects that you can't yet fully imagine. The hyena emitted a soft moan, as if testing its voice, and Lu felt a strange resonance inside his head. The sound seemed to bypass his ears entirely, vibrating directly within his skull. It's different than what I expected, Lu admitted. But in a good way. Ren smiled, his mushrooms pulsing with satisfaction. The complete manual is here, he said, handing Lu a carefully bound book. It includes specific techniques to maximize the synergy between both beasts, as well as exercises to develop the spectral hearing you will eventually acquire. Lu took the book with reverence, aware of the value of the knowledge it contained. Its cover was embossed with an intricate pattern that resembled sound waves. "Thank you, Ren. I don't know how I'm going to repay you for all this." "You don't need to repay it now," Ren responded, simply smiling. "Just use it well when the time comes." Lu nodded, perceiving the implicit weight in those words. Something in Ren's tone suggested he was preparing them all for challenges yet to come. Wei had announced to the class that part of the final exam would optionally include Ren's alternative methods for those students who wanted to participate. The reaction was mixed. Han, who still maintained a certain emotional distance from the group, signed up immediately. Several from Ren's group did the same, their trust in his methods overcoming traditional apprehensions. Other students, however, showed more reluctance. The idea of starting a premature cultivation still seemed dangerous to many, especially with traditional warnings about irreversible damage deeply rooted in their education. Klein and Jin's group, as expected, categorically rejected the offer. Klein, in particular, had publicly declared that he would not abandon centuries of knowledge proven by his family's long history for the simple theories of a novice with mushrooms on his head. Ren didn't care. He knew that change would take time, that entrenched ideas wouldn't transform overnight. But each student who decided to try his method represented a small victory, a step toward a future where correct knowledge would prevail over erroneous tradition. The tradition he had learned to hate upon arriving at school months earlier. However, he also knew that these superficial changes were just the beginning. The real change would come from bringing a beast above its perceived maximum rank. For now, he would concentrate on what he could control, correcting information about the beasts of the poorest, preparing his companions, and continuing to create his special eggs. The future would arrive in due time, or so his father said. The classroom was unusually quiet when Wei entered, carrying a folder with what everyone assumed were the partial results of the unit. The students straightened in their seats. The professor seemed different lately, less rigid, as if an enormous weight had been partially lifted from his shoulders. He cleared his throat and observed the students, momentarily pausing on Ren, who occupied his now habitual place, his mushrooms pulsing calmly while he reviewed another text. Before continuing with today's lesson, Wei began, "I have an important announcement concerning this unit's evaluation." The students felt a tense anticipation floating in the air. After thoroughly reviewing the works presented to date, and considering the exceptional contributions to the correction of course material, he continued, "I have made the decision to assign the first place of the unit to Ren Patender in advance." A murmur traveled through the classroom. It wasn't a complete surprise, considering the joint work Ren had been doing with Wei in recent weeks, but the formality of the announcement made it official. The whispers rose in volume, a mixture of awe, resentment, and grudging acceptance. "This means," Wei continued, raising his voice slightly to overcome the murmurs, "that Patender is not only exempt from this unit's final exam, a grade of 100 alone will not be a tie with him." The reactions were varied. Some students, particularly those who had adopted Ren's corrections for their own cultivation methods, nodded in approval. Others seemed indifferent, focused on their own grade prospects. Several exchanged glances, recalculating their chances in the semester's remaining challenges. But in two specific places in the classroom, the reactions were notably more intense. Klein Goldcrest maintained a carefully controlled expression, but the tension in his jaw and the slight golden glow that occasionally appeared in his eyes betrayed his inner fury. Another insult, he thought, his fingers imperceptibly tensing on the edge of his desk. First gathering, then crystals, now this. How can it be that this rotten intruder keeps triumphing over me? His mind frantically reviewed the calculations he had been making for weeks. With this first place secured for Ren, his own path to the semester honor was dangerously narrowing. He would need a perfect grade in May's unit, plus decisive victories in combat. It doesn't matter, he assured himself. Combat exams are where a tamer is truly measured. And there he won't stand a chance against my bronze one lion. The rage inside him gradually transformed into a cold, calculating determination. He would prove to everyone, the professors, the other students, his family, especially Cashin, that he was a Goldcrest and as such could not be surpassed by someone so insignificant. It was a matter of natural order. Of hierarchy. Enjoy your moment, Patender, he thought, as a tense smile formed on his lips. Because it will be brief. In another sector of the classroom, Luna observed Ren with a much more difficult expression to interpret. Her shadow wolf created subtly changing patterns in the shadow beneath her desk, rippling like dark water. First place. Again. Her admiration for Ren struggled against her own competitive spirit, creating a conflict she physically felt as pressure in her chest. Unlike Klein, Luna didn't resent Ren's success. She found it fascinating, inspiring even. The way the boy defied all expectations, how he ignored the initial taunts and obstacles to follow his own path, it was exactly what she herself aspired to do, though for different reasons. But I need to be first, she reflected as she gently pressed the letter in her pocket, her determination reaffirming. I can beat him in May's, Lin's and Yang's exams, she calculated, mentally organizing her strategy. The battles, there I have my chance. Her shadow wolf stirred, responding to the intensification of her determination. Luna had been diligently practicing, refining techniques that most of her classmates wouldn't even suspect she possessed. As Wei continued with his class, Klein and Luna's gazes occasionally converged on Ren, both loaded with intentions, though of fundamentally different natures. Klein saw a usurper, someone who threatened the natural order of things, who stole recognition that by birthright and status belonged to him. Luna saw an equal, perhaps even someone she admired, but also an obstacle she must overcome to achieve her own goals. Her view of Ren carried respect, but also resolution. Ren, apparently oblivious to these intense reactions, calmly continued his corrections. His mushrooms pulsed in their steady rhythm, illuminating the pages before him. And while Klein planned his defeat and Luna his overtaking, Ren remained focused on what truly mattered to him, correcting what was wrong. Wei's classroom was about to go empty after the lesson as the students were getting ready to leave. Larissa, always surrounded by her retinue of guards, was reviewing some notes when Ren approached her table. His steps were measured, deliberately casual. Larissa, he said with an unusual formality for him, his mushrooms pulsing with a pattern that suggested certain nervousness, I've been thinking a lot about what you told me the other day. Larissa looked up, an expression of curiosity crossing her face. Oh, really? And? You're right, Ren interrupted, his voice audible enough for several nearby students to clearly hear. I'm going to take responsibility for what I did. Luna, who was collecting her materials a few meters away, almost dropped her book. Klein, who was conversing with Aster near the window, turned sharply, his expression oscillating between disbelief and malicious delight. Responsibility, repeated Mira from her seat, her eyes widening as she exchanged glances with Sora. The two girls leaned forward, eager not to miss a word. I always knew there was something between them, Mayo whispered loudly enough for others to hear, a smile forming on her lips. I warned my lady. Larissa, oblivious to the reactions the conversation was provoking, or perhaps perfectly aware and enjoying it, smiled enigmatically, not even fully understanding Ren's intentions but playing along. I'm glad you've made the right decision, Ren. When do you plan to act? Right now, if you're available, Ren responded naturally. Several muffled gasps resonated through the classroom. Aster choked on the water he was drinking, causing a boisterous cough that Fong tried to silence by patting him on the back. Other students whispered frantically to each other, theories growing wilder by the second. I am completely at your disposal, declared Larissa, standing with princely grace. A shimmer of light danced around her hair and shoulders before fading again. Close your eyes for a moment, Ren warned just before releasing a flash from his head. The mushrooms blazed with sudden brightness, temporarily dazzling anyone looking directly at them. It was at that moment that the plan was set in motion. With coordination that suggested previous practice, Min seemingly appeared out of nowhere next to Larissa. His amphibian, the small herbivorous tadpole as Lu called it, had extended its partial invisibility field. Simultaneously, Lu from the door activated his Banshee Hyena, creating a discrete bubble of sonic distortion around the small group. Sounds within this bubble would not escape, creating a pocket of privacy amid the bustling classroom. "What are we?" Larissa began to ask, but Ren interrupted her with a gesture. "Trust me," he whispered, as Min controlled the invisibility to include them all. For the other students, it was as if the three had vanished into thin air. The initial confusion quickly gave way to an uproar of increasingly far-fetched theories. "He took her," exclaimed Roran, jumping from his seat. "Ren just kidnapped Larissa." "Impossible," protested Trent. "No one can be that precocious." The guards in question, alerted by the sudden commotion, rushed to where Larissa had been. But it was already too late. The trio, protected by Min's invisibility and Lu's sonic distortion, skillfully slipped through the academy's hallways. "Where are we going?" Larissa asked in an excited whisper. Far from being frightened, she seemed to be greatly enjoying this clandestine little adventure. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. "To our dormitory," Ren responded. "I have something for you." "Oh," Larissa arched an eyebrow, a mischievous smile forming on her lips. "And you needed all this theater to deliver it to me?" "Considering what it is, yes," Ren replied, his mushrooms pulsing with what appeared to be amusement. "Unless what you said about tradition no longer matters." "I see, then." They reached the dormitory, apparently without being detected, despite some tense moments when they nearly collided with a group of students and professors. Once inside, with the door firmly closed, Min cancelled the invisibility while Lu maintained his sonic bubble active. The shimmering distortion around them faded, revealing 4 students catching their breath from the clandestine journey. "That was incredibly fun," declared Larissa, her eyes shining with childish excitement. "Can we do it again?" "Perhaps after you see what I've brought you here for," Ren responded, heading toward the cabinet where he kept his creations. Larissa observed with curiosity as Ren carefully extracted a crystalline egg. It had a silvery tone with white veins that seemed to move like air currents. "Is that really?" Larissa began, her voice fading with disbelief. "Your wind lynx," Ren confirmed. "It's ready." Larissa remained momentarily speechless, a rarity for her. Her eyes widened as she stared at the egg, hands trembling slightly as she reached toward it before stopping herself. "But, when I asked you what would be my best option, I didn't expect you to actually get it for me." "Well, I felt bad about what you said," Ren responded. "You were right when you said I didn't think through what I was doing, so I wanted to make up for it a bit. Of course, if you don't want to get caught, it's better not to take it and just." "No. Ahem. I want it, thank you." "I thought about asking Julius," Larissa admitted, approaching to examine the egg with fascination, "but that would have meant revealing my situation. I'm not sure how badly they would react, so this is perfect." "Perfect, but it should be clear that it will be your decision from here on." "And having it will be a problem," Ren warned, his tone becoming more serious. "With 2 common cores, perception tools like those at the cave entrance could detect you. Especially now that security has intensified." Larissa shook her head, unconcerned. "Don't worry about that. I have my methods for hiding my interior nature." "Because of your mineral fairy?" Ren asked, his mushrooms pulsing with curiosity. "Exactly," Larissa nodded. "These earrings aren't just decorative. They're artifacts that make the energy signature inside me appear like that of a simple firefly. With luck, they'll work just as well to hide a second core." "Convenient," Ren acknowledged. "So, should we proceed with the bonding? We don't have much time before half the school is looking for you." Larissa laughed at the image. "Wait a moment. First, I want to thank you properly." To everyone's surprise, especially Min's, who pretended to cover his eyes but peeked between his fingers, Larissa briefly hugged Ren. "I'll be repaying this favor for a long time, Ren Patender," she declared in Ren's ear with a princely seriousness that comically contrasted with her slightly blushed cheeks and ears. Thanks, I guess, Ren responded, a bit uncomfortable with the display of affection. His mushrooms pulsed rapidly, emitting a more intense glow than usual. Look, he got more nervous than with Luna. Min whispered to Lu, who was unsuccessfully trying to maintain a serious expression. Let's focus on what's important, Ren intervened, fake coughing and quickly regaining his composure. The egg is ready for bonding. The next moments passed in silence as Larissa finished establishing the bond with her new beast. The egg opened with a silver flash, revealing a small lynx with snow-white fur and paws that seemed to barely touch the ground, as if constantly floating on air currents. It's beautiful, Larissa whispered, extending a hand toward the creature. It will be a perfect complement to your mineral fairy when it reaches gold, Ren commented, observing with satisfaction. It will give you a 30% increase in speed, agility, and perception, plus another 30% in elemental air control for now. Larissa nodded, already feeling the connection with her new beast strengthening. The small lynx jumped into her arms, settling comfortably. By the way, Ren added while carefully storing some materials, I also have the eggs ready for Leora and Luna. Larissa blinked, momentarily confused. How did you know they were already doubles too? I was 100% sure from your question that day and the potions the guards gave you, Ren responded casually, classifying some residual tentacles into neatly labeled containers. Larissa stared at him for a moment before bursting into laughter. Liar. Ren joined her laughter, his mushrooms pulsing with what Min and Lu already recognized as his version of amusement. Fine, I wasn't that sure just from that. So did they take the potion or not? Of course they did, they gladly accepted it, Larissa responded, absently stroking her lynx. Now you're the liar, Ren replied. I can see it clearly in your eyes. Besides, Leora told me you tricked them into taking the potion, making them believe it was normal tea. Larissa opened her mouth to protest, but then closed it, a mischievous smile forming on her lips. Well, technically I didn't lie. In the end, they'll be content. You can't. Luna suddenly exclaimed, jumping from the shadows. You're too young for that. 4 pairs of eyes looked at her with absolute confusion. The lynx bristled, its fur standing on end as it sensed the sudden intrusion. The shadow moved between corners, sliding like spilled ink to the dark side of the room's door. Luna had followed the trail without difficulty. Her shadow wolf granted her a sense of smell that rivaled that of professional tracking beasts, and the combination of the mossy scent of Ren's mushrooms with the peculiar perfume aroma that always surrounded Larissa created an unmistakable olfactory signature. Now, crouched in a shadowy recess outside the old room of the Grey Wing, Luna tried to listen with curiosity and growing indignation upon realizing that she could smell them but they didn't seem to be saying anything. Too quiet. Ren had kidnapped Larissa to take responsibility. It can't be true, she had told herself while following the trail. They're surely just doing some of Larissa and Mayo's ridiculous games. But as the long seconds passed and no sound escaped from the room, her imagination began to run wild. The silence was worse than any conversation she might have overheard. What could they be doing that required such? The implications, none, they are 10, made her cheeks burn, though she wasn't entirely sure why she cared so much. Her shadow wolf stirred restlessly, feeding on her growing agitation. The darkness around her deepened, tendrils of shadow extending unconsciously from her feet as her emotions intensified. Now, in this clandestine situation, a pang of something she didn't want to acknowledge pierced through her. She was about to jump to emerge from the shadows inside the room when the memory of an embarrassing moment stopped her. That time when she had entered without announcing herself to the dormitory and had found Ren shirtless, engaged in some strange ritual. The embarrassment had been monumental in the end, amplified by the reactions of the Bat Boy, Min, and Taro. I won't make the same mistake twice, she thought, hesitating on how to proceed. Luna? Are you acquiring a taste for the art of spying? Leora's whispered voice came from behind in the hallway, startling her. Luna quickly returned to her normal form and covered Leora's mouth. Shoo, she warned, pulling Leora into the recess of a nearby staircase. How did you find me? I saw you following a trail after the Ren and Larissa fun escape thing, Leora responded. It wasn't easy to lose the others. I can't openly jump between shadows like you. Grandmother should give me permission to reveal my beast already. Luna nodded distractedly, her attention divided between her cousin and the door of this dormitory of the Grey Wing. Are they in there? What are they doing? Leora asked, trying to listen but failing due to lose sound control. The innocent question triggered a sequence of images in Luna's mind. Memories of shirtless Ren again, his skin covered by those strange luminescent patterns. Larissa's complicit expression when being kidnapped. The stuff about taking responsibility. Luna stopped thinking coherently and did something uncharacteristic of her practiced persona. A shadow jumped right inside the room she remembered well. But with a very different goal than last time. You can't, she suddenly exclaimed, jumping from the shadows. You're too young for that. 4 pairs of eyes looked at her with absolute confusion. Ren, fully dressed, was standing next to the egg cabinet, holding what appeared to be a thin notebook. Larissa was calmly stroking her new white lynx. Min and Lu, positioned like sentinels on either side of the door, seemed more surprised by the dramatic entrance than by the accusation. Too young for what exactly? Larissa asked, arching an eyebrow. 4. Luna stammered, suddenly aware of how ridiculous her conclusion had been. Leora entered right behind her, hastily closing the door. It was open, Leora added, shrugging her shoulders while Min and Lu smacked their foreheads. Then she looked at her cousin. Luna. What are you doing? She whispered furiously. We were supposed to be discreet spies. I thought. Luna tried to explain, her face gradually turning the same color as Ren's hair. Oh, Larissa began to laugh as she understood, you thought Ren and I were. No. Luna protested too quickly. Rumors were starting to. What rumors? Ren asked, genuinely confused. Lu smacked his forehead with the palm of his hand again. Ren, you're brilliant at understanding beasts, but completely dense about these things. I think Luna believed you were repeating your naked beast exhibition but with Larissa this time, Min explained with a malicious smile, earning a withering look from Luna. Naked beast? Larissa repeated, her eyes widening with delight. This sounds fascinating. Please, tell me more. Nothing like that happened. Luna exclaimed, mortified. I just entered without warning because for a moment I thought he was a spy and he was. Cultivating my mushrooms, Ren completed naturally. It requires direct skin contact for maximum control of mana channels. Oh, Luna, Larissa shook her head with feigned disappointment. And I thought you were the calmest of us. Look at you misinterpreting such an innocent situation. I didn't misinterpret, Luna protested weakly. I was just concerned. About what, exactly? Larissa pressed, clearly enjoying the moment. What did you think Ren and I would be doing alone in his dormitory? Technically they weren't alone, Leora intervened, pointing to Min and Lu, who seemed to be greatly enjoying the Pattender-player spectacle. We are humble servants, continue imagining we don't exist, Min solemnly declared, before becoming transparent and laughing along with Lu. Luna wished the floor would open up and swallow her. Her shadow wolf, sensing her embarrassment, began to create a small dark whirlpool at her feet. If it's any consolation, said Ren, somewhat oblivious to the comedy unfolding around him, your eggs are also ready. Yours and Leora's. Eggs? Luna looked up, momentarily forgetting her embarrassment. You mean? Secondary beasts, Ren confirmed. Like the lynx Larissa is holding. You're doubles now, aren't you? That's why I kidnapped her, he continued, making air quotes with his fingers. To give her her wind lynx without anyone knowing she was acquiring a second beast. The revelation fell like a bucket of cold water on Luna, replacing her embarrassment with surprise. "Wait," she said, trying to process the information, "this whole secret affair was to give her a beast. Not because you two were." She stopped, unable to complete the sentence. Larissa, who had been trying to contain her laughter, finally gave in and burst into laughter so loud that her lynx jumped in alarm. "This," she declared between laughs, "is the funniest thing that's happened to me this semester. It's just perfect." "It's not funny," Luna muttered. "Anyway," Ren said when the laughter finally began to subside, "as I was saying before this unnecessary confusion, your eggs are ready for bonding if you want to proceed at once." He returned to the special cabinet where he kept his creations. "Though I must warn you that being real double tamers puts you at risk of being discovered, if that matters to you as it does to Larissa." "About that," Larissa intervened, her lynx still curiously exploring the room, "I have some additional pairs of earrings like mine. They should help hide the nature of your cores if you use them." Ren handed Larissa a book bound in black leather with silver symbols engraved on the cover. "This is for you. It contains everything you need to know to bring your lynx to gold level." "Gold level?" Leora let out an exclamation of surprise. "If that's true, that book is worth a fortune. I knew you were doing research with Professor Wei to correct cultivations, but I didn't imagine you were actually aiming to bring beasts without potential to gold. I thought Taro was exaggerating to annoy Jean and Klein's groups. That would easily be worth from 1,000,000 crystals upward, depending on the beast." "All beasts should be worth the same," Ren responded with simplicity. "One day you'll understand." Larissa browsed through the book with growing interest, occasionally nodding. "I think I understand what you mean," she commented, looking up. "Are you saying that all can reach gold level with the correct method?" She looked at Leora and added, "You're right about the value, but for now Ren can only be paid for the living tunnel method. The payment will be considerable when it advances to silver, but to obtain rewards proportional to the real value of his methods, these must first be officially verified." She closed the book decisively. "For my part, I will personally endorse his method for the lynx. I trust that the truth I see in his eyes is not mere delusion." "I'm willing too," Leora joined in, approaching the eggs Ren had extracted. "I'll take whatever beast you recommend." Ren nodded, selecting one of the eggs and handing it to her along with another similar book. "The demonic bash. A perfect choice to complement your will-o-wisp." Leora observed the egg with fascination. "Can you create any egg?" she asked, genuinely impressed. "Almost any, with the correct materials," Ren responded, looking at the three nobles. "Though I would ask for discretion for now. There are implications I'd prefer not to discuss publicly until I'm better off." The three nodded, understanding the seriousness of the situation. The ability to create eggs at will was something many powerful factions would covet, not to mention the implications for the kingdom's economic and political balance. "It's magnificent," Leora murmured, observing the bash egg. "I've never seen one of this type. Specific eggs occupy less than 1% of the market. I'm too accustomed to seeing random eggs of plain colors as the only way aside from very specific species." Ren nodded, visibly pleased with her reaction. "The materials were rare for this one," he explained. "The bash components are more rare than those of Larissa's lynx. I had to buy parts from bronze, 1-rank specimens instead of iron, which considerably increased the cost." "How much did it cost you exactly?" Leora asked, genuine concern appearing on her usually serene face. "Approximately 105,000 crystals. At the end of the day the materials don't compare with the 100,000 mana points needed for the transformation. Of course, from the experiments Julius commissioned me to do, I already had some very close to the mana limit, so I paid mostly only those 5,000, Ren responded naturally. 105,000. Leora almost dropped the cultivation book she held in her other hand. That's a considerable amount to gift for an iron student. But wait, a specific egg can be worth millions depending on the type. Though I'm not sure if this one has ever existed in the market. It would be of low value, perhaps 150,000. A volume on the potential of different creatures that I was reviewing with Wei classified it as a maximum potential of bronze 2. Of course, yours will reach gold as well as Larissa's though, Ren commented. Then I'll pay you for its real value, Leora clarified with a confident smile. Min let out a little laugh from his position by the door. Our Ren is quite the magnate. Don't think you'll win him over with a payment like that. Anyone would think he has a secret crystal mine under his bed. Ren shaked his head. I'm no magnate, though I'm saving to recover my parents' house. I don't need you to pay me. First of all, I did it without consulting you. Secondly, I believe I'll have enough crystals with the doubled final payment at the end of the last semester's month. I've almost finished processing all the skins and obtained other awards. Leora listened to the exchange attentively. Unlike her cousin Luna, who pretended calmness but often got carried away by her emotions, or Larissa with her almost perpetual, dark playful attitude, she had always been the most observant and practical of the three. And what she saw in Ren at that moment was fascinating, genuine generosity mixed with pure pragmatism, an unusual combination, especially in someone so young. I insist on paying you, she finally said, her voice acquiring the formal tone she used for her family's official ceremonies. The Ashenways don't accept such valuable gifts without proper compensation. It's really not necessary, Ren began, but Leora interrupted him with an elegant gesture. Of course it is. My family values balance in all things, Ren. I'll pay you 10 times the cost. Min softly whistled. 1.5 million crystals. That would buy a decent house in the outer districts. It's only fair, Leora responded with simplicity. The real value of this beast, especially if the cultivation methods Ren has developed work, far exceeds that amount. She directed her attention back to Ren, studying him with an intensity that would have made many adults uncomfortable. There's something I'd like to understand better, however. Why did you choose a bash for me? They're mainly known for their illusory capabilities in mist and poisonous abilities. They're enormous serpents in the wild but not particularly synergistic with fire. Ren smiled slightly, the kind of smile he reserved for technical discussions about beasts, one that his dormitory companions knew well. It's more for the demonic part and not the serpent part, he explained. Your will-o-wisp possesses spiritual properties similar to those of the bash at high ranks. The synergy will improve other aspects of your will-o-wisp, not just the fire. Though you'll also be able to obtain black spiritual fire at some point. He made a gesture with his hand simulating the union between both beasts. When correctly combined, they create an effect you could call anatomical exchange. Opponents will not only be unable to touch you on the exchanged parts, they'll burn when they try. Leora assimilated this information with growing interest. So the illusory mist evolves and becomes part of my body. I could create illusions that cause real physical damage. You could see it that way, Ren confirmed. Section 7 of the manual explains the specific techniques. It's a quite different approach to conventional combat. Quite clever, Leora commented, a smile forming on her lips. No one will expect the sweet and quiet Leora to use such novel techniques. I'm not sure those adjectives. I mean. That's exactly what I thought, Ren responded, quickly correcting himself upon seeing Leora's sudden change of expression. Your opponents might be prepared to counter fire or illusions, but likely not both simultaneously, and the black spiritual fire cannot be extinguished with water. Leora looked at what would be her new companion with renewed appreciation. 1.5 million crystals is a ridiculously low price then, considering what you've given me. Well, then I'll gratefully accept the payment for my own cultivation. But you don't need to hurry to pay, it will take me 3 months reaching the rank where my beast will require more than 4 million to advance. I'll keep that in mind. And Ren. She looked up from the book, her eyes reflecting a sincerity she rarely showed. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not just for the beast, but for trusting me with your methods. I assure you that your trust is not misplaced. The genuine gratitude in her voice contrasted with her usual cheerful and casual tone. There's nothing to thank me for, Ren responded, slightly uncomfortable with the display of emotion. It's just a practical application of my theoretical knowledge. Lu rolled his eyes at the response to what had clearly been a significant moment. And thus, ladies and gentlemen, is how our favorite genius perfectly ruins an emotional moment. Ren ignored him and turned to Luna, who remained somewhat apart, clearly still uncomfortable from her previous misunderstanding. Do you also want the beast I prepared for you? He asked, with a slight smile. I should warn you it was the most expensive of all. Luna clenched her fists, forcing herself to overcome her embarrassment. I apologize if I seem ungrateful, she finally said. But first, may I ask what beast it is? There was one I wanted before obtaining the wolf, but it was difficult to obtain due to particular circumstances. It's the beast that best complements your shadow wolf, in my opinion, Ren responded. Although it seems that because of your family it was quite costly. It's the base form of the celestial white tiger. A striped light cat. Luna brought her hands to her mouth, her eyes widening with surprise and something more complex. A long-repressed yearning. Oh, Ren. Leora shook her head with an expression between amused and concerned. Rather, it's my family that's the problem now. What do you mean? Ren asked, confused by the reaction. Larissa smiled with a certain melancholy. Luna's family has had economic problems for some time. An unfortunate situation forced them to negotiate with their jurisdictions to stay afloat. One of the concessions, she continued, her voice softer, was the celestial tiger market, which passed into Selphra's hands. Luna couldn't obtain the tiger she would have traditionally received as part of her family inheritance. They also tried to disguise her as someone less important when entering her into the academy, taking advantage of the situation of the lack of tiger eggs, Leora added. But the Goldcrests ruined the plan, preventing Luna from changing her surname when registering. As you probably already know from Klein's outbursts, Larissa intervened, the Goldcrests have particular interests in Luna. They've been trying to get her father to accept a marriage between the families. Although Leora has reasons to believe that won't happen, Larissa continued. Klein's nonsense sounded too improbable to them for this reason. But the alternative isn't ideal either. Leora added, shaking her head. Leora is happy with the prospect of strengthening ties with her favorite cousin, of course, Larissa concluded with a slightly mocking tone that made Leora shoot her a warning glance. But the Ashenways aren't exactly a charity institution either. Luna, who had listened to the explanation with growing discomfort, finally intervened. You don't have to worry about any of this, Ren, she said firmly. The high nobility is an unpleasant and fake world that has nothing to do with you. I'm not so sure about that, Larissa murmured, though only Lu clearly managed to hear her. Please, forget everything you've heard, Luna continued, her voice gaining determination. I belong neither to the Goldcrests nor the Ashenways, and I'll prove it starting with the semester battles and ending with the interschools tournaments. Her eyes fixed on Ren's, a renewed intensity shining in them. I'll thank you for the rest of my life for getting me precisely the beast I wanted, although it might have been luck. I'll pay you the cost multiplied by 100 one day, but let me be clear. I'll use this extra strength and all my present power to defeat you in the semester final battle exams. The last words weren't a threat, but an honest challenge. Ren smiled, his eyes reflecting the same competitive spirit. Here, he said, offering her the crystalline egg and its corresponding cultivation book. I'm sorry, but this time I'm not going to aim for a good battle to look good, but for victory. Luna accepted both with a formal bow, her shadow wolf partially manifesting in response to her emotions, creating undulating patterns in the shadows at her feet. You should proceed with the bonds now, Ren suggested, looking toward the door. I don't know how much longer Lu can maintain his sonic field active and Taro the decoy in the courtyard. I'm fine for a few more minutes on my part, Lu responded, although small drops of sweat were beginning to form on his forehead from the continuous effort. The binding ritual with Leora was quick and efficient. The demonic bash egg opened with a hissing sound, revealing a serpentine creature with black scales and red eyes that immediately coiled around her arm, establishing the bond with a crimson flash. "It's perfect," Leora murmured, feeling how the bash's energies harmoniously interwove with those of her will-o-wisp. Luna was the last to perform the bond. Unlike the previous ones, her ceremony had an almost solemn character. When the celestial white tiger egg opened, an intense light flooded the room for a few seconds. In its center appeared a small feline with white fur and luminescent stripes that seemed to be made of pure condensed light. The cat looked at Luna with bright eyes that dramatically contrasted with the deep black of her wolf's eyes. Light and shadow, perfectly balanced. When the bond was established, a momentary crown of intertwined light and shadow formed around Luna's head before fading. Even Ren seemed surprised by the intensity of the reaction. "That was unexpected," he commented, his mushrooms pulsing with what appeared to be scientific interest. "It's the royal resonance," Larissa explained. "The Star Weavers from 10 generations ago discovered a ruin with a strange medicine that gave the leader of that time unconventional capabilities connected with other ruins. They say some of the descendants still inherit that power." Luna ignored the account of her family history while reverently stroking her new companion, as if fearing it might disappear at any moment. "I can't believe I really have it," she murmured, more to herself than to the others. "Well, congratulations to everyone on their new beasts," Min intervened, who had been unusually quiet during the ceremony. "But I think we should consider how we're going to get 3 princesses out of our dormitory without causing a bigger scandal than before." Suddenly, a crash resonated from the courtyard, loud enough for everyone to hear it even through Lu's sonic field. Min ran to the window, slightly parting the curtain to take a peek. "Oh no," he murmured. "Taro's living mineral dome underground has broken." The others hurried to the window, crowding to see what was happening. In the courtyard, Taro was surrounded by a group of guards and several adults in castle uniforms, all with severe expressions. Crystalline fragments of what had been an earth dome lay scattered around him, and Taro was gesturing animatedly, his face a mixture of badly feigned confusion and genuine nervousness. "We have problems," Lu said, his concentration momentarily faltering. "I miscalculated. I won't be able to maintain the field much longer." As if confirming his words, the sound of firm footsteps resonated in the hallway outside the room, followed by forceful knocks on the door. "Open immediately by order of the royal guard," demanded an authoritative voice from the other side. Min and Lu looked at Ren with expressions of panic, but to their surprise, Larissa began to laugh softly. "Don't worry, Ren," she said calmly, approaching the window and opening it completely. "This is nothing we can't handle." She looked down, to where Taro continued his distraction, and without warning, she jumped. The next instant she appeared a few centimeters above the ground and landed with feline grace next to Taro, startling the guards. "Excuse the interruption," she said with a charming smile. "Is there a problem with my classmate?" Leora observed her cousin with a mixture of exasperation and admiration. "Always so dramatic," she murmured, shrugging with resignation. "I guess that's my cue, see you." With much less theater but equal elegance, Leora jumped too. Luna remained a moment longer, her eyes meeting Ren's. "Thank you again," she said with a smile that illuminated her entire face, an expression of pure joy she rarely showed in public. Her white tiger purred with satisfaction from her shoulder. Before Ren could respond, Luna took a step back, entering the shadow cast by the cabinet. Her body seemed to merge with the darkness, fading until only a slight glimmer of her new feline's bright eyes remained before disappearing completely. The knocking on the door intensified. "Last warning. Open now or we'll be forced to enter by force." Min looked at Ren with panic. "What do we do?" "Open, of course," Ren responded calmly, his mushrooms pulsing with their usual rhythm. "We haven't done anything wrong." "They really did that?" Selphora couldn't contain her laughter, her slender but elegant shoulders trembling with each burst. "You're telling me Larissa also jumped into the middle of the courtyard while the guards watched open-mouthed?" Leora nodded, trying to maintain her composure, but her grandmother's laughter was contagious. And seriously. Selphra continued between laughs, bringing a hand to her chest as if she needed to contain herself. Little Luna jumped from the shadows trying to stop an imaginary immoral act. Oh, by all the dragons, I would give half my fortune to have seen everyone's faces, even those of the castle guards when they saw you both appear in front of them and next to the poor boy. Tara, you said his name was? It was quite dramatic, Leora admitted, allowing herself a smile. Especially because Larissa convinced them that everything was part of an elaborate prank. That girl! Selphra exclaimed, wiping a tear of laughter. She has more of my Ashenway in her than many who bear our surname just for show. The Ashenway matriarch finally regained her composure, though amusement still shone in her eyes, identical to Leora's. The family resemblance was striking despite the decades between them, the same sharp cheekbones, the same gaze, though Selphra's was tempered by years of political maneuvering. The two were seated in one of the private rooms for noble guests, where the afternoon light filtered through ornate windows, projecting patterns of colors on the polished floor. The incident of the disappearance and the decoy in the courtyard had caused more commotion than necessary. Within hours, news of their disappearance and dramatic reappearance had reached their families. Poor Julius had lost more time from his already busy routine due to the accumulated work. Selphra had taken the opportunity to escape her problems and present herself at the academy, telling her granddaughter that her son was driving her crazy, as always, and even Luna's father, Sirius, had made another rare appearance. All for nothing. And Julius really thought it was a security matter? Selphra asked, serving herself more tea with a fluid movement that betrayed decades of refinement. At first, yes, Leora responded. With the recent attacks on the academy, any unusual behavior triggers all the alarms. The new guards thought we had been really kidnapped and overreacted in their reports. Understandable, I suppose, Selphra conceded. Though excessive. As usual. Since she had asked Leora to keep her informed about Ren, she wasn't entirely uninformed about the most interesting events. Leora carefully filtered what she shared, of course, but she provided enough to keep her grandmother entertained. The latest developments in the exams, being already public knowledge, were a free topic of discussion. Especially Xiao's one. Selphra took a sip of tea, studying her granddaughter over the rim of the cup. Her eyes missed nothing, analyzing every micro-expression, every subtle shift in posture. So, this Patender boy. He has really suggested a different cultivation to you. Leora nodded slowly, aware of treading on thin ice. The subject of Ren's methods was one she approached with calculated caution, even with her grandmother. His knowledge is extraordinary. Assuming it's true, but I believe it is. We saw it in his eyes. Interesting, Selphra murmured, her eyes shining with that calculating intensity that had made many council members think twice before opposing her. A common child with an apparently useless mushroom who turns out to have such talent for understanding beasts. Perhaps we should be more concerned with adding him to our family than Luna, don't you think? Life has a curious sense of humor, doesn't it? Grandmother. Leora's tone changed, becoming more serious. The shift was subtle but unmistakable. Why do we have to do that with Luna? Although she didn't specify what she meant by that, Selphra immediately understood. The playful expression abandoned her face, replaced by a mask of political pragmatism. Ah, Selphra set down her cup with a sigh. I suppose it was my fault for mentioning it. Now we're talking about marriages. She looked toward the window, as if she could see beyond the academy grounds, toward the future she was trying to weave. You must understand, little one, that I am close to stepping down from the podium. And that fool. She shook her head with a mixture of resignation and annoyance. That fool is incredibly insistent. Leora remained silent, waiting for her grandmother to continue. She had learned long ago that patience was the only effective strategy with Selphra. I have worked for years to make him less of an imbecile, Selphra continued, the frankness in her words contrasting with her elegant tone. But everything has a limit. Unfortunately, he is my son, and I cannot simply get rid of him. The statement hung in the air between them, neither completely in jest nor completely serious, the ambiguous space where true power often operated. Luna is still young, Selphora added, her tone softening slightly. In a few years, circumstances could change. If I still retain enough strength and influence in the council. She let the thought fade away and then abruptly changed the subject. Now, about that impressive jump of yours into the courtyard along with Larissa, her eyes narrowed slightly. I noticed you speak as if it doesn't matter too much. Leora shifted uncomfortably, aware that she had revealed more than intended. There are some rumors about our beasts since no one has seen them manifested, but the vast majority believe the appearance was part of Ren's prank, Leora explained, guilt filtering into her voice. I'm sorry if it was too risky. Selphora dismissed her concern with a wave of her hand. Don't worry about that. I was already considering telling you to reveal your beast. Really? Leora couldn't hide her surprise. After years of strict instructions to conceal her true capabilities, this reversal was unexpected. Indeed, Selphora nodded, leaning slightly forward. These attacks on the academy have forced a change in strategy. We are moving from hiding to deterring by showing our power. Security will increase significantly. A small smile formed on Selphora's lips. Which means you can stop pretending and start kicking ass in the finals. Leora's eyes widened with excitement, the possibility of finally unleashing her full potential tantalizingly close. You mean? I mean, Selphora leaned even closer, her eyes shining with intensity, that I might even find time to come see you using that fun beast I got you instead of my boring turtle. Selphora's beast partially manifested on her body almost as if complaining about the insult. The implications weren't lost on Leora. With permission to reveal the true capabilities of her will-o-wisp, she would be a formidable competitor. Thank you, grandmother. Leora slightly inclined her head, the gesture respectful and genuine at once. Don't thank me yet, Selphora warned, though her tone remained light. Now you will openly represent the Ashenway name. I expect results that live up to it. And Ren? Leora asked, unable to contain herself. What do you think of him now? Selphora's expression became unreadable, that perfect mask she had perfected during decades of political maneuvering. An interesting piece in the game, she finally responded, running a finger along the rim of her cup. I'm eager to see how he will surprise me. But whether he's a pawn or a king, that remains to be seen when his different cultivation methods bear fruit. Leora nodded, half understanding the depth behind her grandmother's words. Ren's potential to rewrite the rules of cultivation had implications that went far beyond the academy. The ripples of such knowledge could reshape power dynamics throughout the kingdom, altering hierarchies and traditions. By the way, Leora said, taking advantage of the pause, the theoretical exams were interesting as well. Oh. Selphora arched an eyebrow, her interest piqued. And why were they? Professor Mays was particularly interesting, Leora explained, remembering the tension that had permeated the classroom that day. The air had been charged with ambition, each student more focused than they'd been all semester. It was a historic record, more than 3 students obtained perfect scores. Selphora smiled slightly, as if she could see beyond Leora's words. Her eyes gleamed with that particular awareness that had made her such a formidable political opponent for decades. And did our young beast breeder also achieve perfection? Surprisingly, no, Leora couldn't hide a small hint of satisfaction. He had an incorrect answer about what to do in a contingency, protocol for minors, in case of an abyssal invasion. He got a 99%. The only imperfect score among his 4 grades so far. Interesting, Selphora murmured, her eyes shining with amusement. I imagine that has given hope to many who want to defeat him for the honor. Luna among them. Exactly, Leora confirmed. Now several believe they can beat him in the final battles and match his grade for the semester honor. Selphora nodded thoughtfully, as if rearranging pieces on an invisible board. Her fingers tapped a subtle rhythm against the armrest of her chair. And regarding your interest in defeating him. She began, carefully choosing her words, I understand you have a new card to play, judging by the confidence with which you move and the way your energy flows. Leora tensed slightly. She hadn't explicitly mentioned anything about this, and the fact that her grandmother intuited it made her nervous. Selphra's perception had always been uncanny, but this seemed almost supernatural. She hesitated, aware that revealing her bash would mean compromising Larissa's secret and possibly revealing more about Ren than would be fair to him without raising suspicions. I'm not sure if using that possibility would be appropriate. Selphra observed Leora with that penetrating gaze that seemed to read all her thoughts. The silence stretched between them, weighted with unspoken understanding. That tradition, she finally said, her voice strangely soft, is a chain that simply helps us more easily distinguish exceptional women. Leora looked at her grandmother with surprise. It was well known that Selphra was the only woman openly recognized as a double tamer, an achievement she had attained midway through her more than 100 years, when it was considered almost heresy and not just a matter of resource efficiency. I don't know how. Leora began, but interrupted herself, unsure how to proceed. The implications of breaking with tradition, of stepping into the light as a double tamer, seemed both thrilling and terrifying. How everyone would react. Selphra completed, an enigmatic smile forming on her lips. My dear girl, do you really believe I wouldn't defend you? Leora blushed slightly, suddenly feeling like a small child again. The warmth spread across her cheeks, a rare show of vulnerability that she allowed few to witness. I'm not pressuring you, Selphra continued, her tone becoming more serious. Each woman must choose her battles. I chose mine long ago, and paid the corresponding price. You will have to choose yours and not depend on other opinions. But you should know that I am here for you. A contemplative silence filled the room as Leora assimilated her grandmother's words. Leora took a deep breath to undo the knot in her throat and opened her mouth to thank her grandma, but... Speaking of the price of decisions, Selphra said abruptly, changing the subject, you said you offered Patender a considerable sum for his cultivation. 1.5 million crystals, Leora confirmed. It's fair, considering the real value of the cultivation method if it works up to gold for my will-o-wisp, which should only reach silver 3. Selphra nodded appreciatively, calculating the value against other investments she had seen over her long life. A fair sum, indeed. If you need help covering. No, Leora interrupted with a firmness that surprised them both. I appreciate your support, grandmother, but... I want to do this on my own. The response seemed to please Selphra, whose eyes shone with approval. Pride flickered briefly across her features before being carefully masked again. I'm not that far from getting it, Leora added. With what I've earned at the academy and some things I sold, luxuries I didn't really need. You sold your jewelry? Selphra seemed genuinely surprised. The ones your parents gave you? Only those without enchantments, Leora quickly clarified. The stones can be replaced. Selphra studied her granddaughter for a long moment, as if seeing her in a new light. You know, she finally said, there are moments when you remind me of myself at your age. Though I think you are considerably more sensible. She rose from her seat with the fluid grace that belied her years. Her movements were precise and economical, the result of decades of discipline. I must let you rest, she declared, smoothing imperceptible wrinkles in her elegant dress. The most important final exam battles begin tomorrow, and you will need all your concentration. As she headed toward the door, she added. And Leora, whatever happens tomorrow, remember that sometimes apparent defeat teaches you something that can be the beginning of a greater victory if you know how to take advantage of it. Watch carefully what he does and understand it in depth. Then entertain me. Leora nodded, understanding that, as always, her grandmother's words operated on multiple levels. Will you watch me in the tournament? She asked when Selphra was about to leave. Or perhaps you won't have time because of dealing with him. The matriarch paused at the threshold, the evening light framing her slender silhouette. The backlight cast her in dramatic relief, highlighting the regal bearing that had intimidated council members for generations. And missed the opportunity to see my granddaughter demonstrate why the Ashenways remain a force to be reckoned with, she responded with a smile that contained centuries of cunning. I wouldn't miss it for the world. And with those words, Selphira Ashenway disappeared down the hallway, leaving behind the subtle aroma of ambition and ancient secrets. Her footsteps faded gradually, the sound of authority retreating but never truly absent. Leora remained seated a moment longer, contemplating everything that had and hadn't been said. The conversation replayed in her mind, each word and gesture carrying layers of meaning that would take time to fully unravel. With a deep breath, Leora stood up. It was time to prepare for what was to come. Tomorrow would be more than just another exam, it would be her first step toward claiming her own place in the complex game of power her grandmother had navigated so skillfully. The kitchen's heat had eased now that dinner service was ending. Freshly washed pots gleamed in the dim light, and the lingering aroma of spices hung in the air. Fern Pattenders untied her apron with a relieved sigh as her husband, Reed Pattender, stored the last knives in their rack. Her hands, weathered by decades of culinary work, moved with practiced efficiency. Reed's fingers, marked with the occasional scar from ancient cuts, also displayed the precision and grace that only years of experience could bestow. Everything ready? Fern asked, tucking a strand of grayish hair back under her cap. Though lately, she'd noticed a few small strands seemingly regaining their color, just like they had 11 years ago. Reed nodded as he wiped down the work surface one final time. Perfectly clean, as it should be, he replied with a tired but satisfied smile. The restaurant owner entered the kitchen while counting the day's earnings, crystals clinking softly between his fingers. Another exceptional day, thanks to you too, he remarked, looking up from his counting. That new sweet root stew recipe was a complete success. It's Ren's favorite, so we wanted to improve it, Fern said, her voice carrying a blend of pride and longing. I thought customers might enjoy trying the enhanced version too. You were right, the owner replied, separating out 100 crystals and handing them to Reed. Here's today's bonus for the new culinary experience, as agreed. Reed accepted the crystals, adding them to the small pouch he kept in his pocket. Thank you, he said with a slight bow. See you tomorrow. Until tomorrow. Rest well, the owner replied, returning to his accounts. The couple exited through the restaurant's back door. The twilight sky stretched above them in shades of orange and purple, while the 12 moons began to peek shyly from behind scattered clouds. That makes 200 now, Reed commented as they walked through the streets of the outer district, where homes gradually became more modest. The cobblestones gave way to packed dirt beneath their feet. Enough to replace what we've already used. Fern nodded, gently squeezing her husband's hand. Mr. Sirius's rock beast predicted clear skies tomorrow, Reed said. He passed along the forecast as usual, though my knees already told me, they haven't been aching. We can process them together at dawn, before work. They walked in comfortable silence for a stretch, each lost in their own thoughts. Their mature, iron-rank plants hung from their heads, only a few discreet leaves and vines peeking out from beneath their humble hats. Do you think Ren is doing all right? Fern finally asked, worry seeping into her voice. Reed squeezed her hand more firmly. I'm sure he is. He's a clever boy, and he always listened to our advice. He must be learning so much. It's been almost 6 months, Fern murmured, her voice dropping to a whisper. When we're not working, the house feels so empty without him. No more words were needed to open the daily wound. They both felt their son's absence like a physical pressure, a hollow space that nothing could fill. As they rounded the corner, their former owned home appeared before them. The rental cottage was still their life, the familiar sight of its tilted roof and worn door brought a measure of comfort. Reed fumbled with the key, the old lock sticking as it always did. Once inside, Reed lit a lamp while Fern removed the newly acquired crystals and placed them carefully in a small black box alongside others of similar size. We have enough now, so we won't run out of what Ren left us, she observed, studying the collection with bittersweet pride. Reed approached, peering over her shoulder. the crystal's soft luminescence reflected in his tired eyes. "Remember how he gave us all those instructions before leaving?" he asked with a nostalgic smile. "So serious, like a little professor. Though his inventions are becoming increasingly elaborate. I had to write down the steps or I would have forgotten them." "A 1,000-day cultivation method," Fern replied, laughing softly. The sound filled the small room like music. Such an imagination. As if weak plants needed more cultivation time than legendary platinum-ranked Tamer's beasts. They both vividly recalled that day, shortly before Ren departed for the academy. Their son, with those luminescent mushrooms in his hair, explaining with absolute conviction a ritual that would supposedly elevate their mature plants to the power of a bronze, 2-rank beast. They'd taken it as a childish fantasy, a comfort that Ren had invented to cope with the disappointment of receiving the weakest beast. But they had promised to follow the ritual, day after day, without fail. And so far, they had kept that promise. For a little white lie, Reed admitted as he sank into a chair with a tired sigh, "It's been surprisingly useful. Gives me something to look forward to each morning." Fern nodded, preparing an herbal infusion for them both. The kettle whistled softly on the small stove, releasing a cloud of fragrant steam. "For me too. It's as if, somehow, we're connected to him through this routine." She poured the steaming liquid into 2 chipped cups, the aroma of something akin to mint and chamomile filling the air. Their small house overflowed with memories of Ren. His first shoes, carefully preserved in a wooden box beneath their bed. Childish drawings adorning the walls like precious tapestries. Stones and skeleton fragments he had collected with friends, arranged on windowsills and shelves. Each item held a story, a frozen moment of their son's childhood. Sometimes, the pain of separation was almost unbearable. They had spent decades yearning for a child, and when they finally had Ren, he became the center of their universe. Now, with him at the academy, they suffered a new anxiety, and the house seemed too quiet, too empty. Like a bell without a clapper. "Have you noticed anything strange lately?" Reed asked suddenly, accepting the cup Fern offered him. "What do you mean?" "With our plants," he explained, extending his arm where the vines gently coiled. In the lamplight, they seemed to pulse with a subtle emerald glow. "Mine seem different. Brighter. And yesterday I could lift the water barrel without help." Fern studied him thoughtfully, absently stroking the leaves that peeked from her collar. They felt smoother under her fingers, more vibrant. "Now that you mention it. I've been sleeping better, and my hair is regaining color. And that migraine that used to torment me hasn't returned in weeks." They looked at each other in silence, an unspoken question hanging between them like morning mist. "Must be that we're sleeping more due to his absence," Reed finally suggested, though uncertainty tinged his voice. "Or perhaps it's the new herbs we're using in the kitchen." "Yes, that must be it," Fern agreed, though she didn't sound entirely convinced. Neither wanted to admit it from fear to get ideas and make the absence more painful, but both had begun to wonder if Ren's daily ritual was having some actual effect. It was absurd, of course. Everyone knew that mature iron-rank plants couldn't evolve further. It was an established fact. And yet. "I wonder how he's doing at school," Fern said, changing the subject. She sipped her tea, savoring its soothing warmth. "Do you think he's made friends?" "I'm sure he has," Reed answered, though worry briefly crossed his face, deepening the lines around his eyes. "Although with a spore." He didn't need to finish the sentence. They both knew the stigma associated with Ren's beast, the weakest of all. The thought of their son, alone in that prestigious academy, possibly enduring mockery and rejection, still broke their hearts. "He's stronger than he seems," she said firmly, straightening her shoulders. "Stronger than anyone knows. And he has a good heart. That counts more than any beast. Remember the day he left, with that determined look in his eyes?" Reed smiled, admiring the conviction in his wife's voice. Her unwavering faith had always been one of the qualities he loved most about her. "You're right. Our Ren will find his way, with or without a powerful beast. The conversation shifted to more practical matters: rent payment, ingredient purchases for their meals, small repairs the house needed. Their financial situation had been precarious since selling their home, but they managed. The restaurant work was stable, at least, and occasionally they received extra tips for their special culinary creations. Later, as they prepared for bed, Fern paused by the window, gazing at the multiple moons illuminating the night with their subtle colored light. The smallest moon, crimson as a ruby, peeked from behind a cloud, casting a reddish glow across her face. "I just hope he's all right," she murmured, more to herself than to Reed. "That he's happy, that he's learning, that he doesn't feel alone." Reed approached, embracing her from behind. His arms encircled her waist, strong and comforting. "He is," he replied softly. "I have this feeling, you know. That something good is happening with our Ren. Something unexpected." Fern leaned against him, finding solace in his presence. After decades together, they still fit perfectly, two pieces of the same puzzle. "Perhaps you're right," she said finally. That night, as they slept, both dreamed of their son. Not the small, frightened boy who had come home with a beast that only generated luminescent mushrooms in his hair, but someone taller, stronger, surrounded by light. In the dream, Ren smiled at them with confidence, as if he knew something they were only beginning to suspect. And while they slept, the plants on their arms glowed with a barely perceptible radiance, slightly more intense than the night before. With each passing day, with each crystal absorbed following their son's precise instructions, something changed within them. Something subtle but undeniable. 175 days had passed. 825 remained. The ritual continued. Ren watched the light of the 12 moons filter through the dormitory window as he took advantage of the relatively rare celestial alignment to prepare some crystals. His mushrooms pulsed gently, emitting a glow that rivaled the natural radiance of the night sky. The day had been exhausting, especially considering all the questions he'd fielded about the situation with the noble cousins, a situation which seemed to be relaxing very slowly. The rumors about his kidnapping of Larissa were gradually being replaced by new gossip, but the incident still earned him curious glances in the hallways. His thoughts, however, were far from the academy. They drifted to the small rented house where his parents, Reed and Fern, would probably be sleeping after a long day working in the kitchens. The image of them, exhausted but determined, faithfully following the ritual he had taught them, made his heart constrict. He could almost smell the spices that would cling to their clothes, see the flour dusting his father's forearms. They should be receiving the first benefits by now, he thought, mentally calculating the days that had passed. The change should be subtle but perceptible at this point. He ran his fingers over a crystal, feeling its cool surface warm at his touch. The worry about his parents' financial situation gnawed at him more than he let others see. The rent as an extra expense would barely allow them to subsist. An idea began to form in his mind, crystallizing like the formations he studied in the mines. The noble girls, he murmured to himself, remembering something they had mentioned casually. Wealthy people were known to have transport services for sending crystals to distant places in the city when conducting business. They even had specially trained birds for delivering urgent messages. Perhaps, although they might charge him a considerable amount, it would be worth it now that he had resources. I could ask Larissa or Leora to explain how it works, he reflected, feeling the idea gaining strength. The more he considered it, the more obvious the solution seemed. If he waited until the end of the semester, he could send a substantial portion of his final doubled prize to his parents. An amount that would immediately relieve any financial pressure they faced. Of course. Why didn't I think of this before? For Ren, the concept of sending letters or resources over distances was completely foreign to his everyday experience. Having lived his entire life in the only city he had contact with, and with the neighboring city as an enemy, like most, he'd never had reason to consider communication or resource transport beyond urban limits. The magic of contracted beasts facilitated water collection and mass food production in small spaces, eliminating the need for large external cultivation fields. For this same reason, letters or transport were tools almost exclusively used by spies or businesspeople who needed to communicate quickly between the city's extremes or between the only two cities in the world. But he remembered Larissa mentioning something about these letters a few days earlier. Leora had been asking Larissa about a letter that had fallen from Luna's bag, which she had hurriedly picked up, almost in panic. The exchange had been brief but sufficient to remind Ren of the existence of these services, which he'd first heard about from Han, who used them to communicate with his sister somewhere. Ren nodded to himself, decided. He would consult with the noble girls about the possibilities of distant transport and messaging. With what he had earned in the expedition, plus what he would receive at the end of the semester, he could send a significant amount to his parents. A thunderous snore interrupted his musings. Min, as usual, was sleeping deeply in his bed, his body sprawled across the mattress as if trying to occupy as much space as possible. His snake coiled to his side and his amphibian sprawled peacefully above his pillow, nearly invisible in the dim light. Taro, however, was still awake, meticulously reorganizing his battle notes for the next day. Lu, from his bed by the other window, observed the night sky with a thoughtful expression. His banshee hyena was curled at his feet while his bat was hanging from the ceiling. "Can't sleep?" Lu asked quietly, subtly activating his sound control so their conversation wouldn't disturb Min. Ren sighed slightly. "Just thinking. Worried about the final battles?" Lu inquired, studying Ren's expression with the increased perception his bat granted him. Ren shook his head, his mushrooms pulsing with quiet confidence. "Not really. The stone lurker's evolution is just a bigger stone for the exam, 3 meters tall, but a stone in the end. They didn't feed them any special minerals or allow them to cultivate their development at this level," he explained calmly. "If they give them the same daily amount of crystals in this Manipur environment as Yang explained to us, then the best they can do is stay alive. They'll never evolve since they're not destined for higher classes. So you're not worried about facing those enormous creatures with high defense?" "A bronze 1 beast won't be any problem for our team," Ren responded with confidence, his eyes reflecting the moonlight. "Even less with the method I've planned to eliminate it. You shouldn't worry either now if you do what I taught you." Lu narrowed his eyes, studying his roommate. The nocturnal vision his bat provided let him see details others might miss, the subtle tension in Ren's shoulders, the careful way he compulsively arranged the crystals. "Then the individual battles? Or the group ones?" Ren smiled slightly, his mushrooms pulsing with a rhythm that Lu already recognized as his version of amusement. "I'm not worried about those either. And if I face you in an individual battle, I'll kick your ass even though we're friends. Receive me as the tournament champion." Min mumbled between dreams, turning in his bed and hugging his snake as if it were a trophy, interrupting Lu who had just opened his mouth to say something. Taro and Lu looked at each other and couldn't contain silent laughter. However, there was something more in their expressions, a spark of challenge, of determination. "You seem very confident," commented Taro, joining the conversation. "Maybe you'll be surprised if you underestimate someone you've strengthened so much." "Or some too," added Lu, his banshee hyena emitting a silent growl of approval. Ren looked at both of them, appreciating the competitive spirit that had emerged between them. They were no longer the same insecure boys discarded in the Grey Wing on the first day, fearful of their poor potential. Now they stood tall with confidence, aware of their worth. "I guess we'll find out over the next few days," Ren responded, genuinely pleased with his friend's transformation. A surge of pride warmed his chest. "Then go to sleep already," advised Lu, gradually deactivating his sound field. "Tomorrow begins the infamous battle week." His face took on a more serious expression, shadows deepening the lines around his eyes. "And if you don't give a good performance, the same thing that happened to me the past 2 semesters will happen to you," he warned. "And you'll have to repeat." Ren nodded, aware of the importance of the challenge that awaited them. The exams weren't just academic hurdles, they were potential life changers. Success or failure here could alter their trajectories permanently. "I'll rest," he promised, settling under the blankets. While the others prepared to sleep, Ren couldn't help taking one last look at the moons. Somewhere, under that same sky, his parents continued their struggle, trusting in him. And he had no intention of letting them down. His mind worked on strategies for the coming battles, but also on the necessary steps to help his family. The path that had begun with that gray spore, considered the weakest beast, now expanded in directions he could never have imagined. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with a slow, steady rhythm as sleep finally claimed him. Their glow dimmed gradually, synchronizing with his deepening breaths. In another part of the academy, other students were also preparing in their own way for the coming challenges. Klein Goldcrest meticulously reviewed the possible combinations of opponents, calculating his chances of victory in each scenario. His golden lion, now at bronze 1, roared softly beside him, eager to demonstrate its superiority. The beast's mane shimmered with some actual gold flecks, a sign of its enhanced status. "I just need to defeat him decisively," Klein muttered to himself, fingers tapping nervously on his desk. An absolute victory that no one can question. Luna Starweaver, in her own room, silently practiced the movements she had perfected over weeks. "This time will be different," she promised in the solitude of her room, her voice barely above a whisper. "This time I'll prove my worth." Even the professors felt the tension that preceded Battle Week. Lin and Yang reviewed the pairings one last time, ensuring the system was fair but revealing. The list spread across Lin's desk, names arranged in patterns that would test both skill and character. "Do you think your pupil this semester will live up to expectations?" asked Yang, studying Ren's name on the list. Lamplight glinted off his stone-hardened skin. Lin smiled, remembering the exhausted child from her first lessons, comparing him to the disciplined young man he had become. "I believe," she responded cautiously, her eyes twinkling with something like pride, "that everyone is about to get a surprise." While the academy slept, the expectations and ambitions of its occupants converged on a single point, the tournament that would begin at dawn. And at the center of it all, sleeping deeply in his bed in the gray wing, ran Patender, the Spore Boy, the Paradigm Transformer, the one who defied all predictions, dreamed of impossible beasts and a future that extended beyond the limits of the known. Dawn brought a palpable change to the academy's atmosphere. The hallways, normally organized with students of the same year maintaining their usual routines on slightly different schedules, now teemed with a mixture of uniforms from all 8 different years. But it wasn't just the year colors that differentiated the students. Performance levels were also distinguishable by the emblems they wore on their lapels, the simple iron badges of all first years and some second years, the bronze emblems and their 2 variants for the intermediates from the second year onward, and the scarcer but resplendent silver emblems adorning the more advanced students from the third year up. Gold students were generally surrounded by others, creating small galaxies of admirers. They were exceedingly rare, and it had always been difficult to approach them. Their emblems caught the light, drawing eyes like beacons. But they were not the best. Of platinum rank, there were only 5 students in their final years, engaged in special assignments or work, and they weren't often seen among the common students. Their presence was so unusual that whispers followed in their wake, their emblems gleaming with an almost otherworldly luminescence. However, today it was possible to see some of these rare academy members. Today, Battle Week had begun. In the corners of the main gardens, external auxiliaries and healers with curative beasts established treatment stations. Their green and blue robes contrasted sharply with the austere black of the academic uniforms as they meticulously organized vials of potions and magical herb bandages. "Look at that," Taro pointed as they walked toward the central notice board, excitement raising his voice an octave. They even brought someone with a medical mermaid, this year from the start. Ren followed his gaze to a woman with the lower half of her body transformed into a tail of iridescent scales. Her hands glowed with a blue-green aura as her Tamer calibrated instruments. "Mermaids are rare," Min commented, his eyes wide with wonder. "I heard there are fewer than 10 in the entire city." And all of them work for the castle, added Lu, his last year experience evident in his knowing tone. For the academy to have managed to bring one means they're expecting injuries this year, as always. Min nervously shifted his weight from one foot to the other, his amphibian beast briefly phasing into visibility with his anxiety. Is it really that intense? You have no idea, Lu replied, a grim smile forming on his lips. There was a certain pride in his voice, the satisfaction of being the veteran among them. Last year, 3 high-ranking students lost limbs while facing the 5th-year silver beasts because a teacher lost control for a second. Of course, they recovered the limbs from the beast's stomach after other professors intervened and killed it, but they spent weeks in recovery to get them reattached. Taro and Min audibly gulped, exchanging looks of apprehension. Their beasts unconsciously manifested further, responding to their tamer's emotions. The crowd densified as they approached the main plaza. Students from all years had gathered, their beasts partially manifested in an unconscious display of intimidation. The air itself seemed charged with mana, the competing energies creating subtle currents that Ren could perceive through his mushroom's enhanced sensitivity. A final-year student passed close to them, his skin covered by a pattern of silver feathers that captured the morning light. His eyes, transformed into those of a hawk, scrutinized the crowd with supernatural acuity, seeming to catalogue every detail in an instant. Tian Xingwu, Lu murmured with reverence, his voice dropping to an odd whisper. Silver 3, 8th year, everyone wants to know if he's going to be able to evolve until Gold 1 to become the 3rd gold-ranked student in the school. His greater steel hawk is legendary. He earned his platinum student emblem by finding the best materials and gathering for 6 consecutive years. Behind Tian walked other advanced students, moving with the casual confidence of apex predators. Among them, Ren noticed a girl whose right arm had completely transformed into a stone claw etched with blue runes. Ravina Gravemore, 8th year, Lu continued, following Ren's gaze. His knowledge of the academy's hierarchy was impressive, a survival skill he'd clearly cultivated as a Grey Wing student. A glimpse of what Ren's life in this school could have been. Lu continued. Her superior magic gargoyle is one of only 2 gold-ranked student beasts in the academy. Tier 1, but still impressive. She earned her platinum student emblem through perfect performance in classes and her victories in the inter-school battles. And the other with the platinum emblem is the famous Pegasus boy, right? Taro asked, craning his neck to catch a glimpse of the academy's elite. Lu nodded, a hint of envy coloring his expression. Saya Galeheart, 7th year. Tier 2, technically more powerful, but less resistant in combat. Though he also earned his platinum emblem through his performance in the inter-school tournaments. Luna's Tier 3 Shadow Wolf potential to Gold 1 getting so much praise made more sense now. Why haven't we seen them if they have so many followers? Min asked, clearly interested in the prospect of having that many admirers one day. In the final years, the students spend more time gathering outside the city. It's difficult to see them outside of Battle Week because they're almost never at school to begin with. Lu answered, remembering himself a year ago asking the same questions to companions who had left him behind. Ren's mushrooms pulsed at a steady rhythm as he absorbed the scene, processing and cataloging the information with his characteristic thoroughness. He noted the subtle hierarchies, the posturing, the way mana signatures interacted. Once in the center and surrounding the podium, students were organized by years. The murmur of the crowd gradually died down when Director Ignatius ascended the stage in front of the notice board. His phoenix was partially manifested, creating a golden-reddish aura that seemed to emanate heat even at a distance. Despite this, the absence of his left leg was noticeable to Ren, despite the carefully designed clothes to conceal it. The director's posture remained regal, however, his bearing that of someone whose authority came from within rather than physical presence. Welcome to the 248th semester tournament, his voice resonated across the plaza without need for amplification, the energy of his mana empowering his words. For first-year students, you are about to face what could be the most challenging, and perhaps revealing, week of your academic career thus far. The board behind him illuminated, displaying the tournament structure in brilliant blue detail. 3 trials await you, the director continued, his gaze sweeping across the gathered students. The professor and auxiliaries of your specific years will explain the details to each group. For Ren's group, Yang and Lin were the ones tasked with explanation. Yang stepped forward, his stone behemoth manifesting completely, making his muscles appear twice their normal size, his granitic skin gleaming under the morning sun. First trial, the Bronze Beast Challenge, he explained in his characteristic rough tone. Teams of 3 students will face a Bronze 1 rank beast. Your performance here is fundamental. Failing means possibly repeating the semester. Nervous murmurs coursed through the first-year crowd. This wasn't a surprise, but hearing it stated so directly underscored what was at stake. Lin stepped forward. Second trial, the team tournament, her voice was softer but equally authoritative, carrying to every year. Here you will face your fellow students, demonstrating your growth and cooperative technique. On the board, tournament brackets began to appear. And finally, Lin continued, a subtle smile playing at her lips, the individual tournament, where you will learn that even the strongest beast is only as effective as the person behind it. Yang resumed speaking, his stone-covered arms crossed over his chest as he surveyed the sea of students before him. For some, this is already known, but let me clarify for our misinformed novices, while victory brings glory and rewards, what we evaluate is your progress, your adaptability, your growth as tamers. A spectacular defeat can be more valuable than an easy victory. His eyes seemed to rest briefly on Ren, though it might have been imagination. The weight of that glance carried unspoken expectations. For those who fail to advance in the main tournament, added Lin, stepping forward with feline grace, there exists the obstacle trial. A specially designed challenge that allows even the eliminated to demonstrate their development. Director Ignatius reclaimed the center of the stage, his phoenix's golden-red aura briefly intensifying around him to also reclaim the attention. The schedules are now posted. The first trials begin in 1 hour. Prepare yourselves. The crowd surged forward as the professors retreated, eager students rushing to learn their assignments. The sound of hundreds of feet created a thunderous backdrop as almost all students jostled for position. Ren and his friends hung back, knowing the tumult would subside shortly. Look at those, Lu pointed toward a group of older students. Some second years and above already know that the true value of Battle Week isn't just winning and passing the year. Ren followed his gaze. The older students were gathered in small circles, some demonstrating techniques with their beasts, others discussing strategy in low tones. It's the only time multiple years mix freely, Lu explained, his eyes bright with appreciation. Sometimes you can learn more by watching an 8th-year student with your same type of beast than from a complete semester of battle classes. Speaking of which, interrupted Taro, straightening suddenly, isn't that Zhou Liwei? The one with the silver steeder vulture. Everyone turned to see a tall, slender 7th-year student surrounded by admirers. His skin had a subtle gray tinge. The Echo Prodigy, Lu confirmed, his voice dropping with reverence. Rumor has it he already has offers to join the Royal Guard after graduation. Looks like you're quite interested in his fighting style, Min observed, nudging Lu with his elbow. He has a different beast than me, but I have to see him fight, Lu whispered, nodding eagerly. They say he can direct strong sound vibrations to strike any point around him without even moving from his spot. The crowd at the board had diminished enough for them to approach. They scanned the lists, searching for their names among the organized chaos of schedules and brackets. There. Min pointed excitedly, his finger tapping a section of the board. Bronze Beast Challenge, Team 8, Min, Taro, and Ren. We're not the first, Taro sighed with evident relief. Who opens? Asked Min, stretching his neck to see better. Lu pointed toward the top of the list. Ron Blackfire's team. The salamander boy from the invocation ceremony. Ren remembered the event, the smile on the boy's face when his red egg had produced a respectable fire creature. Ren remained silent, studying the other brackets with methodical precision. His mushrooms pulsed at a steady rhythm as he absorbed the information. Team 1 of Group B consisted of Roran, Mira, and Trent. Team 5 had Klein, Aster, and Fong. His gaze shifted to the individual tournament bracket. His first match would be against the same student he had recognized from Group A. Ron, likely with his beast still at iron rank. If he won that, he would face the winner between Hector and Cass. The board also displayed the team pairings for the 16 first-year teams. Ren, after a quick glance, noticed that his group would face the challenge in 6th place, right after Klein's team and before Luna's. Interesting pairings, he murmured, his mind already calculating probabilities and strategies. That's Ron's team? Min asked, pointing toward 3 students entering the preparation area. Must be, since they're going first, Lu nodded. He's in the other section, Group A, which is why you don't have classes with him, but he's a first year just like you. First-year students were beginning to fill the stands around the arena dedicated to their final exam. We'd better find a spot, suggested Taro, already moving toward the seating area. I want a good view of how the monster behaves. As they approached, Ren noticed the final preparations in the arena. Specialized professors with wood element beasts traced complex patterns on the ground, creating anchors for a root system that would remain hidden underground until needed. Others installed parasitic plants or insects in the beasts' bodies to be able to stop them instantly if necessary, a small green larvae being carefully fed to the stone creature. Security methods perfected through decades of academic combat. Ron Blackfire walked with the confidence of someone who has been admired all his life. His partially manifested crimson salamander gave his skin a scarlet glow, while small flames occasionally leapt between his fingers when he gestured, explaining something to his teammates. Beside him walked a girl with reddish hair, Tamer of a red eagle manifested in her body. The same beast as Cass, a popular creature among noble girls of low and medium rank. The third member, a stocky boy with earth markings on his arms, completed the team. His beast, a digger mole, was visible as a pattern running across his skin and big claws. A well-balanced team for the confrontation, commented Ren, analyzing the combination. Ranged attacker, aerial support, and an underground attacker. And Ron seems pretty confident of his victory, noted Lu, observing the salamander tamer's grandiose gestures and theatrical posturing. In the center of the arena, an enormous creature waited, contained by invisible barriers. The big stone lurker, an evolution of the common stone lurker, measured approximately 3 meters in height and slightly more in width. Its rocky body presented a texture similar to stone that could only be eroded by the passage of centuries. At first glance, it appeared to be an immobile mound, almost a natural formation, until one noticed its small eyes or the strange extremities at its base, short but surprisingly powerful. And on its front, a fissure that occasionally opened, revealing a jaw capable of crushing rock. Beyond the academy walls, the city itself transformed in response to this battle week. In the markets, apothecaries and herb vendors were already experiencing their seasonal boom. Healing herb prices had doubled overnight and several stalls displayed "sold out" signs before noon. The economic ripples extended to the city limits, where small healing practices that struggled during normal times suddenly found themselves flooded with orders. Independent healers who normally couldn't compete with the Central Medical Corps received temporary contracts, their services in high demand as all schools in the city simultaneously conducted their battle exams. For those living in the outer city, Battle Week represented a unique opportunity. Gatherers who ventured into iron and bronze territories returned with bags full of medicinal plants, selling them at premium prices to desperate buyers. The poorest districts buzzed with unusual activity, temporary prosperity flowing through streets typically forgotten by the wealthy. Tamers with low-rank healing beasts, normally overlooked for their lack of potential, found themselves courted by various job opportunities. Those who would struggle to find employment during regular seasons could earn enough crystals during this single week to support themselves for months. Battle Week transformed not just the academy but the entire city's ecosystem, a reminder of how deeply the Tamer system was woven into the fabric of society. Triumph and tragedy, victory and injury, all flowed together in a cycle as old as the city itself. And at the center of it all, young tamers prepared to prove their worth in the crucible of combat. Students, auxiliaries, professors, Director Ignatius's voice resonated throughout the stadium. The first trials of the 248th semester tournament officially begin. The audience fell silent as the director yielded the attention to the professors of different years to continue. In the first-year stadium, Yang continued, his gravelly voice carrying effortlessly across the arena. Team 1 of Group A, prepare to face the big stone lurker. Remember, coordination, strategy, and prudence. The objective is to demonstrate that you can defeat the beast together, not to showcase individual bravery. Ron and his teammates entered the arena, wearing the characteristic black uniform with chest protections. Their steps were confident, almost swagger, as they approached the center. Weapons? Asked the auxiliary professor, offering a rack with various combat tools. The arsenal gleamed under the morning sun, hammers of different weights, reinforced spears, even pickaxes designed to penetrate stone. Ron looked disdainfully at the arsenal, his lip curling slightly. We don't need those fragile tools, he declared with a confident smile that bordered on arrogance. Our beasts are more than sufficient. His teammates exchanged glances, a flash of uncertainty crossing their faces, but followed his example, rejecting the offered weapons. The auxiliary professor shrugged and withdrew the rack, though not before casting a knowing glance toward Yang. Typical of a tamer with fire element, Min muttered from his seat in the stands. They always think scorching everything around solves all problems. Lu laughed briefly, remembering something, and added, weapons are frowned upon because for many, they're an admission that your beast is too weak. But there are still those who use them. Hammers are the most popular, but unlike iron-rank stone lurkers, these evolved ones have very thick defenses, and only students with really good strength enhancements can use them properly. The team took position as far as possible from the stone lurker, which remained motionless, as if in slumber. Its massive form dominated the center of the arena, casting a long shadow across the packed earth. Ron positioned himself at the front, the Red Eagle girl, Nia, according to the board's announcement, to his right, and the mole boy, Gulhan, maneuvering to the left. They moved with practiced coordination, suggesting they had trained together extensively. Beginning in 3, 2, 1. Yang counted down, his voice resonating throughout the arena. The roots containing the monster receded underground, their retreat marked by the soft whisper of earth shifting, leaving nothing between the students and the stone lurker. For an instant that felt far too long, nothing happened. The stone lurker remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to the presences surrounding it. Now! Ron's shout broke the silence, echoing against the stadium walls. His salamander fully manifested in his body, enveloping his arms in crimson scales that gleamed with intense heat. With a fluid movement, he generated a fireball the size of a melon and hurled it against the stone beast. The flames left a trail of shimmering air as they flew toward their target. The impact resonated with a small explosion, raising a cloud of dust that momentarily obscured the creature. When visibility returned, the stone lurker showed only a blackened spot on its surface, like a small bruise on its otherwise untouched hide. Seems like we'll need more power, exclaimed Ron, without losing his confident smile. Nia, use the wind as we practiced. The girl nodded, manifesting her red eagle. The air around her arms began to swirl, forming visible currents that extended toward Ron. Meanwhile, Gulhan had invoked the physical form of his digger mole. With a quick movement, the creature submerged into the arena's earth as if it were water, leaving only a small hole to mark its passage. Ron, now backed by Nia's air currents, began launching larger and hotter fireballs. Each impact generated a more powerful blast than the previous one, but the stone lurker barely reacted. The blackened spots expanded slightly, but the creature's integrity remained largely uncompromised. Classic strategy, commented Lu, leaning forward in his seat. Attack from a distance while enhancing their main offensive strength. It usually works, but they have an elemental disadvantage. Though something's not right with the beast, murmured Ren, his mushrooms pulsing with a calm rhythm. It's not responding as it should. As if answering his words, the stone lurker finally moved. But it walked slowly, very slowly. Its massive limbs dragged against the ground, each movement accompanied by the grinding sound of stone against stone. It seemed to be in a dream from which it was gradually awakening. Ren understood that what the auxiliaries had done to contain it was still affecting the monster, and it was taking time to readapt to freedom of movement. But Ron's team didn't realize this. Seeing the monster approaching slowly, they decided to take advantage and maintain their attack without worrying about keeping their distance. The salamander's flames intensified, pouring forth in an almost continuous stream now as Ron pressed what he perceived as an advantage. Ren noticed the change in mana flow. The monster had fully awakened. Its energy signature shifted from dormant to active, a surge of power rippling through its stone body. But Ron's team maintained their attack, oblivious to the danger. Until the monster was too close. The frontal crevice opened slowly, revealing a cavernous mouth filled with crystalline protrusions that resembled teeth. "Watch out!" Ren shouted from the stands, unable to contain himself. With a speed that contradicted its heavy appearance, the monster pivoted slightly and leaped toward Nia. The movement was so sudden that the girl barely had time to react, using her wind control to propel herself backward. The stone lurker's jaws closed in the space where she had been a second before with a chilling crunch. "Gulhan, now," ordered Ron, taking advantage of the beast's distraction. From beneath the beast, the ground trembled. Gulhan's mole emerged like a projectile, its reinforced claws striking the monster's belly with brutal force. The impact slightly damaged the stone lurker, eliciting a growl that sounded like rocks sliding against each other. But when Gulhan's mole tried to submerge again, the beast reacted. One of its strange feet struck the ground with precision, blocking the tunnel the mole had created. The impact was so violent that the tunnel collapsed. "It knows how to defend its belly well," observed Taro with concern. "It's the thinnest area. Fortunately for them, it's not using its real press ability. It seems its earth abilities are blocked by the auxiliaries too," Ren explained, his eyes never leaving the battle. The mole survived with moderate damage and dug a new tunnel while Ron and his team began to move away from the enormous monster. Ron maintained his offensive, launching continuous fire attacks enhanced by Nia's currents. The surface of the stone lurker began to show signs of heating, acquiring a reddish tone in some areas. Small cracks appeared where the heat was most intense, suggesting a potential vulnerability. "Keep it up." Ron encouraged his companions, his voice hoarse from the exertion. "It's weakening." But Ren could see what Ron ignored. The beast wasn't weakening, it was retracting its blood to the center to maintain a stable body temperature. While the group spent their energy on attacks that generated minor damages. "It's more concerned about the attacks from below," commented Ren. The battle stretched on longer than expected. Ron continued launching fire, but the flames, which initially appeared impressive, were now visibly smaller. His salamander's iron rank wasn't sufficient to maintain that level of attack for so long. What had begun as a confident display of power now revealed its limitations with each passing minute. Nia also showed signs of fatigue. Her wind control, crucial for enhancing Ron's fire, became erratic. Her previously precise gestures grew sloppy. Sweat streaked her face, plastering strands of her reddish hair to her forehead. Gulhan's mole, perhaps the most affected, emerged with decreasing frequency. His attacks from the tunnels, initially precise, now seemed disorganized. To gain more time and recover, instead of frontal attacks, they began moving in a circular pattern, constantly surrounding the platform and attacking the beast in small bursts. Gulhan no longer attempted direct attacks from below. Instead, he created strategic tunnels around the monster, weakening the ground beneath its feet and only attacking when the big lurker stepped on one of them. It was a strategy that the auxiliaries controlling the routes to avoid hindering the mole found annoying. Nia concentrated her wind gusts only at the moment of impact, timing them with Ron's attacks to maximize their effect while conserving energy. Ron, abandoning the constant fireballs, now generated more concentrated and sporadic flames. Each blast was carefully timed, aimed at areas already weakened by previous attacks. Better, Ren nodded, his mushrooms pulsing as approval. Though I'm not sure if their stamina will be enough in the end. The new strategy began showing results. The stone lurker, though still formidable, could no longer advance with the same speed. One of its front legs moved with difficulty, affected by the concentrated heat on that side. But time worked against them. After almost 20 minutes of combat, exhaustion was evident in all three students. Gulhan could barely keep his beast manifested. Nia breathed with difficulty, her wind gusts increasingly weak. Even Ron, whose initial confidence had seemed unshakable, showed signs of extreme fatigue. His salamander scales, partially deactivated, barely maintained a faint glow on his arms. "They won't make it," Taro murmured, leaning forward with tension, his hands gripping his knees tightly. The big stone lurker, sensing its opponent's weakness, began moving with renewed aggression. Twice it nearly caught Nia and Ron, saved at the last instant by their teammates' intervention. "One last charge," Ron shouted, his voice hoarse from effort and heat. "Everything you've got." It was a desperate move, but they had no alternative. Their endurance was depleting faster than the monster's defenses. The team lured the beast toward a large trap that Gulhan had gradually created. The ground was honeycombed with tunnels, a fragile lattice designed to collapse under the creature's weight. They moved with surprising synchronization despite their exhaustion, herding the monster toward the center of the weakened zone. When they finally managed to make the big stone lurker fall into it and teeter on the verge of toppling over, Gulhan's mole emerged directly beneath the stone lurker, not to attack, but to create a fulcrum. Using his last reserves of strength, he pushed upward, partially lifting the beast and exposing its belly. Nia, drawing on reserve she didn't know she possessed, generated the largest air current of the combat, directing it like a cyclone toward the exposed point. Ron, his salamander glowing one last time with intensity, channeled all his remaining fire toward the same target. The combined impact resonated throughout the arena. An explosion of fire, wind, and rock fragments temporarily blinded the spectators. When visibility returned, the stone lurker lay on its side, motionless. A smoking hole in its belly revealed the internal crystalline core, the flesh around it charred and crumbling. Cracks spread across its entire body, some deep enough to expose the inner structure. The three students had collapsed as well, gasping for breath, completely exhausted. For an instant, silence dominated the arena. Then, gradually, applause began spreading among the audience, growing until it became an ovation. "Victory for a group's team won," announced Yang, his voice betraying a slight tone of surprise. Time, 23 minutes, 42 seconds. Ron, despite his exhaustion, managed to raise a fist in triumph. His companions could barely sketch smiles of relief. Their chests heaved with desperate breaths, but pride shone in their eyes. Auxiliaries and medics quickly entered the arena, attending to the exhausted students while others began removing the remains of the stone lurker. Green healing energy glowed around the medics' hands as they assessed the team's condition. "Impressive, considering how long they maintained that mana expenditure," Lu commented, nodding appreciatively. "But too confident," Ren observed, his eyes still analyzing the aftermath. "They underestimated the resistance of a real bronze rank. I don't understand why they hate weapons so much." While observing how the medical team helped the victorious but depleted students leave the arena, Ren couldn't help smiling. "But that was just the first one," he murmured to himself. "The show's barely beginning." In the stands, murmurs and analysis spread like wildfire. Opinions, criticisms, and praise mingled as the first students from higher years who had already overcome their challenges evaluated the performance. "Team 1 of Group B, prepare to enter in 3 minutes," the announcement resonated. The auxiliaries worked with efficiency, repairing the arena floor while others brought in a new big stone lurker for the next combat. "Prepare to enter," announced Yang, his voice echoing throughout the stadium. "Here they come," Min murmured, leaning forward with interest, his amphibian briefly materializing on his shoulder from excitement. Do you think our classmates will do better than Group A? Ren nodded while observing Roran, Mira, and Trent walk toward the arena. Unlike the previous team, their body language showed nervousness. Their movements lacked Ron's swagger, but there was determination in their squared shoulders. I think this will be interesting, Ren commented. Roran led the group, his stocky figure imposing with the complete manifestation of his troll dog. Thick, greenish fur covered his arms and neck, and his teeth had elongated into small tusks. Beside him, the slender Mira adjusted the moss gloves that Ren had taught her to create to channel her giant rat's power more quickly and easily. Trent, with his fire ant, studied the beast they would soon face. Weapons, offered the auxiliary, presenting the same arsenal that the previous team had rejected. Unlike Roran showed no disdain for the tools. After a moment of consideration, he selected a reinforced combat hammer, testing its weight. Mira chose a shovel, while Trent opted for a pickaxe, its point designed to find cracks in stone. Good choice, Taro murmured. The shovel and pickaxe can serve both for digging and striking. Beginning in 3, 2, 1. Yang counted. The roots receded, releasing the monster from its containment. The enormous creature stood motionless for a moment, its small eyes surveying the new challengers that faced it. The second battle had begun. Now! Roran shouted. Seating formation. Instead of attacking directly, Mira extended both hands toward the ground, channeling energy through her gloves. Neutral pattern, she directed as her mana traced a complex circle on the ground. Where her fingers touched, moss sprouted at a supernatural speed, expanding in precise spirals. Simultaneously, Trent invoked his fire ant. The creature materialized beside him, its exoskeleton gleaming like burnished copper in the arena light. Though only the size of a large dog, the ant's mandibles looked capable of crushing stone, and heat shimmered around its body. Curious beast, Lu commented. Fire ants are rare. They're not as powerful as salamanders in elemental control, but their endurance is remarkable. They're highly valued because they can reach Silver 3, though it's a shame they're not specialists. Ren knew what Lu meant. The ant provided a 30% increase in strength and defense instead of a specialized increase in fire like the salamanders. That's why they called it a generalist. But he knew that like all beasts, Silver 3 was far from the actual limit. The stone lurker, apparently confused by the lack of direct attack, emitted a growl that resonated like crumbling rocks. It began advancing toward Mira, identifying her as the most vulnerable target as she crouched. Watch out, several students shouted from the stands, their voices merging into a single warning cry. But Mira didn't seem concerned. Without interrupting her tracing, she continued expanding the moss. In the last second, when the lurker was almost 3 meters away and its jaws seemed about to open, Roran intervened. His transformation was the most dramatic of the three. His muscle mass visibly increased, and his features took on a canine aspect, with prominent jaws and pointed ears. With a roar that blended human and animal, Roran hurled the hammer that struck the lurker's flank. The force of the impact, amplified by the 40% increase his beast granted him, momentarily destabilized the stone lurker, distracting it just enough for Mira to finish her pattern. Ready, she exclaimed, moving away from the area now covered in moss. Trent. The ant boy nodded, sending his beast to the edge of the moss circle. The creature scuttled forward obediently. Wait, Min murmured, observing with growing interest. What are they doing? The moss began to change, its green tones acquiring reddish hues where Trent's ant touched it. A reaction was occurring, one that shouldn't be possible without. The neutral mana pattern, Ren explained. Mira can not only create moss that denies the passage of mana, she can also create moss that can adapt to other elemental energies. It's something like when your snake changes the mana pattern to heal. While the stone lurker recovered from the destabilization, Mira ran to reposition herself and began frantically digging with her shovel. Trent and Roran moved to the flanks as the dog was summoned fully and sent next to the ant. Then, both Roran's troll dog and Trent's ant began devouring the moss that Mira had sown. The scene surprised many spectators. It was unusual to see beasts of different elements feeding on a magical resource, especially one of a different element. "What are they doing?" a nearby student murmured, incredulity in his voice. "Are they crazy?" "They're not," Ren responded with quiet confidence. "They're applying a synergy I taught them, one that few know about." The effect was immediate and striking. Roran's troll dog, after consuming the moss, experienced a visible increase in muscle mass. Its claws grew and its fur acquired an unnatural sheen, almost metallic in quality. "The troll dog's ability isn't the bite as everyone believes since it's strong," Ren explained, observing with satisfaction. "It's actually the passive, glutton, which doubles the effects of any food or medicine it consumes." Simultaneously, Trent's ant also changed after ingesting the moss. Its reddish carapace acquired greenish streaks, and the small flames that occasionally emerged from its pincers intensified, acquiring an emerald tone. The creature's size increased by nearly a third. The stone lurker, oblivious to its opponent's transformation, continued its slow but relentless advance. Phase 2. Roran indicated. Without further warning, his empowered troll dog began frantically digging in the ground. Its claws, strengthened by the moss effect, tore through the earth as if it were butter, quickly creating a tunnel that extended under the monster. At the same time, Trent's ant also began excavating, but in the opposite direction, creating a second tunnel that would eventually meet the first. "They're digging a trap," Min realized, his eyes bright with understanding. Like the previous team. The stone lurker, sensing the vibrations beneath its feet, tried to turn away from the new threat to its belly. Its movement was heavy and slow, as if its entire mass resisted the change in direction. "The disadvantage of big stone lurkers," Lu commented. "They can make surprisingly quick leaps forward, but turning costs them great effort." Taking advantage of this limitation, Mira began generating more moss at an accelerated rate where she had dug. Her giant rat worked tirelessly, consuming mana to produce more and more organic material. Underground, the troll dog and ant had completed their interconnected tunnels. "Ready for the final phase," Roran announced. The trap was set. The tunnels formed a complex structure beneath the stone lurker, weakening the ground while saturating it with the moss that both the dog and ant transported in their mouths. "Collapse in 3, shouted Mira, running toward Roran to distance herself from the center and draw the beast. Her small form darted across the arena, deliberately catching the creature's attention. The stone lurker, oblivious to the danger, followed her with single-minded determination. 2. Trent also joined them, completing their formation at a safe distance. 1. The ground beneath the monster began to visibly give way. Cracks extended in a radial pattern, and the stone lurker emitted what could almost be interpreted as a sound of confusion. Now. Roran's troll dog, still empowered by Myra's moss mana, launched itself upward, emerging directly beneath the stone lurker. The impact was devastating. The doubly increased strength of Roran's beast struck a specific point at the base of the monster. The stone lurker rose slightly, losing its balance. It teetered precariously, its massive bulk shifting as gravity worked against it. Trent slammed both hands against the ground, and his ant channeled an intense fiery discharge directly into the moss-filled tunnels. The reaction was immediate. The moss, prepared by Myra's neutral pattern and strategically transported under the monster, ignited with explosive violence. The moss, modified by Myra's neutral pattern and Trent's elemental influence, erupted in flames that didn't spread horizontally but ascended in a perfect cylinder. The stone lurker became trapped in a column of fire more intense than all of Ron's attacks combined. "The furnace is ready," exclaimed Trent, his voice barely audible over the roar of the flames. "Roran." At this critical moment, Roran's troll dog executed the final play. Emerging from a lateral tunnel they had kept sealed precisely for this purpose, it charged with all its enhanced strength directly against the already cracked base of the monster. The creature's body had become a living battering ram, its every muscle straining toward this single, decisive impact. The chain reaction was immediate. The crack expanded, heat penetrated the monster's interior, and with a thunderous boom that resonated throughout the stadium, the big stone lurker fragmented from within. In the center of the arena, where the monster had stood, now remained only its exposed crystalline core and a pile of debris. Steam rose from the shattered remains, carrying the scent of hot stone and burned earth. The silence that followed was broken by an ovation even more enthusiastic than the previous one. Even upper-year students rose to their feet, applauding the strategy they had witnessed. "Victory for Team 1 of Group B," announced Yang, not attempting to hide his impressed tone. Time, 7 minutes, 11 seconds. Unlike the previous team, Roran, Mira, and Trent didn't collapse exhausted. Tired, yes, but still able to stand and acknowledge the applause with grateful gestures. "That was a brilliant application," Lu commented, looking at Ren with renewed respect. "You taught them well." "Actually, I only pointed out some synergies that already existed," Ren responded, modest but evidently satisfied. "They developed the strategy." The applause for Roran, Mira, and Trent's team continued as they left the arena. Their victory had set a high standard, especially considering they had defeated the monster in less time than Ron's team, who possessed beasts widely considered superior. "The next combat will begin in 3 minutes, announced Yang, his voice cutting through the excited murmurs. "Team 2 of Group A, prepare yourselves." "This organization is confusing," Min commented, studying the announcement board with furrowed brows. "Why not simply number the teams from 1 to 16? "Tradition," Lu replied with a shrug. "Each group first competes with teams from their adjacent section to maintain competitiveness between classes. Someone told me that counting us together up to 16 would make us feel like one group." "What about your group, Lu?" Taro asked, looking around the crowded stands. "I thought they'd be with you." "You're in Group D, right?" Ren also inquired. "Since we compete in another stadium, they're waiting for their turn. They're probably not even with our group, just like I'm not with them." Lu explained, a shadow briefly crossing his face before he masked it with indifference. "He prefers being with us," Min added in a low voice, leaning toward Ren and Taro. "Since he repeated a year, his classmates haven't been kind. I think the same goes for the other two on his team." The auxiliaries had finished preparing the arena for the next combat. A new big stone lurker, almost identical to the previous one, waited motionless in the center like a natural rock formation. Team 2 of Group A entered with expressions of forced determination. 2 girls and a boy, all with air element beasts. "Weapons," offered the auxiliary, presenting the rack with tools. The 3 students exchanged glances and shook their heads, though there was hesitation in their movements. "We trust in our beasts," declared one of them, though her voice betrayed a certain uncertainty. What followed was sad to watch. The students attempted a mobility strategy, constantly running around the stone lurker, creating air blades and gusts that barely affected its rocky surface. Their beasts weren't bad, but they lacked the necessary power to penetrate the monster's defense. They attacked from different angles, trying to find a weak point, but with no apparent success. Each strike seemed to fade away against the creature's stony hide, like waves breaking against a cliff. "They're not causing any real damage," Taro observed after 10 minutes of fruitless attempts. The stone lurker remained mostly unaffected, occasionally turning with its characteristic slowness to follow the students. Its mouth opened periodically, but the young tamers were agile enough to avoid its attacks. 5 more minutes later, the situation hadn't changed. The students showed obvious signs of fatigue, their attacks becoming less frequent and more desperate. Sweat streaked their faces, and their coordinated movements had deteriorated into individual, increasingly frantic efforts. Finally, Yang raised a hand. "Enough," he declared with a firm voice. "The trial concludes." The auxiliaries activated their containment abilities, restoring the barrier around the stone lurker, which didn't even show significant marks after 15 minutes of constant attacks. The creature settled back into immobility, looking almost exactly as it had at the beginning. "Team 2 of Group A, you have failed to defeat the target, Yang announced, his tone neither harsh nor sympathetic. However, you have demonstrated acceptable coordination and evasion technique. You will be evaluated on the obstacle course. The three students left the arena with downcast expressions, their shoulders slumped in defeat. One of the girls seemed on the verge of tears, though she struggled to maintain her composure. They never had a chance, Min commented. 3 wind element beasts against a solid rock creature. The element wasn't the only problem, Ren corrected. It was their approach. There were many ways they could have used their beasts to win. They also seem unaware of 2 of their beasts' abilities. And they rejected the weapons, Min added. At least they could have tried something different. Ren nodded, his mushrooms also pulsing with agreement. While the auxiliaries prepared the arena for the next combat, Ren observed Team 2 of Group B waiting their turn. Hector, Vern, and Rosalind conversed with expressions of absolute confidence. They're still followers of Klein's group after all this time, Taro observed, following Ren's gaze. But if you ask me, it seems like they don't have another choice. They're from purist families, Min nodded. Families under the gold crests. They're among those who most believe that using weapons or tools is an admission of weakness. They only trust in the natural power of their beasts. Team 2 of Group B, prepare to enter, announced the auxiliary, his voice cutting through their conversation. Hector led his team toward the arena with an arrogant stride. His minotaur was fully manifested. Beside him, Vern also invoked his centaur. Rosalind completed the trio of 2-meter-tall beasts with her 3-horned horse. Very good-sized beasts with impressive strength for iron rank, Taro commented, showing appreciation despite his dislike of their owners. Tier 2, all 3, Ren confirmed. They offer 40% increases in their primary attributes. His mushrooms pulsed as he analyzed their mana signatures. When the auxiliary offered them weapons, Hector responded for all with a dismissive gesture, his nostrils flaring with disdain. We are pure tamers, he declared, head held high. We don't need artificial trash. Idiots, Min muttered under his breath. The centaur and minotaur could have utilized weapons very effectively, Ren observed, shaking his head slightly. Both beasts are excellent for combat with implements. Why reject something that would give them an advantage? Taro asked, genuinely confused. Ego. They think they're above others because they don't use them, Min responded, rolling his eyes. And they're Klein's followers. They wouldn't dare contradict the group's philosophy. The combat began with an impressive display of brute strength that drew gasps from the crowd. Joint attack. Hector roared. The beasts of all 3 charged simultaneously against the stone lurker from different angles. The impact was thunderous, reverberating through the arena. During the first few minutes, the strategy seemed promising. The powerful physical attacks of the 3 beasts generated visible cracks in the stone lurker's surface. The Minotaur's horn thrusts, especially, seemed capable of penetrating the hard rocky shell. Maybe they didn't need weapons after all, Taro murmured, impressed despite himself. Ren shook his head, his eyes seeing what others missed. Observe more carefully, he indicated. The cracks are superficial. They're not achieving much, just chiseling thin, external layers of the rock. Indeed, as the combat progressed, it became evident that the strategy had serious limitations. Although their beasts were Tier 2 and the big lurker Tier 1, the monster was a rank above and fully specialized in defense. What had initially looked like significant damage was revealed to be merely cosmetic as the creature continued to move with undiminished strength. The stone lurker, after absorbing the first impacts, began to react with more aggression. Its crystalline mouth opened completely, launching calculated bites that the students' beasts barely dodged. Gradually, the movements of the 3 beasts lost precision and power. Their attacks, initially coordinated and powerful, became increasingly desperate and uncoordinated. They're getting exhausted, Min observed, leaning forward. The complete manifestation abilities consume too much mana to use them this many times. By the 10-minute mark, the situation had changed dramatically. The stone lurker, apparently learning from the battle formations, began concentrating its attacks on Rosalind's horse, the most defensively fragile of the three. "Watch out!" Vern shouted, trying to kick and deflect the attack with his centaur. His hooves struck the stone lurker's flank but failed to divert its attention. Too late. The monster's crystalline mouth closed around Rosalind's horse. It didn't do enough damage to break it in half, but enough to neutralize its manifestation. The beast flickered and partially dematerialized, its form becoming translucent as Rosalind cried out in pain and surprise. The spectators gasped collectively as the tide of battle shifted dramatically. What had begun as an impressive display of power was rapidly transforming into a demonstration of the limitations of brute force against a defensively superior opponent. The three-horned horse disappeared with a flash, leaving Rosalind gasping and vulnerable. The sudden severing of the beast connection sent a shock through her system. "Rosalind, fall back," Hector ordered, nearly dragging her to the edge of the arena. The Minotaur charged again, its horns striking with renewed force. Several new cracks appeared on the stone lurker's surface, but none deep enough to cause real damage. Each impact sent stone fragments flying, but the monster's integrity remained largely intact. "They should change their strategy," Ren murmured. "Winning through frontal attacks would take nearly 5 times the energy they've spent so far. But they don't even have half that remaining." Yet the team persevered with their original approach. Vern sent his centaur to execute quick charges, striking and retreating before the monster could respond. The beast's hooves striking against the stone made strong thuds travel through the arena. By the 15-minute mark, his strength was also faltering. The centaur showed signs of fatigue, its movements becoming increasingly less fluid. The stone lurker, detecting the weakness, executed one of its characteristic short but surprisingly quick leaps. The huge creature seemed to defy gravity for a moment, all its bulk in a trajectory aimed directly at Vern's beast. Before it could react, the monster's mouth opened wide. Hector tried to intervene, but his Minotaur, also exhausted, couldn't reach them in time. A flash of light marked the moment when Vern's centaur was neutralized by the attack. Vern cried out, dropping to one knee from the backlash of the connection disruption. "No!" exclaimed Hector, his frustration evident, face flushed with anger and desperation. Only he remained, facing a beast that barely showed signs of damage after more than a quarter hour of constant attacks from all three beasts. But he didn't surrender. With a roar that blended determination and desperation, the Minotaur charged one last time. Its horns, directed toward one of the deepest cracks, struck with all the strength it had left. The impact created an explosion of rocky fragments. For a moment, it seemed he had managed to penetrate the defense, but when the dust settled, the big stone lurker remained intact, protected by several deeper layers of rocky material. The crack had widened but failed to reach any vital area. Finally, Yang raised his hand. "Trial concluded," he declared. "The target has not been defeated." The auxiliaries reactivated the roots, containing the stone lurker while the students, exhausted and defeated, left the arena. "They had ways to win," Ren commented as he watched them exit. "But obviously they didn't ask you," Min completed with an ironic smile, nudging Ren's shoulder lightly. "They never would," added Taro, his beetle markings shifting slightly with his emotions. "They're from Klein's inner circle. They'd rather fail than accept advice from the mushroom boy." Ren nodded, his expression neutral but his mushrooms pulsing with a rhythm that his friends now recognized as amusement. The soft glow ebbed and flowed like silent laughter. "Their loss," he said simply. "Each failure is a lesson for us." While the auxiliaries prepared the arena for the next combat, Ren continued absorbing every detail, every strategy, every mistake. When his turn came, he would be more than prepared. The stands vibrated with the energy of dozens of simultaneous conversations. Students analyzed the battles they'd witnessed, debating strategies and predicting outcomes with passionate intensity. The first battles had established a clear pattern: brute force was ineffective against the big stone lurker, strategy and exploitation of its specific weaknesses were necessary. This realization spread through the crowd, changing expectations for the upcoming matches. Team 3 of Group A, prepare to enter, announced the auxiliary, his voice cutting through the chatter. 3 students advanced toward the arena. Unlike the previous teams, these seemed to have a well-defined plan from the beginning. Their movements were coordinated, their expressions focused rather than arrogant or uncertain. "I know the girl in the middle from my morning class," Min commented, leaning forward with interest. "She has a water undine, good for support but not for direct attack. And the one on the left has an earth cricket according to the board," added Taro, squinting to see better. "But the third is a fat roots dwarf tray ant," Ren completed, his mushrooms pulsing with interest. "An uncommon plant beast. Its roots are exceptionally thick for its size." The 3 students took strategic positions around the big stone lurker, maintaining a prudent distance. Like most students from previous teams, they didn't fuse their beasts with their bodies but fully invoked them externally. The iron-ranked dwarf tray ant appeared next to its tamer, a vegetal structure approximately 1 meter tall, with a thick, twisted trunk from which sprouted roots that seemed disproportionate to its size. Its face, barely distinguishable as a collection of knots in the bark, emitted a creaking sound. Beside it, the iron-rank water undine took form, a small translucent female figure composed entirely of crystalline liquid that flowed in constant movement. The digger cricket completed the trio, a robust creature with enormous claws and black eyes adapted to darkness. Phase 1, Terrain Preparation, ordered the Trent's tamer, his voice calm and methodical. Immediately, the digger cricket launched itself toward the ground, disappearing beneath the surface with surprising speed. "I guess trapping it in a hole always works. They're copying Ron and Roran's team strategy," Taro observed, folding his arms across his chest. "Yeah, but not exactly," Ren corrected, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Watch what the undine is doing." The aquatic creature had begun generating a fine mist that spread across the arena floor, concentrating especially around the stone lurker. Where the mist touched the earth, it visibly darkened, becoming wet and more malleable. The packed dirt transformed gradually, from dusty firmness to damp clay. "They're softening the terrain," Min realized, his eyes widening with understanding. "Facilitating both excavation and root penetration." The stone lurker, sensing the threat, began moving with its characteristic slowness. Its crystalline mouth opened, trying to reach the undine's tamer, but she retreated agilely, maintaining her distance while her creature continued saturating the soil with moisture. Meanwhile, the dwarf tray ant had remained motionless, apparently accumulating energy. Its trunk pulsed with an increasingly intense glow, the bark seeming to breathe as it expanded and contracted rhythmically. Phase 2, Extension, indicated its tamer when the cricket emerged briefly to confirm that the tunnels were complete. The undine directed its elemental energy straight to the tray ant, water flowing from its hands into the plant creature's base. The connection formed a shimmering arc between them, power transferring visibly from one beast to the other. The transformation was immediate and remarkable. The dwarf Trent's roots began extending and branching with unnatural speed. Like vegetal serpents, they slid through the newly created tunnels, spreading outward in an expanding network beneath the arena floor. Normally dwarf tray ants are very slow although their roots are very strong. But the moisture, Ren noted, observing how the undine continued feeding it with elemental water and keeping the soil saturated. The water not only weakens the earth, it also allows the Trent's absorption ability to work faster. It's a basic elemental synergy between wood and water, but doubly effective thanks to their specific passives. The stone lurker, though slow, wasn't stupid. Sensing that the real danger came from underground, it began stomping the ground with its extremities, trying to collapse the tunnels and crush the invading roots. But it was too late. "Final phase, constriction," shouted the Trent's tamer. The water undine suddenly submerged into the wet ground, disappearing from sight. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then, the terrain around the stone lurker began to shake violently. In a perfectly orchestrated demonstration, dozens of massive roots simultaneously emerged from the ground, wrapping around the stone lurker and anchoring it in place. Other roots, thinner but equally strong, introduced themselves into the natural cracks in its rocky surface. The stone beast struggled against its vegetal bindings, its mouth opening completely in what almost seemed like a silent roar. But the roots, strengthened by water and nutrients from the earth, squeezed with immense force. "Crush it," ordered the Trent's Tamer with a firm voice, his hand closing into a fist to direct the final attack. The dwarf tree-ant began contracting all its roots at once, exerting constant pressure from multiple angles. Its trunk shuddered with effort, the glow intensifying to almost blinding brightness. The sound was like a mountain splitting apart. Cracks spread across the entire surface of the stone lurker, connecting with each other and deepening with each passing second. The sound of stone giving way under tremendous pressure filled the arena, a symphony of destruction that held the audience captivated. Finally, with a deafening boom, the big stone lurker collapsed. Its core remained suspended in a network of roots, entrails, and debris before completely fading out. Silence fell over the arena, followed by enthusiastic applause. Even upper-year students who had finished their battles clapped with genuine appreciation for the strategy demonstrated. "Victory for Team 3 of Group A," Yang announced, his voice carrying a hint of approval. "Time, 6 minutes, 48 seconds. They beat Roran's time," Taro pointed out, impressed. "Elemental advantage," Ren nodded. "Plants naturally have superiority over rocks, especially when empowered by water." Their synergy was nearly perfect. While the auxiliaries cleaned the arena and prepared the next stone lurker, conversation in the stands intensified. Each battle revealed new strategies and possibilities, generating technical debates among students from different years. Animated discussions broke out as veteran students pointed out nuances that first years had missed. "Team 3 of Group B, prepare to enter," Yang announced. "Here they come," Min murmured, his expression tightening slightly. Jean, Kai, and Cass advanced toward the arena with the characteristic confidence of those who still considered themselves the elite of the first year. Jean, in particular, walked with an unmistakable air of superiority, his eyes occasionally drifting toward where Ren and his friends were seated. "Jean has evolved his beast," Ren observed, noticing the subtle differences in the aura surrounding the student. "It's no longer a spirit tiger." "How can you tell?" asked Taro, narrowing his eyes to try to see what Ren perceived. "The mana pattern is a bit more complex," Ren replied, his mushrooms pulsing while analyzing. "He's reached Bronze 1. It's now a greater spirit tiger. So more first years than our group have dared to evolve," Min muttered with suspicion. His family must have their own cultivation technique if he didn't wait to learn more before starting. The 3 students took positions in the arena. Unlike previous teams, they showed neither nervousness nor doubt. Every movement denoted absolute confidence. "Weapons," offered the auxiliary, presenting the rack that had been repeatedly rejected throughout the day. Jean shook his head, an arrogant smile on his lips. "We don't need them," he responded, looking directly at Ren, who was carrying his spear, while saying it. "My beast is enough." The challenge in his gaze was unmistakable, a direct message to the mushroom boy watching from the stands. Cass invoked her red eagle, a majestic creature with scarlet plumage that rose above the arena with powerful wing beats. Its wingspan was impressive, nearly twice the girl's height, and its talons gleamed like polished daggers in the stadium light. Simultaneously, Kai manifested his green lizard. The greenish scales shimmered under the stadium lights, and its movement was fluid and fast. Jean, unlike his companions, did not invoke his beast externally. Instead, he began to merge with it. Black and blue markings appeared on his skin, forming patterns resembling those of a tiger. His eyes acquired a supernatural glow, and his hands partially transformed, developing translucent claws around them that seemed to be made of pure energy. "Beginning in 3, 2, 1. Yang counted. The roots retracted, releasing the stone lurker from its containment. The massive creature stood motionless for a moment, as if assessing its new opponents. Instead of all attacking directly, only Kai's green lizard launched itself toward the stone lurker, moving with surprising speed. It didn't attempt to cause damage, simply scurrying around the monster, jumping on its surface and constantly provoking it. The stone lurker, confused by this elusive attacker, began to turn heavily, trying to follow the lizard. "The fast and defensive lizard is an effective distraction," commented Taro. "But what's the real plan?" The answer came immediately. While the lizard kept the stone lurker occupied, Cass's red eagle began generating air currents. Unlike previous teams that had tried to use wind as a weapon, Cass was employing it in a completely different way. "She's creating a circuit," Ren observed, his eyes tracking the patterns forming in the air. "An accelerated wind path." Indeed, the currents formed a specific route that passed directly over the stone lurker and returned in a wide arc. "Now," shouted Jean, crouching slightly in preparation. The red eagle intensified its wing beats, and the air currents captured Jean, propelling him at a dizzying speed along the circuit that Cass had created. "It's accelerating him quite a bit," Min murmured, fascinated despite his antipathy toward Jean. His eyes widened as he tracked Jin's increasing velocity. Jean followed the air circuit. When he passed near the stone lurker, which was still distracted by Kai's lizard, he struck it before exiting the monster's attack range. The impact was extraordinary. Jin's spiritual claws penetrated the rocky surface of the monster as if it didn't exist. They didn't cause large visible cracks, but seemed to pass through matter itself. Where they connected, the stone briefly glowed with an eerie blue light. Spirit Wave, Ren recognized. The new ability of the Greater Spirit Tiger. It can ignore physical defenses and attack directly the interior. Jean landed gracefully on the other side of the stone lurker, which had gone completely still. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then, a thin beam of light emerged from the exact point where Jean had struck, rapidly expanding inside the stone beast. The team repeated the attack several times. A hit-and-run strategy that kept them safely beyond the stone lurker's reach while systematically targeting its vulnerable internal structures. With one last, weak growl, the big stone lurker collapsed. Unlike previous defeats, where the creature broke apart dramatically, this one simply seemed to lose all its strength and turn off. The total time, barely 5 minutes. An incredulous silence dominated the stadium before applause erupted. "Victory for Team 3 of Group B," announced Yang. Time, 5 minutes, 12 seconds. A new record for this battle week of the first years. Jean, Kai, and Cass accepted the ovation with confident smiles. Before leaving the arena, Jean looked directly at Ren, his expression halfway between challenge and mockery. The message was clear: beat that if you can. The ability to ignore defense is very useful, Taro admitted reluctantly, remembering their old confrontation. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists at the memory. Ren remained silent, his mushrooms pulsing with a steady rhythm. His face betrayed no emotion, but the light from his mushrooms intensified slightly. "Ren?" Min finally asked, concern edging into his voice. "What do you think?" A slight smile appeared on Ren's lips as he watched Jean and his team leave the arena amid applause. It wasn't a smile of worry or resignation. "I think," he responded quietly, "that it's good to see all the cards on the table." His mushrooms suddenly glowed with a more intense pulse, as if responding to some internal resolution. "Our turn will come," he added. "And we have a surprise or two of our own to show. Right?" The auxiliaries worked quickly to remove the big stone lurker defeated by Jin's team. In the stands, even more students from all years, now free from their own trials, discussed the strategy employed with growing enthusiasm. Many scribbled notes in their journals, sketching movement patterns or writing down tactical observations. Lu had departed before Team 4 of Group A entered combat. It wasn't disinterest that motivated him, but quite the opposite, an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. "Where are you going?" Min had asked upon seeing him rise from his seat. "To the North Stadium," Lu responded. "It's gonna be Zhou Liwei's turn soon." The name sparked a flash of recognition in Ren's gaze. The one with the silver steeder vulture, he commented, his mushrooms pulsing with that particular rhythm that appeared when he discussed beast synergy. Good idea. His approach to combat must be similar to what I suggested for you. Lu nodded, grateful for his friend's understanding. I'll be back for your combat, he promised before hurrying toward the exit. Team 4 of Group A, prepare to enter, announced the auxiliary, his voice cutting through the excited discussions. 3 students advanced toward the arena, their expressions mixing determination and nervousness like almost all who had come before them. They possessed earth and water beasts, a combination that had already demonstrated certain effectiveness against the monster. Especially the digging beast, whose claws could potentially penetrate the stone lurker's less resistant underbelly. They don't have the plant element to exploit the advantage, observed Taro as the students took positions. But the combination of their beasts could be sufficient if executed correctly, Ren responded. When the combat began, the team implemented a strategy similar to what they had seen work. The earth beast began digging tunnels beneath the big stone lurker, while the aquatic creatures saturated the ground with moisture to soften it and then began to restrain the enormous beast. During the first 10 minutes, the strategy seemed promising. The constant skirmishes of the digger and the water erosion began weakening the stone lurker's base, creating cracks in its belly. They seem close, Taro murmured, leaning forward with interest. They just need a little more time. But time proved to be precisely what they lacked. At the 12-minute mark, the water beasts began showing obvious signs of exhaustion. They're losing momentum, Min observed. They should have concentrated on a single point or used all their abilities, Ren commented. They're dispersing their efforts too much and don't seem to know their beasts that well. As if the stone lurker sensed its opponent's weakness, it executed a devastating attack at exactly the right moment. Watch out for its crushing move. Ren shouted from the stands, recognizing the monster's stance shift. But the warning came too late. As the mole emerged to conduct another skirmish, the big stone lurker struck the ground with brutal force. The impact was a direct hit that eliminated the digger underground. The 2 remaining tamers tried to regroup, directing their creatures in one last coordinated effort. But the stone lurker could no longer receive sufficient damage. Without the ability to continue weakening the structure from below, the water beasts couldn't maintain their offensive. After 3 more attempts that only slightly widened existing cracks, Yang finally raised his hand. Enough, he declared. The trial concludes. Victory for the big stone lurker, Lin announced. Team 4 of Group A, although you didn't defeat the target, you managed to cause significant damage. You will be evaluated accordingly. The students left the arena with expressions of disappointment but also determination. They had been close, and everyone knew it. Almost, Taro sighed. If they hadn't gotten desperate with their digger, maybe they would have succeeded. They wouldn't have had so many problems if they had changed their approach, added Ren. They scattered their attacks instead of concentrating on a single vulnerable point. The auxiliaries worked again, preparing the arena for the next combat. A new stone lurker waited, seemingly identical to the previous ones. Team 4 of Group B, prepare to enter, announced the auxiliary. Han, Jun, and Sora advanced toward the arena. Unlike previous teams, they showed a peculiar cohesion. Han maintained a certain physical distance from his companions, but his movements were clearly coordinated with theirs. Moments earlier, Lu was departing, so he nodded gratefully for his friend's understanding. I'll be back for your combat, he promised before hurrying toward the exit. The corridors between stadiums were relatively empty, most students focused already on the highest level battles, the new students or their respective trials. Lu advanced quickly, his banshee hyena partially manifesting in his legs to enhance his speed even further. He had carefully studied the matchups. Fortunately, his turn was the last in his group, giving him this precious window of opportunity. Moreover, he knew Zhou Liwei would soon fight. The battle he was about to witness could offer invaluable lessons about the potential of his own beast combination. His heart raced with anticipation, not just from the physical exertion. The North Stadium, reserved for upper-year students, was considerably larger than the one designated for first years. The stands rose higher, the protective barriers were visibly more robust, and the arena itself showed signs of more intense combat, partially repaired craters, burn marks, and residual crystallizations from previous battles. Lu found a seat in the lower stands, where younger students typically gathered to observe their seniors. The stadium was approximately at half capacity, with scattered groups of students discussing strategies and analyzing previous battles. Their conversations were more technical, their gestures more precise as they debated advanced techniques. Team 3 of Group D, prepare to enter, announced an auxiliary with an amplified voice. He had arrived early, the 7th-year battles seemed to take a bit longer. Lu watched the battle, which fortunately took only 15 minutes. And finally, Lu's heart accelerated with anticipation. It was Zhou Liwei's team's turn. 3 7th-year students advanced toward the arena with the characteristic confidence of experienced tamers. Their uniforms had different colored lines than Lu's and bore silver insignias, one of them even displayed a gold emblem that caught the light with each movement. Zhou Liwei stood out even among his advanced-level companions. Tall, with a slender but evidently strong build, he moved with a grace that suggested years of intensive physical training. His silver steeder vulture was partially manifested, giving him distinctive features, feathers integrated with his hair, ears with a singular shape, and skin with a silvery undertone. His companions, though less striking, were equally impressive. The first, a girl with short hair and a serious expression, wielded a major digger cricket at Bronze 2 level. The second, a well-built young man with visible scars on his exposed arms, displayed a deep menace, the third evolution of the digger mole, already at Silver 1 level. Interesting composition, murmured a 5th-year student seated near Lu. 2 diggers and a sound master. Containment and destruction strategy. Containment? Asked another, apparently less familiar with advanced combat. Watch and learn, responded the first. The diggers don't just move earth, they control it. They'll create a distraction so Zhou's attack can be maximized, and by staying hidden, there won't be any friendly fire. Lu listened attentively, absorbing every detail. Each fragment of information was valuable. In the arena, preparations took on a much more serious aspect than in first-year trials. Professors specialized in containment reinforced the barriers with higher-rank beasts. That's not a big stone lurker, Lu noted with surprise. The creature emerging in the center of the arena was considerably larger and more imposing. First time observing advanced trials, asked a 6th-year student who had sat down next to him, her tone friendly. Lu nodded, not taking his eyes off the arena. Stone Mountain, she explained. The natural evolution of the big lurker, already at Silver 1 level. When you advance to 5th year or obtain a Bronze 2 beast, you face a lesser Stone Mountain. But these are 7th years with silver beasts, so they fight against a complete Stone Mountain. Lu processed the information, mentally comparing the dimensions. The Stone Mountain must have measured at least 6 meters in height, with proportionally greater mass. Its surface displayed crystalline formations that suggested increased resistance. And that's not all. In 7th year we have to face 2 types of trials, continued the student, apparently pleased to share her knowledge. The Stone Mountain tests our ability to overcome formidable defenses, while the Greater Giant Toad of Silver 1 rank evaluates our skill against agile and aggressive opponents. They can choose the order, but they must complete both to advance to 8th grade. Which is more difficult? Asked Lu, unable to contain his curiosity. The student considered the question. Depends on your specialty. For defensive beasts, the mountain is a headache. For offensive ones, the toad can be a nightmare. The conversation was interrupted when the final barriers were deactivated. The 3 tamers took strategic positions around the Stone Mountain, maintaining a perfect triangular formation. Unlike first-year students, there was no nervousness or doubt in their movements, only mechanical precision born from countless hours of practice. At an imperceptible signal between them, they fully invoked their beasts. The major digger cricket appeared first, an impressive creature that combined insect characteristics with adaptations for underground excavation. But it looked much larger and more resilient than its iron rank version. The deep threat emerged next, an evolved version of the digger mole, also larger and evidently more powerful. Its fur, a brown so dark it seemed almost black, absorbed light instead of reflecting it. Zhou Liwei didn't perform an invocation. Unlike his companions, he maintained his beast's fusion with his body. Beginning in 3, 2, 1. Counted the supervising professor. The barriers dissipated, releasing the stone mountain. The reaction was immediate and perfectly coordinated. Without needing verbal communication, the tamers of the diggers directed their beasts toward opposite positions. The cricket and the deep threat simultaneously submerged themselves in the arena, disappearing beneath the surface with impressive speed. Lu could see something that many other spectators missed: the diggers weren't leaving open tunnels behind them. They meticulously closed every inch of the path traveled, compacting the earth as they passed. Are they generating a barrier against sound? Lu wondered. The surface around the stone mountain began to ripple, as if the earth itself were breathing. The earth control exercised by the two digging creatures was much more sophisticated than anything Lu had observed in first year. The stone mountain, however, was not a passive opponent. Its Silver 1 rank granted it elemental control that rivaled that of its attackers. The stone beast began emitting its own vibrations, countering the underground movements with pulsations that stabilized the ground beneath its feet. The underground battle quickly escalated in intensity. Shock waves began emanating from the center of the arena, so powerful that earth element auxiliaries had to intervene, neutralizing the vibrations before they affected the stadium's structure. And while this was happening, Zhou Liwei remained absolutely motionless, his eyes closed, his wing arms extended horizontally, in what appeared to be a deep trance. "He's preparing," commented the sixth-year student, her voice dropping to a respectful whisper. The signature technique of the silver steeder vulture. Lu, using his own bat's perception, managed to see what remained invisible to most: sound waves, at frequencies inaudible to the human ear, emanating from Zhou Liwei in precise circular patterns. The waves bounced off each other. Each rebound increased their intensity, each reflection concentrated them more, gradually forming an invisible sonic dome of energy around the tamer. "It's brilliant," Lu murmured, suddenly understanding the strategy. At that moment, Zhou Liwei opened his eyes. A supernatural silver glow emanated from them. With a fluid movement, like a conductor orchestrating a silent symphony, Zhou directed all the accumulated energy toward the stone mountain. The impact was devastating. A wave of concentrated sound, invisible but of undeniable power, struck the stone mountain's surface at a specific point. The rock, seemingly impenetrable, turned to almost sand and instantly developed a perfect hole, as if it had been drilled. Without stopping, Zhou began launching successive attacks, each directed at the same point on the mountain. The diggers, meanwhile, maintained their control over the terrain, ensuring that the mountain couldn't stabilize or counter the attacks. Lu watched in amazement. It was like witnessing a perfectly executed dissection. Each sonic attack created new cracks, each vibration further destabilized the stone mountain structure. "Offensive echolocation," Lu murmured, finally understanding. It was exactly what Ren had suggested for his own beast combination, using his bat's echolocation not just for detection but for attack, while his banshee hyena amplified the effect. In less than 5 minutes, the stone mountain, a beast that normally required prolonged efforts to defeat, had been reduced to crystalline fragments. Its core, exposed and vulnerable, pulsed weakly before completely shutting down. The victory was indisputable. "Impressive, isn't it?" commented the sixth-year student, applauding along with the rest of the stadium. Lu nodded, too impressed to respond verbally. The battle had shown him brilliant possibilities for his own beast combination. As he watched Zhou Liwei and his team leave the arena, amid ovations and recognition from their peers, Lu felt a renewed determination strengthening within him. Now he better understood what Ren had tried to explain to him. "I have to go back," he finally said, standing up. My friends are waiting for me. First year, asked the student, with a friendly smile. Second, repeater, Lu responded, expecting the usual look of disdain that typically accompanied that admission. Instead, the student nodded understandingly. Sometimes it takes time to find the right path, she commented. Good luck in your battles, colleague. Lu thanked her with a nod and headed toward the exit, his mind still processing everything he had witnessed. Interesting combination, commented Lu, who had returned from observing the high-level combat. Han's Weaver Spider, June's Monkey, and Sora's Deer. Has Han been practicing with them? Asked Min, concerned. Sora told me he still kept his distance from the group. He does, confirmed Ren, watching attentively. Or so I was told. But June and Sora have been practicing on their own since I showed them some peculiarities of their beasts. In the arena, the three students invoked their creatures. Han's Weaver Spider emerged first, a creature the size of a large dog, with a white exoskeleton and 8 gleaming eyes. June's Monkey manifested in his body, covering him with reddish-brown fur, making his arms longer and all his muscles grow. They still weren't particularly large, but they clearly indicated considerable strength. His posture also changed subtly, becoming more primal and balanced. Finally, Sora invoked her deer, an elegant animal with pale bronze fur and branching antlers. Weapons, offered the auxiliary. Unlike many previous teams, all three responded affirmatively, each selecting a heavy hammer from the available arsenal. The weapons looked almost comically large in their hands, especially in Sora's slender grip. The choice provoked murmurs of surprise among the students. Hammers were powerful but difficult to handle, especially for first-year tamers with beasts that weren't specialized in physical strength. The only exception being Han. An unconventional approach, commented Lu. Especially for Sora. Her deer should give her good advantage in agility, but low enhancements in everything else, particularly in strength. The deer isn't that simple, replied Ren, a slight smile forming on his lips. Watch the fur. Indeed, as they prepared to begin, the deer's fur began to change subtly, acquiring greenish tones while small buds appeared with increasing frequency along its flanks and back. Lu, Min, and Taro couldn't understand what they were seeing. Weren't deer neutral speed beasts? They wondered. Spring coat, Ren murmured with satisfaction. Most believe the deer is a neutral element, but it's actually a wood beast in hibernation. With the correct mana pattern. The barrier receded, releasing the big stone lurker. Immediately, the three tamers executed movements that evidenced previous practice. Han directed his spider toward the right flank, where the creature quickly began weaving a web. The threads, surprisingly strong, extended in a pattern designed to limit the monster's movement. Simultaneously, Sora and her deer positioned themselves on the opposite flank. The deer, whose coat now clearly showed its element, began emitting an aura that seemed to interact directly with the rocky surface of the big stone lurker. Where the aura touched stone, small fissures appeared. June remained in the center, fused with his monkey and watching attentively while holding his hammer in a defensive position. Unlike his companions, he seemed to be waiting for something specific. The big stone lurker, confused by the attack from multiple angles, turned heavily trying to face the most obvious threat, Han's spider, whose threads were beginning to limit its mobility. The creature's slow movements only served to entangle it further in the sticky strands. Phase 1 complete, announced Han with a calm but firm voice. The Weaver Spider, responding to some invisible signal, intensified its weaving, focusing on the monster's strange legs. Each movement of the monster only managed to entangle it more in the silk trap. Now, Sora. Han indicated. Sora's deer charged directly toward the big lurker, its antlers glowing with green energy. The creature moved with unexpected speed, crossing the distance in a blur of motion. The impact produced a vibrant sound. The antlers fixed to the stone, and the deer began absorbing pulses of energy that seemed to flow directly from inside the big lurker. The stone around the contact point began to crack and weaken even more. It's absorbing its vitality, Ren explained to his companions. Its wood element ability can absorb energy from earth and rock. While Sora and Han's beasts kept the creature occupied, Han and Sora approached June and began hitting him with light blows to his back. "What are they?" Taro began to ask. "Watch the monkey's fur," Ren indicated. June had subtly changed. His fur, previously a uniform tone, now showed more intense reddish patches, and his eyes shone with an almost red glow. His muscles tensed visibly with each breath. "Rage mode," Ren explained. "An ability that allows the monkey to temporarily amplify its strength at the cost of slightly less control if you use the correct mana pattern." June, now holding the hammer as if it weighed nothing, nodded to his companions. He was the only beast fused in the arena. June's muscles were now visibly expanded, and a reddish energy began emanating from his body. "Final phase!" Han shouted. June charged toward the stone lurker, hammer raised high. The first impact was devastating. The hammer struck exactly where the deer's antlers had weakened the monster's structure. Cracks spread across the entire surface of the big stone lurker. The sound of stone fracturing filled the arena. The hammer, however, didn't withstand the impact. It broke cleanly, the handle separating from the head with an audible crack. The metal head remained embedded in the stone creature while the wooden shaft splintered in June's hands. In a coordinated effort, Sora and Han threw him a second hammer. The weapon spun through the air in a perfect arc. Without losing momentum, June spun to catch it and launched the second blow. This hit the same area, deepening the monster's cracks. But like the previous one, this hammer also broke from the force of the impact, its metal warping before giving way. Sora and Han quickly provided the last hammer, tossing it in perfect sync. For the third blow, June concentrated all the energy of rage mode. His fur glowed brighter, and his muscles bulged further. The final impact resonated throughout the stadium. The hammer, unlike the previous ones, completely broke through the big stone lurker's defense. Sora's deer charged with more intensity, attacking the now defenseless point and absorbing more vitality. The antlers plunged deeper into the creature's body, drawing out its essence with increasing speed. With the monster vulnerable, the battle tipped in favor of the students. After a short time, with a sound reminiscent of a house collapsing, the big stone lurker disintegrated. June remained attacking at the front until the end, now panting but victorious, the third hammer deformed but still unbroken in his hands. The ovation was immediate. "Victory for Team 4 of Group B," announced Yang, genuinely impressed. Time, 8 minutes, 23 seconds. "Impressive," Lu murmured, looking at Ren with new respect. "You taught them well." "Only June and Sora," Ren corrected. "Han would still flee and not let me approach him. But he still fit perfectly into the strategy," Min observed. Ren nodded, his mushrooms pulsing with a rhythm that his friends now associated with satisfaction. "Han is intelligent," he responded simply. "He knows how to recognize a good strategy when he sees it." As the three tamers left the arena, Han briefly looked toward where Ren was seated. Ren returned the gaze with a slight nod. It was a small advance, but significant. The fifth team of Group A entered the arena with evident confidence. The three students, with 2 wood beasts and 1 water beast, took advantage of the elemental advantage similar to the third team. Although they only had iron-level creatures, the combination proved devastating for the big stone lurker. The wood element systematically absorbed the vitality of the rocky monster while the water beast enhanced the plant's power. The battle, relatively easy and straightforward, lacked the surprise factor or strategy that previous combats had shown. "Victory for Team 5 of Group A," announced Yang when the beast finally died. Time, 5 minutes, 32 seconds. "They almost matched Jin's time," Min commented. "Almost," Taro emphasized. "Jin keeps the record by 20 seconds. Ren observed with an unsatisfied expression. The elemental advantage was significant. They could have easily surpassed Jin, but their execution was mediocre. Lu nodded. Even if your element is favorable, you'll get into trouble one day if you don't understand how to maximize its advantage. The auxiliaries worked hurriedly to prepare the arena for the next combat. The audience, now fully engaged in the competition, animatedly speculated about the strategies they would see next. But they knew nothing. Team 5 of Group B, prepare to enter, announced the auxiliary. A murmur of anticipation ran through the stands. The approaching team wasn't just any team. It would be funny to see what the spectators would do if they knew she was the princess, Min murmured. Leora, Larissa, and Maria advanced toward the arena with the characteristic grace of their aristocratic upbringing. Unlike most previous teams, they showed neither nervousness nor bravado, only serene determination. Something has changed, observed Ren, noticing subtle differences in how they moved, especially Leora. There's less restraint. Since the attacks, Selfra Ashenway and the castle had changed their approach and increased security measures at the academy. As a result, they had finally allowed the girls to use their beasts openly. Of course, only their normal beasts. They still didn't know they were doubles. Are they going to? Ren murmured. Larissa was the first to invoke her beast. Her mineral fairy, normally barely visible as a subtle glow, emerged completely, an ethereal creature approximately 20 centimeters tall, with crystalline wings and a body that seemed like solid mineral brought to life. Leora followed, summoning her will-o-wisp. Unlike normal flames, this entity seemed conscious, an amalgamation of bluish lights that danced around its tamer with movements that suggested intelligence. Occasionally, small sparks separated from the main body, orbiting around it before reincorporating. Maria completed the trio with her armadillo, a compact creature about 1 meter tall but evidently resilient, whose segmented shell gleamed with a metallic luster under the light. But everyone knew about Maria's armadillo. Those are 2 rare Tier 3 beasts, murmured a 7th-year student to his companions. Like the Star Weaver girl's shadow wolf. The crowd began talking all at once. The shock was evident. 50% in primary enhancements, someone from 6th year shouted, evidently familiar with the classification. That's impossible, replied another. 2 more beasts with gold potential from the same first-year group. Wait, the will-o-wisp is controlled by the Ashenways, responded a third. The mineral fairy by the castle. Royal blood and Ashenway. Obviously they would have Tier 3 beasts. Professor Yang raised a hand, silencing the growing commotion. Order in the stands. This quieted the shouts but intensified the murmurs. It wasn't just that they had powerful beasts, but the implications of having them. Weapons, offered the auxiliary, presenting the usual arsenal. To the surprise of many, especially those familiar with aristocratic traditions and their disdain for those ordinary plebeian tools, the 2 cousins nodded. The princesses using weapons. The shock in the voice of the student seated in front of Ren was evident. Since when does royalty lower themselves to use those sticks? We brought our own, responded Larissa, extracting an object wrapped in cloth from Maria's hands. When she unwrapped the fabric, murmurs of amazement were inevitable. In her hands, she held a rudimentary spear whose tip was not metal, but a pearlescent material that emitted a soft golden glow. The shape and texture made its origin clear to anyone with basic knowledge of mythical beasts. A fucking Chelan horn, someone shouted, unable to contain themselves. It has to be fake. It's the royal family, idiot. They have Chelans. Leora unsheathed her own weapon, an also rudimentary black sword that seemed to absorb the surrounding light. Black Turtle recognized the 7th-year student, in a tone that mixed disbelief and envy. Shell Point. Another family relic. The will-o-wisp gave Leora a 50% control in fire element and mana, with superior specialization than Ron's salamander. Larissa had a 50% increase in earth and vitality. Maria had 40% in defense. Even so, they wouldn't have much advantage against the big stone lurker, and initially planned to defeat it with lower quality weapons, made from elephant bull material that wouldn't let their families be known. Although somewhat frowned upon, it served the objective of keeping their beasts hidden. But it wasn't needed anymore. After revealing their beasts, they no longer needed nor planned to use their weapons. Or that would have been the case, but since they had been associating with Ren, they had largely lost their distaste for weapons. Are those gold-level materials? Taro asked Ren. Yes, but they've lost half their power, Ren murmured. They might overcome Silver 2 defenses. How is that possible? Do they tear them off? Min asked. Tearing them would run it. They shed them after a few decades, Ren responded simply. The Chilants shed their horns and the black turtles the central peak of their shell. They're among the few beasts whose attack parts maintain sufficient power even after detaching. Most other materials only serve for cultivation if you don't treat them like the tip of my spear. Maria completed the trio with a mace embedded with faintly glowing inlays. Though less spectacular than her companion's weapons, it was clearly of superior manufacture compared to common tools. They weren't very effective for gold-rank parts, and the royal family and Ashenways didn't have too many. Chilants and turtles rarely lost a horn or shell point. However, with these creatures being abundant in their families, they had enough to arm several dozen soldiers in extreme cases. Or lend to their kids. The weapons were quite rudimentary, as there wasn't much weapons development in Yano, but they served their purpose when high-level soldiers who were better with their high silver or gold beasts weren't sufficient, and they needed to arm bronze-rank soldiers against abyssal hordes. Finally, the murmurs subsided. Beginning in 3, 2, 1. Yang counted. The containment retracted, releasing the big stone lurker. The team deployed immediately. Maria and her armadillo took the frontal position, acting as the primary tank. The beast's shell gleamed as it created a living shield that immediately drew the stone lurker's attention. Simultaneously, Larissa executed a movement that left many spectators open-mouthed. She attacked instantly, appearing with a flash at the monster's flank. A spatial jump, murmured a sixth-year student with amazement. If only I had a beast like that. Larissa brought the Chilan horn at the tip of her spear to the side of the big stone lurker. When she struck, the weapon pierced the rocky carapace as if it were soft clay, creating two perfectly circular holes. The horn's glow intensified at the moment of impact, then faded to its previous soft radiance. It wasn't a big attack in terms of size, but it had penetrated all the defensive layers in a single blow. Leora, meanwhile, executed her own version of the spatial jump, although her technique seemed slightly different, with a blue fire flare at the edges of the distortion. She reappeared on the opposite side of the monster, her black turtle sword tracing an elegant arc that cut cleanly through the rock. The stone lurker, irritated by receiving attacks from multiple angles, attempted to execute one of its characteristic short jumps to first bite Maria, who remained firmly in her frontal position. But it was then that Ren noticed something extraordinary. They were anticipating the movement, he murmured, observing how Larissa and Leora diverted their weapons toward the monster's hind legs, just before it finished accumulating energy to jump. Larissa's negation of earth control also joined the effort. Because of all this, the big stone lurker couldn't gain enough momentum to lift its enormous body and generate its jump, interrupting the process before it could begin. They're reading its attack patterns perfectly, Ren continued, genuinely impressed. They can see how it prepares to jump. This strategy allowed them to cancel each of the beast's movements, and at one point they would leave it immobile, effectively negating any counterattack it attempted. The girls inflicted small damage to the enormous monster with their weapons, but gradually accumulated it in a safe manner. Meanwhile, Leora's will-o-wisp had begun to divide into multiple smaller flames, each precisely directed toward the holes that the weapons had created in the monster's surface. The visual effect captured the attention of all spectators. The bluish flames penetrated the interior of the stone lurker, illuminating it from within like a rocky lantern. Light escaped through each perforation, creating a pattern of blue dots across the creature's surface. Maria, perfectly fulfilling her role as tank, kept the big stone lurker trying to bite her, the monster focused on her while her companions continued their slow dismantling. Her armadillo's shell absorbed each impact, its defensive capabilities clearly superior to what most first-years could muster. Larissa and Leora continued damaging the entire surface of the enormous monster, alternating positions through spatial jumps, each attack leaving another small internal space exposed. Their weapons left a pattern of perforations that seemed calculated while the will-o-wisp continued degrading the monster's interior. In just 3 minutes, the big stone lurker had been transformed into a hollow structure, internally illuminated by the ethereal flames. The huge beast disintegrated from within, collapsing into fragments blackened by the will-o-wisp's effort. The blue flames consumed it from the inside out, methodically destroying its internal structure. When the dust settled, only the crystalline core remained, completely extinguished, in the middle of a perfect circle of rocky fragments and charred remains. The almost reverential silence that followed was finally broken by Yang's voice. Victory for Team 5 of Group B. Time, 3 minutes, 2 seconds. The applause began spontaneously, spreading throughout the stadium as students from all years recognized the revelation they had just witnessed. They beat Jean, Min murmured, clearly satisfied. By more than 2 minutes. Ren observed as the 3 nobles prepared to leave the arena, their beasts disappearing into their bodies with the same elegance with which they had been invoked. They used concepts similar to those I suggested to them, he finally said. But executed in an elegant and careful manner. Do you think they've been paying attention to your advice? Taro asked. A slight smile appeared on Ren's lips. Let's say mostly yes. I see, but even if you told them various things, the execution. That is aristocratic efficiency, commented Taro, shaking his head slightly with reluctant admiration. When they're allowed to show their true level. But he was interrupted by Larissa and Leora, who exchanged a knowing look and pointed directly at Ren. Just before leaving the arena, both stopped and deliberately pointed toward the stands where Ren was seated. The gesture was so obvious that dozens of heads turned simultaneously, following the direction of their fingers. The mushroom boy? Asked one of the upper-year students with disbelief. Why are they pointing at the poor unfortunate one? Can't be a challenge so. End his misery. But the surprise was just beginning. From another side of the stadium, Han's team, still celebrating their own victory, saw the gesture and responded by nodding and also pointing toward Ren. Roran and his group, seated nearby, also pointed at him, smiling in recognition. The murmurs spread like fire among the spectators. What the hell does that mean? The question resonated among several students. Why are the princesses and those other teams acknowledging the mushroom boy? A fourth-year student narrowed his eyes, analyzing the situation. They've used unusual strategies and abilities for their beasts. And now the girls from royalty and the Ashenways are using weapons when all nobility despises them, added another. Who could have given them that idea? Gazes remained fixed on Ren, who held his enormous spear and maintained a neutral expression despite the sudden attention. Ren remained motionless under the sudden scrutiny, although his mushrooms pulsed with a slightly faster rhythm than usual. See what happens for advising half the world. Min whispered, leaning toward him. It's not that big a deal, Ren whispered back. I just shared some observations about their beasts. Observations? Taro shook his head in disbelief. You taught them secrets that not even their families knew. Do you know what this means? More people will want to talk to you after the tournament. Or kill him, Lu added dryly. Half would be grateful, but the other half must be furious that someone with a spore has proven to know more than them. The weight of many gazes pressed upon Ren from all directions. The once mocked, mushroom boy, had suddenly become the center of attention in a way that went beyond mere curiosity. While the auxiliaries cleaned up the remains and prepared the arena for the next combat, Ren couldn't help but notice the gazes now directed at him from various points in the stands. Klein, in particular, observed him with intensity and suspicion. Luna, more discreet but equally attentive, studied Ren with admiration but also challenge in her eyes. Seems like you've drawn attention, Min murmured. Klein's team will compete soon. I bet they're now thinking about how to surpass the record of all your strategies. Let them, Ren responded calmly. Everyone made their own effort, and they'll have to make theirs. Battle week had barely begun, and it was already revealing surprises that no one had anticipated. For Ren, this wouldn't just be an exam or a competition, it would be the validation of everything he had learned since that day when his gray spore was the object of universal mockery. And this time, no one was laughing. From a privileged place in the upper stands, an elegant figure observed with great satisfaction. Selphira Ashenway tilted her head slightly in a gesture of approval as her granddaughter and her friend left the arena victorious, but more than anything, mischievous. Her gaze, however, briefly drifted to where Ren was seated, studying him with an intensity that would have made many experienced courtiers shudder. Team 6 of Group A, prepare to enter, announced Yang, returning everyone's attention to the ongoing competition. Jin's record had been demolished, and the new mark to beat seemed almost unattainable. Almost. While the debate continued in the stands, the 6th team of Group A entered the arena. 3 students with fire and wind beasts attempted a strategy of constant and sustained attack, but with the disadvantage in their elements. After 18 minutes of failed efforts, Yang finally stopped the combat, declaring victory for the big stone lurker. Team 6 of Group B, prepare to enter, announced the auxiliary. Klein Goldcrest led the advance toward the arena, flanked by Aster and Fong. The 3 walked with that characteristic confidence of those who have rarely known failure. Unlike previous teams, Klein didn't wait to win before making his own surprising declaration. Upon reaching the center of the arena, he stopped and deliberately turned toward the stands where Ren was seated. With a slow gesture, he ran his thumb across his throat in an unequivocal sign of threat, followed by a thumbs down. This time, the looks that turned toward Ren had a completely different character. Klein didn't avert his gaze from Ren while his companions took positions for combat. The message was clear, this was no longer just an academic exam, it was personal. The 3 invoked their beasts, and new murmurs of amazement ran through the stadium. Klein's golden lion, though still not completely golden but rather a more yellowish tone, was evidently already a bronze 1 rank beast. Aster followed with his blue rhinoceros, also bronze 1, a mass of muscle and armor now larger, whose central horn emitted a cerulean glow. The beast stomped the ground, preparing to charge. Fong completed the trio by invoking his red cobra, a snake nearly 2 meters long with crimson scales. Its hood expanded, revealing intimidating patterns. 3 bronze 1 beasts, someone murmured with amazement. How is it possible that so many first years have already reached that level? Isn't it obvious? Responded another. They're high-status nobles. Their families must have proven cultivation methods. And I bet they started the process when they obtained their beasts, right before arriving at the academy. Klein seemed to absorb these comments as compliments, his smile widening as he took the central position in the team's formation. He's going to have the best record, a student predicted. With 3 bronze beasts. Don't be so sure, Ren murmured, though only Min, Lu and Taro heard him. The beast's level isn't everything. Beginning in 3, 2, 1. Yang counted. The containment retracted, releasing the big stone lurker. Unlike previous teams that had adopted more elaborate or cautious strategies, Klein and his companions launched into the attack with a speed that surprised even Ren. Ascending triangle formation, ordered Klein, his voice resonating with natural authority. Although the name didn't make much sense. But the strategy they had prepared was effective. Klein, having already let everyone see the lion, fused his body with his beast. His skin acquired golden tones, though yellow still predominated, and his mane, now literally his, rippled with the accumulation of magical energy. Now, shouted Klein. He opened his mouth, now more resembling the jaws of a feline, and emitted a roar that wasn't just sound, it was a shock wave that advanced like a current of golden energy until directly impacting the big stone lurker. The effect was immediate, the monster was paralyzed. That was an intimidation roar, Ren observed quietly to his friends, his mushrooms pulsing with disappointment. It's a shame he still doesn't know how to get the most out of his abilities. But it was enough for Aster, who didn't waste the moment. His rhinoceros began to spin its horn at a dizzying speed, transforming it into a living drill. With a bellow that rivaled Klein's roar, the beast charged directly toward the paralyzed stone lurker. The impact was devastating. The drill horn penetrated the rocky carapace, creating deep cracks that extended across the monster's entire surface. Foam directed his cobra to attack the newly created cracks. The snake, moving fluidly, launched a jet that rose to reach the fractures from the top. It wasn't simply corrosive anymore, it glowed with an inner radiance that suggested enhanced properties. Drill horn and catalytic toxin, Ren murmured, recognizing the effect as the venom infiltrated the cracks. Though it seems they haven't mastered all their options yet either. Klein, maintaining the paralysis with his roars, advanced decisively in front of the enormous monster. He raised his hands, now transformed into golden claws that shone with intense energy. With a fluid movement that none of his classmates had seen before, he slashed at the air. To the spectators' amazement, the energy concentrated in his claws projected forward, creating a cutting arc that traveled 3 meters until impacting the exact point where the cracks created by the rhinoceros and the cobra's weakening venom converged. "Phantom Claw," someone shouted from the stands. The impact triggered a chain reaction. The cracks expanded, and the venom, now more widely distributed through the stone lurker's interior, intensified its effect. Rock fragments began to break off as the monster's structural integrity was irreversibly compromised. The stone surface darkened where the venom made contact, spreading like a network of black veins through the cracks. Without allowing the momentum to be lost, the team executed a second wave of attacks. The rhinoceros charged again, this time from a different angle, its drill horn penetrating even deeper. The cobra fired a new load of venom, aiming precisely at the weakened zones. And Klein, without breaking the paralysis that kept the stone lurker defenseless, launched more phantom claws, each striking critical points in the monster's structure. The final collapse was spectacular. Vapor began to emanate from the countless cracks that now covered the stone lurker, as if it were melting from within. With a crunch that resonated throughout the stadium, the monster's structure gave way due to its melted muscles. It disintegrated from within, rock fragments falling together and forming a pile of debris. In the center of the destruction remained only the crystalline core, completely extinguished and surrounded by dust that had once been a formidable bronze defensive beast. The silence that followed was so deep that the soft scraping of the last rock fragments settling in the arena could be heard. "Victory for Team 6 of Group B," announced Yang, his voice betraying a hint of amazement even through his usual impassivity. "Time, 2 minutes." A collective gasp ran through the stadium, immediately followed by an explosion of exclamations and applause. "They've pulverized the record. A full minute less than the princess's time. Did you see those abilities? That's not first-year level." Klein, still partially fused with his lion, directed a look of absolute triumph toward the stands where Leora and Larissa were watching. His smile, now adorned with slightly more prominent fangs than normal, was pure satisfaction. Then, deliberately, he looked toward Ren again, repeating the gesture of sliding his thumb across his throat, but this time adding a mocking laugh and a respectful half-turn to "step aside" that clearly said, "Your turn." The message was clear: anything Ren could accomplish, he could surpass. And any advice Ren had provided to other teams, Klein's team had eclipsed with their status and power. While the team left the arena amid cheers, Ren remained imperturbable. "It was impressive," Taro admitted, his voice low. "But did they use all their cards in the first round? What's left for the individual competitions?" "It seemed that way based on the mana expenditure," Ren nodded, a slight smile forming on his lips. "I think it's because they're desperate to win here. Or maybe that's what they want us to think." Min looked at Ren with curiosity. "Do you think they still have more surprises?" "I'm not sure," Ren replied. "Those aren't all the abilities their beasts have. But I'm not sure if they don't know or are hiding the others." Lu, who had been observing in silence, nodded. "Well guys, I'd like to see your turn, but you'll have to tell me about it because my battle is also coming up." Lu headed toward the door, saying goodbye as he walked away. Everyone's gaze was now divided between Klein's team departing victoriously and Ren, whose apparent calm in the face of such a power demonstration was puzzling. In the upper stands, isolated from common students, Cassian Goldcrest observed the end of his younger brother's battle. A few empty seats separated him from Sirius Starweaver, a tacit agreement between noble families to maintain a certain distance in public. When the stone lurker disintegrated in just 2 minutes, a slight smile crossed his face, so brief that only someone who knew him intimately could have detected it. Perhaps the idiot isn't so useless after all, he thought, leaning back slightly in his seat. The abilities shown by Klein had met his expectations. The Phantom Claw, in particular, was a technique that he himself had mastered at 11, not 10. The development of his combat ability, though not yet fully mature, was an encouraging sign. With that rate of evolution, perhaps he would reach a good silver rank with sufficient margin for the inter-school tournaments where the Goldcrests like to display their superiority. However, while Klein and his team left the arena amid cheers, concern returned to his mind. His gaze drifted to the opposite side of the stands, where the young Starweaver awaited her turn. Luna. The shadow wolf she possessed was, though he hated to admit it, tactically superior to Klein's lion, perhaps even in its current form. But it's still an iron beast, Cassian reflected. And there's a big difference between lower ranks. Yet, the benefits were tangible. The wolf's shadow jumps could penetrate between the cracks in the big lurker's plates, allowing it to attack from within. A significant advantage, certainly. But the stone lurker wasn't just rock. Under its protective armor were muscles and quite resistant tissues. The bites, though effective, would hardly cause damage quickly enough to overcome Klein's time. 2 minutes is a tough record to break against so much vitality, he concluded, allowing himself another fleeting smile. And with bronze against iron. His thoughts were interrupted upon noting that it was already Team 7 of Group A's turn. Then the Starweaver would follow. If his calculations were correct, Klein would maintain his record, a small victory in the perpetual competition between noble families. And that would greatly facilitate his own plans. Team 7 of Group A claimed victory in 10 minutes. Finally, it was Luna's team's turn. Sirius, Selphira, and Cassian leaned forward like many other spectators. If anyone could surpass the latest record, it was her. Team 7 of Group B, prepare to enter, announced the auxiliary. The audience's anticipation was palpable as Luna's team approached the arena. After Klein's team's unexpected performance, expectations had shifted dramatically. What had seemed an unbeatable record just minutes ago now stood as a challenge that only someone with Luna's reputation might overcome. Luna, Mayo, and Matilda advanced with firm steps toward the center of the arena. Unlike Klein's ostentation or the princess's elegance, Luna's team displayed a sobriety that bordered on severity, almost military in their march. If they manage to surpass the princesses, I doubt the tragic noble's kid can beat Klein, murmured a student near Ren. That phantom claw. Don't underestimate Luna, Ren replied, interrupting the analysis. Her team has the best coordination of all that have gone before. Taro nodded, remembering the demonstrations of power they had witnessed from the Starweaver heiress. If there's anyone who can beat that time, it's her. Luna invoked her shadow wolf. Mayo brought forth her cloud bird, a creature with blue-grayish plumage that immediately began generating a faint mist around it. Matilda completed the trio with her tree turtle, a slow but resilient being whose shell carried a small dwarf tree. The three rejected the standard arsenal. Larissa had provided them with 3 spears. Ren noticed the different quality of their tips. Elephant bull horn, he identified. Not as powerful as Qilin ones, but sufficient to damage the big stone lurker. When Larissa had offered them, Luna had slightly frowned, an indication that she probably would have preferred the Academy's conventional weapons instead of her cousin's help. But Larissa knew perfectly well the Starweaver's economic situation and the reason for it, so she had, kindly, insisted until Luna accepted. Matilda and Mayo had taken the other 2, showing no reservations. Beginning in 3, 2, 1. Yang counted. The auxiliary's containment retracted, releasing the big stone lurker. The team's signature strategy deployed quickly as in previous combats. Mayo directed her cloud bird upward, generating a denser curtain of mist that began to gradually descend over the battlefield. Matilda, meanwhile, made her tree turtle use a defensive formation, creating a barrier between the monster and the three students. Luna didn't wait. She ordered her wolf to attack quickly. It instantly disappeared into her shadow as if it had never existed. "Where is it?" asked a confused student. "Everywhere," replied Ren, pointing to the big stone lurker. As if responding to his words, a black flash emerged from one of the cracks in the monster's carapace. The shadow wolf partially emerged, only the tip of its maw materializing outside the darkness, biting ferociously before disappearing again. The stone lurker roared, a sound like grinding rocks. Another black flash, another precise bite, this time in a different crack. And then another. And another. "It's jumping between the shadows of the cracks," Ren explained to companions from other grades and halls, genuinely impressed at never having seen such a beast in combat. "It can only bring part of its maw out of the shadows because the spaces are too narrow, but it's attacking the internal tissues directly." Min let out a whistle of nostalgic admiration. "That's terrifying as always. Imagine facing something that can bite you from inside your clothes or armor. I wonder what one could do in such a case." As if answering the question, the big stone lurker began to shake violently, trying to dislodge the intruder inside it. The plates of its carapace rumbled against each other as they tried to crush anything trapped between them. Luna briefly reappeared, emerging from the mist next to Mayo. "Now," she ordered simply. Matilda commanded her tree turtle to advance. The tree on the turtle's shell expanded, revealing its true nature by burying its roots in the ground. Hundreds of thin vegetable stakes then emerged, extending like living fences that quickly surrounded the stone lurker, gradually immobilizing it. "They're trapping it!" Taro exclaimed enthusiastically. The turtle fixes the monster while the wolf distracts it with attacks from within. The stakes not only restricted the lurker's movement, each one began to glow with a greenish radiance, slowly absorbing the vitality of the stone beast. It was a slow and subtle but relentless process, like hundreds of thin stakes extracting the vital energy from the monster. But the girls didn't intend to wait out the effect, they wanted to steal first place. Luna, Mayo, and Matilda emerged from the mist, their elephant bull spears in hand. Taking advantage of the immobilization and distraction caused by the wolf's internal damage, they began to attack methodically, directing their weapons toward the points between plates. The audience watched, hypnotized, as the mist bird formed a small vortex, a donut of mist around the monster that the girls entered and exited at different points. It was a perfect combination of skill, tactics, and precise execution. The shadow wolf continued its fierce assault from within, emerging from increasingly numerous cracks to bite and immediately disappear, dodging the lurker's attempts to crush its snout. But it was still a battle against time, difficult to win against the huge vitality. Only 15 seconds remaining. 10 seconds. 5. Finally, a different noise cut through the mist, the unmistakable sound of a dying roar. The mist gradually dissipated, revealing the stone lurker motionless, pierced by stakes and with countless cracks from which blood, the creature's vital fluid, flowed. Luna emerged, her wolf materializing beside her with jaws stained with the same fluid. Mayo and Matilda joined her, their spears held with the precision of trained warriors. "Victory for Team 7 of Group B," announced Yang. There was a pause as he consulted the stopwatch. Time, exactly 2 minutes. The initial silence gave way to an explosion of applause and exclamations. They had matched Klein's record. They hadn't beaten it, but neither had they fallen below it. A perfect tie. "Incredible," said Min, shaking his head in amazement. "Do you think we could do it if we tried to match on purpose? Finish in exactly 2 minutes." Ren observed Luna as she leaned on her spear, her expression as inscrutable as ever. "No. And I think they just gave it their best." 2 minutes is simply very close to the limit of what can be achieved against a stone lurker with their current beasts and the abilities of her team. Either way, Taro interjected with a smile, we're looking at an impressive record. 2 minutes. I wonder if we can match it. Both their gazes automatically turned to Ren with a mischievous smile. Ren's mushrooms pulsed with a rhythm that his friends now recognized. It wasn't anxiety, nor excessive confidence, but calculating calm. Let's focus on executing our strategy first, he finally said. If we don't mess it up. From the upper stands, 2 pairs of eyes observed with particular interest. Cassian Goldcrest, whose expression had transitioned from bewilderment to contained frustration at seeing the perfect tie. And Selphira Ashenway, whose lips curved into an enigmatic smile while her gaze briefly drifted toward the boy with the luminescent mushrooms. The stage was set for the next confrontation, with the bar raised to heights that few could dream of reaching. The 8th team of Group A presented a trio of plant-type beasts, a combination that on paper seemed ideal against the big stone lurker. Many thought that perhaps this group would set a new record. The combined vines and roots managed to immobilize and gradually drain the vitality of the rocky monster. But in the end, even with this elemental advantage, they needed a full 4 minutes to obtain victory. It's surprising, commented Taro as the auxiliaries prepared the arena for the next combat. Even with 3 plant beasts, they couldn't get close to Klein and Luna's time. The difference between advantage and execution, Ren responded. Having the right elemental advantage isn't everything, they won't stand out if they don't know how to maximize it. Also, 1 water buffing the power of 2 woods is better output in my opinion. With each battle, the pattern had consolidated. Conventional methods, even those formed with natural advantages, barely managed to finish in an acceptable time. Only those with innovative strategies or exceptional beasts managed to truly withstand out. And it seemed that the record would remain tied between Klein and Luna. Exactly 2 minutes. It appeared to be a testimony to the power of the great noble families. Since this test wasn't part of the team or individual battles, there would be no official tiebreaker. They would remain as 2 first places for the count of final honors if no one did a better one. And the last team was Team 8 of Group B, prepare to enter, announced Yang. Min stood up, stretching his arms to relieve tension. Finally, our turn. Taro nodded, breathing deeply to calm his nerves. I still think we should have practiced more. Trust the plan, Ren responded calmly, rising last. I thought a lot about the simplest way to do it so you wouldn't need to worry. Ren, Min, and Taro reviewed their strategy one last time. They looked at each other, a silent understanding passing between them. They had traveled together a path short in time but long in events since their first awkward days as roommates. You know what's funny? Min said suddenly. 3 months ago, I would have been terrified to face a bronze beast. Now I'm looking forward to it. Taro laughed. That's because you're crazy. No, Ren intervened, his voice quiet but firm. It's because you've both grown. More than you realize. As they advanced toward the arena with only Ren's first beast manifested in his body, they felt the gazes, hundreds of them, following every step of the gray-winged trio. These weren't looks of expectation or anticipation, they were looks of morbid curiosity, condescending compassion, and, in some cases, open disdain. Is that the mushroom boy? The one with the spore? Is he really going to face that thing? This is going to be painful to watch. The murmurs weren't subtle. Unlike some adults and part of the students from their class who had witnessed Ren's growth and achievements during the semester, most of the academy only knew the superficial version of the story. An unfortunate child who had received the worst possible beast in the invocation ceremony had entered this prestigious school. For them, Ren remained the rotting boy, a nickname that had survived for most despite everything. It couldn't be otherwise. Rumors about the events during the attacks on the academy had circulated, of course, but as happens with rumors, they had become so distorted in the process that few gave them credibility. A child with a spore surviving a gold hydra and the attack of a Yino spy. Discovering an ancestral seed under the academy and becoming a double at age 10. A dragon of fungi in disguise. Absurd stories, obviously exaggerated. The only thing everyone accepted as true was that, more than a decade ago, someone had last attempted to cultivate the world's weakest beast at this school. The result had been a costly disaster, a useless investment that had become a warning to all tamers. And now, that boy with the same beast and his grey-winged companions were entering the arena. "Look at what he's carrying," someone pointed from the upper stands. "What is that? A homemade spear?" Indeed, Ren carried a weapon that no one recognized. It didn't have the characteristic style of the expensive noble materials that Larissa or Leora had used, nor did it seem to belong to a particularly powerful monster. It was a simple spear with a tip that resembled a long black stake. "The first year's last battle," commented a sixth-year student in a bored tone. "It will be a pathetic conclusion to a day with so many teams with potential." In the center of the arena, Min, Taro, and Ren took positions. Unlike most previous teams, they showed no evident nervousness now, only serene concentration. "Weapons," offered the auxiliary, presenting the standard arsenal. Min and Taro shook their heads. Rope or chains wouldn't work against such a heavy creature this time. Ren simply raised the strange spear he already carried. "Is that weapon functional?" asked the auxiliary, looking with bewilderment at the unconventional weapon. Yang approached, briefly examining the spear. "Where did you get this, Patenter?" "I made it myself," Ren responded simply. "It's the proboscis of a deep assassin. Those break easily. Are you sure you don't want a metal one? I made this one different from those. If you'll allow me, I'd like to use it." Yang studied the spear a moment longer, then nodded. "Permitted." That simple approval provoked a wave of surprised murmurs. Did he really want to use that trash? The new stone lurker waited in the center, identical to all the previous ones. Ren stepped forward, invoking his beast. To the surprise of many, what appeared wasn't the pathetic spore they expected to see, but a completely different creature. A small hydra, still at iron rank, that few knew from books specialized in rare beasts. With just one head and a short neck, it could hardly be called a hydra yet. Its body was partially covered by a translucent armor in certain areas, while the rest showed bright blue reptilian scales. Murmurs of surprise spread through the stands. "What is that thing? Since when does the mushroom boy have a hydra? Were the rumors about the ruins and being a double tamer now true?" Beginning in 3, 2, 1. Yang counted. The containment retracted. The situation was already strange for most, but even more disconcerting was the team's strategy. Min and Taro remained still, without invoking their own beasts. They simply waited, apparently with no intention of participating. For a full 5 seconds, no one moved. The big stone lurker slowly advanced towards them, but the hydra, Ren, Min, and Taro, remained motionless, like pieces on a board waiting for the first move. Then, Ren gave the order. "Forward." The small hydra ran toward the big stone lurker with surprising agility. The spectators exchanged looks of disbelief. Has he gone mad? Is he sending that tiny creature against the lurker by itself? He must think his hydra is too extraordinary because his fungus was garbage. Yes, the hydra was a very rare and difficult to obtain creature that couldn't be found in any random egg. But being rare and being powerful like Luna's wolf were not the same thing. Not taking that into account, Ren ran after his beast, spear in hand, prepared to attack. His strategy seemed so absurd that some students couldn't contain nervous laughter. In the reserved stands of the high nobility, 3 figures observed with radically different expressions. Cassian Goldcrest narrowed his eyes with disdain. "Pathetic," he murmured. "The mushroom boy sends his lizard to die and runs behind like an idiot. The commoner doesn't even know the basics of beast combat. The spy I have following him is a waste of time." His fingers drummed rhythmically on the armrest of his seat. The ineptitude he was witnessing from the commoner with noble aspirations was personally offensive to him. It was a waste that such a subject had a second beast. The fungus in the first place didn't count as a beast, so he was practically just a common tamer. What nonsense! Several seats away, Sirius Starweaver observed with an indecipherable expression. Unlike the other noble who openly showed his disdain, Luna's father seemed intrigued. He remembered the child with an unusual beast being interrogated that day, but his expectations had been betrayed. Terrible tactical choice, he finally commented, his tone neutral but his eyes intensely fixed on the small tamer. I wonder if I expected too much. Finally, Selphira Ashenway showed an enigmatic smile. Unlike her companions, she didn't seem surprised or annoyed. Her eyes, sharp as a hawk's, followed Ren's every movement with interest. The boy has guts and heroic desires, she said softly, almost to herself. Or knowledge that we don't possess. Her long fingers interlaced over her lap as she leaned slightly forward. Either way, she added with a spark of amusement in her eyes, this will be revealing. Ren ran after his beast, spear in hand, prepared to attack. The enormous stone monster, detecting the small creature approaching, activated its attack mechanism. Using elemental control over Earth and the brute force of its hind legs, it launched itself into the air, diving directly toward the small hydra. It's finished, someone exclaimed from the stands. The lurker is going to bite that lizard. Ren adjusted his position, preparing the spear. Many assumed he would try to throw it when the monster opened its mouth, but those who knew the stone lurker's anatomy knew that would be useless. The beast palate was reinforced with a structure as hard as the external rock itself. Yet at that critical moment, Ren did something unexpected. With a quick gesture, he retracted his hydra, which transformed into a beam of light returning to his body and merging with him. Instantly, the transformation began, reptilian scales appeared on his skin, his muscles grew slightly, and the characteristic translucent armor materialized over his chest. But the most surprising thing was happening with the stone lurker in midair. Its trajectory changed abruptly, as if an invisible force was pulling it. Its head was thrown back, its mouth opened wider than normal, and its belly was completely exposed in front of Ren. What the hell is happening? Confusion was widespread among the spectators. The answer came an instant later, when the effort to hold on to the beetle broke the invisibility of Min's amphibian. The translucent beast suddenly appeared on the shoulder of the living tunnel, Taro's enormous beetle that had been waiting behind the big stone lurker the entire time, invisible thanks to the amphibian's ability. The beetle was pulling the monster's head back forcefully, having reached its back during those initial 5 seconds of apparent immobility. They were there the whole time. The amphibian made them invisible. Now Ren had a direct shot at the stone lurker's cloaca, the most vulnerable point of its anatomy that connected directly to one of its vital organs. With gritted teeth, he concentrated all his energy. The veins of light glowed intensely throughout his body, channeling maximum power to his muscles already reinforced by the hydra. With an explosive movement, Ren launched the modified proboscis. The projectile shot out with devastating force, cleanly piercing the stone lurker's cloaca and boring all the way to its brain, which retained the same basic anatomy as its lower-rank counterpart. The stone lurker froze in mid-air, its body tensing completely before collapsing heavily. The lost glow in its eyes and the limpness of its legs signaled its total defeat. The silence that followed was absolute. The timekeepers verified their devices with incredulity. Victory for Team 8 of Group B, Yang finally announced, his voice betraying a hint of amazement. Time, 15 seconds. For an instant, no one reacted. Then, a senior-year student stood up. 15 seconds. The question resonated in a completely stunned stadium. 15 seconds. Chaos erupted in the stands. Shouts, exclamations of disbelief, amazed applause, all mixed in a cacophony of reactions to what they had just witnessed. Ren's team had pulverized the previous record. They hadn't matched it, they hadn't surpassed it by a small margin. They had reduced it to an eighth. Min was the first to break composure. With a shout of pure joy, he jumped on Ren, nearly knocking him down. We did it. Damn, we did it. Taro, normally the shyest of the trio, ran in circles with arms outstretched, his face illuminated by a smile so wide it threatened to split his face in two. 15 seconds. 15. Take that, snobs. Even Ren, always the most controlled, couldn't avoid an explosion of childish euphoria. He raised the spear over his head like a trophy, his armor shining with almost blinding intensity. That was amazing, shouted Min, hugging Ren and Taro simultaneously. Did you see their faces? Everyone thought you were crazy. Perfect, responded Taro, punching the air with his fist. Absolutely perfect. It worked exactly as you said, Ren. Ren, with his cheeks flushed with excitement, nodded between laughs. Perfect teamwork. In the first-year section, reactions were clearly divided between those who knew Ren and those who didn't. Leora applauded with barely contained enthusiasm, her eyes shining with pride. Larissa, normally refined even in her most expressive moments, had abandoned all pretense of decorum. Standing, she cheered like a fan at a gladiator tournament. That's it, Ren. Show them how it's done. And perhaps. Just perhaps. The girls' reaction was greater than expected because they had been a little upset when Klein surpassed their team's record. Luna, always more controlled, observed with intensity, her shadow wolf partially manifesting as a reflection of her surprise at a greater defeat than expected. But despite this, she had a contained but genuine smile, her eyes revealing a mixture of admiration and calculation. Impressive, she commented softly. Truly impressive. Han, from his seat, nodded once. I suspected it, he murmured, more to himself than to those around him. He really is different. Roran and the others practically jumped in their seats, shouting congratulations that were lost in the general tumult. Mira had conjured small flowers that she threw into the air in celebration, while June applauded with fire in his eyes. The contrast couldn't be more marked with another sector of the stands. Jean was pale, his fists so tight his fingers had turned white. Impossible, he repeated mechanically. It's impossible. It has to be a trick. A deception. Kai, beside him, shook his head in disbelief. Cass, perhaps the most pragmatic of the trio, simply observed in silence, recalculating every assumption she had made about Ren Patender and his useless spore. Perhaps that Hydra was. But the most violent reaction came from Klein. The Goldcrest heir seemed to have been physically struck. His breathing was irregular, his face contorted into a mask of fury and humiliation. The record he had worked so hard to establish, that meant so much to his family, had been pulverized in an instant. And not by Luna, the Dravenholm or the Ashenway, that would have been understandable, maybe even acceptable. But by a nobody, a boy from the Grey Wing with a beast universally considered useless. For Klein, in practical terms, the honor of first place had slipped from his grasp. Even if he decisively won the two remaining team battles, he wouldn't achieve it. He could change public perception to make it known that he was more powerful than the Mushroom Boy, but only if he could crush him. That was all. If Ren didn't perform extremely poorly in the other two categories, Klein could only maintain the illusion of superiority, but the real honor was lost. And that meant much more than simple academic prestige. In the upper stands, Cash and Goldcrest watched the celebration with a coldness that contrasted with the storm in his eyes. The agreement with Sirius's uncle, a marriage contract very useful for the Goldcrest's ambitions, largely depended, according to what was agreed upon with the old fox, on Klein proving himself a worthy match, an exceptional tamer up to the prestige of both families. This complicates things, thought Cashin, his mind already calculating alternatives, compensations, possible ways to mitigate the damage. Selphora, meanwhile, had abandoned all pretense of neutrality. A genuine smile illuminated her face as she watched the trio celebrate. Her eyes, as perceptive as always, caught something that few had noticed: Ren's Hydra wasn't enough to increase his strength to such levels. In her youth, she had known someone with a Hydra, and the lines of light weren't a quality that could be attributed to it either. There was something more behind the boy's power. A fascinating strategy, she murmured, her mind working at great speed. Absolutely fascinating. Sirius Starweaver had stood up, but not because of the commoner's interesting victory. His eyes were fixed on Luna, evaluating her reaction to Ren's triumph. The smile on his daughter's face didn't please him at all. While the stadium continued in chaos, while celebrations and recriminations mixed in the air, one truth had crystallized for all present. The world they believed they dominated and understood perfectly had just surprised them. And all thanks to a child who, just a few months earlier, had been universally ridiculed for having the worst beast ever recorded. The training field was empty at that late hour. Lin preferred this schedule. The silence allowed her to think clearly while exercising her combat techniques. Her Fire Panther Lizard adding power to her Crane's enhancements helped her execute new sequences of kicks against a specially reinforced training dummy, producing a sound of claws tearing through resistant material. It was an almost meditative ritual that she repeated every night after training Ren, and although her pupil was resting, she couldn't take a break for herself. It was already her way of processing the day's events. When she perceived the approaching presence, she didn't interrupt her routine. The silent flight and subtle alteration in air currents had already revealed the visitor's identity. "From your agitation," she commented without turning, "I imagine you've already heard." Xiao advanced until he was in her field of vision. There was something different about him. Perhaps it was the new military tunic he wore, clearly designed for long-range missions, or maybe the thoughtful atmosphere that surrounded him before an important expedition. 15 seconds, he responded, incredulity still present in his voice. The director almost choked when he told me. I thought he would at least restrain himself from using the lightning that scared away the abyssal from our last gathering exam. Lin smiled, finally stopping her exercise to fully focus on her colleague. No, he didn't use it. I was there, she confirmed, reaching for a towel to dry her sweat. Ren and his friends pulverized the record with the same simple strategy from his diagnosis exam against Iron Rank monsters. It was simple and at the same time, extraordinary. Lin explained the battle details. Xiao shook his head, still processing the information. A single spear strike through that small opening. On the first attempt. That kid is going to steal my title as the most precise thrower when he grows up. I don't think it's gonna be just that, Lin specified, her voice instinctively lowering although they were alone. Aunt Selphora already thinks he has the ring, probably Leora is giving her hints accidentally too. But she told me she wouldn't inquire for now, though I don't believe her too much. She sat on one of the side benches, indicating Xiao to do the same. But that doesn't worry me right now. If she wanted to make sure, she would have done it already. Although she refuses to accept it, Leora's opinion matters too much to her since Laura's death. Xiao nodded slowly, seeming to absorb every detail, categorize it, file it for future reference. Are you leaving again right now? Lin asked, pointing to his expedition attire. Julius asked me to deliver something just some hours ago. He wants me to go look for his father one last time, Xiao confirmed, his tone mixing resignation and determination. Lin arched an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. So soon? It's barely been a few months since the last attempt. This time is different, Xiao lowered his voice even more, leaning slightly. He has a secret weapon to convince him. He didn't elaborate, and Lin didn't press. Some things were better not knowing, especially when they concern negotiations between a prince and the king. It's still dangerous for you, she observed. Less than before, Xiao responded with a tense smile. Thanks to a certain gift, I now have better concealment capabilities. And other useful skills. I'm still the best at avoiding impossible battles. Still, be careful, Lin warned. Xiao nodded, watch over those mischievous kids while I'm gone, especially during their visits to the depths. There have been changes in the abyss since the last visit. What kind of changes? Lin looked toward the door, making sure again that they were alone. Did Julius find out anything new about the Triple Tamer's attack? Xiao shook his head. Not officially. But security in the lower parts of the abyss has increased considerably, and they discovered greater beast activity at lesser depths. He put his hand on his chin. What they did discover while looking at that was also something interesting but expected. The abyss zone assigned to the Gold Crests was the entry point for Yano's assets. They had a rather deep operation. How deep? Asked Lin, genuinely interested. Didn't the beasts attack them when crossing? No. They had built a massive rope in the depths, generated by beasts from both sides. A braided structure that served as a transit route at gold rank depth. Xiao's voice distilled contempt. They avoided the blind assassins using a pestilent hormone they developed specifically to repel them. Due to the depth at which they operated, the aerial patrol never detected the line. The Yino people, always so. Inventive, Lin commented with sarcasm. Victor took several earth and light experts to investigate under the pretext of a complete Yano territory review after the school attack, but in reality, he only inspected Goldcrest territory, Xiao continued. He said it was interesting. The Goldcrests tried to divert them, guide them away from the exchange point with territorial excuses. A sardonic smile crossed his face. But Victor prevailed. With the support of Ashenway troops, he concluded the investigation and found the dam line. They cut it, of course. But that alone won't be the end, Lin concluded. No, not by a bit, Xiao confirmed. They'll probably make another one elsewhere or switch to an aerial route if they can keep avoiding the blind assassins. Our aerial patrol will no longer be sufficient as border protection if they can move easily down there. Lin remained thoughtful for a moment, drumming her fingers on her knee. If they have many Triple Tamers as we suspect, they could move to the Great Natural Bridge, she finally suggested. It's the logical route to send their assets to attack us instead of big aerial transit. We'll see the war start there if they begin it soon. Xiao shook his head. I don't think so. The curious thing is that it seems they're retracting, at least temporarily. Lin looked at him with surprise. Don't they have the advantage now with their triples? It seems it's not so easy. Either making triples takes a long time, or they can't make many, but they don't seem to feel ready. Victor discovered several hideouts, Xiao explained. All recently abandoned, quite some time before his arrival. The strange thing is the pattern of abandonment. What do you mean? By the number of empty spaces, they must have had enough forces to face even the prince's elite team and maintain resistance for a long time. Xiao leaned forward, lowering his voice even more. But they withdrew, and from what we saw, in an orderly manner. It wasn't a hasty flight. Surely those Goldcrest bastards warned them, Lin spat. They probably helped them cross and establish themselves in Yano, yes, Xiao conceded. But in fact, they were brazen about it. They denied any cooperation and feigned absolute surprise that their jurisdiction had been invaded in such deep zones by the enemy, without their knowledge. He shook his head with evident disgust. They even had the audacity to claim that the castle monopolizes too many earth elemental tamers, leaving them in a compromised situation, in the depths. Bastards, Lin murmured. They are, Xiao nodded. But I don't think they affected this withdrawal. It was too clean, too organized. They didn't leave anything useful, no documentation, no important equipment. His expression became more serious. And I think what's most revealing is that the withdrawal seems to have been planned even before Victor's investigation began. By the marks and state of the hideouts, the evacuation started very shortly after the last attack on the academy. Lin frowned, processing this information. Do you think it has something to do with what they were looking for here? It's possible, Xiao responded. Julius suspects they found clues, or didn't find what they expected and changed strategy. I believe what Selphora assumes might be part of that perception. He stood up, subtly stretching the tense muscles in his back. In any case, with the Goldcrest scrutinizing this mystery, it won't stop them forever. I must depart at dawn. The king must return, and with the current situation, any small perception that the king has moved will be crucial for them to think we've gained an advantage. Lin also rose, studying her colleague with poorly disguised concern. Take care, Xiao. And keep your eyes open. I always do, he replied with a smile. Besides, I have a new trick up my sleeve thanks to our young genius, possible thief guardian of artifacts. As Xiao walked away, Lin remained contemplating in the training field. Something about this entire situation seemed strangely connected by timing. Yino's withdrawal, Ren's disproportionate powers, the political movements of the noble families. All were pieces of a larger puzzle that was refusing to take shape, its final contours still remained in the shadows. Klein's room was plunged into darkness. He had refused to turn on the lights after returning from the arena, preferring the shadows to hide the humiliation etched on his face. He hadn't even allowed Aster and Feng to accompany him, their loyalty was valuable, but today he needed silence and solitude. Or so he had thought. The soft click of the door opening didn't surprise him. He knew who it was without needing to turn. The characteristic scent of deep earth that always accompanied his older brother filtered into the room, preceding Cashin's physical presence. Klein remained motionless, sitting on the edge of his bed, staring fixedly at the wall. He waited, almost with resignation, for the storm of cutting words that undoubtedly approached. But the silence extended. A full minute passed without either saying anything. The only sound in the room was Klein's increasingly altered breathing. Waiting for the verbal punishment proved more agonizing than the punishment itself. He had sent Aster and Feng far away so they didn't witness the humiliation, but he was regretting it a lot now. Finally, unable to bear the tension any longer, Klein turned to face his brother. What he saw left him frozen. It wasn't the cold anger he was accustomed to. It wasn't the calculated contempt that Cashin habitually showed him. It was pure, absolute, and raw disappointment. Cashin Goldcrest, heir to one of Yano's most powerful families, observed his younger brother as if contemplating something irreparably broken, something no longer worth the effort to repair. Klein instinctively retreated, still expecting the verbal attack that never came. The silence and that look were worse than any words Cashin had used before. Klein, for a second, saw his father in him. Anxiety grew in his chest, an oppressive sensation that threatened to suffocate him. His breathing accelerated, shallow and insufficient. The lion within him reacted to his distress, partially manifesting, claws emerging from his fingers, a slight golden glow tinting his skin. Klein clenched his fists so tightly that his claws sank into his palms. And just when it seemed that silence was the worst thing in the world, Cashin spoke. "It's over," he finally said, his voice as cold and distant as if speaking to a stranger. "We don't need you anymore." The words hit Klein harder than Ren's fist knocking him down that day. "Forget about father ever speaking to you again," Cashin continued, each syllable perfectly articulated to maximize damage. "Never again." Klein fell to his knees, as if his legs could no longer support the weight of those words. The mention of his father brought with it the memory of the day when family attention had vanished. It wasn't gradual. One day, simply, his father stopped speaking to him directly. His questions remained unanswered. His achievements, unrecognized. As if he had ceased to exist for the Goldcrest patriarch. The memory felt like acid corroding his mind. Unconsciously, Klein dug his manifested claws into his own thighs, piercing the fabric of his uniform. He should have felt pain, but his body was numb, disconnected. Cashin observed the self-harm with a calculating expression. His eyes registered the blood beginning to stain his brother's pants, and something changed in his face. A barely perceptible smile curved his lips for an instant before being replaced by an elaborately compassionate sigh. "However," he said, strategically pausing to capture Klein's desperate attention, "perhaps there is a way." Klein looked up, his tear-filled eyes reflecting a flash of hope so raw and naked it was almost painful to witness. I'll help you eliminate the mushroom boy, Cashin declared, his voice adopting a conspiratorial tone. So that the matter of first-place honor becomes irrelevant before the interschool competitions. He approached, kneeling to be at his younger brother's level. This gesture, which might seem fraternal to an unsuspecting observer, had the evil precision of someone perfectly manipulating the strings of a broken puppet. But you must continue obtaining a good score, he continued, slightly hardening his tone. And if possible, you or your allies must defeat him in the early phases of the competition. Make sure they accomplish it, whatever it costs them. Klein nodded frantically, clinging to every word like a shipwreck survivor to the wreckage. Your beasts are bronze, Cashin pointed out, placing a hand on his brother's shoulder. His is still iron, no matter how much he's become a double. You shouldn't be defeated if you don't let yourself be overcome by his tricks. He lowered his voice, although they were alone in the room. I will take care of analyzing the commoner's life, and prepare his unfortunate accident afterward. The promise floated in the air between them, dark and tangible. Klein knew exactly what it meant. Do you promise? He asked in a barely audible voice, aware of how pathetic he sounded even as the words left his lips. Cashin smiled, and for a fleeting instant, Klein glimpsed something in that smile that should have alarmed him. Something predatory, something that transcended simple family's honor ambition and entered more dangerous territory. But desperation clouds judgment, and Klein chose not to see what would have complicated his fragile hope. I promise, Cashin responded, his voice acquiring a warmth that never reached his eyes. We are Goldcrests, after all. Family. He rose with the feline elegance characteristic of his family, smoothing imperceptible wrinkles in his impeccable uniform. Drink this and rest, little brother, he said, heading toward the door after placing a small vial on his hands. Tomorrow the team battles begin. You'll need all your strength. When the door closed behind him, Cashin's mask of compassion vanished. His face regained the calculating expression that was natural to him, as his thoughts turned toward more important matters. Klein, meanwhile, remained kneeling in the darkness, his hands now holding the potion with as much gratitude as submission. Blood stained his uniform, but a trembling smile had replaced his expression of desperation. The mushroom boy would pay for his humiliation. He just needed to be patient. He just needed to keep trying. He just needed to trust his brother. The Grey Wing dormitory was quiet that night. Exhaustion after the day's intense emotions had left most students deeply asleep as soon as they touched their pillows. However, in the room shared by Ren, Min, Taro, and Lu, excitement still kept them awake. Ren sat cross-legged on his bed, his mushrooms pulsing with a soft glow that dimly illuminated the room. The light was sufficient to distinguish the expressions of Taro and Lu, who looked at him with admiration and camaraderie. So, said Ren, addressing Lu, how was your battle? We couldn't see it even though ours was short because it had also already ended when we arrived at the other arena. Lu smiled, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. He seemed very different from the bitter and distant student he had been at the beginning of the semester. 20 seconds, he responded with evident pride. We were right behind you in the global time record. It was incredible. 20. Taro whistled softly, impressed. How did you manage it? Lu leaned forward, instinctively lowering his voice. The excitement made his usual reserve fall away, his hands gesturing animatedly as he spoke. I used what I saw from the sound specialist student, Zhou Liwei. Remember I went to observe his combat? He looked directly at Ren. Applying what you taught me about the synergies between the bat and the hyena, I was able to adapt his technique. Ren nodded, his mushrooms brightening slightly in response to Lu's enthusiasm. Lu continued, still excited. It wasn't as precise as Zhou's technique, he, I suppose, has years of practice and his beast is silver too. But my big stone lurker was less problematic than the stone mountain he faced. You managed to copy the technique of someone from 7th year? Taro asked, surprised. Lu made a face, half guilt and half retrospective amusement. He put a pillow in front of him, slightly embarrassed. My control wasn't perfect, he admitted. My teammates ended up with injured ears despite the earplugs. And a part of the audience too. Oh, Taro contained a laugh. Those screams must have been painful to hear then. Lu nodded, his smile growing wider. Fortunately, the healers easily repaired the damage. It was minor, just temporary ringing and some disorientation. Very few bled. The important thing is that it worked, Ren pointed out. And how do you feel about the hyena now? That's the best part, I still can't believe it and you'll surely become insufferable, but now I adore it, Lu shook his head in disbelief. From being the worst treated in my class, now they look at me as number one in potential. Everyone knows I'm a double thanks to you because they connected some dots and I didn't know how to deny it. Sorry. But, the looks of amazement when we left the arena. Worth every second. He paused, as if still processing the change. It's like I stopped being the failed repeater overnight. He turned to Ren, his expression transforming into something more serious, almost solemn. The usual distance in his eyes was replaced by genuine gratitude. I thank you, Ren. I truly thank you. And I always will. Ren shook his head, visibly uncomfortable with the intensity of the gratitude. He shifted slightly on his bed, the mushrooms dimming momentarily. Don't thank me, he responded simply. Anyway. A mischievous smile appeared on his face as he added, don't think that just with that attack you're going to beat me, or that I'll go easy on you in the individual matches. Lu blinked, momentarily surprised, before bursting into laughter. Is that a challenge, Lucky Shroom? It is, confirmed Ren, widening his smile. In fact, I won't go easy on any of you. You won't win, against the best camouflage, stupid Klein. Min mumbled just before beginning to snore softly. He was already lying in an incorrect position with his rear facing up on his bed, one arm dangling over the edge. Ren cast a glance toward Min, who continued to snore peacefully, completely oblivious to the conversation. Though someone has already missed the warning. Taro let out a soft laugh. You won't have it easy either, he responded, accepting the challenge with good humor. And I know Min feels the same, although he's too busy dreaming about starring in battles right now. Ren laughed, a genuine sound that briefly resonated in the quiet room. The friendship that had grown between them over the months was evident in the easy way they ribbed each other. Anyway, in the team battles we'll work together, he pointed out. The individual ones will just be a competition between us friends. But I'll win. His mushrooms pulsed with a more intense glow for a moment, as if reflecting his enthusiasm. I hope you all go far so I can face you. An unexpected yawn interrupted his next thought, suddenly reminding him of the day's exhaustion. His shoulders slumped slightly as the fatigue finally caught up to him. But I think it's time to sleep, he concluded, settling into his bed. We need energy to overcome the other 92 students tomorrow. Taro and Lu nodded, each heading to their respective beds. Silence gradually fell over the room, interrupted only by Min's occasional snores and the soft pulsing of Ren's mushrooms. The arena for team combat was the same one used for battles against beasts. But the auxiliaries had transformed it, with a diversified floor that included small rocky, aquatic, and forested areas, providing multiple environments for each type of beast to maximize its potential. Of the 32 initial teams, 16 would be eliminated in this first round. The tension was palpable as students waited their turns, studying their opponents with intensity after the previous day's surprises. Leora, Larissa, and Maria's team had started the day with a crushing victory against their opponents, a demonstration of elemental power that had left the audience open-mouthed. The precision of their coordination had been even more impressive than their battle against the Stone Lurker. The Group D team that had eliminated the big Stone Lurker faster than them had turned out much less effective in battle as they didn't give the damage dealer time to charge. It seemed that performance in the monster battle wouldn't define the winner in the other categories. Raw power against a big stone wasn't necessarily translating to tactical prowess against other students. Team Ren from Group B against Team Jean from Group B, announced Lin, her amplified voice resonating throughout the stadium. Prepare to enter. A murmur ran through the stands. Ren's team, the new sensation from the Grey Wing, against Jean and his companions. Both had performed well against the monster, but would it be like the previous battle in which the time difference hadn't been definitive? Everyone was eager to find out. From his position, Ren exchanged a final glance with Min and Taro. They needed no words, they had discussed their strategy enough and knew each strength and weakness of their opponents. Jean, Kai, and Cass entered from the opposite side. Unlike the previous day, Jean didn't display his usual arrogant confidence. His face reflected intense concentration, almost fierce, betraying how much this battle meant to him. Remember the plan, Cass murmured to her companions as they took position. Jean, neutralize Taro. Kai, take care of distracting the rotten one. I'll keep an eye on Min, my eyes won't be fooled by his camouflage if I see where he steps. Jean nodded, his eyes remaining fixed on Taro. The beetle represented the only bronze beast on the opposing team, a tangible threat unlike Min and Ren's weak iron rank creatures. Even so, he couldn't underestimate Ren after what he'd seen the previous day. His Hydra will be problematic even without the spear, he calculated mentally. But without his trap-setting tricks and without weapons, his new armor doesn't represent a real threat to my ability. The spirit waves of my tiger will ignore any armor, no matter how resistant it is. Both teams have proven their worth yesterday, declared Lin, positioning herself between the two groups. So remember, the objective is neutralization, not unnecessary damage. Victory is declared when the opposing team is incapacitated or surrenders. She raised her hand, anticipation rising to almost tangible levels. Begin. Jean immediately fused his body with the greater spirit tiger. The markings covered his skin while his eyes adopted that characteristic blue glow. Kai invoked his green lizard externally, the creature considerably increasing its defense with stone scale armor, while Cass released her red eagle, which rose majestically over the field. On the opposite side, something unexpected occurred. Neither Min nor Taro finished manifesting their beasts when Ren partially manifested his Hydra, the translucent scales appearing on his skin like natural armor. Also, Ren had already shot forward to the front, alone. What is he doing? Murmured a confused spectator. Jean didn't wait to find out. With a roar that combined human and animal, he also launched forward, his spirit claws glowing with energy. His initial target was Taro, thinking of eliminating the bronze rank threat first. But since the rotten boy had decided to play hero, he could teach him a lesson first about not trusting his new armor too much. This move should be optimal in his favor. A tamer fused with a bronze one greater spirit tiger against a student who had just acquired his new beast, the result seemed obvious. But Jean realized he wasn't the fastest despite his supposed rank advantage. Ren moved with a speed that no one had anticipated. One instant he was still a dozen meters away, the next he had become a blur of movement that intercepted Jean before he could cover even a third of the distance between the teams. Impossible, gasped someone from the stands. How can he move like that with an iron beast? Jean, surprised but still confident in his superiority, directed his fist charged with spiritual energy directly toward Ren's chest. His speed didn't matter if the idiot was heading straight toward him. Got you, he thought, sure of his victory. But Ren executed a movement that left all present astonished. Instead of blocking or dodging, he deflected Jin's wrist with superhuman precision, using a combat technique from Lin. Jin's fist passed centimeters from Ren's chest, the spiritual energy failing to reach him. And then he counterattacked. Ren's fist, reinforced by the fused Hydra, impacted Jin's jaw with demolishing force. The sound of impact resonated throughout the arena, a dry crack that made many spectators instinctively cringe. Jin shot backward, rotating once in the air before crashing against the ground. The hardness of his skin and muscles fused with the tiger had prevented serious damage, but the impact had left him instantly unconscious. Jin, shouted Kai, his lizard immediately accelerating until reaching an impressive speed to charge at Ren with its stone skin. Cass reacted simultaneously, her red eagle descending in a dive while generating air currents that concentrated around its wings like invisible blades. Ren now found himself between two simultaneous attacks. Any normal student would have been caught in this perfect pincer. Ren wasn't normal. Instead of retreating or trying to dodge, he did exactly the opposite. He shortened the distance toward Kai with brutal acceleration, moving directly toward the attack as if intending to collide head-on. When only centimeters separated them, Ren executed a turn that seemed to defy the laws of physics. Rotating on his own axis, he dodged the attack from Cass's eagle by millimeters while his fist, now shining with a diamond-like radiance, impacted exactly at the same point where he had hit Kai that first time. But this time he didn't just deactivate Kai's ability. This time, something more happened. The scaly armor of the green lizard, which partially covered Kai, not only lost its characteristic glow, it shattered like crystal under the impact of Ren's diamond fist. A sound of fracturing rock preceded the moment when Kai, like Jean moments before, was thrown backward. Cass's eagle, still in full descent and momentarily distracted by the speed of the exchange, adjusted its trajectory. It concentrated energy in its claws, preparing for a direct attack on Ren's exposed back. "Got you," exclaimed Cass, sure of her advantage. She never saw what happened next with her supposedly enhanced eyes, distracted as she was with Ren. A sudden pull brought down her beast in mid-flight. Just when Cass's legs had inexplicably become trapped in what appeared to be a living mineral formation that had emerged from the ground. Someone caught her by the neck, and wrapped around her beast was an aquatic serpent that she hadn't seen materialize. Min appeared behind her, smiling as he deactivated his invisibility ability. Throughout the exchange, while attention focused on Ren, he had run silently to the perfect position. "Surprise," he said simply. Taro, meanwhile, had completed the support by immobilizing Cass and her eagle with even more mineral. Lin observed the scene for 3 seconds, ensuring that all 3 members of the opposing team were effectively neutralized. "Victory for Team Ren of Group B," she declared, her voice mixing professionalism with a tinge of genuine amusement. The stadium fell into absolute silence before erupting in an explosion of reactions. Some applauded frantically, others simply watched stunned, unable to process what they had just witnessed. In the honor stands, Cassian Goldcrest had gone rigid. The calculating expression had been replaced by something few had ever seen on his face, genuine concern. Near him, Sirius Starweaver observed with similar intensity. "That boy," he murmured, low enough that only Cassian would hear, "is not just a prodigy. He's a serious problem." Ren helped Cass to her feet once Taro deactivated the restraints. The girl took his hand with grudging respect and a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Your beast is iron rank," she said, as if that statement alone should invalidate everything that had just happened. She brushed dust from her uniform, her gaze darting between Ren and her fallen teammates. "How is it possible that you defeated Jean like that?" "Beasts are important," Ren replied as he deactivated the fusion with his Hydra, the scales gradually disappearing from his skin, but never underestimate the big difference that 2 bodies can have with the right training. A crowd of murmurs followed Ren and his team as the auxiliaries attended to the injured and everyone cleared the arena. Within a day, they had transformed from objects of ridicule to walking anomalies that defied all expectations. And for certain observers lurking in the shadows, this made them something far more dangerous, unpredictable variables in plans carefully crafted over decades. "Did you see that? One hit against a higher rank. The Mushroom Boy is a monster. Maybe there's something wrong with the records about Hydras. But have you seen his original beast? It's still a useless spore." The whispers spread through the stands as students rearranged themselves after a brief break. Ren's team's lightning victory had triggered an avalanche of contradictory comments, theories, and wild speculation. Ren walked between Taro and Min. They could feel the stares drilling into their backs, catch fragments of conversations that cut off abruptly as they passed, notice how some older students watched them with interest. There must be some trick. Nobody with those beasts could possibly. Min clicked his tongue in annoyance, adjusting his uniform while quickening his pace to catch up with Ren. Did you hear that? He muttered, leaning toward Ren so only he and Taro could hear. After everything you've proven, they still think it's just luck. His eyes flashed with indignation. As if luck could knock out a bronze-rank beast Tamer with a single punch. Taro, walking on Ren's other side, wore a more pragmatic expression. Let them talk, he replied with a serenity that was surprising coming from him. Their ignorance is their problem, not ours. Ren maintained his steady pace. His hydra was no longer fused with him, instead, the characteristic luminescent mushrooms rested on his head. It's more convenient this way, he finally commented, stopping to check the board displaying the next pairings. Let them keep underestimating us. The battles continued throughout the day. One by one, teams faced off in the arena, some displaying impressive strategies, others succumbing to the tactical or elemental superiority of their opponents. Han's team demonstrated flawless coordination against their adversaries. His Weaver Spider, combined with June's Monkey in Rage Mode and Sora's Deer, created an elaborate trap that immobilized their opponents in less than a minute. Luna and her companions showed their characteristic efficient style. Luna's Shadow Wolf disappeared and reappeared between the shadows and mist created by her teammates, neutralizing each opponent separately. Klein, still visibly affected by his earlier defeat, fought with an intensity that bordered on alarming. His Phantom Claws, now executed with greater fury, shredded through his opponent's defenses while Aster and Foam complemented his attacks with precise strikes of their own. The healers had their work cut out for them after that match, frantically treating the unfortunate team that had faced Klein's wrath. When the first round finally concluded, 16 teams remained in competition. The eliminated withdrew from the arena, some with dignity, others visibly frustrated by their early exit from the tournament. Ren approached the updated announcement board, studying the pairings for the next round. Hector's team, he murmured, identifying their next opponent. We'll be dealing with the Klein's follower Minotaur. Min asked, peering over his shoulder. With that speed of yours, he won't have a chance to touch you. Don't underestimate them, Ren warned. He's been watching our movements. He likely won't make the same mistakes as Jean, and they're accustomed to sending their beasts to the front lines. Taro pointed to another pairing on the board with interest. Look at this. Larissa and Leora against Luna in the next round. Indeed, by a cruel twist of fate, the noble cousins were in a nearby bracket and would face each other tomorrow. The Will-O-Wisp and Mineral Fairy, two Tier 3 beasts in direct confrontation with Luna's wolf of the same level. That will be interesting, Ren commented with genuine interest. Both contain half their abilities but have fascinating strategies, though I'd like to see them fight without restrictions. His voice trailed off as his gaze drifted thoughtfully, imagining the clash between three powerful double nobles unleashed at their full potential. A group of fifth-year students passed by them, and Leopold Montclair stopped to look directly at Ren. So you're after my prodigy title, he said, his voice dripping with condescension. He stood a full head taller than Ren, looking down with the confidence of someone who had never been seriously challenged. They say what you did yesterday was impressive too, but I wonder how long your lucky streak will last. Min stepped forward but Ren stopped him with a subtle gesture. My father says luck favors the prepared, Ren responded calmly, his eyes fixed on those of the older student. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with an even rhythm, betraying no anxiety or intimidation. Don't you think we worked hard to be where we are? The boy narrowed his eyes, clearly unaccustomed to first years responding to him. His beast manifested fully, a silver 2 cockatrice of considerable power compared to iron or bronze beasts. Its scales shimmered with an opalescent quality that spoke of proper cultivation and care. It's a shame, he continued, ignoring Ren's question, that all that talent is tied to a useless fungus and a hydra that can barely reach silver 1. If you had a beast with real potential like mine, that could reach gold. If I wanted advice on beasts, Ren interrupted with that tranquility that could be more irritating than any insult, I'd look for someone who knows how to properly utilize their own. Your beast has a mutation in the energy pattern of its back and left wing that limits the use of two of its abilities. You should study your cultivation better before it's too late and you fail to reach even the mediocre standard in the library's technique. The student paled, his eyes widening with surprise before narrowing with fury. The cockatrice's manifestation flickered, as if responding to its tamer's emotional turbulence. What the hell do you know about? Enough, Leopold. Lynn placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, her sudden appearance startling everyone. Tournament week is not the place for these disputes. The healers already have too much work. The newly arrived teacher looked at Ren with a cheerful expression that didn't quite mask the warning in her eyes. Go to your rooms and rest before you hurt your classmates. Ren shrugged and turned to leave with his friends. We didn't intend to harm some novices, the older student nodded slowly, his pride somewhat recovered. I'll be watching your battles with interest, Ren Patender. With that, he dragged his companions away from the scene. Lynn shook her head, suspecting they would have been the ones getting hurt. The next day. The next round of combat would begin in 30 minutes. The three friends exchanged glances as they prepared themselves mentally for the challenge ahead. Are you sure we don't need to review the plan for Hector's team? Taro asked, his voice taking on that serious tone that only emerged when they discussed strategies. Ren began walking toward the arena, his friends flanking him on both sides. Hector's Minotaur has considerable brute strength, but it lacks precision and weapons, he explained, his eyes forward. Vern's Centaur is fast but predictable in its attack patterns. And Rosalind's three-horned horse. That's a problem, Min interjected. All three creatures are tier 2, all quite large. They outmatch us in raw power if we only account for Taro's living tunnel. But not in adaptability, Ren smiled. Hector and his friends may have large beasts. But we have more beasts, Taro completed, a smile forming on his face as understanding dawned. Exactly, Ren nodded. And that will be our advantage. Just distract the beasts for a moment and give me a platform at the front as I explained last night. As they approached the arena, the murmur of the crowd grew louder. Hundreds of students had gathered to witness the second round of combat, and the level of anticipation had increased considerably after the surprising results of the previous day. Lynn observed with pride and concern. Her pupil had progressed faster than expected, attracting attention that could prove as dangerous as it was beneficial. Seems like your personal project is causing quite a stir, Yang commented beside her, his stone-covered arms crossed over his chest. Lin sketched an enigmatic smile. This is just the beginning. The combat professor grunted, tightening his folded arms. The boy has more talent than I thought, I'll admit. Ren finished preparing. His mushrooms pulsed with a steady, reassuring rhythm. As he adjusted his uniform, his mind traveled momentarily to a small house in the city's outskirts, where two elderly people would probably be following the ritual he had taught them. With that renewed certainty in his heart, he headed toward the door that would lead him to his next challenge. The air in the arena was charged with expectation. The stands overflowed with students eager to witness the next confrontation of the team that had broken the Lurker's record. Hector, Vern, and Rosalind positioned themselves now without the characteristic confidence of those who had never doubted their place in the Academy's hierarchy. Remember our strengths, Hector murmured to his companions. Our beasts are superior in individual power. Let's not make Jin's mistake, we'll fight to tire them from a distance first. Vern nodded, his fingers drumming nervously against his thigh. The rotten boy is fast, but our four-legged creature's more so, if we corner him. He's not the only problem, Rosalind interrupted, her eyes fixed on their opponents. The other two are also dangerous. Especially Taro. At the other end, Ren stretched his muscles. Beside him, Min and Taro displayed a calmness that would have been unthinkable months ago. It's almost poetic, Min commented, extending his arms above his head. They're the ones who fear us now. They're right. We do have the advantage with Ren, Taro added, his gaze determined as he focused on their opponents. Lin approached the center of the arena, her fluid movements reflecting her own mastery in combat. The rules remain the same, victory by incapacitation or surrender, and try not to overdo it like Klein, the individual matches are still to come. Her gaze briefly rested on Ren, a flash of professional curiosity in her eyes. Begin. The reaction was instantaneous. Hector invoked his Minotaur, the creature manifesting with an impressive size, almost 2 meters tall, muscles tense beneath jet-black fur. Vern's centaur appeared at his side, agile and light in comparison, but no less threatening with its reinforced hooves ready for combat. Rosalind completed the trio with her 3-horned horse, the creature neighing aggressively while pawing the ground, its horns glowing with energy. This time they have much more advantage than with the big stone lurker, almost unfair, someone murmured from the stands. 3 of the best tier 2 iron beasts fully manifested against some kids. But Ren's team had long since learned to ignore such expectations. Taro was the first to act, invoking his living tunnel with a relaxed gesture. The beetle seemed to have emerged from the ground itself. Its size surprised many, the growth since evolution was notable, it now measured almost 3 meters in height, larger than the beasts of the rival team. "Can you really distract it?" Vern exclaimed, momentarily thrown off balance. Hector regained his composure and nodded to Vern. "Go for the beetle," he ordered, directing his Minotaur straight toward the imposing figure of the insect. It was the logical decision, first distract the only bronze beast on the opposing team and use the faster 4-legged beasts to directly attack the tamers. The impact of the Minotaur against the beetle resonated throughout the arena, a clash of titans. But to no one's surprise, the living tunnel didn't stagger an inch. Its legs anchored firmly, its carapace absorbing the blow while its remaining limbs closed around the Minotaur's arms. The Minotaur roared, applying more force, but the beetle, though clearly under some pressure, maintained its position. It was a pure strength confrontation that it couldn't lose. Seeing their leader in trouble, Vern and Rosalind exchanged a quick glance before executing their planned maneuver. The centaur advanced toward the right flank, while the 3-horned horse circled to the left. "Now!" Vern shouted. "For their tamers." It was a clever strategy. If they couldn't defeat the beetle directly, they could attack Taro to force him to withdraw the invocation. But the centaur halted when Min's water snake materialized before it. Simultaneously, Ren's hydra appeared to support the snake in a 2-against-1 that balanced the field. "Where's Min?" Rosalind murmured, confused to see the snake but not its tamer. She needed to take advantage of her horse being the only free beast now. "Charge at Ren first." Hector warned, but too late. The mushroom boy had also disappeared, made invisible by the ability of Min's amphibian. While Hector's Minotaur continued its struggle with the beetle, Taro was the only one in sight. But not unprotected. His body was covered by armor from his bug and atop that, living mineral, the byproduct of his beast's evolution and its synergies. With only this additional protection, it seemed they had left him to his fate. Rosalind smiled, confident. "Bad decision," she murmured, directing her horse toward Taro. The creature lowered its horns, preparing for a charge that could pierce even metal armor. The impact made many in the audience narrow their eyes, but the result left them breathless. Taro, with his legs firmly planted and his mineral armor reinforcing his body, had stopped the horse after sliding only a few meters. His arms, also wrapped in living mineral, held the beast's head while his muscles trembled with the effort. "Impossible," Rosalind gasped. "No one of lower rank stops a frontal charge from." A shadow fell over them. Ren, who had been waiting for this moment, jumped from a mineral platform that the beetle had strategically created behind him. He lost his invisibility upon separating from the effect of Min's amphibian, but gained the element of surprise as he descended directly onto Vern. Ren was too fast. He connected a precise punch to the face of the nearest boy. Vern fell unconscious, his centaur vanishing from the impact. But the victory was brief. Hector, seeing his companion fall, roared with fury. He instantly cancelled the Minotaur's struggle against the beetle and fused with the beam of light that was his beast, his body transforming into a smaller human version with several features of the creature. He launched himself at Ren, who had barely landed after his attack on Vern. "I've got you," he shouted, his transformed fist heading directly toward Ren's side. The blow connected with a loud crack. Hector smiled, sure of his victory, until he noticed Ren's expression as he rotated. There was no pain, only calm. And then Hector was surprised, as he looked at his own fist. Ren's Hydra had also returned to his body in a flash of light just in time, fully fused, covering his torso with diamond-like armor. The translucent scales, supported by the power of the ring, gave him 140% extra defense and had absorbed the impact completely. But the most alarming thing for Hector wasn't being unable to inflict damage, it was the pain now climbing up his arm. His knuckles were dislocated, some bones clearly fractured from the impact against something much harder than expected. "My turn," said Ren, already executing his precise and devastating counterattack. He spun, channeling the momentum of Hector's blow into his own movement, and connected a spinning kick that hit exactly on the jaw of the fused Minotaur boy. Hector collapsed, unconscious even before touching the ground. Rosalind, the last one standing, assessed the situation with the characteristic coldness of her noble battle education. Her horse was still trapped by Taro, Min had reappeared behind her and now directed his snake toward her back, and Ren was turning in her direction with that calmness that was more intimidating than any battle cry. But what finally sealed her decision was seeing the enormous beetle, now free from its confrontation with the Minotaur, approaching her horse to trap it in mineral formations emerging from the ground. With a sigh of resignation, Rosalind raised her hands. "I surrender." Lin observed for a moment longer, ensuring that the combat had definitely ended, before raising her arm. "Victory for Ren's team," she announced, her professional voice barely concealing a tone of satisfaction. The stands erupted in cheers and exclamations of amazement. What many had anticipated as a more complicated combat had again ended in less than a minute, a demonstration of effectiveness that few had seen in first-year students. From her privileged position, Selphra Ashenway applauded with elegance, her eyes shining with pride, though no one knew exactly why. Klein, observing from a secluded corner, clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. The ease with which the Grey Wing team had dispatched companions from his inner circle was more than humiliating, it was a direct threat to his honor. Impressive coordination, Luna commented to no one in particular, though her tone suggested she was mentally measuring her own strategies against what she had just witnessed. In the arena, while medical auxiliaries attended to Hector and Vern, Ren and his friends gathered in a tight circle. "It worked better than I expected," admitted Taro, flexing his fingers to relieve the tension from resisting the charge. "Though I almost lost my grip when the horse charged. Ren said its horns couldn't pierce through the defensive synergy of your beasts even if you let go, don't be such a winner." Min smiled widely. "Did you see their faces when we disappeared? Priceless." Ren, however, maintained his analytical expression while observing the battle marks on his companions. "The synchronization with the amphibian needs work," he pointed out. "I lost invisibility too soon when jumping. Taro could have damaged the horse with the mineral claws and—" "Don't be such a perfectionist, you were the one who said we shouldn't plan too much so we could learn to react," Min sighed theatrically, though his smile didn't diminish. "Klein's team, Larissa's or Luna's will be different," Ren remarked as they headed toward the exit. "Remember that we'll need more than invisibility tricks against them." "A problem for another day," replied Taro, surprising his companions with his nonchalance. "For today, how about we enjoy this victory a little? Imagine Klein's face." Min burst out laughing, putting an arm around each of their shoulders. "That's the spirit. Wait. Who are you and what have you done with our worrywart Taro?" The three walked away laughing, leaving behind an arena full of speculation about whether these boys with supposedly mediocre beasts could really make it to the end of the tournament. Ren and his team watched some other battles of the day since they didn't need to be healed. Han's team won theirs, and Min made a disgusted gesture, along with Taro's complete disappointment when Klein's team easily won theirs. But the next battle. The murmur in the stands reached a new level when they announced the next pair of teams. It wasn't just another match of newcomers, it was a battle that grouped three of the most powerful families in Yano, starring young heiresses who were also cousins and close friends. Team Luna versus Team Larissa, announced Yang, his voice resonating throughout the arena. Prepare to enter. This will be interesting, Ren commented, leaning slightly forward. All three have similar combat styles and know each other's weaknesses. Min raised an eyebrow. Who do you think will win? Ren didn't respond immediately, his eyes studying the two teams entering the arena from opposite ends. Luna walked with her characteristic grace, flanked by Mayo and Matilda, both projecting serenity. From the other side, Larissa advanced with the almost innate elegance of the highest nobility, followed by Leora and Maria. It depends on how much they're willing to reveal, he finally answered. In the center of the arena, the cousins looked directly at each other, an almost palpable tension floating between them. I didn't expect to face each other so soon, Larissa commented, her voice maintaining aristocratic composure despite the situation. Luna sketched a slight smile. Consider it an opportunity to demonstrate who has progressed more since our training days. I suppose so, Larissa replied, and for an instant, a spark of something almost nostalgic crossed her face before the competitor's mask settled back into place. Yang positioned himself between both teams, his expression as impenetrable as always. The rules remain the same. Victory by incapacitation or surrender. He looked to both sides, evaluating the combatants' readiness. Begin. What followed was a display of speed that left many spectators open-mouthed. Luna invoked her Shadow Wolf, her body acquiring that characteristic spectral black outline as she executed a spatial jump, disappearing into darkness to reappear right behind Leora. But Leora had anticipated the movement. Her will-o-wisp manifested in a spiral of blue flames that enveloped her just as Luna attacked, teleporting her out of range and pushing the Star Weaver away. Predictable as always, cousin, Leora smiled, flames dancing between her fingers. You always attack first the element you consider most dangerous to your team. Meanwhile, Larissa had executed her own spatial jump, appearing next to Luna with her mineral spear prepared. The mineral fairy beside her shimmered with a golden radiance. Mayo reacted quickly, fusing with her cloud bird and projecting a thick mist that began forming around Luna, making visibility difficult. That won't work, exclaimed Larissa, her eyes glowing with a golden tone. I can see through your mist. Her words were confirmed when her spear pierced the haze with precision, forcing Luna to execute an evasive maneuver within the shadows that barely saved her from a direct hit. The entire exchange had lasted barely a second. Mana vision. Taro exclaimed from the stands. The cousins can see energy patterns directly. Ren nodded. All of them have it. In the arena, Matilda had begun fortifying her position, her tree turtle creating a perimeter of stakes that emerged from the ground in defensive formations and giving Luna jumping points with the wood shadows. But she had barely completed the first line when Leora turned her attention toward her. I don't think so, she murmured, extending both hands. Her will-o-wisp split into dozens of small flames that flew like independent projectiles toward the stakes. Upon contact, the wood instantly carbonized, turning to ash before they could serve as a barrier or anchor points. Matilda, watch out, warned Luna, trying to execute another jump to help her companion. But she was intercepted by Larissa, who appeared directly behind her. Luna's shadow claws barely had time to stop the brilliant mineral stake. The clash of opposing energies when both collided right after teleportation created an energy wave that pushed both of them backward. Your fight is with me, Luna, declared Larissa, her eyes fixed on her cousins as they both separated from the impact. Mayo tried to reduce the effect of Leora's fire with her watery mist to save Matilda, but that distracted her. Maria had directed her attack against Mayo. With her reinforced armadillo shell, charged like a tank, unstoppable and precise. Mayo, behind you, shouted Matilda, but the warning came too late. Maria hit Mayo from a blind angle. The cloud bird Tamer fell rolling several meters, her concentration broken and the mist protecting Matilda momentarily dissipating. Defensive formation, ordered Luna, trying to regroup her team. But Team Larissa's coordination was flawless. While Luna was distracted directing her companions, Larissa attacked her. Leora launched a barrage of will-o-wisp directly toward Matilda, who was trying to rebuild her defenses. The blue flames surrounded the Tamer, not attacking her directly but creating a burning circle that progressively tightened. "I can't breathe," thought Matilda, the oxygen rapidly consuming within the ring of fire. Leora maintained her concentration, her eyes fixed on her target. Luna tried to take advantage of that to attack Leora, but Larissa's jumps behind her gave her no quarter. She knew Leora was the worst problem for her team, with Matilda's weakness against her fire element and the disadvantage of having two supports against the two attackers in Larissa's group. For a moment she thought about using the cat Ren had given her but restrained herself. First, neither Leora nor Larissa were using theirs, so it felt like cheating. Especially when Leora had told them that her grandmother had implied certain freedom for her and still wasn't using her bash. Unfortunately, Larissa's team had put her where they wanted her. The matchup left Matilda at a complete disadvantage. Who moments later, fainted. Luna, seeing her first companion fall, intensified her attack against Larissa. Her shadow wolf manifested in her at maximum output, creating a ghostly extension of her body that attacked in synchrony with her physical movements. The spatial jumps of both cousins followed each other at such speed that for some spectators it was impossible to follow the battle. They appeared and disappeared at different points in the arena, clashing their forces of light and shadow before vanishing again. "Incredible," exclaimed Min, his eyes barely able to follow the flashes of energy. "They move faster than when they fought against the big lurker." "They're using more mana," Ren explained, his mushrooms pulsing with an accelerated rhythm that reflected the combat's intensity. "Perhaps too much for iron rank." Indeed, each new appearance showed signs of fatigue in both combatants. Their breathing became more labored, sweat beaded on their foreheads, and the intervals between jumps progressively increased. Meanwhile, Mayo had managed to recover to counterattack against Maria. Her cloud bird, fully manifested in her body, gave her advantages for her own hand-to-hand combat style against the armadillo. "Interesting concept," acknowledged Maria, her voice calm despite the situation. "But your blows have always been too soft." With a precise movement, she sent a kick directly at Mayo's leg, ignoring the blow to her face thanks to her armor. Mayo screamed when her leg was impacted, the pain from the armored strike transmitting through her body. But she didn't give up and caught Maria's arm and leg, throwing her hard against the ground. She couldn't knock her out with her armor and increased defense, but she could contain her and... "Luna," she called desperately. "I can't maintain her for two." Her words were interrupted when Leora appeared behind her, a ball of will-o-wisp materialized in her hand. "I'm sorry," Leora murmured, placing the burning hand inches from Mayo's neck. "It's nothing personal." Mayo assessed her situation. Although she had Maria trapped, she realized that Matilda was already out of combat, and closed her eyes, mixing frustration and respect for the superior tactics. Leora eliminated her. The combat had been reduced to 3 against 1 when Leora rescued Maria. Luna, sensing that her companions had fallen, executed a spatial jump wider than the previous ones, reappearing at the opposite end of the arena to gain distance. "It seems I'm at a disadvantage," she declared, her breathing labored but her posture still firm. Larissa, Leora, and Maria surrounded her, forming a perfect triangle. "You can surrender with honor," offered Larissa, though her tone suggested she didn't expect Luna to accept. A defiant smile appeared on Luna's face. "And miss the opportunity to defeat 3 opponents at once? Never." What followed was a display of skill and endurance that left the audience breathless. Despite having already used considerable mana, Luna moved like a force of nature, using her cousin's shadows to jump, invoking her wolf and exchanging places to inflict some minor wounds. Each time Larissa, Leora, or Maria thought they had her cornered, she disappeared in a dark flash to reappear attacking from another angle. It's a desperate strategy, observed Ren. She's still using too much mana with each jump. Indeed, although Luna managed to keep her 3 opponents at bay, each new movement was visibly slower than the previous one. Sweat soaked her uniform, and her breathing had become laborious. Larissa was the first to take advantage of it. Now, she signaled to her companions. Containment pattern. The 3 attacked simultaneously, not where Luna was, but where she would appear according to the pattern they had been studying. Larissa with her spear, Leora with her fire, and Maria with her armor, converged at the same point just as Luna emerged from her jump. The Star Weaver tried to change shadows at the last instant, but exhaustion diminished her precision. When she reappeared, she found herself directly in the path of Maria's armadillo, which impacted her with sufficient force to knock her down. Before she could recover, Larissa was upon her, the tip of her spear already inches from her chest. Despite everything, she managed to melt into the shadow behind her just in time and emerge behind Larissa, attacking her back with shadow claws. But while striking, Leora attacked her with her will-o-wisp, knocking her down again. Luna glanced for an instant to where her father was watching and tried to rise again, but her muscles protested, mana control almost impossible after so many consecutive jumps. Leora and Larissa made another jump to stand over her. For a moment, it seemed like she would attempt one last desperate attack, but finally she looked at her cousins together and let her head fall softly against the ground. "It seems together you're too much for me, you're better at coordinating than I remembered," she admitted with a small tear in her right eye and an exhausted smile. "I surrender." Yang advanced to the center of the arena, observing the combatants with his usual impassive expression, though those who knew him well might have noticed a flash of approval in his eyes. "Victory for Team Larissa," he declared, his voice resonating throughout the stadium. Applause erupted, especially intense from the sections where supporters of the noble families were located. The battle had been spectacular, a display of skills that far surpassed what was expected for first-year students. Larissa leaned down, offering her hand to Luna to help her up. For an instant, the competitor's mask disappeared, and genuine concern for her cousin reflected on her face. "Are you all right?" she asked softly, just for Luna. Luna accepted the hand, rising with a tired smile and rubbing her eye. "My pride is more wounded than my body," she responded. "You all fought exceptionally well." "So did you," Larissa replied, and for a moment, the 2 cousins shared a look of understanding that transcended momentary rivalry. "Your wolf is impressive, I don't know if I'd win one-on-one." "Your coordination was better than ours," acknowledged Luna. "I didn't expect you could anticipate my jump patterns so precisely." Leora approached, her will-o-wisp once again docile around her. "We've been studying your movements all semester," she admitted with a mischievous smile. "Though you've never been this fast." The 3 shared a brief laugh, before the formality of the tournament forced them to separate. As they headed toward their respective exits, Luna paused briefly to look toward the stands where Ren was watching. Their eyes met for an instant. A second that seemed to extend into a silent conversation. "It's a shame we can't face each other as teams," commented Ren. "Though perhaps I'll have the chance to challenge her in an individual combat, if I'm lucky." A gleam illuminated Luna's tired eyes before she disappeared through the tunnel. "That was the final match played early," sighed a 6th-year student, stretching his legs. "The princess's team is probably too strong for the other competitors." His companion nodded thoughtfully. Now the entire academy knew that all 3 girls had jumping beasts. Ren observed the older students quickly updating their prediction boards at the edges of the stands. The revelation of the noble cousins' complete capabilities was causing a stir, especially among those who enjoyed speculating on outcomes. A strong announcement interrupted the commotion. "Attention to all participants," Lin's voice resonated throughout the arena. "Since today we had half the teams of yesterday and due to the efficiency of most combats, we've decided to advance some individual battles from the first round." This declaration provoked murmurs of surprise and excitement. Although it wasn't uncommon for them to advance the exams as quickly as possible if they could, to give more space to the final battles in the last days. Participants who haven't suffered significant injuries during today's team combats and are ready to compete, report immediately to the medical auxiliaries for evaluation. Looks like they're picking up the pace, murmured Min. Who are you facing, Ren? Ren checked his own combat. Ron Blackfire. The salamander boy? Asked Taro, genuinely surprised. You said he was in your group at the Southern Temple during the invocation ceremony, right? Yes, confirmed Ren, as he stood up. He was one of those I saw get their beast that day. Ren caressed the mushrooms on his head and released a bit of their glowy dust. Though he had hated his beast that day, now he couldn't imagine life without it. Sorry. And thank you, thought Ren, addressing the small chubby baby fungus resting inside him. Ren and his friends headed toward the preparation area, where medical auxiliaries were already organizing students selected for the advanced individual battles. An assistant in a green uniform handed them small pills after checking that they had no injuries and their mana veins weren't too strained. To restore your mana and stamina to optimal levels, he explained mechanically, as if he had repeated the same phrase dozens of times in the last few minutes. As Ren took his pill, he felt a presence beside him. Ron Blackfire was watching him with an expression that mixed curiosity and poorly disguised disdain. Patender, he greeted with a brief nod. Almost 6 months have passed since your misfortune at the ceremony, eh? Ren returned the gesture, studying the changes in his opponent. Ron was no longer the same child from the temple, he had become slightly more muscular, and the crimson scales only on the outer part of his arms indicated increasing control over his salamander. Blackfire, he responded simply. An uncomfortable silence settled between them while the auxiliaries continued preparing the arena for individual combats. Finally, Ron seemed unable to contain what he really wanted to say. It's a real shame, you know, he began, his voice mixing genuine condescension with a touch of envy. When I heard you were a double tamer, I thought, well, the mushroom boy finally had some luck. He crossed his arms, the scales briefly gleaming. But ending up with a hydra as a second beast. It's almost as unfortunate as your first beast. Ren maintained his neutral expression, while Min and Taro suppressed their laughter. It should have been someone like me who found that potion, continued Ron, now with more confidence as he interpreted Ren's silence as resignation. Imagine the synergy, my salamander and a phoenix, for example. 2 powerful fire beasts complementing each other perfectly. It's normal for a double to receive a beast with real gold potential. Your concept of synergies is inefficient, Ren finally responded, his voice calm but firm. Fire with fire hardly has synergistic potential. Only Earth has real retroactive capacity between similar elements. Ron blinked, momentarily disconcerted by the technical response. Excuse me. But you're right about one thing, Ren continued, ignoring his opponent's confusion. The potion would certainly be wasted on me considering my first beast. This concession seemed to satisfy Ron, who regained his confident smile. At least you recognize it, he said, turning to head to his preparation area. See you in the arena, Patender. When Ron was far enough away, Taro approached Ren with an expression of disbelief. Why did you agree with him? You didn't take the potion but... I simply said something that's technically true. The potion would be wasted on me because I don't need it, he reminded him quietly. Min and Taro exchanged glances and sighed before smiling too. You're twisted, you know that. Seems like Larissa's rubbing off on you, laughed Min, giving him a light punch on the shoulder. Individual combatants of the first group, to the arena, announced an auxiliary, interrupting their conversation. Ren headed toward the arena entrance. His friends briefly stopped him again to give him encouraging pats. Remember, said Taro seriously, don't underestimate your strength. And don't overdo it with your light magic, added Min, don't kill our school students with your claws like you did with that poor dummy. Ren rolled his eyes but then nodded, silently appreciating how they were trying to reduce his concern before continuing on his way. The arena was repaired and ready. From the stands, hundreds of eyes watched with interest. Individual battles had a special appeal, they were pure, without the tactical complexity of team confrontations, but with all the combat intensity concentrated on just two participants. Ren entered with a confident step from one side of the arena. Ron entered from the opposite side, his scales now completely visible, covering his arms from shoulders to fingertips. Small flames danced between his palms each time he closed his fists, an impressive display of control for a first-year student. Lin positioned herself between them. First round of individual combats, she announced. Ron Blackfire vs Ren Patender. The rules remain the same, victory by surrender, incapacitation, or leaving the marked area. She looked at each competitor, briefly evaluating them before continuing. Are you ready? Both nodded. Begin. Ron wasted no time and extended both arms forward. A sphere of fire, the size of a melon, emerged from his palms and traveled through the air directly toward Ren. For any other student, dodging a projectile at that speed would have been a considerable challenge. For Ren, it was as if time slowed down. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed while his reflexes, enhanced by the hydra and the ring, captured every detail, the slightly curved trajectory of the sphere, the hotter core at its center, even the small particles of smoke it left in its wake. With a simple sidestep, he dodged the attack without even messing up his hair. Don't mock me, growled Ron, visibly irritated by the ease with which his opponent had evaded the blow. His scales glowed with greater intensity, and this time he launched 3 fireballs in rapid succession. Ren moved with a fluidity that captured the attention of the entire arena. These weren't the exaggerated movements of someone fighting for his life, but the economical precision of someone who knows exactly how much effort each evasion requires. A turn here, a tilt there, even a slight bend of the knees to let a sphere pass over his head, without even affecting the luminescent mushrooms. He's playing with him, murmured a third-year student loudly enough for several to hear. Or calculating his capabilities, corrected another, more astute. Lin observed with pride. Her pupil was demonstrating precisely what she had taught him about economy of movement, but perhaps too obviously and mockingly. Although he was a child, she would have to correct him later. Ron, frustrated by his inability to connect a single blow, changed strategy. He firmly planted his feet on the ground, brought both hands together in front of his chest, and with a shout that resonated throughout the stadium, released a continuous torrent of flames. The fire roared like a living beast, extending in a wide cone that seemed impossible to dodge in the limited space of the combat circle. Now let's see how you dance, Patender, exclaimed Ron, a fierce smile forming on his face as he maintained the scorching stream. To the surprise of many, Ren didn't try to dodge. Instead, his eyes flashed with a gleam as he studied the mana pattern in the flames. Thanks to his enhanced perception, he could see the fluctuations in the fire's intensity, the points where the energy was weakest, the slight tremor in Ron's hands that revealed the effort it cost him to maintain the wide attack. With a movement that seemed almost casual, Ren took a step forward, directly toward the flames. A collective gasp arose from the stands. Has he gone mad? Exclaimed Roran, rising from his seat. But just when it seemed Ren would throw himself directly into the fire, he executed a fast jump to his right and slightly upward, rotating in the air with a spatial maneuver that Lin had taught him during their intense training sessions. In what felt like a long succession of events but had taken only an instant, Ren had approached to reduce the cone's effective area and launched himself outside the attack from the side where he had detected the greatest weakness in the mana pattern. Ron's left hand. Ren landed just 2 meters from his opponent, closer than the salamander boy would have wanted any opponent to be. Impossible, he murmured, his eyes widening with disbelief. The surprise made him interrupt his continuous attack, but he quickly regained his composure. With a defensive movement, he created a wall of fire between himself and Ren, a burning barrier that waved forcefully, turning the air around it into a furnace. Good control for iron rank, acknowledged Ren, stepping back and speaking for the first time since the combat began. But this level of control will cost you all your energy in a short time. I don't need even a full minute to defeat you, replied Ron, though the sweat beading on his forehead and the slight tremor in his arms betrayed the truth of Ren's observation. The firewall expanded, forcing Ren to take another step back. From the stands, Leora analyzed the situation. "Ron is good," she commented. "For an average iron rank beast and a first-year student, that fire wall shows great control." Larissa nodded, her eyes never leaving Ren's figure. "But Ren is already several levels above that. He could have knocked him out quickly. I wonder if he's playing with him because of some past grudge." Leora rolled her eyes. "I don't think he's as vindictive or devilish as you. It seems to me he's measuring his capabilities compared to more normal people than Jean or Klein who have bronze beasts, or us with tier 3 beasts." Larissa placed her hand on her forehead, pretending to be hurt. "How can you call me evil and vindictive? I just have a good memory and sense of humor." Leora narrowed her eyes. In the arena, Ren seemed to be considering his options against the wall of fire. "Ready to surrender?" asked Ron, his scales shining intensely while he aimed his next attack. "There's no way you can get through this without getting burned. I warn you, it hurts a lot." A slight smile appeared on Ren's face. "I could do it without suffering much damage, but I have no need to go through it." Before Ron could process these words, Ren crouched and pulled a lump of earth from the arena floor. His eyes glowed with a tone that combined the light of his hydra and something else, something that slightly resembled the earthy radiance of the mineral fairy. After all, their natures were similar. In his hand, the earth began to compact slightly, quickly forming a somewhat denser projectile the size of a fist. It was very poor elemental control, but it existed in his beast and Victor had prematurely awakened it. The earth projectile rose a few centimeters above his palm. Ren studied it for a moment, calculating angles and trajectories. Then, with a subtle, wrist movement, he launched it. The compacted earth piece flew through the air in a straight line directly at the fire wall. Ron, concentrated on charging his next attack while maintaining his burning barrier, barely registered the projectile's shadow as it passed through his barrier, hitting him precisely between the eyes before disintegrating. Ron staggered, his eyes momentarily unfocusing as control over his fire wall and the attack vanished. The flames diminished and then extinguished completely, leaving only wisps of smoke as witnesses to their existence. Ron tried to remain standing, his pride fighting against physics, but it was a lost battle. His knees gave way and he fell forward, unconscious before touching the ground. Astonished silence spread throughout the arena. Lin stepped forward to check Ron's condition, quickly confirming that he was simply knocked out, without serious injuries. She looked up at Ren, admiration and reproach in her eyes. "Victory for Ren Patender," she announced, her voice resonating in the sudden silence. "By incapacitation of the opponent." The audience remained in shock for a moment longer, unsure of understanding what had happened. But soon applause began to spread, first tentatively and then with growing enthusiasm. While the medical auxiliaries entered to attend to Ron allowed himself a moment of introspection. The battle had been more revealing than he had anticipated, not about Ron, but about himself. The small increase in earth and fire elemental control he had acquired, though still in its initial stages, promised possibilities and perception that even he hadn't fully considered. Luna observed with intensity, her eyes narrowed in analysis. Her defeat in the team combat seemed forgotten as she studied each of Ren's movements, every detail of his style. Selphra Ashenway smiled that enigmatic smile that made even the professors uncomfortable, as if she knew something that no one else could see. Ren headed toward the exit, his calm walk contrasting with the storm of speculation he had unleashed. Min and Taro were waiting for him at the entrance, their faces lit with triumphant smiles. "I thought you'd knock him out with a punch as usual, that was unexpected," exclaimed Min. Taro, more versed in earth control and observant, looked at him with admiration and curiosity. "Since when can you manipulate earth like that?" "The Hydra is light and earth. Though it should be more mature to demonstrate good control, but I've been practicing," replied Ren with a modesty that didn't fool his friends. "Cheater," Taro gave him a light push, though there was no real accusation in his voice. "Now you're stealing my identity not only as an armored fighter but as an earth element tamer too. What's next?" a long mouth. It makes sense, intervened Min, feigning seriousness. The Hydra lives in depths, it's good at digging. But if tomorrow you tell us your fungus can control water and heal, then I'll have to protest for identity theft too. Ren burst out laughing, giving a light playful tap on each of their heads. Ren and his team continued exchanging jokes while observing the development of the next individual battles. The combat between Klein and Roran was especially sad. The troll dog boy fought valiantly, using every ounce of the amplified strength his beast granted him. But Klein's golden lion, now at bronze rank, simply surpassed him in every aspect. To Min and Taro's disgust, their friend ended up defeated after a battle that, although respectable in duration, was never really balanced. Damn Klein, muttered Min when the Goldcrest raised his fist in victory. I hope someone gives him what he deserves soon. Shortly after, Kai faced a student from Group C whose name they couldn't remember. His victory was equally unpleasant for them. The Grey Wing friends watched with grim expressions as Jin's companion celebrated his advancement to the next round. The mood of the three improved considerably when Lu entered the arena to face Hector. Their roommate, now with much greater control over his sound beasts, didn't even need to deploy his full arsenal. A single sound strike, precise and devastating, hit Hector in the center of his chest, causing the Minotaur Tamer to fall unconscious before even understanding what had hit him. That was beautiful, sighed Taro with evident satisfaction. Lu has been practicing, nodded Ren. It took him fewer seconds than before to charge the attack. The next announced combat made them shift in their seats. Jean versus Taro. Present yourselves in the arena in 3 minutes. Taro instantly turned pale, his gaze fixed on nothing as he processed what he had just heard. Jean, the same one who had humiliated him in that first combat class, would be his opponent. It's my opportunity, he murmured, though his voice trembled slightly. I can demonstrate how much I've grown since then. Min gave him a strong pat on the back. Of course you can. You're no longer the same shy boy from months ago. But Taro's real concern was evident in his eyes when he looked at Ren. His spirit tiger is now bronze. My beetle is too, but he has lots of love for individual combat and his ability is perfect for penetrating defenses. Ren placed a firm hand on his friend's shoulder, his mushrooms pulsing with a reassuring rhythm. Don't be afraid, he told him with a certainty that admitted no doubts. Jean is definitely the counter to your defensive style, but you're not just bronze rank, you're a double tamer. Use the offensive I taught you. The living mineral combined with the hunter bug isn't just for defense, remember? Taro's eyes widened slightly. But we've barely practiced it a couple of times and it will work, insisted Ren. You have more strength than you believe, and the beetle amplifies that. It is very powerful. Trust your instincts to advance and hit with everything, don't try to only defend yourself, especially when he uses his spirit claw. You have to defend the honor of our Grey Wing Double Tamers team. Min insisted. For a moment, Taro seemed to hesitate, but then a new determination illuminated his face. He nodded once, rising with a firmer posture. I will, he affirmed, straightening his shoulders. It's time for Jean to learn that I'm not the same opponent he once easily defeated. As Taro headed toward the arena entrance, Min leaned toward Ren, lowering his voice. Are you sure he's ready for this? I thought he still had problems with the attack when you practiced. Ren observed his friend's figure walking away, the mushrooms in his hair glowing with a constant and confident rhythm. Sometimes, he responded, we need a little pressure to discover what we're truly capable of doing. In the arena, the technicians were finishing preparing the terrain for the next combat. Jean was already waiting in his position, his spirit tiger partially manifested, giving him a fierce appearance with those glowing eyes and translucent claws. Taro entered from the opposite side, his beetle not yet invoked but his presence already different from what it had been months ago. He no longer walked with his head slightly bowed, now his steps were firm, his gaze direct. When both competitors took their positions, Lin stepped forward for the final instructions. But to Taro, her voice sounded distant, almost irrelevant. His mind was fixed on a single thing, the technique that Ren had taught him, that movement that transformed defense into attack. "Begin," announced Lin, jumping back to start the combat. Jean smiled, his claws glowing with renewed intensity. "Ready for another lesson, insect?" he provoked, his voice loaded with contempt. For Jean, this combat was little more than a formality, a necessary step before facing truly worthy opponents. His mind reviewed the memories of that first combat class, Taro, unable to counterattack, eternally defensive while his beetle armor absorbed blow after blow without ever responding. Nothing has changed, thought Jean, his eyes evaluating the cautious posture of his opponent. Even in the team combats now, he has always been the shield, never the sword. A confident smile appeared on his face as he began to fuse completely with his bronze spirit tiger. His arms were covered with black and blue stripes, his hands transforming into translucent claws that seemed made of pure energy. His muscles expanded slightly, and his eyes greatly increased that supernatural glow that characterized his beast. "This time I won't have mercy," he announced, his voice acquiring a deeper, almost guttural tone. "Consider this a lesson in humility for your luck in becoming a double." Taro didn't respond verbally. Instead, he invoked his living tunnel, the enormous 2-meter beetle materializing with a bronzy glow that caught the arena's light. Jean wasted no time. With an explosion of speed, he launched himself directly at Taro, his spirit claws leaving trails of bluish light in the air. But Taro had already anticipated this movement. His living tunnel sank its enormous feet into the arena floor, channeling its natural affinity with the earth. The ground beneath the beetle began to transform, the sand and earth compacting and rising, gradually covering the beast. Trying to hide behind more shields, mocked Jean, without reducing his speed. Coward as always. The earth wasn't just covering the beetle, it was also flowing toward Taro in a specific defense technique that they had practiced a little in the last few weeks. Meanwhile, the beetle continued its transformation. The earth adhered to its shell made it appear even larger, a mass of 3 meters that stood like a small mountain. The living tunnel was enormous and strong, but it was slow. Jean, confident in his big superiority of speed, easily dodged the slow stomp that the beetle tried to deliver. His movement was fluid, almost elegant, as if he were dancing around a clumsy and unworthy opponent. "Predictable," he exclaimed, repositioning himself to attack Taro directly. Taro was wrapped in what seemed like a cocoon of earth, a formation that was rapidly solidifying around him. The living tunnel was slowly transforming the earth into living mineral. But that didn't stop Jean. If anything, it reinforced his conviction that his opponent only knew how to defend. "Hide all you want," he shouted, charging toward the cocoon with his fists surrounded by spiritual energy. "My spirit wave will penetrate any defense." And he was right. The spirit tiger granted him the ability to ignore physical defenses, sending waves of spiritual energy that directly affected the interior. But what Jean didn't know was that Taro no longer relied solely on his beetle for defense. Inside the earth cocoon, Taro had silently invoked his second beast. The hunter bug, the pre-evolution of the deep assassin, was considerably smaller than the beetle, barely the size of a large dog and still at iron rank. But its value didn't lie in its size, it was in its unique capabilities. "Trophy collector," whispered Taro, activating the hunter bug's passive ability. Just as Jin's fist was about to connect with the cocoon, the living mineral that now formed it, generated by the beetle but now adhered to the hunter bug's shell, underwent an instantaneous transformation. Instead of remaining a static barrier, it transformed into a series of long, sharp spikes that extended outward at a surprising speed. Jean, completely unprepared for this metamorphosis, couldn't stop his attack. His fist crashed against the spikes, which not only stopped his momentum but inflicted acute pain when several points pierced his hand. "Arg!" he shouted, retreating with surprise and fury. "What the hell?" The cocoon dissolved, revealing Taro, but not as Jean or any of the spectators had seen him before. He was now completely covered by living mineral armor. Most impressive were the extensions on his arms, which ended in long, curved claws, reminiscent of those Ren used in combat, but made entirely of living mineral instead of light energy. Surprised? Asked Taro, his voice calm but firm, without a trace of the nervousness that characterized him. I'm not the same as in our first encounter, Jean. From the stands, Ren observed with approval. The work they had done was bearing fruit. The symbiosis between the living tunnel and the hunter bug was perfect. The beetle provided the raw material and basic transformation, while the hunter bug's trophy collector ability allowed much finer and faster control over the living mineral. What's happening? Mira asked Ren. I've never seen Taro fight like this. Taro's hunter bug, with its trophy collector ability, can attach anything to its shell and manipulate it as if it were part of its own body. Trent nodded, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. So the beetle provides the material and the hunter bug controls it. That's brilliant. In the arena, Jean was recovering from the initial surprise. Blood dripped from his injured hand, but his expression showed more irritation than pain. An interesting trick, he acknowledged, flexing his fingers while assessing the damage. But you'll need more than spikes and a pretty armor to defeat me. Taro didn't respond with words. Instead, he adopted an offensive posture that Lin immediately recognized. It was one of the basic stances she had taught Ren: perfect balance, low center of gravity, arms positioned for both attack and defense. Jean let out a dismissive laugh. Now you think you can attack? You've always been a defensive coward. You can't change what you are from one day to the next. People change, Taro responded simply. Beasts evolve. And I've learned that the best defense. Without finishing the phrase, Taro launched himself forward with a speed that surprised everyone present. His living mineral armor, instead of slowing him down as one might expect, seemed to flow with his movements, adapting to each movement and acceleration. Sometimes as a good attack, he completed as his mineral claws headed directly toward Jin's face. The tiger tamer dodged by pure instinct, his enhanced reflexes saving him from a blow that would probably have ended the combat right there. But even so, one of the claws stretched at the last moment and managed to graze his cheek, leaving a superficial cut that bled freely. Jean counterattacked immediately, his own spirit claws seeking to penetrate Taro's helmet armor. But each time he approached, the living mineral stretched or reorganized instantly, pushing him away with an attack longer than expected or avoiding the impact of the spiritual energy. This is impossible, growled Jean, frustrated. Armor shouldn't move. Normally you'd be right, confirmed Taro, launching another attack with his hand transforming into a mineral sword. But mine is a living armor. Jean retreated, re-evaluating his strategy. The combat clearly wasn't going to be the triumphant walk he had anticipated. With a roar that mixed frustration and determination, Jean channeled more energy to his claws, making them shine with greater intensity. Let's see if your little trick resists this, he shouted, launching himself back into the attack. This time, his movement was more elaborate. He feigned a direct attack, only to abruptly change direction at the last instant, seeking Taro's blind spot. Mineral trap, murmured Taro, activating the technique that Ren had taught him. Just as Jin's claws were about to connect with his unprotected flank, the living mineral around Taro restructured itself. Instead of forming a solid barrier, it stretched from Taro and created a huge mouth that launched itself against Jin. What is? Jin couldn't finish the question. Jin's expression changed from confusion to horror when he understood what had happened. He was trapped in minerals now. But he wouldn't surrender so easily. He had more combat experience than Taro and he would prove it. Jin decided to invoke his tiger and sent it directly against Taro. The enormous tiger launched into attack against the inexperienced boy who had gotten rid of most of his armor. But what Jin hadn't contemplated was that Taro had something better than experience, he had two beasts. The living tunnel, which had approached from behind Jin, finally arrived and charged the trapped boy, managing to catch the tiger in mid-flight and crushing it in a Herculean grip. Jin received the charge with minor damage thanks to the mineral trap in which he was caught, but what damaged him more was the loss of his tiger, which exploded into light under the powerful embrace due to its low defense. Taro didn't waste his opponent's moment of weakness and confusion at losing the connection with his beast. With a fluid movement that denoted hours of practice, he counterattacked. His mineral-covered fist connected directly with Jin's solar plexus. Jin doubled over, the air escaping from his lungs in an agonizing gasp. The blue glow of his eyes vanished completely as he fell to his knees, struggling to breathe. Taro stood firm, his mineral gloves positioned for a second blow if necessary. But it was clear to everyone present that it wouldn't be. Jin collapsed, knocked out for the second consecutive day. Lin advanced to the center of the arena, briefly evaluating Jin's condition before raising her arm in Taro's direction. "Victory for Taro Tarragon," she announced, her amplified voice resonating throughout the stadium. Taro returned to the stands amid cheers and applause from his companions. Min was the first to pounce on him, putting his arm around his neck and messing up his hair. Ren followed with a more restrained but equally sincere congratulation. He was proud of his friend. What was surprising wasn't just the congratulations from his roommates, but the small reception committee that had formed spontaneously. Roran and his group approached. "That was incredible," exclaimed Trent, shaking Taro's hand enthusiastically. "We insect tamers glimpse a new era with you." Also Kai looked like he was going to explode with rage. Han's team had also approached, though Han himself maintained a certain distance, observing from a few meters back with an unfathomable expression. Jun and Sora, however, showed no such reserve. "Good job," commented Jun simply, though the gleam of admiration in his eyes said more than his words. "It's going to be difficult to overcome that new defense style," added Sora with a smile. Jun sighed dramatically, looking at Ren. "Though I suppose it doesn't matter much what we do against it, considering we have to face you tomorrow in the team semifinals." He shook his head with feigned resignation. "It's the end of the line for us, so we just ask for some mercy, O powerful Lord of Mushrooms." "Hey, I'm part of the team too." Min jumped in, feeling ignored. The joke drew laughter from the group. "It will be an interesting combat," Ren responded, with anticipation rather than arrogance. For an instant, his eyes met Han's. Ren's smile remained, but his eyes contained a different depth when looking at the distant boy. The moment passed as quickly as it had come, interrupted by the announcement of the next individual combat. The matches continued at a good pace. Min faced a tamer with a fire beast, winning easily thanks to a brilliant combination of invisibility and elemental advantage. Upon returning, he expected the same praise as Taro, but everyone looked at him with narrowed eyes because his confrontation had been too easy thanks to the elemental affinity. Finally, the turn that many had been waiting for arrived. "Leora Ashenway against Feng Xiao," announced Yang, his voice resonating throughout the stadium. "Present yourselves in the arena in 3 minutes." A murmur of anticipation ran through the stands. Feng, as Klein's close companion and high-level noble, had a considerable reputation. His Red Cobra, now at Bronze 1 rank, had shown impressive capabilities in previous combats. But facing an Ashenway, especially after the demonstration of power that Leora and Larissa had offered in the team combats, was another level of challenge. "This is going to be interesting," commented Taro, still excited from his own victory. "Feng has attacks with a lot of range, but Leora has that annoying ability to jump through space," completed Min, not to mention that Will-O-Wisp that seems to have a mind of its own and the same or greater range. Ren observed attentively as both competitors entered the arena. Leora walked with the natural grace characteristic of the Ashenways, her expression serene but alert. Feng advanced with aggressiveness. "Feng's Cobra is stronger and more resistant now, besides giving better enhancements," observed Ren. "His control over its venom is much more refined as well." Indeed, when Feng invoked his beast, the difference was immediately apparent. The Red Cobra, now almost 2 meters in length, presented more elaborate markings on its extended hood. Its fangs, visible when it opened its jaws in an intimidating display, dripped a liquid that seemed to slightly corrode the ground where it fell. Leora, for her part, kept her Will-O-Wisp partially materialized, small blue flames dancing around her fingers as she studied her opponent. "Begin," indicated Yang, stepping back to give space to the combatants. Feng wasted no time. With a quick gesture, he directed his cobra to attack. The creature launched forward, but instead of attacking directly, it began to expel a cloud of toxic vapor from its mouth. "He's developed the poison miasma ability," murmured Ren. "It's a good way to control the field." The cloud expanded rapidly, covering a considerable area of the arena. It had a sickly greenish color, and where it touched surfaces, these began to hiss. "It's a venom with acidic properties," Ren explained to his friends. "Doubly dangerous, it damages both by contact and inhalation." Leora, however, didn't seem particularly concerned. With an elegant movement, she executed one of her characteristic spatial jumps, disappearing in a blue flash to reappear several meters beyond the reach of the toxic cloud. "Nice trick," she commented, her voice resonating with the confidence of someone who had control. Feng narrowed his eyes, clearly annoyed by the ease with which his initial strategy had been avoided. He directed his cobra to expand the cloud more, covering an even larger portion of the arena. "You can jump all you want," he responded, an arrogant smile forming on his face. "But eventually you'll run out of space or energy." Leora responded with her own smile, serene and slightly amused. "Or I could simply do this." With a fluid gesture, she extended both hands toward the toxic cloud. Her will-o-wisp intensified, the small blue flames growing to form a burning wave that launched directly against the miasma. The result was spectacular. Upon contact with the will-o-wisp, the poisonous miasma instantly ignited. "The will-o-wisp isn't common fire," explained Ren to no one in particular, though several nearby students listened attentively. "It consumes mana. It's, basically, the perfect counter for any thin mana construction that isn't based on the water element." Leora decided it was time to go on the offensive. "It's been useful to verify the utility of my ability against a higher rank skill," she declared, executing a particularly wide jump that positioned her directly behind Feng. "But I think it's time to end this." Before Feng could turn completely, Leora had sent a concentrated wave of will-o-wisp. Feng returned and redirected the summon of his cobra to his back, without even turning, just in time to avoid the direct attack, but the blue flames enveloped the creature, not burning it in the traditional sense, but consuming its energy. Leora pushed herself to the maximum to increase the output of her flames, and for a moment they became darker, but few noticed. The effect was too effective against the beast despite having a higher level. The flames began to overcome the cobra, which was disintegrating and ceasing to function as a shield. Feng screamed when the blue fire licked his arms and chest, a pain that temporarily paralyzed his mind. He fell to his knees, his concentration broken and his cobra vanishing in a flash of reddish light. I surrender," he gasped, acknowledging his defeat. Yang approached to verify his condition before officially declaring, "Victory for Leora Ashenway." The applause was immediate and enthusiastic, especially from the sectors close to Selphira and her supporters from other noble families. Leora accepted the ovation with an elegant nod. While the medical auxiliaries attended to Feng to neutralize any residual effect of the will-o-wisp, the next combat was announced. Larissa Dravenholm against Aster Blackwood. "I hope she eliminates another one of Klein's followers," commented Min, following Larissa with his gaze as she entered the arena. "Do you think it will be similar to the previous match?" Ren studied Aster, who was advancing from the opposite side. The boy was considerably larger than Feng. His blue rhinoceros, also at bronze 1 rank, was known for its extraordinary defense and had obtained its new devastating spinning horn attack. "It will be different," Ren responded after a moment. "Aster is much more resistant than Feng and doesn't have an elemental or natural disadvantage. His defense could prove problematic for Larissa's relatively low attack compared to Leora's." The combat began with the same instruction as always, but the development was notably different, as Ren predicted. Aster, instead of waiting, attacked immediately by invoking his rhinoceros completely. The creature manifested with a roar that reverberated throughout the stadium. It was an imposing beast, almost as large as Taro's living tunnel, with skin that seemed made of hardened sapphire plates. Larissa, studying her opponent, kept her mineral fairy partially fused. Small golden crystals adorned her skin, shining with inner light each time she moved. The first move was Aster's. He sent his rhinoceros in a direct charge, the beast lowering its enormous head to aim its horn at Larissa. As it advanced, the horn began to spin, becoming a living drill. To no one's surprise, Larissa executed a spatial jump, disappearing just before impact. What did surprise many was how close she allowed the rhinoceros to get before jumping. So close that some swore they saw the horn graze her. Larissa appeared in front of Aster, but the boy had already anticipated the situation, so he had returned his beast to his body to use its armor. Larissa's attack barely left a scratch. Larissa retreated with another jump, and Aster launched his rhino to attack again. But each time, Larissa waited until the last moment to jump. "She's playing with him," observed Min, narrowing his eyes. "It seems like a psychological strategy," deduced Ren. "Each time she dodges by such a narrow margin, she makes him pay attention to timing and increases Aster's frustration." Indeed, after several failed charges by increasingly reduced margins, Aster's expression began to tense. His orders to the rhinoceros became more abrupt, his calculations less precise. "You almost caught me that time," commented Larissa after a particularly tight jump. "One more centimeter to the right and it would have been my end." It was a deliberate provocation, and it worked exactly as expected. Aster, irritated by what he perceived as condescension, ordered his rhinoceros to execute a series of faster charges with its new activated abilities, each from a different angle. "A mistake," murmured Ren, watching how the strategy developed. "He's exhausting his beast unnecessarily. That's why Larissa isn't attacking him with long jumps anymore and only throws small stones at him. She's saving mana." Larissa continued her game of dodging by impossibly narrow margins with short jumps followed by attacks directed at Aster to force him to return the rhino to the starting point, occasionally adding comments that only served to increase Aster's frustration. It wasn't cruelty, it was pure tactics, designed to make her opponent spend mana. Finally, after almost 10 minutes of this exchange with no apparent results, Larissa changed her approach. "It's been fun," she declared, reappearing after her last jump in an offensive position, "but it's time to see if that defense is as good as you think." With a fluid movement, she materialized her mineral spear. The weapon shone with golden light, a glow that seemed to use Larissa's light element in a way similar to Ren's style. Aster, recognizing the threat, absorbed his rhinoceros to adopt a purely defensive posture. The plates on his skin grew, acquiring a deeper blue tone. Larissa attacked with elegant precision, her spear seeking the points where the plates joined or had just finished expanding in the small openings of the formidable defense. To the surprise of many, possibly including Larissa herself, the rhinoceros's defense proved even more formidable than it appeared. Even the adjacent skin was quite hard thanks to the enormous increase in defense, and the spear barely managed to leave marks and superficial cuts. "Impressive," acknowledged Larissa after several attempts. "Your defense is truly exceptional." Aster smiled for the first time since the combat began. "The blue rhinoceros has the best natural defense of almost all beasts at its level," he declared with pride. "Not even a tier 3 beast can damage it easily." "True," nodded Larissa. "I guess I'll have to try something different." With these words, she changed her strategy. Instead of attacking the body, she began attacking the face and less defended parts, executing a series of quick spatial jumps so Aster couldn't catch her after each blow. With each appearance, her spear connected with some soft point on the face, the side of the rhinoceros plates, just below its left shoulder, or even in the groin area, to the terror of male spectators. Despite everything, the damage was limited. Each impact was individually insignificant, but they were accumulating damage little by little. "She's torturing him," explained Ren to his friends. "For some reason I feel that this is a very Larissa-like style, but I think now she's the one running out of mana." The strategy required patience and an extraordinary energy economy. Each spatial jump consumed mana, and Larissa was executing dozens of them to stay away from Aster's counterattacks. She can't maintain this pace indefinitely, observed Taro. You're right. She must be near her limit. Indeed, although Larissa maintained her serene expression, subtle signs of fatigue began to manifest. Her breathing became slightly more labored, the glow of the crystals on her skin occasionally fluctuated. Aster, noticing these changes, smiled with renewed confidence. Now you're the one running out of energy, he declared. Soon you won't even be able to jump. Larissa didn't respond verbally. Instead, she intensified her attacks. Her jumps, though less frequent now, were more precise and followed by 2 or 3 attacks instead of 1. Each appearance resulted in blows that penetrated a bit deeper than the previous ones. The mineral fairy fused with her began to manifest its power more visibly, sending discharges of earth and light energy through the spear with each impact. The crystals on her skin shone with new intensity, channeling all her remaining energy toward the tip. But Aster saw his opportunity in the increasingly easier-to-follow jumps of the princess, who had lost color in her face from fatigue. However, Aster wasn't in better condition forcing his resistance. It was now or never. Right after a triple combo that sent waves of pain through his left side, he launched a kick to force her to jump and lunged forward to the new place where Larissa appeared. She couldn't jump consecutively anymore, he was sure he could catch her now. Indeed, Larissa couldn't jump anymore. But jumping wasn't the girl's only quality. It was time for those lynx reflexes Ren had gifted her to shine. She planted the back of her spear in the ground, propelled herself upward, leaving the tip directed at Aster, who drove his shoulder into it during the charge, finally breaking his plate. Larissa invoked another spear with the last vestiges of her mana. The spear stuck in the ground broke along with the plate on Aster's shoulder, and in his concern about missing the attack and having the princess on top of him, the boy forced his mana to grow another but failed as he didn't have enough. Larissa put all her weight on the new spear as she started to fall and aimed it at the top of the now exposed shoulder. Finally, the rhinoceros's defense gave way. The spear's tip penetrated completely, reaching the vulnerable flesh beneath the hard skin. It wasn't a mortal blow of course, as it was near the deltoid connection, but it was enough for the rhinoceros boy to roar in pain, momentarily unbalanced. Taking advantage of this single opportunity, Larissa executed a double kick to the back of Aster's neck, knocking him down with her weight to end up barely standing on his back. Her spear, now glowing with the last drop of energy she had left, stopped inches from his neck. It's over, she declared simply, her voice slightly trembling from the effort. Aster assessed his situation, barely enduring the pain in his shoulder and the various cuts on his body. The spear at his throat made it clear that he had lost, but the noble girl had given him the option to declare his defeat honorably. I surrender, he finally declared, both frustration and genuine respect in his voice. Lin advanced to the center. Victory for Larissa Dravenholm. The applause was deafening, especially from the sectors where supporters of the royal family were located. Larissa accepted the ovation with grace, though anyone watching closely could notice that she remained standing more from pride than from her almost non-existent remaining energy. As she withdrew from the arena, she exchanged a glance with Leora from the opposite entrance. The cousins shared a smile of mutual understanding. Unfortunately, tomorrow they would have to face each other as their brackets were so close together. The girls are really something special, commented Min as they watched Larissa disappear through the tunnel. If they hadn't faced each other, they all could have reached the final, right? It's very likely, answered Ren. But I suppose luck is also an important factor. I myself didn't want to face Taro so soon, but tomorrow. Will you have mercy on me? Asked Taro, his voice betraying a bit of concern. Ren observed his friend for a moment. Not a bit, he finally responded. If I'm careless, you'll kick my butt. Taro laughed. I'll try to last longer than Jean at least. The next day of the tournament dawned with a different energy. Of the 32 first-year teams that had started the competition, only 8 remained. The stands were even fuller than the day before, with some students from other years who had been defeated deciding to watch the quarterfinals of the new and less-known students. "Look at that," Min pointed out as they entered the stadium. "Even some people from other academies have come." Indeed, a group of adults with uniforms of different colors was located in a special section. Official observers, sent to evaluate emerging talent for the interschool competitions as they did every year. Today they would face Han's team, a confrontation that, on paper, should be relatively simple. Bronze beasts and double tamers against common iron beasts. However, something in Ren's expression suggested that he didn't consider this match something simple. Though not because of the power or difficulty of their opponents. The team had been preparing. June and Sora practiced synchronized movements while Han, more distant, meticulously adjusted the threads of his weaver spider. In the stands, spectators were beginning to take positions. Individual combats would continue afterward, but 4 rounds remained to complete them. In contrast, the team battles were entering their critical phase, with only 3 confrontations remaining before crowning the first champions. Team Ren vs Team Han, announced Lin, her voice resonating throughout the stadium. Prepare to enter the arena in 3 minutes. As they headed toward the entrance, Min gave small jumps, unable to contain his energy. This time I want to do something spectacular, he declared, his amphibian jumping on his shoulder to emphasize the point. In the last combat I barely participated. Each one fulfills a specific role, Ren reminded him patiently. Your invisibility was very useful for surprising Hector. But it was you and Taro who had the heroic moment, protested Min. I want my own epic moment. Maybe I could. Focus on the strategy we agreed upon, interrupted Ren, though a slight smile softened his words. You can do your heroics in the individual combats afterward. Han's team entered from the opposite side. Despite their previous words about the inevitability of defeat, their posture showed genuine determination. They wouldn't surrender without a fight. Both teams have demonstrated exceptional strategies in previous rounds, commented Lin, positioning herself between the groups. I remind you, victory by incapacitation. She briefly studied the competitors before continuing, ready? 6 heads nodded simultaneously. Begin. Han was the first to act. His weaver spider manifested completely, its 8 legs moving with precision as it began to weave a complex web that took advantage of the rocky formations in the arena. June invoked his monkey, partially fusing with it. His body acquired a reddish fur and his muscles swelled slightly, while his movements became more agile and less predictable. Sora completed the initial formation with her deer, the creature manifesting beside her with elegance, its antlers shining with a slight green luminescence. Standard strategy, murmured Ren to his companions. They're setting up a trap with the threads while preparing a coordinated attack. Do we proceed as planned? Asked Taro, his living tunnel already invoked beneath his feet, creating small undulations in the ground. Ren nodded, but his eyes never left Han. The Grey Wing team deployed their own formation. Min and his amphibian began to generate their invisibility field, gradually extending it to cover all 3. And Ren, keeping his Hydra fused, prepared for direct combat. The first seconds were an elaborate game of tactical positioning. Han's spider extended its web with the help of its companions, creating a trap both visible and invisible. But Ren's mana vision and Taro's living tunnel's ability to attack from below the ground were too advantageous against the team's tactics. Han frowned, concerned about the Grey Wing's ability to identify the real threads from the decoys. His spider intensified its efforts, now weaving threads on the ground. But by then, it was already too late. Ren had located and invisibly reached the nodal point of the web, the center from where the entire structure was controlled. With a fluid movement, he materialized his characteristic light claws and precisely cut that point. The effect was immediate. The threads, deprived of their central source of control and mana flow, lost tension and began to fade. Plan B, shouted Han urgently. June and Sora responded with impressive coordination. June's monkey channeled its rage ability, its fur becoming more intensely red as its strength increased considerably. Simultaneously, Sora's deer began to emit a greenish aura. It was a good backup strategy, but not enough against the level that the Grey Wing had reached. What followed was almost anticlimactic. Han ordered his spider to generate a defensive barrier of threads, but the effort seemed superficial, as if he knew it was useless. Ren destroyed it and seemed to be waiting for something. He positioned himself in front of Han. "It's enough," declared Han, his voice perfectly controlled as he looked directly into Ren's eyes. "We surrender." June and Sora, seeing that their leader had surrendered and dominated by Taro and Min's 4 beasts, followed his example. The combat had ended in less than 1 minute. "Victory for Team Ren," announced Lin. Min seemed particularly discontented. "Was that all?" he protested, deactivating his invisibility with an irritated gesture. "I didn't even have time to do anything spectacular." "Why did Han surrender so quickly?" "I guess he recognized they had run out of options," Ren responded, though his tone lacked conviction. "It's an understandable decision." Taro observed Ren curiously. "It seemed like you were waiting for something to happen," he commented. Ren simply denied it with a vague gesture, without elaborating. The following matches proceeded without significant surprises. A team from Group A defeated another from Group C in a relatively balanced battle. Then, a team from Group D defeated another from Group A in a combat that extended almost 20 minutes. And finally, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived. "Team Larissa versus Team Klein," announced Lin, provoking a wave of anticipatory murmurs in the stands. "Prepare to enter the arena." For many spectators, especially newcomers, or those unfamiliar with the Grey Wing's true power, this confrontation represented the true final played in advance. The 2 most powerful families of the Academy, the Ashenway Dravenholm against the Goldcrests, in a battle that symbolically transcended the simple school tournament. "This will be interesting," commented Ren, his eyes following Klein as he entered the arena with his characteristic confidence. "Klein's team has only bronze-rank beasts," observed Taro. "And the girls have significant special abilities. They won individually, but I wonder if Klein's addition could ruin things." "They have 2 tamers capable of executing spatial jumps," added Min, still slightly resentful about his own unspectacular combat. "That ability is ridiculously showy and advantageous. Not like mine. I don't think they'll disappoint us, right?" "It's not an invincible ability," replied Ren, his mushrooms pulsing as he analyzed both contenders. "Every technique has its weakness, even one as versatile as the spatial jump. Larissa won yesterday by a very small margin." Lin positioned herself between the teams, her professional expression perfectly masking any personal preference. "The rules remain the same. Are you ready?" 6 heads nodded. "Begin." Klein, confident as always, wasted no time deploying his characteristic strategy, the paralyzing roar that had unbalanced so many opponents. His chest expanded while his golden lion manifested its presence with more intensity. The veins in his neck tensed and his eyes acquired that supernatural glow that preceded the attack. "Get ready," shouted Larissa, alerting her companions. The 3 reacted instantly, bringing their hands to their ears despite having them covered by plugs specifically for this confrontation. It was a defense that had significantly reduced the effect for some teams, especially those who had received advice from Ren. Klein's roar resonated throughout the arena, a wave of sound and magical energy that shook the air. Despite the girls' precaution, the effect was immediately visible. Their beasts, though not paralyzed, suffered a significant impact. Maria's armadillo staggered slightly, Leora's will-o-wisp fluctuated, and Larissa's mineral fairy seemed to momentarily reduce its brightness. "His roar has gained strength," observed Ren from the stands, his mushrooms pulsing with analytical interest. "It's not just sound, it has a magical component that affects lower-ranked beasts especially well compared to the emitters." Min nodded, impressed by the ability's utility despite his antipathy toward Klein. "I feel the shock wave running through my entire body, not just my ears, it gives me goosebumps." The effect was brief but sufficient for Klein's team to take the lead. But their strategy wasn't what many expected. "What are they doing?" murmured Taro, confused. "Feng is positioned as if he were the spearhead, but he's the most vulnerable of the three." To everyone's surprise, Feng invoked his beast and began attacking Maria directly instead of Leora. His red cobra rose, extending its threatening hood while spitting its venomous attack. Simultaneously, Klein advanced to flank him, but not as offensive support. He was protecting him. "They've reversed the roles," understood Ren, his eyes capturing the emerging pattern. Klein defending, and Aster. As if confirming his analysis, Aster directed his rhinoceros directly toward the front, forgetting about his armor and adopting a purely offensive posture. The beast's horn began to spin, becoming a living drill as it also charged against Maria. Leora was capable of ignoring Aster's defenses, was extremely effective against Feng, and Klein couldn't resist a direct hit from her fire either. The most logical approach would have been to attack her, but Klein seemed to have refused to follow such a plan. The cousins had planned to defend Leora but quickly reacted to this unexpected strategy. Larissa projected an emerging crystalline barrier from the ground to defend Maria. Leora, following the original plan, tried to attack Feng when she saw he wasn't well defended, her will-o-wisp concentrating in a burning column that shot toward the cobra. It was her opportunity to eliminate the team's beast most vulnerable to her attack. But this is where the true ingenuity of Klein's plan became evident. The Goldcrest intercepted the fire with a fluid movement, his spirit claws shooting out and cutting through the flames, dispersing them before they reached their target. "Phantom Claw Dispersion," he exclaimed, the elaborate and slightly exaggerated name of his technique resonating through the arena as his claws created a pattern in the air that effectively diverted the attack before the mana could be consumed by the flames. "Impressive," acknowledged someone near Ren. "He's managed to combat the fire." Meanwhile, Feng's cobra launched continuous jets of acidic venom against Larissa's barrier. The crystalline wall resisted, but it began to show signs of erosion where the acid made contact. "I'm not containing it well," warned Larissa. "Fall back." Then the key moment arrived. Aster's beast found the perfect angle. The impact was devastating. The rhinoceros's rotating horn pierced the crystalline barrier as if it were paper, sending bright fragments in all directions. The defense crumbled, leaving Maria momentarily exposed. "Maria!" shouted Leora, trying to attack Aster to cancel his beast. But Klein intercepted her again, his phantom claws blocking her advance while Feng and Aster concentrated their attack on Maria. They've studied every movement pattern of the cousins. Indeed, each jump, each rescue attempt, seemed anticipated by Klein's team. They moved with a coordination that suggested hours of analysis and specific preparation for this confrontation. Maria tried to resist, but the combination of the cobra's acid and the rhinoceros's piercing impacts was too much. The armadillo finally gave in, vanishing in a flash of light. Maria fell to her knees, stunned by the broken connection. "No!" exclaimed Leora, her concern for her friend momentarily overcoming her discipline. That instant of distraction was all Klein needed. Being emotional, he murmured, a confident smile on his lips as he launched an attack. "Is a bad idea in battle." Leora retreated with a jump just in time to avoid being severely injured, only a small scratch on her shoulder, but the situation had changed dramatically. With Maria out of combat, the numerical advantage clearly favored Klein's team. "Let's regroup," ordered Larissa, executing another spatial jump to reunite with her cousin. The two positioned themselves back to back, a defensive posture that acknowledged their new disadvantage. 3 against 2, with Klein and his team now controlling the rhythm of combat. "You must admit it," commented Klein, advancing confidently while his companions flanked him on both sides. "We've taken a weight off your shoulders. That girl isn't at the level of our blood." Larissa didn't respond verbally, but her expression hardened. In the stands, spectators observed with renewed interest. What many had anticipated as a more even battle had quickly tilted in Klein's team favor. "Do you think they can recover?" asked Min, his antipathy toward Klein evident in his concern that the girls who had won individually might lose and in his childish grimace of disgust. Won't his bragging get much worse if everyone thinks that only thanks to him the situation went completely different? Ren studied the situation in the arena, his mushrooms pulsing as he analyzed the situation. It's still possible for them to win, he responded after a moment. Larissa and Leora still have hidden resources. But although I hate to admit it, Klein has accomplished something important. He's countered the fire that seemed unavoidable, added Taro. Without that advantage. The battle continued below. Leora tried to keep Fong controlled by eliminating his venom with Will-O-Wisp, while Larissa used defensive spatial jumps to avoid the rhinoceros's charges and move away from the group's advance to avoid being near Klein's claws. Klein maintained a central position, coordinating his team to keep them together while his phantom claws tried to reach the cousins or cut any significant attack they might launch. Without that advantage they'll run out of mana, plus. Taro began. Plus the boys are 3 and have higher-ranked beasts, completed Ren. But Leora's fire could be unstoppable again. The battle had entered its decisive phase, with the balance of power clearly tilted toward Klein's side. 2 nobles cornered against 3 opponents of similar level. And as the combat continued, in a discreet corner of the stands, Cassian Goldcrest observed with a barely disguised smile. His younger brother was finally demonstrating something at the level of the true heirs of their lineage. And he still had a new secret card to demonstrate. Leora and Larissa were forced into a purely defensive strategy, keeping themselves in constant movement to avoid being cornered. We can't continue like this, murmured Larissa during a brief moment of respite, her eyes evaluating the enemy formation. They're too close together. Klein still directed his team in a very tight formation. The 3 moved as a single entity, always maintaining a maximum distance of 2 steps between them, as the effective range within which Klein could intercept any attack with his phantom claws was only 3 meters. Watch out, warned Leora, executing another spatial jump to avoid a jet of venom from Feng's cobra. Larissa followed her an instant later, reappearing beside her at the opposite end of the arena. Both already showed slight signs of fatigue, spatial jumps consumed a considerable amount of mana, and the frequency with which they were forced to use them was quickly depleting their reserves. Aster's rhinoceros charged periodically, always aiming at Larissa to keep her on the defensive, but carefully avoiding getting too close to Leora, whose Will-O-Wisp could quickly neutralize it. Fong, meanwhile, maintained constant pressure with his venomous distance attacks, forcing Leora to spend mana on invoking her fire. They're trying to exhaust us slowly, observed Leora, breathing heavily. And it's working too well. Larissa attentively observed her opponents while dodging another rhinoceros charge at the last moment. Her mind worked frantically, looking for a way to separate the impenetrable enemy formation. Together they had the perfect amount of capabilities to counter them, but separated they couldn't defend against Leora's fire. At least not Fong and Aster. And then she saw it. Klein, she murmured, a spark of understanding illuminating her eyes. He's the only one capable of neutralizing the fire. Leora immediately caught the implication. If we could separate him from the others. Larissa jumped near Leora in the next evasion and quickly revealed the secret part of the plan that had just occurred to her, her voice barely audible as they executed another coordinated jump to avoid being surrounded. Leora nodded with a gleam of determination in her eyes, immediately understanding the plan. It was risky, almost suicidal, but in their current situation, audacity was their only hope. From the stands, Ren detected the subtle change in the posture and mana flow of the cousins. They're going to try something desperate, he commented, leaning slightly forward. What have they seen? Asked Taro, closely following the movement of the combatants. The key to Klein's strategy, replied Ren. It's as could be expected from him, Klein himself. He is the central point of the defense. Without his phantom claws. Events unfolded with vertiginous speed. Larissa, in a reckless turn, executed a spatial jump that placed her directly in the center of the enemy formation. Her mineral spear, materialized during the jump, aimed directly at Klein. Yes. She didn't intend to separate him from the others, space was her advantage anyway. If she was always close, then attacking the problem directly also worked. The reaction of Klein's team, which was completely alert to the jumps, was instantaneous, and precisely what Larissa had anticipated. But Aster, faithful to his protective role, retrieved his rhinoceros to manifest the armor and intercept the attack, placing himself between her and Klein in an instant. What they didn't anticipate was that Larissa would continue her attack despite the intervention. Her spear clashed against Aster's chest, with her center of gravity lowered and all the strength of her legs pushing him, generating an imbalance in the now more voluminous boy that momentarily destabilized everyone present. But Klein would have none of this. He recovered his balance first, had already charged his phantom claws, and didn't delay in counterattacking. "Pathetic attempt," he exclaimed, launching a devastating cut that connected directly with Larissa's side. A collective gasp ran through the stands. Larissa was thrown 2 meters outside the formation by the impact. To all present, it seemed the end of the cousins' resistance. All except Leora, who had disappeared during the chaos. "Klein, behind you," warned Fong, but it was too late. Leora materialized behind Klein, her will-o-wisp concentrated in a sphere of intense blue power. Her eyes shone with fierce determination as she launched the most powerful attack she had shown so far in the tournament. The blue flames advanced toward Klein, who was completely unprotected, his attention barely shifting focus from Larissa. Leora's blue flames advanced toward Klein, but Fong, in an act of pure loyalty, threw himself in front of his leader. His red cobra was used to directly intercept the attack's trajectory, absorbing the impact first with its body. The collision was devastating. The cobra writhed in agony as the flames consumed its magical essence, a sharp shriek escaping its throat before vanishing in a burst of reddish light. The remaining flames also slightly burned the now beastless Tamer, who fainted. "Fong," exclaimed Klein, shocked by his companion's sacrifice. Taking advantage of the momentary confusion, Aster directed his rhinoceros in a vengeful charge against Leora. The Ashenway, exhausted by her last attack, barely managed to execute another spatial jump, avoiding the worst of the attack but receiving a glancing impact that made her stagger when she reappeared. Larissa, meanwhile, was getting up after the claw attack. What appeared to be a serious wound on her side turned out to be less severe than it seemed. She had reinforced that area with a thick layer of mineral, anticipating Klein's counterattack. Even so, the impact had been considerable, and her breathing was irregular as she assessed the situation. 2 against 2, she murmured. "We can still do this." But something was changing in Klein. His expression had transformed, a cold fury replacing his usual arrogance. His eyes fixed on Fong, who had collapsed unconscious after losing his connection with the cobra. The adaptation potion began to show its effect. The markings of his golden lion intensified, acquiring a deeper glow. His muscles tensed, his mane grew, and for a fleeting instant, a shadow imperceptible to almost everyone seemed to dance around his silhouette. Abyssal energy, understood Ren, his eyes narrowing as he perceived what others couldn't. Just a pinch, but an increase of barely 10% in his capabilities, calculated by Cashin to avoid any detection but significant at a critical moment. It was supposed to be discreet enough to go unnoticed by most, but the distinctive abyssal tint that only Ren, and perhaps Han, with their unique perception, did detect. Leora, warned Larissa, noticing the change in Klein's intensity although without completely understanding its nature. Klein moved with increased speed, heading directly toward Leora. His claws seemed more defined as he pursued the Ashenway, who clearly showed signs of mana circuit exhaustion. "She won't be able to jump again so soon," commented Ren. "She's used too much mana." Cornered against the arena's boundary, Leora prepared to try to dodge the direct attack. The last desperate option with minimal chances of success. Klein smiled, his claws prepared for the final blow. "No," shouted Larissa, intercepting the attack with a spatial jump at the last second. She placed herself between Klein and her cousin, her body covered by a hastily reinforced mineral armor. Klein's claws connected with devastating force, and this time, empowered by the potion's effect, they penetrated the mineral defense. Larissa gasped, an expression of surprise and pain crossing her face as the phantom claws perforated her protection and reached her back. Larissa! Leora's cry resonated throughout the arena as her cousin collapsed in front of her, out of combat. Something changed within Leora as she saw Larissa fall. Her expression hardened, aristocratic determination giving way to intense rage. Her eyes, normally light blue, seemed to darken as she made a decision she had clearly been avoiding. "I won't hold back anymore," she murmured, more to herself than to her opponent. A change began to manifest in her. Her will-o-wisp, always characteristically light blue, began to gradually darken. The flames acquired a deeper, more intense tone, an almost midnight blue that increased the power to the next level. "She's using her second beast," observed Ren, his voice mixing surprise and fascination at seeing his recommended synergy in action. "She didn't manifest it completely, but at least she made it enhance her will-o-wisp." The demonic bash, her hidden beast, remained in her body, but its influence became evident to Ren in the fire's transformation. The flames didn't just change color, their very essence seemed to alter, becoming denser, hungrier. Aster had wanted to take advantage of the last standing rival's moment of distraction, but he had chosen a bad moment to launch his beast. When Leora directed this enhanced fire toward the front and the rhinoceros was hit, the effect was devastating. The dark blue flames engulfed the beast, which had no chance to resist. Not even its charge's momentum managed to reach Leora. The rhinoceros vanished with an agonizing roar, leaving Aster on his knees, his connection abruptly severed. "Impossible," gasped Klein. "No fire could." So quickly. He had no time to complete his thoughts. Leora, with her mana repowered by the bash's influence, executed a spatial jump with a speed that surpassed her previous movements and avoided a claw attack. She reappeared directly behind Klein, who barely had time to turn to face her. His phantom claws deployed instinctively as Leora launched another wave of her darkened fire. What followed was a spectacular clash of powers. Klein's claws, empowered by the abyssal potion, tried to cut through the flames. But Leora's enhanced fire had a quality that the claws couldn't completely counter: it consumed the mana of whatever it touched twice as fast. Every time the claws touched the flames, they lost their potency after a few centimeters. "It's a battle of attrition," commented Taro, unable to look away from the spectacle. "Whoever runs out of energy first." The exchange intensified, Klein launching claws at a dizzying speed while Leora maintained her dark fire attack. Both showed obvious signs of extreme exhaustion, Klein sweating profusely, his movements gradually losing precision and receiving some burns, Leora pale as a ghost, her fire fluctuating slightly with each pulse of energy. Finally, the decisive moment arrived. Klein fought valiantly, his claws cutting through the flames until the last moment. But finally, the connection with his lion failed, the beast's manifestation vanishing with a final roar. However, Leora's fire had also been exhausted. Both combatants remained motionless for a moment that seemed to go on forever. Leora, pale and trembling, struggled to remain standing until her knees gave way until the floor. Or that would have happened, but in an act of pure will, she bit her lip hard and managed to stabilize herself and stand again just before touching the ground. Klein, covered in magical burns that released a subtle bluish smoke, looked at Leora face to face one last time. His eyes, filled with tears and disbelief, met Leora's before rolling upward and turning white. He collapsed forward, unconscious. The silence in the arena was absolute, broken only by Leora's labored breathing. Young advanced toward the center, evaluating all the fallen before confirming the result. "Victory for Team Larissa," he announced, his voice resonating in the silent stadium. Gradually, applause began to spread through the stands, growing in intensity until becoming a thunderous ovation. What they had witnessed wasn't simply another tournament combat, it had been a demonstration of will, strategy, and hidden powers that few expected to see in first-year students. From his seat, Ren observed thoughtfully as medical auxiliaries entered the arena to attend to the fallen combatants. "Did you see the same thing I did?" asked Min, his voice unusually serious. Ren nodded slightly. "Leora used her bash in front of everyone." "Leora. Will she be okay?" began Taro. "She only enhanced her will-o-wisp's fire," commented Ren. "Surely many don't know what the reason for the color change was." The three friends exchanged meaningful glances. If they won the next matches, the Grey Wing team would face Larissa's team. It would be a confrontation between two teams with double Tamers, each with their own unique synergies. "It's going to be interesting," murmured Ren, a slight smile forming on his lips. At the top of the stands, Selphra Ashenway observed with a poorly disguised expression of satisfaction. Her granddaughter had proven her worth, although she had revealed more than she probably intended in the process. And several seats away, Cashin Goldcrest slowly rose, his face an impenetrable mask. His eyes, however, weren't directed toward his defeated brother, but toward the girl who had shown an unexpected ability. The team battles ended with enough time for Lin to announce the continuation of individual combats, just like the day before. Of the initial 96 students, only 48 remained in competition, and this number would be reduced by half again after this next round. The following confrontations will determine the 24 finalists of the individual tournament, Lin explained, her voice carrying across the arena with authority. Kai managed to advance to the next round, much to Min and Taro's visible displeasure, as did Cass. But not all was bad news. Luna and Lu also succeeded in moving forward. The battles involving Larissa, Leora, and Klein would be postponed to allow their complete recovery. Min, fresh from his own victory, rejoined Ren and Taro at their usual spot in the stands. Although he had won using his now classic invisibility strategy against a wind element Tamer, his expression suggested a certain dissatisfaction. "Another boring victory," he muttered, dropping onto the bench beside his friends. "I couldn't even show off much, and almost nobody applauded. Being invisible is..." But his apparent bad mood transformed instantly into genuine concern when the next combat was announced. Ren Patender vs Taro Tarragon. Present yourselves in the arena in 3 minutes. Wait, so soon? Min looked alternately at his two companions, eyes widening. Today. But that means that one of us will advance and the other won't, Taro completed, resignation but also determination in his voice. His hands flexed unconsciously, the subtle markings of his beetle shifting across his skin. Ren remained silent. His thoughts about this confrontation were complex. He knew Taro's capabilities better than almost any other opponent, but that worked in both directions. "Don't be too hard on me," commented Taro with a slight smile as he stood up. "Though my defense might surprise you." Ren nodded, returning the smile. "I won't underestimate you." In fact, as they walked toward the arena, Ren mentally evaluated the situation. Taro's defense was formidable. A 90% increase with each layer of his dual armor effectively meant 180% protection. This was superior even to the 160% strength that Ren could generate with his Hydra, his fungus, and the ring together. Taro's advantage didn't end there. His synergy between the living tunnel and the hunter bug was more versatile and adaptable than the single standard defensive structure of Ren's Hydra, which, although enhanced by the light of his mushrooms, had more limited options in terms of physical manifestation. Of course, he had a powerful option, but firing the light beam against Taro would be excessive and potentially dangerous in a friendly combat. His best option was to try to overcome that formidable defense with his increased strength of 160%, with his attack of 140% and depending significantly on the ring to match Taro's capabilities. The arena was ready, freshly repaired after the earlier battles. Lin positioned herself between them, her professional expression barely disguising the genuine interest in this particular confrontation. "The rules remain the same. Are you ready?" Ren and Taro nodded simultaneously, their eyes meeting in a moment of mutual respect. "Begin." There was no hesitation from either of them, both immediately invoked their respective armors. Ren's body was covered with the characteristic translucent armor of his Hydra, a bluish glow that reflected the internal light of his mushrooms. His hands transformed into the now famous light claws, sharp and precise, extended as natural extensions of his arms. Simultaneously, Taro deployed his double protection. The living mineral from the living tunnel formed the outer layer, while the hunter bug provided an inner armor that controlled the outer one with fluidity. The result was an impressive crystalline carapace with a predominantly yellow tone, complemented by mineral claws made of polished crystal. "Impressive," commented someone from the stands. "They look like different versions of the same technique." For a moment, both remained motionless, studying each other. Then, as if responding to an invisible signal, they launched into the attack simultaneously. The first exchange was an explosion of movement. Ren's claws traced arcs of light while Taro's responded with crystalline refraction. Each blow, each parry, revealed a deep knowledge of the other's style. The sound of light striking crystal created an almost musical accompaniment to their combat dance. Ren clearly dominated the offensive. His superior strength allowed him to press constantly, forcing Taro to maintain a defensive posture. "You weigh much more than you appear," gasped Taro, blocking a particular downward strike that made his arms tremble despite the protection. "Or at least your blows do." "Muscle from my Hydra combined with mine," replied Ren, without diminishing his attack rhythm. "I don't just overlap it, I integrate it." The combat continued for a while in balance. Ren attacked, Taro blocked. Ren's blows had enough power to shatter stone, but barely managed to leave superficial damage on Taro's resistant mineral armor. Each impact sent small crystalline shards flying, but the armor reformed almost instantly. Taro tried to trap him several times but Ren was too fast, with his 120% extra speed compared to Taro's 30% extra. Each attempt to ensnare Ren in crystalline bindings ended with the Hydra Tamer slipping away at the last moment. From the stands, Min observed with pride and a little envy. "That's it," he murmured, as if witnessing the culmination of something he had been waiting to see for a long time. "They're showing what they can really do. That's what I want to do." After several minutes of this exchange, Ren began to reconsider his strategy. Direct blows, however powerful, weren't managing to penetrate Taro's defense. It was time for a different approach. The joints, he thought, recalling Lin's lessons. Or an impact against the ground. The armor protects against penetration, but concussion damage might. With this new perspective, Ren changed his tactic. Instead of continuing with frontal attacks, he began to look for openings for grips and projections. His movements became more fluid, less direct, as he circled Taro looking for the perfect opportunity. Taro noticed the change, his eyes narrowing as he anticipated the new strategy. "You're going to try to take me down," he guessed, adjusting his posture for a lower center of gravity. His armor thickened subtly around his ankles and knees, preparing for the coming assault. "Let's see if you can avoid it," replied Ren, his mushrooms pulsing with a rhythm that suggested intensified concentration. Ren launched an apparently direct attack toward Taro's face, forcing him to raise his claws to defend his head. But instead of completing the blow, Ren spun at the last moment, positioning himself perfectly for a waist hold. Taro, recognizing the feint too late, tried to step back, but Ren was already attached to him like a second skin. With a fluid movement that showcased the hours of practice with Lin, Ren executed a perfect projection. He lifted Taro over his hip and launched him in an ascending arc that momentarily seemed to defy gravity. The audience held their breath as Taro reached the highest point of the trajectory, almost 2 meters above the arena. For an instant, he seemed suspended in the air, his mineral armor gleaming under the stadium lights, catching the sun in a dazzling display of crystalline reflections. Then, gravity reclaimed its right. Taro descended in free fall, but Ren wasn't satisfied with that. He captured him in mid-flight and pulled to increase his falling speed, directing him headfirst toward the ground with brutal force. The impact would have knocked any normal opponent unconscious, but Taro had an ace up his sleeve. Just before his head struck the ground, he channeled his beetle's elemental control, instantly softening the earth. His head and part of his torso sank into the modified terrain, considerably cushioning the impact. "Ingenious," exclaimed Min from the stands, impressed by his friend's adaptation. But Taro didn't stop there. While partially buried, his mineral armor began to transform rapidly, sharp spikes emerging from its surface in all directions like a defensive hedgehog. The crystalline protrusions glinted in the arena light, forming a deadly barrier around his body. Ren jumped back just in time to avoid being impaled, but his expression showed more satisfaction than frustration. "I knew it wouldn't be that easy," he murmured, as Taro freed himself from the ground with a powerful elemental push that sent dirt flying in all directions. Without giving Taro time to completely stabilize, Ren counterattacked. This time, he covered the surface of his feet into something similar to diamond. The kick connected cleanly with Taro's side, breaking several of the spikes and sending him flying several meters through the air until he landed heavily. "That!" gasped Taro as he got up, small cracks now visible in his armor where the reinforced foot had impacted. "Hurt a bit." Ren observed how Taro's armor regenerated while he circled him cautiously, evaluating his strategy. The blows were effective in destabilizing Taro, but not enough to overcome his extraordinary defense. The living tunnel's minerals reformed almost as quickly as they were damaged, flowing like liquid before hardening again. He needed something more decisive. Taro had completely recovered, so Ren decided to change tactics again. He launched himself forward as if he were going to repeat the previous attack pattern, but at the last instant he slid under Taro's guard, aiming directly at one of his joints. With another technique learned from his teacher, Ren caught Taro's right arm in a perfectly executed lock. Using his superior strength, he began applying pressure, seeking to force a surrender without causing real damage. "Surrender!" Ren urged, increasing the tension. Taro grunted with the effort of resisting, but he had another resource. His mineral armor, controlled by the hunter bug, began to flow like a liquid, trying to envelop Ren and trap him in a crystalline embrace that would harden around his limbs. Too good of a defense. Ren freed himself with an explosive movement, moving away just before the armor could solidify around his extremities. "I think I shouldn't have given you such a problematic beast combination." Taro smiled, his breathing labored but his determination intact. "Ready for another round?" Ren studied him for a moment, his mushrooms pulsing as he made a decision. He had been avoiding a certain tactic considering it potentially unfair to Taro, but his friend's resistance left him no alternative. "Sorry about this," he murmured, more to himself than to Taro. With an explosion of speed that surprised even those familiar with his capabilities, Ren launched himself forward. In a movement almost imperceptible due to its rapidity, he swept Taro's legs with a perfectly executed circular kick so fast that it didn't give his friend even time to transform his armor. Before Taro could even fall, Ren positioned his back on the ground, both feet coated with diamond protection to avoid damage from the forming spikes. With a coordinated push of his legs, he catapulted Taro upward. "Again with the throws," exclaimed Taro as he rose higher this time, mentally preparing to modify the ground again and cushion his fall. But elevating Taro wasn't Ren's final objective. While his friend reached the highest point of his trajectory, Ren was already in motion. He launched himself running at maximum speed, perfectly calculating the point where Taro would begin to descend. Then, in a maneuver that drew collective gasps from the audience, Ren jumped with the accumulated momentum and executed a perfect dropkick, his reinforced feet connecting directly with Taro's side in midair. The impact was brutal and resonated throughout the arena, sending Taro flying in a new trajectory, completely out of his control. He spun several times in the air before landing heavily and rolling several meters by inertia, leaving a trail in the arena's dirt. Ren landed gracefully and rose immediately. To everyone's surprise, Taro stood up again. His armor showed significant cracks where the impact had occurred, but the damage was still minor and already regenerating. He staggered slightly, evidently dazed by the spins he took, but his posture indicated he was ready to continue. "That," he murmured, shaking his head to clear his vision. "That was good." Ren advanced a few steps, for what Taro thought would be another exchange, but then something strange happened. He stopped abruptly, bringing a hand to the back of his neck with a remorseful expression. "I'm sorry, Taro," he said loudly enough for his friend to hear. Taro looked at him confused, not understanding why Ren was apologizing again in the middle of combat. "What are you going on about?" It was then that Lin advanced to the center of the arena, her professional expression carrying a flash of amusement in her eyes. "Victory for Ren Patender," she announced. "By opponent's exit from the combat area." Taro blinked in bewilderment and then looked at his feet. Indeed, Ren's powerful impact had sent him completely outside the marked circle that delimited the official combat zone. He was standing in the neutral space between the arena and the stands, disqualified without even realizing it. "Oh," was all he could say, between surprise and resigned laughter. "I should have seen that coming." The applause was immediate and enthusiastic, rippling through the stands. Ren retracted his claws, offering his hand to Taro. "That double armor of yours is ridiculously resistant," he commented, a genuine smile on his face. "You forced me to use dirty tricks." Taro accepted the hand, acknowledging his defeat with a small tinge of disappointment. "You hit as if you were triple your size," he responded, returning the smile. "I was a fool to think I could hold out until you got tired. You always find some solution, not dirty, creative." As both headed toward the exit, the crowd continued applauding. It wasn't just a demonstration of skill they had witnessed, but an exhibition of true camaraderie, where respect and admiration transcended the competition itself. Min was waiting for them at the entrance, his expression reflecting pride and a bit of envy. "That armor battle," he declared, putting an arm over each one's shoulders, "was the coolest thing I've seen in the entire tournament. And that includes myself." The three laughed as they walked away. Klein Goldcrest observed his reflection in the mirror while a medical auxiliary applied the final treatment to the burn marks that still persisted on his arms. Leora's darkened flames had left scars that were taking time to completely disappear, but his general condition was remarkable considering the intensity of the combat he had faced. Cashin's words resonated in his mind like an inescapable mantra, each syllable etched into his consciousness. "At least your image won't be completely ruined," his brother had told him during his visit to the infirmary, his tone mixing contempt with a hint of reluctant approval. "Your strategy against the Ashenway and the Dravenholm was decent this time. I suppose father would be less disappointed than usual." Coming from Cashin, that almost qualified as praise. But now, he had continued, leaning in so only Klein could hear him, his breath hot against Klein's ear, "You must prove your individual worth. You cannot afford another failure. The Goldcrests do not accept mediocrity, do you understand?" Klein had nodded, the weight of family expectations bearing down on his shoulders again with greater intensity as he felt minimally supported. "Don't worry, brother," he had responded with confidence. "Kai will be barely a minor obstacle." Now, as he prepared for his individual combat, Klein mentally reviewed his techniques. The additional power of the adaptation potion still circulated through his system, a subtle but significant reinforcement that made his muscles feel denser, more responsive. "Would you like to be a double too?" Cashin had murmured when Klein opened his eyes wide. "But all in good time, little brother. All in good time." The roar of the crowd from the arena broke his reflections. It was time. From the stands, Min and Taro observed with evident interest, both animated by the prospect of seeing one of Jin's followers or Klein eliminated, regardless of who emerged victorious it would be a gain. "Who should we support?" asked Taro, though his tone suggested the question was merely rhetorical. His fingers tapped nervously against his knee, still feeling the phantom impacts from his earlier battle with Ren. "Whoever loses," replied Min with a mischievous smile. "Personally, I hope they somehow eliminate each other." Ren, seated between them, maintained his usual analytical expression while observing Klein enter the arena with a slightly strange countenance. "Klein will win easily," he commented, surprising his friends. "His beast is not only of superior rank, but his technique has improved considerably from what we saw in his previous team encounter." "Are you praising Klein?" asked Min, feigning horror. "Are you feeling all right?" He dramatically placed a hand on Ren's forehead as if checking for fever. Ren sketched a slight smile. Recognizing an opponent's capabilities isn't praising them, it's basic knowledge. The combat began with Lin's signal. Kai, evidently nervous about facing Klein, immediately activated his green scales. His skin acquired that characteristic stone texture while adopting a defensive posture. Klein, in contrast, seemed almost bored. He partially fused with his golden lion, his eyes acquiring that supernatural glow while his hands transformed into the now feared claws that could launch phantom cuts. His posture was relaxed, confident, the stance of someone who considered the outcome a foregone conclusion. "I hope you haven't forgotten the hierarchy of our groups like your friend Jean did upon reaching bronze this semester by pure luck," commented Klein. "Though I suppose you haven't increased rank so the success hasn't gone to your head. Being still iron this will be even quicker though." Kai didn't respond verbally. Instead, he activated his lizard speed ability as he darted to the side in an attempt to flank his opponent. It was a strategy that might have worked against some opponents, but Klein seemed to perfectly ignore it. Klein also roared. Without even fully turning, he extended his left hand backward, his phantom claws connecting with the scales of a paralyzed Kai who had tried to circle around to attack. The sound wave had momentarily frozen Kai's muscles, leaving him vulnerable at the worst possible moment. The attack was devastating. The claw's ability penetrated Kai's physical defenses as if they didn't exist. The green scales cracked in several places, and most were momentarily destabilized by the lack of others for the mana flow that Ren had once explained the functioning of. Before Kai could recover, Klein fully turned, his second claw heading directly toward his opponent's solar plexus. The blow connected on target, and Kai collapsed, his breathing ragged as he struggled to maintain consciousness. His scales dimmed, losing their vibrant green color as his connection to his beast faltered. A stunned silence fell over the arena. The entire combat had lasted less than a minute. "Victory for Klein Goldcrest," announced Lin, her professional expression unaffected as such an outcome was easy to expect. From the stands, Min let out a low whistle. "Well, that was quick." "I told you," commented Ren. Klein had quite an advantage. "We'll see how he does in upcoming matches against tougher opponents though." "Like against you," observed Taro, catching the implication. His eyes darted between Ren and the retreating figure of Klein, imagining the potential matchup. Ren nodded slightly, his eyes following Klein as he left the arena without even glancing at his defeated opponent. Exactly. The next combat generated a completely different expectation. The battle between Leora and Larissa wasn't just another tournament confrontation, it was a clash between cousins, friends, and most importantly, representatives of two of the city's most powerful families. "I expected this to happen later in the tournament," commented Larissa as they entered the arena together, her tone full of resignation. Leora nodded, a tense smile on her lips. "Bad luck with the pairings. But don't expect me to hold back." Her will-o-wisp flickered around her fingers, the blue flames casting dancing shadows across her face. "I never would," replied Larissa, returning the smile with one of her own. "In fact, I'd hate it if you did." Lin, perceiving the unique tension of this confrontation, studied them briefly before giving the usual instructions. "Begin," she announced finally, stepping back to give space to the combatants. Unlike most confrontations, neither immediately launched into attack. Instead, they began to circle slowly, studying each other with the intensity of someone who perfectly knows their opponent's capabilities. As if in a dance they had practiced countless times. Leora was the first to move, her will-o-wisp manifesting in a sky-blue flash. She executed a quick spatial jump, reappearing behind Larissa in a blur of blue light. But Larissa, having anticipated the movement, was no longer there. She had executed her own jump, materializing exactly behind where Leora had reappeared. The golden glow of her transport lingered for a moment where she had been, like an afterimage of pure light. They know each other too well, observed Min, genuinely fascinated by the dynamic. His eyes darted back and forth, trying to follow the rapid spatial jumps. The first seconds of combat continued with this pattern, perfectly timed spatial jumps, attacks that found only air, defenses that anticipated movements that hadn't yet begun. It was a demonstration of profound mutual knowledge, each cousin moving with the anticipation that comes only from years of training together. Shared experience is a double-edged sword, commented Ren, looking at Taro. You know your opponent's weaknesses, but they also know yours. Without a clear advantage. Despite the recent battle against Klein's team, neither cousin showed signs of mental fatigue. Their movements were intense, each seeking the single opening that could unbalance the combat. What was particularly interesting to Ren was how Leora seemed to be containing part of her power. Her will-o-wisp maintained a characteristic sky-blue tone, showing no indications of the darkening she had exhibited in her combat against Klein. She doesn't want to use the bash, murmured Ren. She's respecting Larissa's decision to keep her second beast secret. Do you think Larissa will never show her second beast? Asked Taro. I'm not sure how bad it really is for her to show it, murmured Ren, feeling a bit guilty again for having forced her to do what she seemed to desire in her subconscious. In the arena, the balance began to subtly tilt. Despite having a much more powerful offense, Leora was finding it very difficult to connect a single significant attack. Larissa, with much less attacking power but a more defensive and calculating style, employed her spatial jumps with absolute economy. They're on opposite sides of specialization, observed Ren. Leora has devastating offensive power, but relatively weak defense. Larissa possesses extraordinary defensive control, although her attack capability is more limited. So who wins in a confrontation like this? Asked Min, curious. Larissa has less damage but it's not low, a single well-executed attack would eliminate Leora too. In theory, whoever connects the first significant blow will win, replied Ren. Leora only needs to connect once in the same way to break Larissa's high defense and the combat would end almost instantly. They're evenly matched due to the rule-specific situation. As if hearing Ren's analysis, Larissa executed a maneuver that risked all her mana to achieve that single direct attack. After several spatial jumps that seemed random but followed a specific pattern, she created crystalline formations that dispersed light in a peculiar way, generating multiple reflections of herself. The mineral constructs shimmered throughout the arena, each one a perfect mirror image of Larissa, poised and ready to strike. Leora, who could see her opponent's mana, wasn't concerned about the situation and activated her mana vision, forcing her eyes to avoid confusion with the reflections. Her gaze sharpened as she scanned the crystalline duplicates, searching for the true signature of Larissa's power. Larissa, who had been waiting precisely for this decision, appeared instantly behind one of the mirrors. Leora was confident that Larissa couldn't use this to hide from her attacks that could be guided, so she launched her fire spirits to surround the crystal, but Larissa didn't intend to use the crystal as defense. Her mineral fairy projected a powerful flash of golden light, in the style of Ren's kidnap from that day, which reflected off the crystal and blinded Leora, who had her eyes wide open using mana vision. Larissa jumped just as Leora closed her eyes and appeared with her mineral spear right beside Leora. She didn't stab her, she just struck her hard in the head with the handle. The impact was clean and decisive. The will-o-wisp vanished in a blink of blue light, and Leora fell to her knees while struggling to maintain consciousness, her connection to her beast momentarily disrupted by the strike. You tricked me, she declared, staggering. Well played, cousin. She said just before the lights went out. Lin advanced to the center of the arena. Victory for Larissa Dravenholm. The applause was immediate and respectful. Despite its relative brevity, the combat had shown a level of speed and technique that impressed even older students. Larissa approached Leora while an auxiliary healed the possible contusion before it could generate permanent damage. Your fire is still terrifying, she commented with a genuine smile. If I had lost concentration for 1 second. In the stands, Selphora Ashenway observed the scene with a neutral expression. Her lips tensed briefly before letting escape a barely perceptible sigh. It wasn't the victory she would have preferred, but at least there was a consolation. At least Leora can still win the final with Larissa in the team section, she murmured to herself, her fingers gently drumming on her seat. Larissa had better win the individuals too. Only then will Leora have lost to the number one. Her gaze momentarily shifted to another sector of the arena, where a boy with luminescent mushrooms in his hair attentively observed the combat. Her eyes narrowed slightly before returning her attention to the central arena. The rest of the day's combats transpired without particularly memorable incidents. Some students showed promising techniques, others confirmed expectations, but none generated the level of interest that the battles between members of Group B had provoked. The next day began with the semi-finals of the team combats. Ren's team faced a trio from Group D that had surprisingly advanced far thanks to a combination of compatible beasts. However, the Grey Wing proved to be vastly superior. The victory was clear and quick again, their strategy dismantling their opponents in less than 1 minute. The second combat pitted Larissa's team against a trio from Group A. The cousins, along with Maria who had completely recovered, deployed a defensive strategy that systematically frustrated each attempt at approach by their opponents. Larissa and Leora's spatial jumps, combined with the solid defense of Maria's armadillo against a team that didn't have the firepower of Klein's, resulted in a victory that made clear why they were considered favorites by many. The team's final ended up entirely in the hands of Group B, Team Ren versus Team Larissa, in what promised to be an exceptional confrontation. It wasn't just a clash between talented students, it was a collision between different philosophies of power, between aristocratic talent and the new lucky ones of the supposedly mediocre wing. With enough time before the end of the day, Lin announced that they would continue advancing in the individual tournament. To select the 8 finalists among the 24 qualifiers, she explained, a system of buys has been implemented based on previous performances and accumulated scores. The announcement generated some confusion among less familiar first-year spectators with the tournament procedures. Lin quickly clarified. Participants with the highest scores in previous battles will advance directly to the quarterfinals, while the rest must compete to obtain the remaining places. The list appeared on the stadium's giant screens, provoking a new wave of murmurs. Ren Patender, Larissa Dravenholm, Klein Goldcrest, and Luna Starweaver had qualified directly to the quarterfinals thanks to their exceptional previous performances. The qualifying combats determined the 4 remaining students, a single student from each Group A, B, C, and D. At the end of the day, when the pairings for the quarterfinals were announced, new expectations arose among the audience. Larissa Dravenholm will face Luna Starweaver. Klein Goldcrest will match with Ren Patender. Both combats will take place tomorrow, after the team's final. For Ren and his friends, the announcement meant that tomorrow would be the most important day of the tournament. Ren would individually face Klein in what they considered an implicit rematch, payment for their first friendly encounter in combat class. An intense day, commented Taro as they returned to the dormitories. But we should be grateful, smiled Min, his usual energy barely diminished after a full day of competition. We could be completely out of the tournament. Ren walked in silence. Tomorrow would not only determine who the strongest first-year students were, it would also establish hierarchies and expectations that could endure throughout their education at the academy. Klein isn't the same one we faced in the middle of the year, he finally said, his voice quiet but firm. But neither am I. Min and Taro exchanged glances, recognizing the determination in their friend's voice. As the sun set over the academy, the 8 finalists prepared in their own way for the decisive battles of the next day, most aware that the tournament wasn't simply a school competition, but a declaration of intentions and capabilities before a world that was watching them attentively. The dawn of the decisive day arrived. The entire academy full with anticipation as the final preparations for the tournament's culminating battles were completed. In the hallways, rumors and informal bets proliferated. In the rooms, the finalists reviewed strategies one last time. The Grey Wing team was now heading toward the preparation area when they crossed paths with Larissa's team in one of the less traveled corridors. The casual encounter created a moment of silence as both groups studied each other. It was Larissa who broke the ice, advancing with that aristocratic grace that seemed as natural to her as breathing. "Ren," she greeted with a slight nod. "I wanted to thank you again for everything, especially the guided visits to the depths and your help during the final collection exam." A fleeting smile crossed her face. "Although that last one got quite out of control, it wasn't your fault so." Ren returned the gesture. "It was nothing. We all learn from those experiences." "I also wanted to ask you to forgive me," continued Larissa, her voice adopting a more formal tone. "I'll go all out today, but without making obvious my use of the links. I'll understand if you consider that as discourteous and—" Ren gently shook his head. "For me, you could use it to the fullest, but my mother always says we should put ourselves in others' shoes, so it's your decision. If you need to keep it hidden, I won't take it as an insult or implication that you're underestimating me." "I, on the other hand," intervened Leora, stepping forward with a challenging smile, "will use my power to the maximum of what I can extract. So I apologize in advance if you end up a little scorched." "I appreciate the warning," replied Ren with a slight smile. "But don't think it will be so easy." Min visibly shuddered, slightly pulling at Ren's sleeve. "Don't provoke them," he murmured loudly enough for everyone to hear. "My ability works against almost everyone, but not against them and their cheating mana eyes." "Wait, you also have cheating eyes. Traitor." The tension dissipated amid shared laughter, a moment of genuine camaraderie before the inevitable confrontation. "I guess we'll see each other in the arena," concluded Larissa, stepping back to rejoin her team. "May the best win," responded Ren as both groups resumed their paths. The stadium was almost completely packed. All finals had been arranged at slightly different times for the convenience of external visitors. Not a single seat remained empty in the stands, and the side corridors were occupied by students who hadn't secured a place but refused to miss the event. Expectation had increased even among the academy. Several professors who had been in charge of managing other arenas could now attend. In the box, Selphra Ashenway maintained her usual composure, though an attentive observer might notice certain tension in her elegantly interlaced hands. However, the most unusual thing was the presence at her side. Julius Dravenholm, dressed in an impeccable official uniform, had made room in his tight schedule to witness the final upon learning of Larissa's participation. It was an expected event. As her brother, he knew that few could defeat that astute girl. But even expecting it, pride couldn't help but emerge from him. "I envy you, Selphra," commented Julius with that light tone he used for apparently trivial conversations. "Being semi-retired has its advantages. I can't afford these kinds of luxuries very often." Selphra barely turned her head, her expression perfectly controlled as she responded, "It's not entirely by choice, my child. And it's not as good as you think." An almost imperceptible smile briefly softened her features. "Although on occasions like this, it certainly seems like a blessing." Their conversation was interrupted by the official announcement. Lin's voice resonated throughout the stadium. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final of the team tournament. Today we will witness the confrontation between two teams that have demonstrated exceptional capabilities throughout the competition. The teams entered from opposite ends of the arena. Ren and Taro took position at Min's sides at one edge of the arena. Across from them, Larissa, Leora, and Maria deployed in triangular formation, their stances revealing the countless hours of training they had undergone together. "Combatants, prepare," indicated Lin, positioning herself where she could observe the entire confrontation. "Victory will be for the team that incapacitates all members of the opposing team or receives surrender from the leader or last member standing. 30 minutes is the time limit." An expectant silence fell over the stadium as both teams made their final preparations. The air seemed to thicken with tension as spectators leaned forward in their seats. "Begin." Lin's order unleashed a burst of activity. Larissa's team moved first, executing what appeared to be an improved version of the strategy they had used against Klein's team. Larissa and Leora performed simultaneous spatial jumps, disappearing in flashes of light to reappear in flanking positions. Maria, meanwhile, advanced directly toward the front, her armadillo fully manifested, like a small mobile tank. To the surprise of many spectators, Ren's team didn't adopt the defensive formation that might be expected. Ren remained perfectly still as his eyes followed the cousin's movement patterns. "What is he doing?" someone murmured from the stands. "He's letting them take the initiative." Leora, interpreting the apparent passivity as an opportunity, prepared a concentrated burst of will-o-wisp, her flames gradually acquiring that darker tone that indicated the demonic bash's influence. Blue fire coalesced around her hands, deepening to midnight as she channeled her second beast's power. "Min, now!" exclaimed Ren at the exact moment Leora charged her attack. And at that point, Min finally got his time to shine. What happened next left a large part of the audience impressed. The water from Min's two creatures combined, forming a spiral, and didn't even manifest as a simple elemental counterattack. Instead, it acquired an ethereal quality, very similar to that needed to execute healing, as it collided with Leora's flames. Instead of generating steam and dissipating, the water seemed to combine with the fire, neutralizing it in a way that defied conventional physics. The flames extinguished as if the sum of the two energies equaled zero. The fire and water simply disappeared. "Impossible!" Leora exclaimed to Ren, her surprise evident. "You said my fire couldn't be extinguished with water." "I said black fire could not be extinguished with ordinary water," replied Ren, allowing himself a brief smile. "But your fire isn't completely black yet, and I taught Min a trick to attack the negative spiritual properties of black fire." Leora's expression changed from surprise to irritation and then reluctant respect. "Clever," she murmured, preparing for another attack. But the moment of confusion had cost Larissa's team their initial advantage. Taro had already directed his living tunnel to expand its area of influence, creating minerals in the ground. The earth rippled and shifted as crystalline structures began to form on the surface. Min, now visibly the central part of the strategy as the group's defender, maintained his control over water with a precision that nobody had seen him demonstrate previously. His amphibian and water snake worked in perfect harmony, their powers amplifying each other in ways that made the water move like a living entity. Although perhaps the show of water figures in the air was not necessary for the fight. "Plan C." Larissa indicated to her team, quickly adapting to the situation where they had expected Ren to surprise them and Leora's fire wasn't as relevant as they had anticipated. Larissa tried to counteract Taro's mineral formations with her own control, attempting to prevent the construction of a defensive structure that would give them an advantage. Golden light flashed from her hands as she manipulated the earth to push back against Taro's influence. But the Grey Wing team seemed to have anticipated this too. Taro, instead of defending his structures that were beginning to rise, allowed Maria and Larissa to destroy them or return them to the ground, only to focus on expanding the affected area even further around them. Larissa realized that Taro was enlarging the area with a bias toward Leora. They wanted to trap her to make some weird move that Ren had developed, no doubt. Or so she thought. On the other hand, the girls had to finish Min somehow. Larissa activated Plan C first, the charge plan. And she launched herself in a direct jump against Min. If she could take him down, it would be exactly like the situation with Klein's team. However, Ren was a much bigger problem than expected, one that could only be understood by experiencing it. Ren's senses, enhanced to more than double, and his supersensitive mana eyes calculated almost perfectly the final location of the jump. If not for Larissa's links and its almost full mana pool for generating a second jump out of range almost instantly. Ren's almost instantaneous attack would have knocked her out of the battle. Eliminating Min would be much more difficult than expected. But it was that Min himself who truly shone in this combat. His water control, empowered by the synergy between his amphibian and his snake, allowed him to create formations that not only counteracted Leora's fire but also hampered the opposing team's movements with constant distance attacks. "That can't be Min," exclaimed Mayo from the stands. "Since when can he do all that?" As if mocking the doubts, the boy answered in the form of an impressive spectacle. Min, centralizing all his liquid, created a series of water spears that rose like serpents before converging toward a single point. The combined impact directly hit Maria, who had been focused on destroying another of Taro's mineral formations approaching Leora. The armadillo armor absorbed much of the impact, but the force was enough to send Maria rolling several meters across the arena floor, leaving a trail in the dirt. "Maria!" exclaimed Larissa, momentarily distracted. That second of distraction was all Ren needed. With supernatural speed, he launched directly toward Leora, his light claws manifesting in full movement, trailing luminescent streaks through the air. But Leora and Larissa instantly realized that error. Ren had been too confident and hasty in leaving Min alone. An instant before Ren reached Leora, both cousins jumped next to Min. But Taro hadn't prepared his enormous amount of crystals for nothing. While Leora could melt them and Larissa cancel them, the structure wouldn't fall instantly. Taro sent all his energy to the ground the instant Ren jumped and, as they had planned, suddenly raised the mineral. The slow formations from before had been only Ren's planned deception. They could be way faster. The mineral quickly covered Min, and in the trajectory of Ren's jump, a stalagmite appeared. Ren propelled himself with it and destroyed it with the powerful thrust of his legs. The rebound returned him to Min's side in what could be, at short distance, almost as fast as the girls' jumps. Trying to take advantage of the moment to finish Min, the girls didn't expect Ren to arrive in less than a second. When they felt Ren next to them, it was already too late. Ren covered Larissa's eyes before they could execute another jump and stretched his hand to reach Leora too, but her jump with the new fire was faster. Taro covered Larissa with mineral and earth, trapping her in a crystalline cage. Leora, seeing that Min was inside the mineral defense, redirected her attack from a few meters away while Ren was busy containing Larissa so she would be completely trapped with her eyes still closed. Leora's fire tried to embrace Ren, but Taro covered him just in time. However, Leora's wide attack raised a complete section of the field. Taking advantage of all this, Maria had gotten up and launched herself against the crystal prison containing Larissa and Min, who were together. Ren finally could release Larissa, as she was fully trapped now, and launched to stop Maria, but when he caught Maria in a hold, reluctant to knock her out abruptly, the maid separated from her beast and sent her armadillo to break the prisons. For a moment, it seemed that the Grey Wing team was about to lose their hard-won advantage. Min's prison was the first to break under the onslaught, crystalline fragments scattering across the arena floor as the armadillo's powerful charge connected. Leora concentrated fully, preparing for the moment when Min would emerge from his hiding place. Her hands tensed, blue flames flickering between her fingers as she readied an attack. Not only that, Larissa would be freed too. But then, Taro revealed his own ace up his sleeve. His hunter bug slid from the ground intercepting the armadillo. The creature, until now used primarily to control formations, emerged completely from the ground. Its chitinous body gleamed as it positioned itself between the armadillo and its target. Simultaneously, Min didn't appear. Completely taken by surprise, Leora realized she hadn't been using her mana vision because Min had remained visible. When she tried to activate it, it was already too late. Taro had made a tunnel right below the crystal prison that protected the water tamer. Min appeared behind Leora and directed a powerful water attack in a heavy torrent against the girl. The impact wasn't very strong, but with the elemental disadvantage, it was enough to almost completely consume the energy of her fire. Taking advantage of the general confusion, Ren moved instantly toward Maria. His fingers, guided by the deep knowledge his mushrooms provided, found a specific point in Maria's abdomen. It was a technique he preferred to avoid in normal combat due to its complexity, but with the girls almost dominated, the time was sufficient and the risk was acceptable. With a precise touch, Ren altered small gates of the mana flow connecting Maria to her armadillo. The effect was immediate, the beast blinked several times before completely vanishing, leaving Maria gasping from the sudden loss of connection. Only Leora remained in the combat, though Min's blow had considerably weakened her position. Her will-o-wisp fire mana had extinguished, but the demonic bash remained at her disposal. The determination in her gaze made it clear she wasn't ready to surrender as she began to rise. But before she could fully recover, Ren launched toward her with a speed that surprised the girl. With agile movements, he took Leora's wrists and immobilized them against the ground, effectively blocking without causing harm, and looked closely at her face. Taro, observing the scene, couldn't help a slight blush coloring his cheeks. "Hey," joked Min, now more relaxed. "This is not the time to bring player Patender to the surface again." From the stands, the wolf Tamer observed the scene with an expression difficult to decipher, something that made her father slightly furrow his brow. Ren completely ignored his friend's nonsense, keeping his attention on Leora. "It's over," he said in a calm but firm voice. "Better surrender to avoid getting hurt more or having your mana blocked for a while." Leora looked away, slightly puffing her soaked cheeks in a pout of frustration. She saw Maria holding her abdomen and Larissa trapped in a mineral statue from which only her mouth and nose were free. For a second that felt quite long, she considered her options. Finally, she exhaled a resigned sigh and looked back at Ren. "Bouncing on Taro's crystals so quickly and saving the counter to the fire you gave me for yourself is too big a disadvantage," she commented, with a bit of irritation. "But I can't be angry with you when you avoided knocking us out. Unfortunately you're too strong now and we would surely lose even without that. I'm sure you'd find another unusual way to win." A small smile formed on her lips as she added, "It's hard not to admire you. I surrender for today." Then, in a weak murmur, she added, "And thank you for being careful not to hit us hard in the face like with the other boys even though it made winning harder." Lin, who had been observing attentively, advanced to the center of the arena. "Victory for Team Ren," she announced, her voice resonating throughout the stadium. Applause erupted like a storm, quickly growing in intensity. The stands vibrated with excitement as spectators rose to their feet, cheering for the unexpectedly easy outcome. What they had just witnessed was much more than a simple students' combat, it had been a battle of doubles with quite promising capabilities. The most outstanding was in turn the one with, as they thought, had the least potential as a double, but his capabilities continued to surprise many. Ren carefully released Leora from the hold, offering his hand to help her up. She accepted it with dignity and a bit of that admiration she had confessed moments before. "But next time won't be so easy," she warned. "I'm counting on it," replied Ren, his mushrooms pulsing with a calm rhythm. While the Grey Wing team celebrated their victory, Julius Dravenholm observed with an expression that contrasted with Selphra Ashenway's enigmatic smile. His fingers drummed thoughtfully on the armrest of his seat as he reassessed his earlier judgments. For now, however, Ren allowed himself to enjoy the moment. Min, radiant for having finally demonstrated his cool side, couldn't stop relating his master move of distracting figures, with increasingly elaborate gestures. His hands traced water patterns in the air as he reenacted his moment of glory. The team battles had concluded, but the day was far from over. In a few hours, Ren would face Klein in individual combat. For now, however, he would allow himself this moment of shared triumph with those who had begun as simple dormitory companions and were now much more, a true team that had redefined what it meant to have mediocre beasts in a world obsessed with prestige. Ren, maintaining his serene expression, offered his hand to Larissa to help her out of the now open prison. "A fun combat," he commented. Larissa accepted the hand, walking with her dignity intact despite the defeat. "It was," she acknowledged. "Min was the real star today," added Ren, looking toward where his friend received Taro's enthusiastic embrace. He had been perfecting that figure technique in secret for weeks. "The figures were useless, weren't they?" commented Larissa, a slight smile forming on her lips. "They served their purpose," replied Ren, his eyes meeting hers with a smile as well. From the box, Julius observed the scene. "Interesting," he murmured, more to himself than to Selphra. "Much more than I expected." Selphra said nothing immediately, her eyes fixed on Ren while he celebrated with his teammates. When she finally spoke, her voice had a tone that Julius had rarely heard in her. "I think we haven't seen anything yet, Julius. That boy seems to have the bearing and confidence of someone with still much to prove. The individual battles would begin in a few hours, and perhaps they could gain a little more insight into the boy who seemed to have an infinite bag of surprises.